Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 779, New Blessing. Speaking of which, that lion never admitted to being a complete prophet. Should I try to give it a full medical checkup when I get back? Provided it agrees. After coming back to his senses, Ebner made another wish, and used his credit in the quiz maze to buy and store it. According to the relevant information he had paid for in the maze, the sequence 5 of this pathway, controlled by the goddess of wealth from an alien planet, is named Collector, and has a special space specifically for storing purchased abilities and spells. There are only 4 resurrection miracles in total. I don't know if Zeradal used any before his death, but even if there are some left, my current credit balance in the quiz space is only around 200,000, which isn't enough to buy another one, although I can temporarily recharge with items on me. Appraisal takes some time. It would be bad if something changed here after I entered the quiz space. Moreover, my intuition tells me I should quit while I'm ahead, otherwise there might be danger. Thinking this, he glanced at the young Roselle not far away, pulling a mysterious smile. The other party's face was grim. Seeing his strange smile, he immediately said resentfully, "Even if you're wealthy, buying 2 resurrection miracles must be your limit, right? Since you're unwilling to kill me, then leave. I will strip you and your companions of your tower climber status later." Would a man with such a lack of character be Roselle? Did the mother goddess of depravity perhaps concentrate all the flaws in his personality to create this thing? Or were these flaws originally scattered, and only became so awful because they converged? I absolutely refuse to acknowledge such a person as Roselle. Even if his actions are contradictory, and he might indeed have a good side. Thinking this, Ebner pointed at Zeradal deep within the palace. "I bet you have one last arrangement, relying on the Holy Grail war mechanism to finally make use of him, right?" Upon hearing this, Roselle's face first contorted into a grimace, then calmed down. He stared at Ebner with cold eyes and said, "That's right, your purchase of the wish means the Holy Grail ritual couldn't be completed, and there's no victor. After you all leave, this oil lamp I'm possessing, which is the Lesser Holy Grail, will merge with the Great Holy Grail, Zeradal. At that point, I'll gamble on directly merging with his uncontrolled spirit. Although this is the worst option, with a high probability of being reversely infected by Zeradal's spirit, and even if it succeeds, I'll turn into an uncontrolled monster, there's still a glimmer of hope. However, what if you guess correctly? You only have 2 paths before you, either kill me, or leave. Don't even think about buying a miracle like before, because killing me will immediately trigger a distortion from my main body, and you won't have time to buy it in advance. And a miracle twisted by a deity status cannot be forcibly bought by that maze." He's explaining it in such detail. Firstly, he has a rather unpleasant personality and enjoys seeing others frustrated and helpless. Secondly, it's probably because the small amount of conscience he has left is deliberately revealing the plan, trying to get me to stop him. Analyzing this, Ebner smiled slightly, then extended his right hand. As he conjured a lava sword, he said, "I have no way. Come, let me show you a trick." With that, he imbued the lava sword in his hand with his self-created secret art, disintegration, and brought it down upon the silent winter oil lamp. Crack! Under Roselle's stunned gaze, the lamp's light suddenly converged inwards, forming a profound darkness. The next second, this darkness rapidly spread, connecting with the entire gloomy palace. Immediately after, Zeradal deep within the palace, Roselle before the oil lamp, and the entire palace itself were erased as if by an eraser on a pencil drawing, vanishing quickly within a few seconds, leaving no trace. Only Ebner remained, his lava sword dissipated. The silent winter originally housed the goddess's power. No wonder Lilith told me just now that destroying it would resolve the threats of Zeradal and Roselle. The goddess is the Lord of Silence, so it's perfectly normal for her power to be stored within silent winter. Yet, such a crucial item was initially bought by Edwina from the King of the 5 Seas at a pirate gathering. These arrangements showed no sign beforehand. The primordial moon and Roselle were truly caught off guard. Furthermore, that gloomy palace must have been brought back by Roselle when he moved Zeradal. It probably contained the goddess's hidden hand, otherwise Zeradal wouldn't have been so easily secreted away. Roselle's actions in his later years were truly contradictory. On one hand, he desperately arranged contingencies for resurrection, and on the other, he blindly used the Calamity Seal and the original arrangements of the true gods. But it makes sense, a drowning man always desperately grasps at anything he can. Overall, though the Calamity Seal schemed against him, it didn't intend to harm him. It can be seen that all of the cunning fellow's plans targeting Roselle must have been initiated after the latter's journey to the moon. Just as he thought this, Ebner's spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. He quickly looked up and saw Lilith, with silver hair and eyes and a beauty that made his heart skip a beat, slowly descending before him. "Well done," Lilith praised, then walked straight over, cupped Ebner's face, and lightly kissed his forehead. A mysterious power instantly spread from her lips to Ebner's forehead, forming a pattern even more complex than the previous vertical mark blessing. Then, Lilith pulled back, smiled at the still-stunned Ebner, and added, "This is your reward, the blessing of the beauty goddess. Once activated, it can make all attacks and curses actively avoid you, even attacks at the normal angel level are no exception, unless the opponent uses authority. It can only be actively activated 3 times, after which it becomes useless. Additionally, even without activation, it has many other benefits, such as multiplying the effect of the charm human secret art you learned from Blood Feast by several times. As for the rest, you can explore them slowly yourself." Ebner, on the other hand, felt his soul had flown away at this point, not hearing a single word, until Lilith watched him with a smile for over half a minute before he barely came back to his senses. "Oh my god. Lilith, if this keeps up, I'll lose control sooner or later." Recalling the wonderful sensation on his forehead just now, Ebner took a deep breath and activated his mechanical mind, finally suppressing the throb in his heart. Then, he retrospect the words she had spoken earlier, casually made a moon gesture, and solemnly said, "Thank you for your gift." Because Lilith appeared as the ancestor of vampires, Ebner cautiously avoided drawing the holy emblem of the Earth Mother Goddess. "You don't need to be so respectful when we speak alone, just be casual." Lilith first wagged her finger, then she looked around and chuckled. Evernight concealed both Roselle and Zeradal. "That's good. The reason I had Roselle split off parts of his soul was, firstly, to allow him more clear-eyed time in his later years to cooperate with some arrangements. Secondly, I was worried that he truly couldn't resist the temptation of resurrection and the erosion from that entity on the moon, leading to the return of the Black Emperor with contamination, which would necessitate his complete fall. The separated souls were also the final insurance, which could be used to some extent to awaken his original consciousness. However, when Roselle truly returns in the future, those separated parts must also return to him. Now that they're in Evernight's hands, it can also put your mind at ease." Lilith used the guise of asking questions to briefly explain Roselle's state, reassuring him. However, the first thing Ebner thought of after hearing this was, "So, once old Huang truly resurrects, he'll remember all the messed up things his split souls did, all those unscrupulous arrangements." At this moment, Ebner suddenly remembered a certain lion and decided to increase his investment in its career. Chapter 780, The God's Rewards. At the end of the Ryuta Temple passage, on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Lilith, confident in her charm, knew Ebner was using thought to divert his attention, so she didn't disturb him. Instead, she summoned the shattered, silent winter into her hand. Immediately after, crimson alchemy runes appeared in the void, and silent winter gradually restored itself, only tinged with a silver-red hue. As Ebner emerged from his contemplation, he saw Lilith grasping a fragmented spirit from the void and inserting it into the reassembled oil lamp. "This lamp has been repaired. I stitched together the shattered soul of the previous, profane presbyter, and numerous remnant souls that died in this tower, and put them all into the lamp. Now it not only possesses its original abilities, but when the oil lamp is lit, it can also summon the phantom of a heroic spirit that was previously gathered inside to fight. Of course, their strength will at most be that of an ordinary demigod, and they can only fight for half a minute at most per day." Saying this, Lilith handed the oil lamp to Ebner, then continued, "Give this to that little girl named Edwina. Consider it your mission reward." So not only the primordial moon, but also that heroic spirit, who received the remnant soul of the profane presbyter in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, was also dealt with by Lilith. She's truly powerful. However, Edwina is a member of the Church of Knowledge. Shouldn't her reward come from the God of Knowledge? Although Lilith gained the most, this event was a joint scheme by at least three deities, right? As if seeing through Ebner's thoughts, Lilith revealed a smile that made it impossible to look away. She parted her lips and said, "They are they, and I am I. Knowledge and Evernight might give rewards, or they might not, but neither prevents me from giving you rewards." Saying this, she extended her fair hand and condensed a reddish aura, then gently squeezed it. When she opened her 5 fingers, a thumb-sized, translucent ruby appeared. The ruby suddenly transformed into a vampire girl no more than 7 or 8 centimeters tall. She elegantly curtsied to Lilith and Ebner, then transformed back into a ruby. "I created this using the creation authority, combining the aura of the primordial moon and that high summoner who guided its descent, as well as a shaman king characteristic. Perhaps it can be called a vampire fairy or blood elf. She can display the vampire demigod form. Although she can't maintain it for too long, it should be helpful for that prophet's future rituals. This is my thank you gift to him. Tell him to take good care of this little one, and in a year, he must return her freedom." Did she just create a species on the spot? And even use the moon authority to adjust the dangers of its demigod form specifically? Also, the prophet's future rituals, is it the ritual required for advancing to cognizer? Just as Ebner was lost in thought after receiving the gem, Lilith handed him the parasol she had been holding. This parasol was originally just a projection, but I have used alchemical methods to turn it into a physical entity. Although it is still just an ordinary parasol, it now has some special functions. Hand it over to Miss Wraith, she will know how to use it once she has it. Ebner examined the parasol with his pure white eye and found that it indeed had no abilities, yet it was inextricably linked to a certain existence. The chained god. No, it should be called Spirit Angel Tolsna. The main function of this parasol should be to invite this angel over when necessary, similar to the puppet finger he gave me before. It's just that Miss Temperance had better not run into Emlyn when she goes out with this parasol. Having recognized the parasol's origin, Ebner couldn't help but inwardly complain. As for mystery, give him this card. I believe he can make better use of it. Lilith subtly glanced behind Ebner, as if observing someone through him. Then she displayed a playing card. On its face was a crimson moon, and beneath the crimson moon was a beautiful woman with slightly curly chestnut hair. The woman's appearance was somewhat similar to the one on the Demoness card, but her temperament was completely different. One was demonically beautiful, the other full of temptation. Undoubtedly, this was another of Roselle's cross-dressing paintings. I have purified the contamination on this card, but holding it may still cause one to encounter dependence of the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire. You'd best remind him, Lilith thought for a moment, then added. A powerful item, a miniature vampire, a parasol that can summon an angel, a blasphemy card. Lilith's rewards are generous. This means the goddess and the god of knowledge will probably have to spend too, right? They can't let themselves be outdone, can they? But I can't guess the minds of deities, perhaps they don't care at all. After all, there's probably no other deity with as much humanity as Lilith, right? Just when Ebner thought Lilith's rewards were finished, he heard her melodious voice say, finally, there's a reward just for you. For me. Wasn't it already given? Ebner touched his forehead between his eyebrows, his mind wandering again as he asked in confusion. That was just the reward for my previous private commission, not the reward for the successful completion of the first step of the Silver Moon project, Lilith said with a smile, shaking her head. She then asked, do you still have the soul of the former Pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Orbach, in your possession? Former Pope Orbach had participated in the battle as a heroic spirit. After his body was killed by the profane presbyter, Ebner had taken his soul into the quiz maze. Upon being asked, Ebner nodded, then spiritually communicated with the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. After paying a £200 storage fee, he brought the slumbering Orbach into the scene. This split soul of Roselle had another arrangement in task for his resurrection. Although he no longer needs it, I can use his arrangement to complete your reward. As her voice fell, Lilith's pupils suddenly became vacant, then she seemed to communicate with the Dream Labyrinth Tower, and a water mirror appeared before them. This water mirror was split-screened into two images. The top screen showed the ritual altar with Roselle's Travels, the Book of Stars, and the Book of Concealment. The bottom screen showed the Kaspersky base that Ebner had visited before. There was also an altar arranged with a handsome middle-aged man bound to a cross, a thin man wearing a monocle, and a beyonder characteristic placed triangularly at different positions on the altar. Cheshire, who was guarding the first split screen, seemed completely unaware of the water mirror's gaze, but the monocled man in the second split screen suddenly looked over, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Amon's clone. I've seen photos of the other handsome man, he's the Black Knight of the Delien family who injured Edwina. I understand now. Roselle's original plan must have been to have this Black Knight bear the contamination for him, given that the Hanged Man pathway symbolism is sacrifice. As for Amon's clone, he's just a tool for transferring contamination. However, Roselle's terrible plan also tried to leverage the power of Sapphira Castle, that must be why Amon willingly took the bait and refused to commit suicide to leave, right? He must have glimpsed something. But unfortunately, I came early. Roselle's plan is destined to fail. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then saw Lilith cast the soul of former Pope Orbach into the water mirror. Immediately after, as the Book of Stars on the upper screen lit up, Amon in the lower screen gradually withered, while the Black Knight on the other cross suddenly opened his eyes. But the water mirror shattered and disappeared at this moment. Lilith clapped her hands and chuckled, now that the former Pope has taken over the body of a direct descendant of the Delien family, I imagine it will be of considerable help to your trip to Trier. Ebner instinctively squeezed the magic mirror in his hand, thinking, how come the popes of the Eternal Blazing Sun are so connected to Black Knights? My magic mirror is like that, and now Orbach is too. Is there some deeper mystical symbolism to this? Above the grey fog, since the live stream resumed when Lilith was distributing rewards, Klein already knew he was about to receive a blasphemy card, and even rewards bestowed by the other two deities. He curled his lips, beginning to imagine what items the Evernight goddess and the god of knowledge would bestow. But suddenly, his smile froze. Because he thought of something he had previously overlooked. If the goddess and the god of knowledge really give rewards, should I, the fool, who successfully tagged along for the group photo, give something too? If I don't, will Tower be suspicious? After all, they are all resurrected ancient gods, and Lilith gave so much. Klein tapped the edge of the ancient bronze long table with his fingers, then after a long while, he muttered helplessly. Let's see what the goddess and the god of knowledge will bestow first. Then I'll consider what to do. Sigh. These days, even deities are starting to engage in internal competition. Chapter 781, Return to the City of Miracles. I won't mention myself, Sharon's reward is simpler, she needs to purify the contamination in Jack's corpse to make a mummy, and all of that requires the fool's help, so it can perfectly count as a reward. Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina and Prophet Taylors actually don't know about the fool's existence. Directly giving them rewards would be no different from a blighted gift, which is inappropriate both emotionally and logically, and might even terrify them. In short, their rewards can be given later, at an opportune moment. The only tricky one is Mr. Tower. What can I give him that's not too expensive yet maintains my gravitas? Klein reviewed his miscellaneous items and quickly had an idea, conjuring the Book of Calamities and a flattened golden wine cup into his hand. He first picked up the yellowish-brown parchment book, hesitated for a moment, then put it down. Instead, he toyed with the wine cup, musing. The Book of Calamities is an item that Ms. Yoloran of the Moses Ascetic Order asked me to pass on to him. Even if Tower is indeed him, Lu Bo, it's not suitable as a reward. This wine cup, however, is quite fitting. It has Kohainam's name engraved on it, it should be a beloved item of that Queen of Calamity. With a plan in mind, Klein finally relaxed and refocused his attention on Mr. Tower's Crimson Star, wanting to continue watching the live stream. But at this moment, the sunlight golden light on the star symbolizing Mr. Tower slowly dissipated. The live stream was also forcibly cut off. Cut off again. Mr. Tower, can't you use Exorcism Holy Light to renew the fees for more time at once? He complained inwardly, but Klein, unable to spy any more, could only accept reality. However, he didn't immediately return to the washroom. Instead, he manifested the scene of Tower and Goddess Lilith's conversation that he had previously seen and reviewed it again. Lilith goes without saying. The god of knowledge had dealings with Lu Bo during his Daniel incarnation, so his involvement isn't surprising. But the goddess clearly intervened this time, perhaps even as the mastermind. Is she supporting Lilith's return to godhood? But if so, wouldn't that offend the Earth Mother Goddess? Although I don't know why true gods of adjacent pathways fight each other, just by looking at the hostility between the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal blazing sun, one can tell that true gods don't want there to be a god in adjacent pathways. Will the Earth Mother Goddess have an opinion because of this? Will Mr. Moon's situation become awkward because of this? And me? Goddess Lilith and the Earth Mother Goddess have both invested in the Fool, so in the future, when they contend, what stance should I choose? But Mr. Tower doesn't seem worried. Logically, he would be the first to face a choice. Could it be that he really managed to appease all the goddesses? Forget it. I'm just a weak and pitiful Sequence 6 now, no one will force me to take a side immediately. I'll find an opportunity to ask Mr. Tower when we talk in detail privately later. Thinking this, he recalled the past when he made an oath by pressing his hand on the goddess's holy artifact in Tinjin, and couldn't help but sigh, although I'm not entirely clear about my role in this event, from how I was, reasonably and logically, arranged to be involved, I can tell that the goddess has probably been observing me for a long time. Perhaps I was discovered from the moment I transmigrated. After all, there have been several transmigrators in this world, and there's also Lu Bo who can continuously transmigrate. I just don't know if Lu Bo and the goddess have as close a relationship as he does with Lilith. It's really hard to say. When Tower previously took out that summoning charm that brought out Lilith, he explained that it was bestowed by the goddess. This goddess might be referring to the Evernight goddess. If Tower is indeed Lu Bo, then he could be called the goddess's gigolo. This is far more sophisticated than Roselle, no wonder the latter's diary is filled with jealousy between the lines. After complaining inwardly for a few sentences, Klein then noticed that in the scene he had manifested, some key words were deliberately blurred, preventing him from discerning what Lilith had said. And he seemed to have subconsciously overlooked it when he was watching the live stream. Klein frowned, then manifested paper and pen, wrote down a sentence, and leaned back, intending to use dream divination to recall what he had just seen and heard. Soon, he woke up, but his frown deepened because the scene in his dream was consistent with what he had manifested, and several keywords remained unintelligible. Such interference. Is it the power of a true god? Klein thought for a moment, then wisely gave up the idea of continuing to investigate, not wishing to court death by divining the source of the interfering power. One eternal blazing sun almost destroyed this palace. This time, I might be watched by 3 deities. With lingering doubts, he simulated the feeling of falling and returned to the washroom, waiting for his reward to arrive. Chapter 784, Return to the City of Miracles. Deep in the passage, seeing the water mirror vanish, Ebner carefully asked, Amon should have seen you just now. Even if this clone dies, his main body will definitely receive some information. And I am overtly a favored one of the Earth Mother Goddess. Will this attract unnecessary suspicion? Will it disrupt your future plans? He hadn't worried about this before, as the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower was near the entrance of the Chaos Sea. Without Roselle, the insider, even the Mother Goddess of Depravity couldn't know what exactly happened, let alone other deities. The only flaws existed in Taylor's, Edwina, and Sharon, but Ebner assumed that the goddess and the god of knowledge would surely clean up after them once they left the Dream Labyrinth Tower. But Lilith had so openly let Amon see her. This was somewhat beyond Ebner's expectations. Upon hearing this, Lilith waved her hand, doing something unknown, then smiled and explained, letting other deities know that Lilith's recovering was part of the original plan. But it couldn't be too deliberate, otherwise the motive would be suspected. So, using Amon is reasonable. After all, Roselle's Men in Black base was very specifically designed against Amon. That's the function of the crow's lasso. But he didn't know that Amon had already suffered this loss in the mid-4th epoch and was prepared against that secret art. So, even with a renewed arrangement combining mystical reproduction, the fact that he still sent out some information appears perfectly reasonable. Crow's lasso. That mischievously named item was probably also created by some transmigrator, right? However, if Lilith deliberately revealed her recovery, what could her objective be? After several thoughts crossed his mind, Ebner tentatively asked, is it still the Silver Moon Project? Yes. Lilith nodded slightly, then added, furthermore, you don't need to worry about being a favored one of the Earth Mother Goddess. This event can be explained as Evernight and Lilith concealing a conspiracy they had with you and the Earth Mother Goddess, and then using you to complete the arrangements. Although the Earth Mother Goddess will be angry, she won't blame you and will continue to favor you. It's just that her attitude towards Evernight will be slightly colder, but there won't be a complete break. After all, Lilith is currently only an angel king, not yet at the point of conflict with her. As for Lilith seemingly favoring you as well, that's even less strange. After all, situations where a follower of knowledge serves as a favored one for multiple entities have happened before, the high-ranking members of other churches are accustomed to it. This. Should I say she's truly the 2-5 dragon? I wonder if this is the influence of her personality on her pathway, or if she deliberately allowed the situation to set up the current trap. Most likely the former. Ebner was speechless for a long while. Just as he was about to take out the wine bottle, a mixture of Black Knight, Ancient Alchemist, and other characteristics, to ask how to deal with it, Lilith suddenly spoke first. The time for the historical projection is almost up. After supporting my combat for so long, it seems even Antigonus can't withstand such consumption. Of course, it might also be Evernight interrupting. At this point, she opened her mouth but no longer made a sound, only managing to change the subject. This Dream Labyrinth Tower, having lost Roselle and Zeradal, is now ownerless. But it's not something you can control yet, nor have you truly completed the main quest of the first floor. So, come back after you reach Sequence 3. Only then will you have some chance of pulling it out of the Chaos Sea. Additionally, to prevent other entities behind tower climbers from seizing this tower, I have just cut off the connection between the 5th and 4th floors. To enter the upper 4 floors again, one must use the entrance in Roselle's Travels. Other tower climbers outside will only be able to reach the 5th floor at most in the future. Furthermore, the first 5 floors deep within the collective consciousness sea will slowly lose their abilities over the next few years until they completely dissipate. At this point, Lilith already felt her projection was at its limit, so she quickly added another instruction. One of the miracles you bought should involve Evernight's plan. Before her voice faded, Lilith's beautiful figure completely disappeared. And at the same time, because the scene ended, Ebner, Klein, Edwina, and even Taylor's and Sharon, who were still in the first layer of the world, were sent outside the Labyrinth Tower. Because the connection between the 5th and 4th floors was cut off, Taylor's and Sharon did not return to their respective entry points. Instead, they were all sent to the City of Miracles, Leviathan. When Ebner regained his vision, he saw the gate behind the throne. The Dream Labyrinth Tower was separated from the city by the gate on the other side. Where is this? Taylor's asked in surprise, looking at the huge building not far away. Sharon didn't speak, but her eyes went directly to Klein, hoping for an answer. This is the kingdom of the dragon of imagination, Liveseed. After Klein answered, he and Ebner and Edwina exchanged glances. The three then tacitly began to cast secret arts, activate abilities, and reign in their thoughts. After all, at the end of the steps was the Hall of Honesty. Chapter 782, The Hall of Honesty. With a hint of inexplicable anticipation, Klein led Sharon and the others up the stairs, rounded the enormous throne, and returned to the Hall of Honesty. The murals also came into the view of Sharon and Taylor's, who were seeing them for the first time. This mural depicts humans building a city. This one shows scenes of war and migration. Dragons truly have no artistic flair. These paintings are overly crafted, though seemingly realistic, they lack any sense of beauty. Fortunately, the long history imbues them with gravitas. Ah. No, this is what I'm thinking, why am I saying it out loud? No, it's not me speaking, it's this hall, that's the problem. Taylor's muttered to himself as he looked at the murals, but he quickly heard his own voice and swiftly identified the problem. At the same time, Sharon's voice echoed around them, but it lacked her usual ethereal quality and instead sounded a bit playful. A story of a warrior defeating an evil dragon. So cliché. I stopped liking it when I was 4. By this point, Sharon, hearing her own voice, had reacted. She instinctively looked at Klein and Ebner, who were secretly observing her, and immediately understood something. Her inner voice transmitted again. They aren't transmitting their inner thoughts. Did they prepare beforehand? Ill-intentioned Sherlock. Ebner, who loves to watch a good laugh. Edwina, whose exterior doesn't match her interior. Hearing her words, Ebner immediately curled his lips but forcibly suppressed his laughter with a secret art. Though Klein had reined in his thoughts, he was also amused by Sharon's chattering and couldn't help but let out a low chuckle that resonated through the hall. And Edwina voiced her first thought, is this what Gehrman called contrast mo? Contrast mo. Sharon, who was already trying to restrain her inner thoughts, couldn't help but inwardly mumble. Contrast mo. It's a term Gehrman coined the last time he passed through here. He said then that he wanted to see your contrast mo. Edwina, with her mechanical mind active, had an iceberg expression on her face, and her inner thoughts were equally devoid of emotion. Seeing Sharon glance back at him, Klein outwardly put on a Gehrman-esque cold demeanor, but his inner thoughts betrayed his true nature. Don't talk nonsense. My exact words were definitely not that. Spreading rumors is against the law. The mad adventurer. Vice Admiral Iceberg muttered inwardly, recalling Ebner's previous introduction of him. But to Klein's ears, it sounded somewhat sarcastic. This made him sigh inwardly, why am I still the unlucky one, even after preparing? Sherlock, who wants to pry into my inner thoughts. Sharon concluded inwardly, observing Klein seriously for a moment. At this moment, names began to sound out nearby. It was Taylor's mentally listing his friends to distract himself from thinking anything rude. At first, it was nothing, but as more and more names of various madams appeared later, Ebner's and Klein's expressions both grew strange. Ebner released part of the effect of his secret art, letting his inner voice out, your choice of friends seems to be getting more and more peculiar. I once traveled in Intis for a while. They are all very enthusiastic towards friends, Taylor's unconsciously replied inwardly. After hearing his own words, he couldn't help but stiffen, then composedly thought, well, men will be men, it's normal. And we readers also have this kind of charm. This is our true inner self. He tried to drag Ebner down with him. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the latter had already developed an antisocial death art for such environments. Is that why the eternal blazing sun church has a 20,000 ferkel bounty on your head? Edwina's cold voice then rang out. Ferkel is the official currency of Intis, 1 gold pound is roughly equivalent to 1.5 ferkel. Ha ha. Taylor's cleared his mind, only letting out an awkward chuckle. What did he do? Sharon's voice followed, carrying a hint of curiosity. Is Sharon's inner emotion so rich? Then it must be really hard for her to restrain herself normally. Klein couldn't help but think. It's precisely because I have many thoughts that I need to restrain them. If there were no thoughts, restraint wouldn't exist. Miss Sharon's inner voice spoke halfway before she self-restrained. Among the list of madams he just recited, quite a few surnames belonged to bishops and deacons of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. At this moment, Edwina's answer also rang out. But before her inner thoughts were complete, she gathered a light orb in her hand, a secret art she had developed for recording others' images. She used it because, after analysis, she believed that by diligently recording others' inner voices, her own thoughts would be fewer. But why was Roselle fine back then? Klein subconsciously wondered. He had read many diary entries about this. The great emperor worked tirelessly to gain the support of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Because I'm a member of the Church of Knowledge. Taylor seemed to have found the trick to controlling his thoughts, answering the question helplessly in his mind. In this regard, even Tyrant is more reasonable than Eternal Blazing Sun. Seeing that Sharon and Taylor's had both passed the surprise attack phase and managed to control their thoughts, and Klein was no longer so easily agitated after Sharon restrained her thoughts, while Edwina had even found a coping method, Ebner decided not to stay in the city any longer. So, after leading the few of them to view all the murals, he summoned his bone dragon and flew everyone out of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. In the Kaspersky base beneath Tosk. When the former pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, Orbach, was resurrected in the body of the Delian family's Black Knight, Ciro, with the help of Lilith's utilization of Roselle's arrangements, the acting commander of the Men in Black immediately knelt down excitedly, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, Spade One welcomes your return." Orbach looked at the young man kneeling before him, sorted through the extra segment of Roselle's memories, and then suddenly chuckled, "You are Heart One, aren't you?" This head of secret agents appeared respectful on the surface, but his words were full of probing. "Your Majesty, please forgive my disrespect." The young man trembled as he prostrated himself, his voice fervent, "I knew it. According to the prophecy, when your Majesty's bloodline, those who deceive the world, descendants of knights, and those who ignore the rat path arrive successively, you would truly be resurrected. It truly is so. Caution is necessary, but such probing can be done once or twice, but not thrice." Orbach chuckled, first giving a warning, then directly pointing out the flaw in his words, "Foolish one." Upon hearing this, the young man's trust level in the person before him increased to 50%, making him feel that this person might indeed be His Majesty returned. It's just that resurrection in the body of the original sacrifice is still very strange. His Majesty is not a beyonder of the hanged man pathway. Numerous thoughts swirled in the young man's mind as he secretly attempted to steal the Black Knight's thoughts, but failed. This made him realize that the person before him was at least at the angel level. Is it really His Majesty? Just as the young man's thoughts raced, he saw the supposed Black Knight stand up and stretch his limbs, then ordered in a familiar tone. "You must evacuate this base immediately, otherwise Amon might come knocking at any time. I currently lack the ability to protect you further. Additionally, instruct any remaining Men in Black to keep a low profile recently and avoid Amon's retaliation. Finally, I will return to Trier using this body's identity. Unless I summon you, try to avoid any further contact with me." After speaking, he used the partial memories he had gained to walk to an emergency evacuation point in the base, and under the young man's gaze, he initiated a ritual and left the underground space. The young man watched his disappearing figure, feeling that something was amiss, but he quickly calmed down, pondering. His Majesty once said, "What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real." Although this may not be entirely accurate in the mystical world, it's suitable for this matter. If he is fake, he will expose flaws eventually through contact. I just need to avoid accepting overly dangerous orders from him during this time. In an old apartment on Riverbank Street, St. George Borough, Backlund. Daly leaned into Dunn's ear and chuckled softly, "I'm pregnant, and you still owe me a wedding." Although it had been less than a month, for a beyonder, for a spirit guide, she clearly felt the loss of characteristics and the new life in her womb. Chapter 783, The Prophet's Ritual. Hearing Daly's words, Dunn, who had his arm around her shoulders, showed a look of joy, but more than that, he seemed dazed. Not getting the expected reaction, Daly raised her slender eyebrows, her sparkling green eyes sweeping over Dunn, and asked with a strange tone, "My dear, you don't seem surprised." As if sensing danger, Dunn finally came to his senses. He organized his thoughts and said hesitantly, "I suddenly fell asleep just now. You know, for a soul assurer, that's not normal." Suddenly fell asleep. Daly also grew serious upon hearing this. She casually summoned the nearby specters who were on alert, and asked them if there had been any intruders. After receiving a negative answer, she thoughtfully asked, "What did you encounter in your dream? Did you learn about my pregnancy?" Dunn nodded, then, after a moment of hesitation, said in a very complex tone, I heard the goddess's oracle in my dream." The goddess. Daly was immediately startled, then became fearful. After all, she, who privately prayed to the Fool, and Dunn, who had left the Nighthawks after his resurrection, had theoretically both betrayed the Church of Ebernite. Although they still believed in the great Queen of Calamity and Terror. After a long while, she gradually came to realize that the goddess might not have blamed them, otherwise, she wouldn't have given Dunn an oracle. Daly forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and asked, "Can you be sure it was the goddess's oracle?" This was very important. There's no mistake. As the former captain of the Nighthawk squad, as a soul assurer of the darkness pathway, Dunn could still distinguish truth from falsehood. Goddess, did she have any commands? Daly couldn't help but feel nervous, knowing that the message Dunn had just revealed might involve her child. Could it be that this child shouldn't be born? Just as Daly's mind raced, Dunn finally recovered from the shock of receiving the oracle. He saw his beloved's fear, and after a moment's thought, understood the reason. He quickly reassured her. "Don't worry. In fact, the goddess also provided a solution to our marriage problem." Daly, sensing that her beloved wasn't telling a well-intentioned lie, let out a long breath and asked curiously, "What solution?" "The solution is for you to pray to Mr. Fool, and convey a message to that existence." In the ritual chamber, beneath the Surrey family estate in Tosk. Klein, Edwina, and Ebner, holding the blasphemy cards of Black Emperor, Error, and Door respectively, once again opened the door to the world of imagination, leading Sharon and Taylor's back to reality. Upon seeing their master's return, Cheshire, who had been waiting there, immediately came forward, and Ebner took the opportunity to have the magic mirror release the demon, reoccupying her body. Relying solely on hypnosis to replace personalities was, after all, not entirely reassuring. Having reached this point, and thus out of the dangerous territory, Ebner distributed the rewards Lilith had entrusted him with to the others. Without dwelling on Edwina's oil lamp and Sharon's parasol, Klein, after receiving the moon card, merely glanced at it, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. To maintain Gehrman's persona, he swallowed the question that was on the tip of his tongue: does the apothecary pathway also change a person's gender? It was Ebner who, discerning a clue from Klein's prolonged stare at the card, regretted not distributing the rewards before the Hall of Honesty. He briefly explained. Sequence 1 of the apothecary pathway is called the Beauty Goddess. Hearing this, Klein jumped, thinking his inner thoughts had accidentally leaked again. When he remembered that they had already left Grosel's travels, he relaxed and then mused. Beauty Goddess. I've heard that name before. I didn't expect it to be a gender-changing sequence too. So, Emmeline will become Emmeline later. But this is sequence 1, it actually has nothing to do with most beyonders of the apothecary pathway. However, with the Demonis card first, and now the Moon card, is this helping me complete my acting as quickly as possible? Could it be that acting as a female is more conducive to the digestion of a faceless? Overcoming psychological barriers and creating a mental state that is both integrated and detached might be one of the faceless acting principles. Just as Klein was habitually summarizing, the prophet Taylor's, on the other side, held the ruby-transformed blood fairy in his palm, staring at her intently, making the newly born, thumb-sized little girl incredibly shy. You should restrain yourself. Although she is a reward from a deity, she is also a favored one of that entity. Ebner couldn't help but threaten him. Taylor's then noticed his loss of composure and, to avoid misunderstanding, quickly explained, she can actually display a partial, incomplete mythical form even in her normal state. This is a very attractive research topic for me. Although some devils can also do it, they are clearly not as cooperative. Hearing this, Ebner's heart stirred. Recalling the information Lilith had revealed when she handed him the blood fairy, he tentatively asked, is studying incomplete mythical forms important for a prophet? Upon being asked, Taylor's first made the blood fairy revert to a ruby, then looked at Ebner with a half-smile for a few moments, and finally organized his words. If it were anyone else asking, I definitely wouldn't answer easily. But since it's your excellency, the favored one, this is not an unspeakable secret. Telling you also counts as fostering our friendship. As far as I know, the ritual for advancing to a prophet requires a deep understanding of the essence of at least 3 incomplete mythical creatures. Only after fully analyzing their models can one consume the potion. And the more incomplete mythical creatures one masters, and the broader the scope of knowledge, the higher the probability of successful advancement. Fully analyze at least 3 incomplete mythical creatures. This sounds simple, but the difficulty is not low at all. After all, no demigod would willingly let others deeply study them, right? So, one either has to possess powerful strength to capture target demigods and forcibly detain them for analysis, or one must have the charm to make others willingly submit to your research. No wonder most readers have the persona of having a wide circle of friends, and no wonder the Church of Knowledge even encourages its members to make friends with people from other organizations and churches. From this perspective, readers and seers are quite similar. They are both pathways that apply relationship studies and interpersonal communication studies. Chapter 784, The Looming Shadow. After the rewards from the vampire ancestor were distributed, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, having put away Silent Winter, paused for a few seconds. She then picked up Grosel's Travels from the altar and handed it to Ebner, stating, the deities wish for you to keep this book. Looking at the parchment-bound volume in Edwina's hand, Ebner understood that this was likely the god of knowledge and wisdom, bestowing rewards. This copy of Grosel's Travels, which concerned the ownership of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, was indeed what he needed most. So, Ebner accepted it without hesitation. Next, Edwina took out the error card and, handing it to Klein, simply said, this is yours. For her, since the knowledge contained within the blasphemy card had already been recorded, the card itself held little appeal. Thus, even when the deity instructed her to give the card to Gehrman, she felt little regret. Klein, having watched the live stream earlier, also knew this was a reward from a deity, so he didn't bother with formalities. He enveloped the card with his spirituality and tucked it into his pocket. The error card. According to Mr. Tower's scope theory, it should belong to the 3 bizarre pathways. It should be very compatible with that mysterious space above the gray fog. I'll test it out later. While thinking this, Klein saw Edwina retrieve a circular brass plate engraved with numerous runes and present it to Sharon, briefly introducing it. This is a charm sealed with a demigod-level secret art that can create golden armor to resist divine attacks. This charm was given to her by Madame Isabella as a life-saving contingency, but it wasn't used until the first floor's scenario ended. It now seemed that there was indeed a deity's arrangement behind this, otherwise, a deity wouldn't casually allow a follower's private item to be given away. Miss Sharon did not immediately take the charm. She first looked at Klein, and only after he gently nodded did she pick up the charm, concisely saying, "Thank you." With Sharon's acceptance, Edwina's distribution task concluded. As for tailors and herself, their rewards had already been received beforehand. Since there were no beyonders of the sleepless pathway among those present, the goddess's reward was unlikely to arrive quickly. So, after Chesha retrieved the Book of Stars and the Book of Concealment, Ebner used short-range teleportation to bring everyone to the room where he had set up the teleportation altar. Although the Book of Concealment failed to fulfill its mission of stealing Zeradal's resurrection miracle, having been used twice, it was still in a semi-damaged state. According to Ebner's observation, it would completely disintegrate after at most one more use. Speaking of which, Ebner had originally wanted to arrange a dinner for these friends who had fought side by side, but because they had been delayed for several days in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, aside from Klein, who seemed somewhat interested, both Edwina and Sharon were eager to return home. Among them, Taylors, upon hearing that they were in Tosk, showed a thoughtful expression, then took his leave first and departed alone. Meanwhile, Ebner activated the teleportation ritual, first sending Sharon to Backlund, and then returning with Klein and Edwina to the basement of the Aromatic Manor in Byam, the luxurious suite at the Azure Wind Hotel. Danitz, who had returned late at night after carousing at a bar, unknowingly fell asleep. He dreamed that the captain finally came to find him, but she and Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, were following behind Gehrman Sparrow, like maids, clearly having been subdued by him. Just as Danitz was seething with indignation and about to go find the equally terrifying Detective Brian or Dr. Strange to rescue the captain, he suddenly saw the blurry surroundings become clear, settling into the hotel's luxurious suite. Thump, thump, thump. Danitz heard a slow, rhythmic knocking at the door. Am I not dreaming? Danitz, holding on to this doubt, walked to the door and twisted the handle. As the gap in the door widened, he saw a familiar figure. It was a beautiful lady with an oval face, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of light blue eyes like clear spring water. Her brown hair was parted in the middle, tied simply yet elegantly at the back of her head, then flowed smoothly downwards. She wore no hat, dressed in a blue mage robe cinched at the waist, with a large, palm-sized flower-shaped decoration woven from white lace extending downwards from the collar. It was none other than Edwina. And beside her, two gentlemen followed. They were dressed similarly and both wore gold-rimmed glasses, though one was young and handsome, the other mature and stern. They were Ebner and Klein. "Captain!" Danitz exclaimed. He immediately turned around, blocking Gehrman and Ebner, shouting, "Run, Captain! This lunatic has teamed up with the detective, I can't hold them off for long." As his heroic self-sacrifice surged, Danitz heard his captain frown and ask, "What exactly did you dream of just now?" "I dreamed you were captured and made into a maid." Danitz mumbled, then instantly realized that the letter the captain had left earlier indeed said she would return with her companions. So, he stopped his obstruction, enduring Ebner's and Klein's strange gazes, and sheepishly said, I was still half asleep." "You are still in a dream right now," Edwina calmly stated. "A dream?" "Right, I'm dreaming, what's there to be afraid of?" Danitz thought this, recalling relevant lessons from the Golden Dream ship, and suddenly understood. "Captain, have you simulated a nightmare's ability?" "This is a dreamwalker's ability." "But it's close enough," Ebner interjected at this point, asking with slight confusion. "What did you do? Why are there several people staking you out outside the hotel?" Inside the three-story building near the Byam governor's mansion, an open and unrestrained dance party hosted by the Celestial sect was underway. The daughter of a gang boss, the governor's mistress, and the sect's fertility emissary, Miss Abby, guided a subordinate to climax just as the dance music ended. Leaning against him, she asked in a husky voice, "Has that adventurer still not returned?" Pant, pant. "Yes, miss. We haven't found his ticket purchase record at the ticketing company. He should still be on Blue Mountain Island, possibly exploring the mountains." The subordinate replied, still out of breath. Abby, hearing this, thought for a moment as her finger traced down his cheek. She then inquired, "Besides that servant, does he have any other relatives or friends?" "According to information our people obtained from within the Demona sect, he should be the adventurer who previously rescued Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy," the subordinate replied. "Tracy, you say? Troublesome, but for the Mother Tree's mission, sacrifice is necessary." Abby nodded thoughtfully. As her finger moved, she continued to ask, I remember the last intelligence report said she was actually being hunted by her mother. Yes, miss. Although the subordinate was excited again, he still offered a reminder, our people are probably not enough to deal with a pirate admiral. I know. If necessary, I will act personally. As her words fell, the subordinate's eyes instantly lost focus. When they regained it, his eyes held nothing but Miss Abby. If a Beyonder were to use spirit vision at that moment, they would discover that his spiritual body was tightly entwined by brown branches. My condition isn't good today, stomachache, brains foggy, so this is all for now. Chapter 785, The Increasingly Unlucky Vice Admiral of Ailment. Atop the bell tower attached to the Church of Storms, John Cotman, Cardinal of the Church of Storms and High Deacon of the Mandated Punisher, stood at the edge, gazing at the invigorating sea and the mountains stretching along the coastline into the distance. The pollution level in Byam was quite low because mining and smelting industries were located in other cities on the island. Here, the pillars were the spice trade, brothels, and casinos, a hub for goods and transit, with no established industry. Heating coal was used infrequently due to the agreeable climate. Sea King John Cotman had just withdrawn his gaze when he saw a mandated Punisher run up the winding stairs. Your Excellency Cotman, new intelligence, the mandated Punisher said, striking his left chest with his right fist. What is it? The well-built John Cotman asked, turning around. The mandated Punisher handed him a slip of paper. According to information from our informant within the Resistance, they received a response from Calvetua a few days ago and are now shaping a new idol. A new idol. John Cotman unfolded the paper and quickly scanned it. He then turned his head to look towards the vast jungle of Blue Mountain Island, pondering for a moment. Search for anomalous areas in the Rorsted Archipelago waters. From this intelligence, he confirmed one thing, the mysterious person who took Calvetua's remaining characteristics had not left the Rorsted Archipelago waters. This could be accurately judged from the fact that the individual was able to impersonate Calvetua's response to his followers. At the same time, John Cotman was well aware that the Beyonder characteristics left behind by Calvetua, who had completely lost control before his death, whether they formed actual items or not, must have severe negative effects and would inevitably cause anomalies in the surrounding area. And finding the correct sealing method would not be easy. Even if found, responding to prayers would be uncontrollable, revealing anomalies. This was the clue. Yes, Your Excellency Cotman, the storm be with you. The mandated Punisher saluted and was about to leave when Cotman called him back. Have any members of the Demonist sect visited the Rorsted Archipelago waters recently? The Sea King still remembered the image of the woman he had replayed in the water screen within Calvetua's hidden ruin. From his intuition, she must have been a Demonist. Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy encountered a squad from the Demonist sect chasing her on Simeem Island last week. As this case was ultimately handled by the squad led by this very mandated Punisher, he remembered it clearly and answered directly. Simeem. I recall the previous intelligence report mentioned someone found an elven ruin on that island, didn't it? Yes, Your Excellency. The timing was just before Calvetua lost control. So we suspect there might be a connection between them. The mandated Punisher realized something at this point as well. You mean? Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy and the Demonist sect squad pursuing her might be involved. Calvetua's hidden ruin is of elven temple style. The ruin discovered on Simeem Island was also built by ancient elves. A Demonist took Calvetua's remnant. And a Demonist appeared on Simeem Island just before Calvetua lost control. Once is a coincidence, how can it be a coincidence every time? Sea King Cotman snorted. The mandated Punisher nodded in realization, then hesitated before revealing new intelligence. One of the privateer captains we support, well, a bishop named Alger, previously reported that the Celestial sect is deliberately approaching His Excellency the Governor and promoting their sect's ideology through him. And just recently, we received news that they also issued a mission to find members of the Demonist sect and the Vice Admiral of Ailment. Alger. Is that the captain who reported the anomaly at Bansi Harbor? His Excellency Cotman asked with interest. Yes, that's him. This mandated Punisher member clearly had a good relationship with Alger, this was indirectly giving him credit. Cotman was well aware of this but saw no issue, as all this intelligence was valuable. In that case, keep an eye on this sect. Although they haven't shown much harm yet. I have a premonition that behind them might be one of our old friends. Cotman had also heard of the Celestial sect's doctrines and already disliked them. However, there were too many such rogue organizations, and this sect hadn't done anything too outrageous beyond messing with male-female relationships, so he hadn't bothered with them. As you command, Your Excellency. Aboard the Black Death, Tracy, lightly wounded, allowed her blonde maid, Hylia, to help bandage her wounds. She had just escaped another dangerous battle, once again fleeing from her father, no, her mother. The letter to Mother received no response, and because of it, Mother chased me again. What's going on? Is it possible that not just Mother, but even Mother is being controlled by some mastermind? But she's an old immortal who's lived since the fourth epoch, she shouldn't be so easily manipulated. Or rather, even if she were, she wouldn't lack means of self-preservation. And my contact person in the organization also has problems, it'll probably be hard to find an opportunity to report this bizarre incident within a month or two. But can I even hide for a month or two? If Mother is truly controlled and she personally intervenes. At this thought, Tracy even felt a pang of despair. But she quickly cast aside such weak thoughts and began to consider countermeasures. Enter the raging sea. Only by entering the raging sea can I temporarily block Mother and Mother's perception of me through our bloodline. Once I disappear, the organization will inevitably investigate the entire affair, and there's a good chance they'll uncover the problem. And even if they don't, I can arrange for someone to find the Saintess of Darkness before entering the raging sea. She had just thought of this when commotion and shouts suddenly erupted outside the cabin. Tracy frowned. Just as she put on a piece of clothing, a sailor burst in, frantically reporting, "Captain. It's bad. The second mate and third mate have gone mad, they've killed the first mate." What? Tracy shot up. She rushed out of the cabin in a few strides, only to find that there was no battle on the deck as she had imagined. The killed first mate, along with the second and third mates, stood together, eyeing her greedily. A bad premonition immediately arose in Tracy's heart. Just as she was about to use her accumulated prestige to question them, a sharp pain shot through the wound on her back, and she herself felt lightheaded. At this point, she noticed a faint, peculiar odor in the deck's air. This odor, mixed among a group of pirates, was very subtle and had no adverse reactions. But when it came into contact with Tracy's wound, it transformed into a potent sleeping potion. Specifically targeting wounds. No. The medicine Hylia applied to me is problematic. Tracy struggled to turn her dizzy head, and then saw her blonde maid's face full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Captain. But it was Madam's order. You actually don't have to resist, Madam won't truly harm you." Hylia stammered, not daring to meet the captain's eyes. "Madam. Ah, Mother. So Hylia was her person all along. I never knew." Tracy saw her former subordinates closing in. In her current state, she couldn't use her beyonder abilities, so she ignited her last bit of spirituality, activating the diamond-encrusted bracelet on her wrist. Instantly, countless diamond-like crystals grew from her body, encasing her entirely. Tracy mustered her last ounce of strength, using her control over the Black Death to make it lurch, tossing the crystal-encased self into the sea. The pirates, caught off guard, failed to stop Tracy's actions. When they reacted, they all attacked the crystal but were repelled by it, which only propelled it faster into the sea. Seeing this, the few officers' faces turned ashen. They immediately ordered the Sailor Pathway crew members to dive into the sea to retrieve it. Unfortunately, the crystal seemed to have merged with the seawater, having already vanished. Byam, in Danet's dream. After listening to the great pirate, whose worth had increased to 4,500 pounds, recount his experiences of the past few days, Ebner, Edwina, and Klein found nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that a bounty hunter saw through Danet's disguise and intended to use him to find Vice Admiral Iceberg? Ebner speculated. Meanwhile, Klein noticed a detail in Danet's words. "The governor's mansion invited me to a banquet. I have no relation to the governor. Why invite me? The reason given was that I am a recently famous hunter. Could it be that they want to invite me to eliminate Detective Ebner Bryan?" Thinking of the bounty issued by the governor on the black market, Klein couldn't help but look at Tower beside him. Chapter 786, Goddess's Reward. Because of Klein's excellent clown abilities, Ebner didn't detect his inner thoughts. He pondered for a moment, signaled to Edwina with his eyes, and then left Danet's dream. Their shared experiences in the Dream Labyrinth Tower had fostered considerable tacit understanding, so Edwina naturally understood Ebner's meaning. But this scene struck Danet's as somewhat amiss. When did the captain ever exchange glances like that with anyone? What exactly happened between that pretty boy detective and the captain? Nothing much happened, just acted as a couple for a few days. Klein, easily seeing through Danet's thoughts, answered his question inwardly. "If I weren't Gehrman, I could comfort you. But unfortunately, my current persona is the mad adventurer." In Klein's view, a woman like Vice Admiral Iceberg, hailing from the Church of Knowledge, would surely prefer someone learned, someone with whom she could discuss problems and progress together. Roselle likely used a similar approach when pursuing Princess Isabella of Lenberg. So, Danet's hopes are truly slim. Conversely, Mr. Tower has great potential, even if he doesn't actively pursue it. Just as Klein's mind wandered, Ebner returned to the dream and shook his head at Klein and Edwina, saying, "The people tailing him are employed by the governor's mansion, they know nothing." He now possessed numerous means, making it easy to subtly extract information from low-sequence individuals or even ordinary people. But Danetz didn't even notice such low-level surveillance. Edwina, are your teachings too biased? Although he has mastered various languages containing power, in many respects, he's utterly failing. Because Ebner didn't conceal it, Edwina roughly read the meaning in his eyes and decided that upon their return, she absolutely had to catch him up on his lessons. Should we investigate the governor's mansion? Klein, maintaining Gehrman's demeanor, asked coolly. No need. The governor of Byam is a member of the Lari family. Due to the actions of that family's baron previously, he cannot remain in this position and will be dismissed within half a month at most. Once he's gone, the problem will resolve itself. Until then, just don't actively show yourselves. After speaking, Ebner glanced at Klein. He vaguely guessed who the mastermind was, but being in Byam, far from Lilith's, the Evernight goddesses, and the god of knowledge's sphere of influence, how could he actively provoke that entity? Naturally, he spoke evasively. Moreover, this was Klein's problem, and a large number of investors were naturally concerned about it. Klein was startled by his gaze, then recalled Yalalin's warning to him, and considering the divination results he received above the grey fog before going to Tosk, he suddenly understood. The divination then showed that if I didn't go to Tosk, I would encounter great danger. Could this danger refer to the governor's banquet? Has someone detected the special aura on me, and is using the governor's influence to deal with me? With thoughts rapidly swirling, Klein made a decision and resolved to temporarily leave Byam. Next, as it was already very late, and Edwina was reluctant to expose that the Golden Dream had a teleportation altar connected to the Fragrant Manor, following Ebner's suggestion, the four quietly left the monitored hotel and temporarily checked into a suite provided by the Amiris Leaf Bar. Klein, assigned a single room, immediately sealed it with his spirituality upon entering, then walked 4 steps counterclockwise and ascended above the grey fog. He had heard someone praying to the Fool back at the hotel. This crimson star is Madame Daly. Did something happen to the captain? Klein frowned, extending his spirituality. Soon, he received the good news of Madame Daly's pregnancy. What is this? A red invitation that's unavoidable even in another world. After complaining, Klein's attention shifted to another matter Madame Daly reported. The Evernight goddess actually gave the captain an oracle, asking the Fool's favored one to find a way to enter behind the Chinese gate of St. Samuel Cathedral. What does this mean? According to the images seen from a Rhodes, the Antigonus family's notebook should be behind the Chinese gate of St. Samuel Cathedral. So, is this the goddess's reward for the Dream Labyrinth Tower incident? Or a test? Tapping the edge of the ancient long table with his finger, Klein pondered for a while, then remembered another important question. Who exactly is that favored one? Is it the world, or tower? After hesitating for another moment, Klein vaguely had a plan. However, I still need to confirm some things with Mr. Tower. Klein thought this, casting his gaze upon Tower's crimson star. He looked for a long time, and finally sighed, seemingly having made some decision, and extended his spirituality. As early as in the Hall of Honesty, Klein had intended to have a good talk with Mr. Tower, but after entering the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he never found the time, and the environment there was not suitable for discussing transmigrators, so he had endured until now. In the adjacent room, Ebner, who had long fallen into a deep sleep, was currently dreaming a very fantastical dream. In the dream, he was in a tranquil world filled with plants like moonflowers and night-scented herbs, surrounded by boundless darkness, and faintly permeated with the scent of Daniel Purideau. Somewhat muddled, he continued to walk through the darkness until his cheek touched something soft. Then, his glasses were removed, and then put back on. Just as Ebner, who seemed to have lost the ability to think, was about to ask a question, he suddenly felt his body plummet rapidly, and then he sat up in bed. Although the dream was fantastical, it felt very real. Ebner pondered for a moment, extending his spirituality to the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, which was the entrance to the Alvin's quiz labyrinth. To his surprise, he found that the £600,000 he spent on 2 miracles had returned. Meaning, the reward given by the goddess's reimbursement. This is truly down to earth. Thinking about it carefully, in the original work, the goddess had also reimbursed expenses for her followers, just not in such a huge amount, so he felt relieved. At least I didn't make a request like solving constipation. However, since the goddess can transfer money in the quiz labyrinth, it means she is most likely an authority holder. And I didn't see her name in the previous 4 levels of authority, so she can only be the highest, level 5 authority holder. That's right, to obtain the highest authority, answering questions is secondary, the key is to get Alvin Abraham's permission. And Alvin is currently in the land of night, and from the previous image I received, he most likely has a good relationship with the goddess. So, it's perfectly normal for the goddess to have level 5 authority. Just as he finished analyzing this, boundless grey fog appeared before Ebner's eyes, and he saw the image of the world requesting to meet him. Ebner glanced at the next room with a strange expression, thinking, if you want to meet, why not just come knock on the door? Do you need such high-tech stuff as the Fool's communication? So, is this the showdown? Chapter 787, Mutual Probing. Ebner was actually well prepared for the showdown. One could say that if Klein hadn't been so weak and inexperienced in the early days, making it difficult to keep secrets, Ebner might not have chosen to conceal things from him when he first entered the Sapphira Castle. After all, at that time, Ebner didn't know the attitude of the deities, especially the Evernight goddess, towards true transmigrators like himself. However, once he later discovered that there were many transmigrators like himself brought by the Eye of Pure White, and that the Evernight goddess, Lilith, and the god of knowledge had long been aware of them and maintained a certain degree of goodwill, concealing things from Klein lost much of its meaning. The reason he hadn't actively showed his cards to Klein was simply that he couldn't bear to give up the fun of the tarot club. But Ebner's subsequent concealment wasn't very diligent, even perfunctory at times, which is why Klein probably noticed something amiss. The showdown wasn't the problem, the only problem now was to what extent to show. Klein will most likely use the world, meaning the identities of Klein, Sherlock, and Gehrman, to acknowledge me as a fellow countryman. While the fool's disguise will most likely still be kept hidden. I don't need to expose this. After all, if I expose it, knowing that the fool is actually a weakling, it would be harder for me to casually command the fool's functions. Also, the truth about his transmigration must be suppressed for now. It wouldn't be good if Mr. Fool developed psychological problems now. As for my true origin, that absolutely cannot be revealed. Beyond these things, I can reveal a bit more, but I can't appear too mystical. As he had deliberated many times before, Ebner quickly had a plan in mind. Only then did he pray to the fool, accepting the world's request for a meeting. After waiting a few seconds, surging crimson light erupted before his eyes, engulfing everything. Immediately, Ebner arrived above the grey fog, within the magnificent and ancient palace. He looked around but didn't find the world, yet he noticed a small room had appeared to the side, with its mahogany door slightly ajar. Ebner curiously pushed the door open and saw a beautifully decorated living room. The world was sitting on a sofa in the room, watching the television hanging on the opposite wall. This style is quite similar to the hotel room he and Sharon rented on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Was he inspired? Glancing at the content on the television, he saw it was A Bite of Backlund, a show produced by Bryan Film Company starring Emlyn. Is he trying to pressure me? However, to put on this act, your spirituality consumption must be considerable. Can you really sustain it? A slight curve played on Ebner's lips as he sat on the sofa opposite Klein, watching with him. As expected, in less than half a minute, Klein turned off the television and then looked at Ebner across from him, waiting for the other to initiate the conversation. Next came over a minute of staring, and the room suddenly fell silent. Finally, Klein, whose spirituality was limited, couldn't help but speak first. Don't you have anything to say? Ebner thought for a moment and, obligingly, replied in Chinese, the mountain is not high. Its fame comes from the presence of immortals. Klein subconsciously responded, and his face instantly darkened. After all, this poem, Ode to the Humble Dwelling, was his dark history. He had written it to deceive Tower, thinking the latter wouldn't understand. Now, he realized that when Tower taught Hazel to write this piece at Harvest Cathedral, it was absolutely intentional. I actually thought it was all my fault back then. No, in a sense, it really was my fault. After grumbling a few words inwardly, Klein took a deep breath and took the opportunity to ask the question he most wanted to know. When did you know I was a transmigrator? As soon as he spoke, he oddly found that the atmosphere wasn't as tense as before. He couldn't help but mock himself again. Does self-deprecating humor help alleviate awkwardness? But why does it have to be me? Ebner had already prepared his response and answered with a smile, from the very beginning. The very beginning. Klein stiffened again, instantly feeling that self-deprecating humor couldn't save him now. Just as he was about to ask at what point the very beginning was, he heard Mr. Tower sigh and ask in return, you wouldn't think that something as major as the Fool's revival and the release of his container from Sapphira Castle would go unnoticed by deities, would you? At least the Evernight goddess has always been paying attention, and the mother goddess of earth happened to be in Tingen at that time. Ah. He didn't guess that I am the Fool. But what is Sapphira Castle? Is it this space above the grey fog? He really knows a lot about this place. No wonder when I first pulled him up, he was deeply convinced of the Fool's divine identity. This might not only be because he knows the Fool is the name of sequence 0 of the seer pathway, but also related to his understanding of this space. However, he still misunderstood my relationship with the Fool, which is good news for me. My disguise wasn't completely stripped. But, what is a container? Why would he think I'm the Fool's container? Finally, so I was being watched by two deities from the very beginning. Does that mean the captain's resurrection by the mother goddess of earth was indeed a favor to me? With thoughts rapidly swirling, Klein stared at Ebner and asked, so you deliberately joined the tarot club? Is that your question, or Mr. Fool's question? Ebner replied meaningfully. He's confirming that my relationship with the fool is very close. Container, does that refer to a relationship like a deity's half-self? Like Danitz and the feared god? Thinking this, Klein cautiously replied indirectly on the surface, you should know that Mr. Fool doesn't care about your motives or origins. Good rhetorical skill. Ebner praised inwardly, nodding, I did deliberately join the Tarot Club, but later I genuinely came to like this organization. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pulled in Justice and Magician. Although saying this here might sound like flattery, I must say, Mr. Fool is much more humane than I understood him to be, he truly is a benevolent and kind deity. Klein felt somewhat awkward being praised. He hadn't expected such a high evaluation from Mr. Tower, especially since he hadn't really done much and had even lost his sealed artifact. No sooner had he thought this than Ebner sincerely lamented again, you lost my fallen morning star during the battle with Insanguil, but Mr. Fool chose to shoulder the debt for you, fulfilling many of my rather excessive requests. This undoubtedly shows Mr. Fool's magnanimity and his favoritism towards you. Praise Mr. Fool. Stop talking. At this moment, Klein wished he could dig a hole in the floor with his toes, but he managed to control his expression using his clown ability. He also stood up and piously said in the tone of a fervent believer, praise be to you, Mr. Fool. And Ebner, witnessing this scene, struggled immensely not to burst out laughing. Chapter 788, Klein's Plan. Of course, I'm equally grateful for Mr. Fool's leniency. After all, I deliberately used some garbled diary entries to test him before, yet he merely reprimanded me by providing a new interpretation of little girl and teaching me how to write dates. This is truly a god of justice who genuinely believes in equivalent exchange. Praise the fool. Ebner praised again. Those garbled pages were intentional. I hadn't thought about it that way before. So, those scandalous stories of Roselle were also intentional, right? At least, they weren't carefully filtered. Fortunately, the persona I established is that of a deity who adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Naturally, when receiving such diaries from others, I wouldn't refuse Mr. Towers. Otherwise, this alone would have made him suspicious. No, he must have been suspicious, otherwise, he wouldn't have tested me. It must have been the few miracles I performed afterward that dispelled his doubts, right? However, the Evernight goddess, the mother goddess of Earth, and the vampire ancestor might know my true background, but they don't seem to have told Tower. Moreover, even though they are closely related to Lubo, they clearly haven't told Mr. Tower that things like the Seal of Calamity, Duke Rhine, and Lord of the Undead, Vicente Miranda are also Lubo. Perhaps this is for Mr. Tower's protection. He shouldn't know this information yet. Klein forced himself to shift his focus and analyze and speculate, to avoid revealing any unusual expressions due to shame. This didn't last long. Once Ebner stopped his praise, Klein said seriously, Mr. Fool, though lenient, his leniency is not limitless. I understand, Ebner responded solemnly, then extended his hand with a smile. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Lubo. What do I call you? It really is you, Lubo. Hearing Ebner introduce himself, Klein had no more excuses this time. While sighing inwardly, he also extended his hand and shook the other's, saying, Je m'enrue. I transmigrated in 2018. What about you? 2021, Ebner replied without hiding. 2021, why did he transmigrate so late, yet appear in this world during the early Fourth Epoch? Are the timelines of the two worlds perhaps misaligned? Klein's heart trembled slightly, he dared not think too deeply, but he hesitated and still asked, do you know the reason for our transmigration? Upon hearing this, Ebner shook his head, I'm not quite clear how I transmigrated, but it should be similar to the methods of other transmigrators like the Seal of Calamity, Daniel, and Duke Rhine. It should be different from you and Roselle, and also different from the creator in Silver City. This is similar to what Old Huang said and what was recorded in Roselle's diary about the Seal of Calamity. However, the creator of Silver City. Was that ancient sun god really a transmigrator? No wonder he named his sons Adam and Ammon, and influenced by him, the religions of this world are similar to the Western churches of my previous life. But, our transmigration methods are different. In what way? Klein thought this and asked. Ebner thought for a moment, then pretended to ask Mr. Fool for permission to speak. Klein was speechless, but he cooperated, having the hidden fool's marionette emit a voice, you may. Only then did Ebner organize his words, to my knowledge, you, Roselle, and the Evernight goddess transmigrated by relying on Sapphira Castle, while that ancient sun god emerged from the Sea of Chaos. The Evernight goddess is also a transmigrator. Klein was instantly dumbfounded, even his clown ability couldn't mask his astonishment. Then, he suddenly understood, musing. No wonder the Evernight goddess paid attention to me as soon as I transmigrated. So, she also has the same origin. But she has already become a deity, yet hasn't returned to her homeland. Is it impossible even for deities? Since the Evernight goddess is a transmigrator, what about Lilith, whose name is even more suspicious? Is the vampire ancestor also one? Also, I heard the name, Sapphira Castle, again. What does it refer to? This grey fog space, or that luminous door I can't enter? With thoughts rapidly swirling, Klein first asked if Lilith was a transmigrator. But Ebner wasn't sure either, and could only sigh, I can't be certain. She seems very good to me, but the feeling I get from her is somewhat ethereal, I don't know where that goodness comes from. So I haven't found an opportunity to ask. Is there a possibility that you had interactions with her in your previous life or lives? From this, it seems Mr. Tower truly doesn't have memories of his past lives yet. Klein also had no intention of telling him that Rhine, Miranda, Seal of Calamity, etc., were all Lubo. After all, even the vampire ancestor, the mother goddess of earth, and the Evernight goddess, who were closely related to him, hadn't told him. This indicates that Mr. Tower shouldn't know this now, and if I blab, there might be adverse changes. Of course, taking the opportunity to collect some dirt on Mr. Tower is just a side benefit and not worth mentioning. What is Sapphira Castle? Klein asked again, having processed a series of bombshell revelations. This place is Sapphira Castle, or rather, within the scope of Sapphira Castle. As for what it is. Ebner paused, then meaningfully said, the answer to that question isn't cheap, but since we're fellow countrymen recognizing each other today, I'll give you a discount. What do you want? Klein asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he prayed to the Evernight goddess, hoping Tower wouldn't demand too high a price. It's not troublesome. You should know that the Book of Concealment is with me. Its essence is actually a time worm, well, a dead time worm. Currently, there's one left in the book, but utilizing it requires a ritual like the one in the ritual chamber, which is very troublesome. So, I'd like you, as the Fool's favored one, to ask Mr. Fool to help me turn it into a concealment charm. The specific method is recorded in the Book of Concealment. Ebner stated his request. Concealment charm. Klein remained outwardly calm, but was quite interested inwardly. However, he remembered his identity, so he only replied faintly, I will consult Mr. Fool about it. This attendant of mysteries act. TSK. Ebner praised him inwardly, then nodded and said, your word is enough. With that, he organized his thoughts and said. Unlike the creation myths of various churches, to my knowledge, the original creator left behind 9 different entities. Some are kingdoms, some are cities, some are rivers, some are oceans, some are keys. Sea of Chaos and Sapphira Castle are among them. These 9 entities might be related to the original spherote recorded on the second blasphemy slate. The black viscous liquid we saw on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower and the contamination Zio experienced earlier were actually just phantoms of the Sea of Chaos. If you want to know more, you can ask a Rhodes. I happen to have a secret art for summoning it. Klein was originally pondering the original spherote, but hearing the last sentence, he couldn't help but inwardly complain, are all you mysticism magisters so enthusiastic about promoting these socially embarrassing spells? Steward of the Church of Storms is like this, and so are you. But unfortunately, a Rhodes is very obedient in front of me, I don't need a secret art to find it. You should teach your Vice Admiral Iceberg that spell instead. Is all transmigration related to original spherote? Could it be that your reason for transmigration is also some kind of original spherote? Klein speculated after a period of contemplation. Perhaps. Ebner didn't actually know what was behind the Eye of Pure White. But his reason for transmigration definitely wasn't an original spherote. After this topic, the two fell silent for a while before Klein brought up the conversation again, briefly mentioning the contents of Daly's report to Ebner and asking about the Evernight goddess's attitude. Earlier, Klein was somewhat wary, but after hearing that she was also a transmigrator like himself, his guard was somewhat lowered. And Tower had even extracted the fact that the Evernight goddess was a transmigrator, clearly indicating an unusual relationship with her, and he must know something. The Evernight goddess took Tower away after the Great Smog. I even worried for a while. Now that I think about it, I was probably overthinking it. Thinking this, Klein felt a bit regretful, believing he had underestimated Lubo's ability. Ebner, however, was unaware that Klein was inwardly slandering him. He was first surprised by Daly's pregnancy, but then relieved, as with Daly and Dunn constantly together, not getting pregnant would be strange. Then he thought about the task the Evernight goddess assigned regarding entering the Chinese Gate, as well as the state of the land of Evernight after he had cleansed it with his pale flame, and confidently told Klein, without a doubt, this is the Evernight goddess's reward for you. It just comes with some trials. Although he wasn't sure why the Evernight goddess bothered with this extra step, Ebner believed she certainly had her reasons. I see. Klein nodded. He didn't know that entering the Chinese Gate would send him to the land of Evernight, he only thought the reward was the Antigonus family's notebook. As for the trials, he thought it might be obstacles deliberately set up because he had informed the Earth Mother. "Oh, by the way, did you receive the Evernight Goddess's reward?" Klein asked casually, then felt he had asked a superfluous question, as surely if the Evernight Goddess gave a reward, it would be to him first. "Yes, the Evernight Goddess reimbursed me for a £600,000 bill." Ebner answered with a smile, and as expected, saw Klein's mouth slowly fall open. "A £600,000 bill? What did you buy that cost so much? And the Evernight Goddess actually reimbursed it? Should I say, as expected of the Evernight Goddess's Keptman? But why am I so envious? I even somewhat understand Roselle's feelings now." Klein took a few deep breaths, skipped this sad topic, and instead started talking about his arrangements for Dunn and Daly. "I want to prepare a rich man's identity for Dunn, so he can marry Madame Daly under that identity and interact normally with the priests of St. Samuel Cathedral. When I return to Backlund in the future, I can take over this identity and naturally inquire about how to enter the Cheney's Gate. If this identity isn't exposed even after that, I can use it to enter the upper echelons of Loan and uncover the truth behind the Great Smog. This plan previously had a flaw: Dunn and Daly would be implicated if exposed. But now, since the Evernight Goddess is one of us, there are no worries. The Evernight Goddess will surely make arrangements then. I've given this identity a name. It's called Dwayne Dantes. Chapter 789, Friday. Dwayne Dantes. I remember that in the original work, this character was developed by Klein based on Captain Dunn's image. I didn't expect Dunn to actually play the role this time. However, this plan isn't bad. Entering the church circle several months in advance and marrying a Beyonder who is a bishop in the church, this starting point is much higher than Klein's in the original work. Moreover, it makes things more natural. After all, the appearance of Dwayne Dantes in the original work was somewhat abrupt, with insufficient groundwork. I just wonder what the Evernight Goddess's purpose is in assigning such a task to Klein. Is it a test for Klein? Or is she setting up some kind of scheme involving Dunn? While pondering this, Ebner also understood that Klein told him the plan to figure out if it aligned with the Evernight Goddess's intentions. But for something like this, why don't you, the Evernight Goddess's cat, pray and ask yourself, instead of going through me? After all, you're the Evernight Goddess's favored one. Of course, complaints aside, Ebner still gave Klein an "I understand" look, while nodding, a good plan. After this, Klein initially wanted to directly hand over the Book of Calamity to Tower, but after some thought, he felt it wasn't appropriate for him to bring it up. It would be better to wait until the Tarot Club and let Mr. Fool personally mention it. After all, during the last Tarot Club, the book was already by the Fool's hand, so it would be illogical for him, as the favored one, to control it. As for other matters, Klein didn't plan to discuss them today. After all, there was plenty of time ahead, no need to rush, and if he asked about everything, it would make him, as the favored one, seem too ignorant. So, after discussing what had happened in his previous life after his transmigration, Klein ended this showdown. He only said at the end, "There will be a reward from Mr. Fool shortly, pay attention to receive it." After returning to his room, before Ebner could even fully grasp what Klein meant, his spiritual intuition was triggered. He held onto the magic mirror while looking up, only to see a majestic figure covered in black armor, wearing a pitch-black crown, appear on the ceiling. It threw a golden goblet with intricate and elegant patterns, its stem already bent, and then vanished. A reward. Is this because he saw that the three deities all gave rewards in the previous events, so Mr. Fool also has to save face? Ebner guessed Klein's thoughts after a brief consideration. He chuckled, then picked up the goblet and played with it for a while, pondering. This should be the Calamity Queen's goblet. In the original work, part of Groselle's soul resided within it. But now, I'm certain there's nothing inside. Earlier in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Roselle mentioned that he specifically separated a portion of the Queen of Calamity's soul from the Book of Calamity and hid her, intending to use her to threaten me. I was a bit puzzled at the time. Now it seems that I only formed a connection with that elf queen after receiving this goblet, to the point where it became inseparable. So, Roselle said, I came too early. When did I become such a chow thief? After Groelle felt that something was wrong with her in the Book of Calamity, she definitely wouldn't continue to stay in this goblet. But she might still have a connection with it. Just as he thought this, a knock suddenly came from the door. Ebner used mysticism to sense it briefly and found Edwina standing outside, so he immediately opened the door. Upon entering the room, Edwina took out an ancient book bound with thick parchment from her pocket. The book's hardcover was deep black, with 2 lines of Hermes language written on it in crimson hues. The Book of Secrets. Klarman. Edwina placed the book on the table, then said unhurriedly. A special spiritual entity just entered my room and left this Book of Secrets. Even Edwina got a share. But for Vice Admiral Iceberg, this reward should be quite to her liking. Ebner muttered inwardly, about to feign ignorance and ask if the entity was black-armored, but before he could speak, he heard Edwina add. It was a female, her face wasn't clear, but she exuded an extreme sense of beauty. Very similar to the projection of the vampire ancestor. Klein, you're playing quite elaborately. After leaving me, you went back and changed your skin. Ebner swallowed the words he hadn't managed to utter, and curiously asked, what did she look like? Edwina thought for a moment, then cast the secret art, Scholar's Communication, transmitting the image she saw into Ebner's learning space. Still quite a bit inferior to Lilith. Ebner commented after scrutinizing Klein's new skin, deciding to record it and give it to Benson and Melissa as a gift when he returned to Backlund. With thoughts swirling, Ebner smiled at Edwina and said, no need to worry, that should be an apostle of another deity. So, in addition to the god of knowledge, the Evernight goddess, and the vampire ancestor, other deities also interfered in that previous incident. Edwina immediately understood the meaning implied by Ebner's words, and said thoughtfully. Yes, Ebner nodded, not elaborating much, only vaguely saying, the reward he gave, you can accept it without worry. I understand. Edwina didn't ask further, changing the subject. I sent a telegram earlier, the Golden Dream should arrive in the Rorsted Archipelago waters tomorrow morning. During this time, I happen to have some questions about mystical constructions I'd like to discuss with you. Also, you haven't taught me the secret art to summon a Rhodes yet. Earlier, the few of them had already discussed their arrangements for after dawn. Ebner, having many matters to attend to in Intis, would leave after safely escorting Edwina back to the Golden Dream. Klein, wanting to discuss hunting the Admiral of Blood together, accepted Edwina's invitation and prepared to be a guest on the Golden Dream for a few days. As for Danitz, naturally, wherever his captain went, he would go. Hearing Edwina's words, Ebner inwardly complained, she's such a good girl, why does she insist on rushing to learn a social death spell? But he also genuinely wanted to know if Vice Admiral Iceberg had any unknown little secrets, so he still smiled and explained. This secret art isn't complicated. The difficulty actually lies in attracting a Rhodes's attention. This book of secrets is a very good offering. Friday morning. Danitz, who had deliberately woken up early and brought breakfast from the bar restaurant, had just gone upstairs when he saw the captain run out of that annoying detective's room, her face flushed, her steps even somewhat flustered. The captain has never had such an expression, such a demeanor. It's rather cute. No. What on earth happened between them? Danitz's expression suddenly became blank, he nearly dropped the tray in his hands. Klein, who had witnessed this scene, walked over to him, took the tray, and comforted him in Gehrman's tone. They probably just discussed mysticism all night. This was what that sycophantic mirror had specifically reported to him next door after completing its Q&A. What do you, a mad adventurer, know? The captain's state is definitely problematic. Wait, this mad fellow seems to have won the heart of Vice Admiral of Ailment, so he's not simple either. At this thought, Danitz asked with a hint of hope, really? Really? Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's indifferent expression, twitching the corner of his mouth. Danitz was about to sigh in relief when Gehrman continued in a flat tone. They summoned a Rhodes, and it told your captain about its previous Q&A with you. Upon hearing this, Danitz's mouth slowly dropped open. He felt as if flames were rising within his body, and illusory black smoke billowed from his head. At that moment, his mental state exploded. Chapter 790, Miss Messenger. Outside a private port on Grag's Island, south of the Rorsted Archipelago, Ebner watched the clean, neat Golden Dream, dozens of meters long and reflecting golden light under the sun, gradually recede. Only then did he simulate a short-range teleportation, traveling along various islands back to Byam. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Tosk. Instead, he planned to first use the underground workshop of the Fragrant Manor to craft an item. He had long wanted to use the resentful soul characteristic he possessed to create a magical item that could transform him into a special spiritual entity. Combined with the effect of the door card, this would bypass the restrictions of teleportation altars and allow him to freely perform long-distance spirit world traveling. Now, the prototype of the secret art had already been researched, but the item for transforming into a special spiritual entity had not yet been made. Without disturbing any servants, Ebner quietly entered the workshop and casually set up a spiritual barrier. Although Irene, his fire-stoking maid, was no longer there, Chesha, controlled by the magic mirror, could barely handle the job. She had also followed Ebner to Byam but had remained in the workshop guarding the house. Several hours later, as the steam engine ceased operation, a bronze ring, stamped into shape, appeared in Ebner's hand. Name, Azure Shadow. Appearance, a rusty bronze ring. Abilities, allows the wearer to transform into a powerful, special, wrathful spirit, possessing most of the resentful soul abilities, lasting for 1 minute. Negative effects, after wearing for more than 1 minute, the body will suffer severe curses, undergoing irreversible changes, gradually transforming into a pure spirit world creature. Sealing method, when not worn, place it in a dark, warm environment. Remarks, 1 minute is the usage time for a normal beyonder. If the wearer is a demigod or possesses other means of resisting curses, the safe wearing time can exceed 1 minute. After each transformation into a spiritual entity, there needs to be a half-hour interval before it can be used again. After appraising the ring's effects, Ebner was generally satisfied. Although 1 minute was short and wouldn't be of much use in combat, it was sufficient for spirit world traveling. After tidying up the workshop, he put the bronze ring on his right index finger. Instantly, a series of roars seemed to echo in his ears, roars that sounded like curses from the source of the sequence. But Ebner, who had already activated his eye of pure white, quickly suppressed the roars with a trace of oppressive aura emanating from his eyes. An eternal roarer, huh? Ebner muttered softly to himself. Then, his body and clothes turned from solid to ethereal, forming a special spiritual entity similar to a wrathful spirit. He briefly examined himself and found that the strength of his spiritual body was no less than that of Miss Sharon, who was a genuine, wrathful spirit. As the transformation time was limited, Ebner no longer delayed. He took out the door card he had prepared earlier, merged it into his spiritual body, then used his spirituality to outline complex magical symbols, opening a teleportation gate in the void. Ebner unskillfully controlled his spiritual body and entered the gate. 1 minute later, on Demir Island, a figure quickly materialized in a classroom at Mr. Gaston's school. Unlike a teleportation altar, this new secret art I developed is more akin to the spirit world traveling of undead or spirit world creatures. It must rely on self-positioning to provide coordinates to ensure one doesn't get lost. In other words, unless one is familiar with the symbols of the spirit world, or has means like divination or prophecy for navigation, one can only go to places they've already visited. Moreover, this process also takes time. Overall, this secret art is a success, but unfortunately, it not only requires a magical item crafted from a resentful soul, but also precious items like a blasphemy card. I'm afraid it has no possibility of widespread use. Summarizing the pros and cons of the new secret art, Ebner sighed, then left the school, planning to entertain himself at a bar in the port for half an hour before continuing his travel. The secret art will be called Ebner's Spirit Walk. Aboard the Golden Dream, Klein followed Edwina on a tour of her collection and saw the recently much talked about so-called Key of Death. However, from its form and size, it looked more like a giant's key, and Edwina clearly agreed with this view. Klein subconsciously asked about the price, and after receiving a quote of 5,000 gold pounds, he decisively abandoned the idea of buying it, thinking to himself, if the subsequent exploration of Silver City really needs this key, I can just have Mr. Tower borrow it. Considering the questions Edwina was asked last night, as reported by Rhodes, she certainly wouldn't refuse, as long as he told her the result. Afterward, Klein and Edwina discussed their plan to jointly hunt Admiral of Blood, and proposed a scheme to intercept radio transmissions. Due to Admiral of Blood's subordinate's previous attack on Danitz, Edwina agreed without much thought. Unlike the original work, Edwina now possessed a magical item that could summon heroic spirits to fight, naturally giving her more confidence. Since the radio needed constant monitoring, Edwina assigned Danitz, who absolutely dared not appear before her, to Gehrman as an assistant and liaison. Having finalized the cooperation plan, it was already approaching noon. After Klein enjoyed lunch on board, he returned to the room Vice Admiral Iceberg had arranged for him to take a nap. He didn't rush to rest. Instead, he sealed the room with his spirituality, then, following the guidance in Mr. Azik's letter and the ritual sealed on Madame Yalalin's golden leaf, he attempted to summon his own messenger. Next, after several failures, having successively summoned spirit world creatures that were too fast to stop, too slow to notice their movement, and so imperceptible that he couldn't even detect them himself, Klein somewhat helplessly, randomly, modified the summoning incantation. He gazed at the quietly burning candlelight, stepped back, and said, in my name, summon. Spirits wandering in falsehood, friendly beings available for command, unique existences willing to become my messenger. Whoosh. Within the spirituality wall, the wind suddenly intensified, and a translucent head slowly emerged as if breaking through a membrane. Its hair was pale golden and smooth, its eyes crimson like blood, and its appearance was bright and grand. Immediately after, a tall woman with only an incision at her neck, holding 4 identical heads in her hands, appeared before Klein. Is it you summoning me? The headless woman, dressed in a somber and intricate black dress, stood quietly. Her 4 hanging heads spoke one after another, in ancient Fasak. Although surprised that this spirit world creature could communicate, Klein calmed himself, interviewed her, and finally, after settling on a price of 1 gold coin per delivery, the 2 parties signed a contract. Watching one of the golden-haired, red-eyed heads held by the headless woman bite the rounded steel pen and write down the name Rainet Tynker, Klein suddenly found it somewhat familiar. He recalled briefly and remembered that this name had been mentioned by Sharon in the information she provided to Mr. Tower during the Daniel Labyrinth incident. She is Lou Beau's sister from his Danitz lifetime, and also Sharon's teacher. Or should I use her? What a coincidence. Klein showed no change in expression but inwardly decided to go to the gray fog later and confirm with Sharon. On the other side, the four heads held by the headless woman Raynette blinked simultaneously, as if sensing some change, but she said nothing more. After the contract took effect, her figure quickly became illusory and returned to the spirit world. After confirming her departure, Klein did not retract the spiritual barrier. Instead, he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He didn't immediately pull Miss Temperance onto the gray fog. Instead, he first summoned the scepter of the sea god and browsed through the messages from the sea god's believers. This was his original plan. Initially, there was no special news, just prayers for favorable winds and rains, giving Klein the illusion that he was the Dragon King of the East Sea. But soon, a report from a fisherman believer caught his attention. "Great deity, today I salvaged a large crystal, and within the crystal, a beautiful woman was sealed. After our collective deliberation, we have determined this to be a treasure that can adorn your collection. Although this violates your newly established 10 commandments, your devout followers still wish to offer it to you. After all, apart from you, mortals are not worthy of holding this crystal beauty." A woman in a crystal. Klein became interested. With the power of the gray fog, he quickly merged into the perspective of that believer and saw what the so-called treasure truly was. This is Tracy. Chapter 791, Klein, whose words become law. Tracy wasn't already back on the Black Death previously, was she? How did she end up like this again? Did she encounter her mother again, or an even more terrifying enemy? According to the information Tower revealed at the last Tarot Club, her birth mother and foster mother were likely both controlled by the Inta Special Envoy. Did they act again? Is that Special Envoy determined to capture the entire White Saintess family in one fell swoop? However, Tracy was previously ordered to transport native slaves, and now she herself has been picked up by island natives and sold to me. In a way, this could be considered karmic retribution, right? With thoughts swirling, Klein temporarily set this matter aside and continued to browse other prayers from sea god believers. Soon, he saw several similar sacrifice requests, clearly from the same group of fishermen. Tracy still had some luck. These fishermen were currently on a relatively remote, uninhabited island, and no one had discovered this matter yet. While thinking this, Klein also saw another message that caught his attention. It came from Carrot, Edmonton, and other former high-ranking members of the Sea God Church. They reported that the governor's mansion had hired them to find the whereabouts of Vice Admiral of Ailment. The governor's mansion. The governor's mansion again. They invited me to a banquet before, and now they're looking for Tracy's whereabouts. Is there a connection here? Thinking this, Klein picked up the scepter of the sea god and poured his spirituality into a light spot. He did not issue a broadcast-style oracle, as this might be an unbearable burden for him and not easy to keep secret. He selected the leader among the fishermen who requested sacrifice and said in a deep voice against a backdrop of surging waves. "Hide her, protect her well. Do not let others discover her." After saying this, Klein did not explain, nor did he accept the sacrifice. He only noted down the location of the island where those fishermen were. He hadn't initially intended to specifically save Tracy, letting her atone for her actions this way would also be a good choice. But now, he had to first figure out what happened to her. Moreover, he vaguely felt that saving this Vice Admiral of Ailment would be more beneficial to him. Temporarily putting this matter aside, Klein threw the scepter of the sea god back into the clutter, then materialized the world's dummy. Only then did he touch Miss Temperance's crimson star with his spirituality, sending her the image of the world requesting a meeting. A moment later, Sharon's figure appeared in the ancient palace above the gray fog. She wore a small black soft cap and a matching Gothic court dress. As soon as she was seated, she turned to the world at the lowest seat, parting her lips to ask, "What happened?" They've only been apart for a day, he couldn't have caused another major incident, could he? Upon being asked, Klein didn't keep her in suspense, directly stating, "I just tried to contract a messenger, and ended up summoning a lady with 4 heads. 4 heads. Sharon's eyes moved, but she didn't speak, only quietly watched him, waiting for him to continue. When signing the contract, she left the name Raynette Tyneker. Saying this, Klein materialized the image of the messenger lady before Sharon's eyes. Looking at the figure holding 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, Sharon's gaze froze, and her doll-like face suddenly showed intense emotional change. She blurted out, "Teacher. She truly still exists." She had vaguely sensed this possibility in some of her teachers' biographies rewarded on the earlier floors of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, so her joy at this moment outweighed her shock. This was the first time Klein had seen Miss Sharon so agitated. Unfortunately, with the gray fog obstructing, he couldn't see her exact expression. "Is it really your teacher, Master Daniel's sister from over 700 years ago?" After thinking for a moment, Klein asked again for confirmation. "Her state isn't right, but it's teacher," Sharon confirmed, then shifted her gaze from the image and asked Klein, "What was your messenger's summoning incantation?" The spirit that wanders about the unfounded. The friendly creature that can be subordinated. The messenger that belongs to Gairman Sparrow. Klein knew she had deep feelings for her teacher, so he naturally wouldn't intentionally play coy here. Thank you, Sharon said sincerely after writing down the incantation. Klein knew she was thanking him for facilitating her meeting with her teacher, so he genuinely felt happy for her, humbly saying, it was just a coincidence. Sharon pursed her lips and said nothing more. Guessing that she must want to see her teacher sooner, Klein didn't keep her long. After briefly mentioning the messenger lady's fees, he pretended to request Mr. Fool to send her back to reality. After this, Klein took the opportunity to divine the purpose of the Byam governor, but due to insufficient prerequisite conditions, he didn't obtain any useful information. Just as he was tapping the edge of the long table, deep in thought, and preparing to return to the real world. Suddenly, among the crimson stars quietly suspended in the boundless gray fog, one abruptly lit up, spreading out light like water. It expanded and contracted and expanded, unusually conspicuous. And this was a crimson star that did not belong to any current member of the Tarot Club. Today is really busy. Who could it be? Someone like Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, Mr. Tower, Little Sun, who has a connection with the gray fog through certain items. Klein thoughtfully extended his spirituality, not responding, but merely observing. As Klein's spirituality touched it, the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star revealed the images and sounds it contained. A black-haired lady in classical robes lay on the floor, writhing painfully and contortedly. She held what seemed like an ordinary astrolabe in one hand and a short scepter less than an forearm's length in the other. Her strong will to survive almost broke through the crimson star's confines, directly reaching Klein's ears. Klein could even clearly see the muscles on her cheeks tearing open, with flesh and blood condensing inside, as if turning into eyeballs, her ears stretched outwards, like trumpets, her fingers clawed vivid bloodstains onto the floor. What bothered Klein even more was the pair of cold, ruthless, nearly transparent eyes with no eyelashes hovering above the lady. Old Neil also had such a pair of eyes behind him. Hidden Sage. Klein leaned back against his chair, preparing to save this lady. With his hatred for the Hidden Sage, he subconsciously didn't want the latter to succeed. He thought for a moment, then once again summoned the scepter of the sea god, pointing it remotely at the corresponding star. His spirituality surged forth, pouring into the crimson light that flowed like water. This time, he established a mysterious and stable connection with relative ease. The black-haired lady's figure instantly appeared beside the long bronze table, sitting on a chair that did not belong to any of the current Tarot Club members. The lady clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. After tentatively conversing with Klein for a few sentences and learning that the great existence before her was revered as the Fool, she recalled what had just happened to her and fell silent again. After a few seconds, she spoke with a somewhat deep voice. My name is Catilia, and I have the nickname, Admiral of Stars. Mr. Fool, did you save me? Admiral of Stars. I'm currently on Vice Admiral Iceberg's ship, my believers coincidentally found Vice Admiral of Ailment, and now I've pulled Admiral of Stars onto the gray fog. If I go out later and encounter Admiral of Pale Saintess, would this mean I've established contact with all the female pirate admirals in one day? After complaining inwardly, Klein maintained the fool's posture and asked Catilia some questions about the Moses Ascetic Order, the Hermit of Concealment, and Madame Yallalin. Then, after she actively expressed her willingness to join the tarot gathering, he allowed her to choose a tarot card. Catilia glanced around and said directly, The Hermit. On the Golden Dream, inside the captain's cabin, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina was holding a book, lost in thought, wondering about something. But then, her first mate, Gourmet Brew Walls, suddenly entered and reported, Captain, 10 nautical miles ahead, the Pale Saintess is attacking a lone merchant ship. Backlund, South Bridge District, Harvest Church. Ebner's figure materialized directly before a silver-haired, silver-eyed woman who seemed to embody the very concept of beauty. Chapter 792, 2 Missions. It actually came straight in. Ebner looked at the beautiful woman with silver eyes that lacked spiritual essence, standing before him, recalling the scene he had just encountered while spirit world traveling. Ebner had originally intended to travel to his villa at 28 Ginster Street, but upon entering the area symbolizing Backlund, he suddenly noticed an extremely conspicuous coordinate appear before him. Through simple analysis, Ebner realized this coordinate likely belonged to the original Duke Rhine Caldridia, now Rhine, the beauty goddess. Ebner guessed it was probably because she was once the master of the Eye of Pure White that she became his coordinate in the spirit world. However, Rhine's body had always been kept in the underground of Harvest Church, sealed there as Lilith's vessel for divine descent. And a true God's church generally couldn't be teleported into, much less the underground area containing sealed artifacts. This was why Ebner was greatly surprised after directly entering. Such treatment was probably not even available to the archbishops of the Earth Mother Church. Am I receiving a little too much favor? I'm a bit scared. Just as he thought this, Ebner saw the beauty goddess's silver eyes become lively, and then her entire being came alive. Do you have any more questions? Speaking of which, the previous projection time was limited, and some things truly couldn't be said. Lilith, having descended upon the beauty goddess's body, looked Ebner over and said with a smile. She merely emphasized the word limited. I want to ask about those transmigrators, but you won't tell me. Ebner complained inwardly, then first habitually made the Earth Mother's holy emblem gesture, praised her, and only then organized his words. I actually came to you for help. In the Dream Labyrinth Tower, I used the desolation power you bestowed to kill the Aurora Order Saint of Shadow. However, his own characteristic mixed with those of the telepathist, solar high priest, briber, demoness of affliction, mysticism magister, guardian, reaper, and classical alchemist characteristics he had herded. This caused a mutation, forming a highly debilitating and polluted flask. I wish to ask for your assistance in separating the characteristics. After speaking, he took out a card, removed its seal, and revealed the metal flask with a noticeable dent on its surface. Ebner had originally planned to have the Fool cooperate with his disintegration spell to complete the separation after the showdown. But since the previous showdown was only half done, it wasn't appropriate to ask the Fool for help, so he had to ask Lilith. Lilith, the beauty goddess, took the flask, studied it carefully for a few minutes, and finally shook her head, although I can separate these characteristics by forcefully crushing the flask and then allowing them to recombine. But in that case, the pollution within the flask will inevitably spread, creating a considerable commotion that will attract the attention of many beings. Ebner heard this and said with some disappointment, is there no other way? Naturally, there is. Just sacrifice it to the divine kingdom, and the Earth Mother can handle it. Lilith brushed a strand of silver hair from her temple with her hand, smiling as she continued, however, in that case, some payment will be required. I wonder if you're willing to part with that classical alchemist characteristic. Classical alchemist. This must be for the Earth Mother Church to reclaim beyonder characteristics of its own pathway, right? This price isn't too high, anyway, I don't need that characteristic. While calculating inwardly, Ebner answered without hesitation, I believe it would also be very happy to return to the glory of the Mother. The classical alchemist characteristic herded by the Saint of Shadow most likely came from the Earth Mother Church. Very good. I imagine Chloe will thank you. After Lilith finished speaking, she casually pulled open a summoning gate and threw the flask inside. As a true god's avatar, and as the higher-level beauty goddess of the summoner pathway, Lilith did not require a ritual to sacrifice to the Earth Mother. It wasn't until the beauty goddess before him completed her action, and Ebner, whose gaze had been drawn by the beauty emanating from her every move, finally came back to his senses, that he curiously asked, what does this have to do with Chloe? Does she want to prepare demigod materials for Judy in advance? But Judy only recently advanced to druid, and she's still very far from fully digesting it. Even if she knows the acting method, it will be at least a year before she can try. Preparing demigod materials for her daughter is just one aspect. More importantly, Chloe's mother was actually herded by the Saint of Shadow, Lilith explained briefly. Chloe came from the Castilla family, the royal family of the Faceac kingdom. Her father was a duke with real power, and her mother was an archbishop of the Earth Mother Church. Their marriage was considered a political alliance. Lilith, as Lamia, knew Chloe's mother when she joined the church's special team, so she was quite familiar with these past events. So there were these internal reasons. Ebner nodded slightly, no longer feeling so pained about giving up a demigod characteristic, as it would ultimately go to someone he knew. While waiting for the deity to act, Lilith's silver eyes shifted slightly, and she raised a new topic, saying with a smile, actually, even if you hadn't come today, I would have sent someone to summon you. Well, to be precise, I have 2 missions for you. Missions. Ebner, who owed Lilith too many favors, suddenly felt a little relieved and promptly stated, please command. These 2 missions, one is short-term, and one is long-term. The short-term one requires you to investigate the hidden secrets of the Klein family in Intis. I previously replaced the personality of the Klein family's Black Knight with that of the former Pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and I also arranged for him to assist you in the investigation. Lilith's smile faded as she spoke. The Klein family? Could this family, which has been hedging its bets and flip-flopping between Adam, the true creator, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Mother Tree of Desire, still be hiding deeper secrets? As Ebner pondered, Lilith continued, as for the long-term mission, you need to find the portion of the Queen of Calamity's soul from the Book of Calamity that Roselle hid. Of course, the key point isn't her soul, but the item she took from the Book of Calamity. Having said that, Lilith suddenly opened a summoning gate again and pulled out a spectral demon wolf ghost, ethereal in form, with 8 legs and covered in dark, short fur. This demon wolf ghost appeared quite normal in size, only slightly larger than a husky. As soon as it appeared, it ran to Lilith's feet, frolicking. Lilith stroked its head, and after it revealed an expression of enjoyment, she added, I always give rewards before assigning tasks. You don't have a messenger yet, do you? You can contract with this deceased demon wolf, which I control. It is the third child of King of Demonic Wolves Phlegria. You should know that in the second epic, Phlegria, the mutated king, and I perished together. This demon wolf, during its life, was a demigod of the mixed pathways of corpse collector and seer. After losing the King of Demonic Wolves' protection, it was quickly killed, and its soul was turned into a spirit by Salinger, who later became the death deity, becoming his dependence. After the Pale disaster, when death perished, it naturally came to me. Although it doesn't have much sentience now, it's qualified as a messenger. Though she says that, if I use a demon wolf spirit as a messenger, will the Evernight goddess consider me disrespectful? Ebner thought this after listening to Lilith's introduction and reaching out to stroke the demon wolf's head. But what exactly is that thing taken from the Book of Calamity? Why is Lilith so concerned about it? Chapter 793, Luck. I once speculated about the item the Elf King gave to the Queen of Calamity for her to take to the Western continent. If it's truly as I suspect, that the Elf King was actually a fallback plan prepared by a certain Sapphira, then that thing is most likely related to a Sapphira. No wonder Lilith attaches such importance to it. Where would Roselle hide Groel? There's absolutely no clue. However, Grozel's soul is currently split into two parts. One part was originally hidden in the Book of Calamity, and was taken by Roselle along with the thing. The other part, Groel in the Golden Goblet, most likely sensed that something was wrong and actively severed the connection to hide herself. And now I not only possess the Golden Goblet but can also borrow the Book of Calamity at any time. The chances of encountering either part are not low. As long as I find one, the other shouldn't be difficult. Finally, Roselle must have learned about the Book of Calamity because the Calamity Seal actively revealed it to him. I wonder what the cunning conspirator is plotting now. Thinking about it carefully, all the incidents I've encountered in the past 6 months are inextricably linked to that guy who transmigrated into a sealed artifact. Thinking this, Ebner quietly cursed the Calamity Seal for a few moments, then pondered the first mission Lilith had assigned. To uncover the hidden secrets within the Deline family, there are roughly 2 directions. First, use the Black Knight Serlo Deline, whose body and fate were stolen by the former Pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, to gather information from within. Second, continuously suppress this family from the outside, forcing them to reveal things they haven't shown before. Internally, Serlo Deline can only represent the faction aligned with the Intis Prime Minister, and may not be able to uncover the deepest secrets. After all, the Deline family also has a most mysterious lineage, that of the Patriarch following the Hunter pathway. And simply suppressing them from the outside makes it difficult to control the degree. Therefore, a combined approach, both internal and external, would be more stable. With a preliminary plan in mind, Ebner looked back at Lilith, who was smiling at him, and nodded, accepting her missions. However, although Ebner appeared to have given it deep thought before agreeing, he had actually never considered refusing from the very beginning. No matter how gentle Lilith's attitude was towards him, she was still a deity, and Ebner certainly didn't have the courage to refuse a deity's command. What's more, given the blessings Lilith had already bestowed upon him, he wouldn't want to refuse. Very good. However, in Intis, you're not without support. Helen is currently in Trier. If anything comes up, you can contact her anytime. Additionally, if needed, I can send some personnel to you later. After Lilith finished speaking, she extended a finger and touched the demon wolf's forehead, drawing out some spirituality from it and infusing it into a golden piece of paper she had pulled out from somewhere. This was a contract. Then, she handed the contract to Ebner. The process of contracting this ghost demon wolf needs no further elaboration, it went smoothly. As Lilith said, after being converted into an undead, it had lost most of its memories and its intelligence had regressed significantly, making it only slightly smarter than a wild beast. It was now completely under Lilith's control and would not question her commands at all. Ebner suspected this might be a habit it developed during its time under Salinger's command. Watching this 8-legged ghost, resembling a husky, run to his feet with its tongue hanging out and even lower its head to sniff. Ebner's feelings were somewhat subtle, but he quickly suppressed certain thoughts that could be considered blasphemous, completed the final step of the contract, and temporarily sent the demon wolf back to the spirit world. Abigail. Ebner learned its name after the contract was completed. At this point, Lilith once again extended her fair hand and swiped forward, and the summoning gate, condensed from crimson light patterns, reappeared. Next, accompanied by swirling fierce winds and the vibration of natural forces, the illusory gate covered with mysterious blood-red patterns opened wide, and beyond her characteristics flew out one by one. Telepathist, Solar High Priest, Briber, Demoness of Affliction, Mysticism Magister, Guardian, Reaper, and Black Knight. Following these characteristics, the metal flask with a noticeable dent also flew out together. Lilith caught the characteristics one by one, patiently divided them into different containers, sealed them, and then placed them in a briefcase, handing it to Ebner. Next, she picked up the metal flask again and said with a smile, this item still retains most of its previous abilities, but each ability's liquor only has a single effect, and it's gone after use. Once the effects of all the Beyonder abilities within it are exhausted, it will become an ordinary flask. What's better than before is that the effects and side effects of the liquor generated each time can be appraised. If it's not to your liking, you can pour it out. This is much more practical. After all, it's not a complete, blind box, so the risks are controllable. Ebner took the flask, deeply feeling that the liquor inside could be used as both an enhancement fluid and a poison. After all, if the side effect is giving birth, tricking an enemy into drinking it might directly cause them to lose a sequence. East Chester County, at the Hall family manor. Audrey sat before her dressing table and lit a candle. Then, she looked at herself in the mirror through the flickering candlelight and performed a simple, psychological suggestion. She intended to explore her dream, to see if she could, by doing so, enter the subconscious ocean and spiritual sky of all living beings. This was an attempt no other psychiatrist had ever thought of. At least, the reference experiences provided by the psychological alchemists did not include anything similar, self-suggesting, self-exploring one's own dreams. However, fortunately, Audrey succeeded in just one attempt. She entered her lucid dream, saw the spiritual sky, and even discovered psychological issues she hadn't noticed before. Just as she entered the collective subconscious ocean and walked through one dream after another, a cave made of various crystals suddenly appeared before her. Whose dream is this? So fantastical. Audrey curiously observed it for a while, then bravely stepped inside. Soon, a lady dressed in an exquisite and intricate long gown appeared before her eyes. The lady seemed slightly dazed, just staring blankly in the direction of the cave entrance, seemingly unaware of any outsider intruding. Audrey carefully observed her and found that her face seemed to be veiled by a layer of mist, appearing extremely blurry. She could only deduce from her shiny black hair and the soft contours of her cheeks that her appearance should be good. Blurred face, indicating she has issues with her self-perception. Is she suffering from amnesia? Or symptoms of old age? As Audrey observed and pondered, the woman seemed to finally notice her and suddenly looked over. The woman's height was similar to Audrey's, but the latter still felt the pressure from a superior being. However, this pressure quickly dissipated, and the woman fell back into a state of confusion and helplessness. I apologize for disturbing you. However, perhaps I can help you with something, Audrey thought for a moment and said cautiously. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The woman looked over again, directly asking her confusion. Oh dear. I'm not entirely sure either. Audrey smiled awkwardly, but connecting it to the current scene, she had some guesses and tentatively said, perhaps you are waiting for someone. The black-haired woman was silent for a moment, then uttered a word in ancient Elvish. Luck. Chapter 794, Hazel's Battle. In the workshop of the Surrey family mansion in Westborough, Backlund, Ebner was meticulously carving runes onto a bell, solidifying the ritual to summon the demon wolf ghost. Beside his hand, there were conspicuously 4 other bells, identical to the one he was working on. After obtaining the separated Beyonder characteristics, Ebner left Harvest Church, but he didn't teleport directly to Tosk. Instead, he first came to the Surrey family's workshop, intending to craft several items that could summon messengers. At the workbench, Ebner simulated the artisan's ability, utilizing his spirituality, relying on his own knowledge and established designs, and assisted by steam-powered mechanical arms, to engrave various symbolic patterns, corresponding spiritual numbers, magical symbols, and ancient incantations on both sides of the bell. When the final stroke was laid, Ebner, whose mind felt somewhat drained, disengaged the mechanical arm's power source, then began to infuse spirituality into the bell. The bell was bell-shaped, with no metal clapper suspended inside, yet under the effect of spirituality, it emitted a series of clear sounds whose source was impossible to pinpoint. Dong. 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 Accompanied by this sound, an 8-legged demon wolf ghost emerged from the void. It looked at its master, who had summoned it with a rather human-like, helpless gaze. After all, this scene had already occurred 4 times before, and even a husky's disposition would grow tired of it. You've worked hard. Ebner rubbed its head, which, despite being a spirit body, felt surprisingly furry, then ended the summoning, sending it back to the spirit world. 5 bells. That should be enough, Ebner thought to himself while tidying up the workshop. There's no way Zaya would ask me to pray directly to Mr. Fool, she doesn't need this. Similarly, the same applies to Klein. So, leaving 1 bell for Hazel should suffice before my teacher returns to Backlund. Her Beyonder circle isn't large, but almost all of them are my friends. With this bell, Etries, Bishop Utravsky, or even Emlyn, if they want to find me, can do so through her. Edwina needs one for convenience of contact. Klein should still be on the Golden Dream, so he can hand it over. Cullen and Judy have silly red there, so they don't need my messenger. Miss Gwen, young Tran, and Lydia. I don't know where they've sailed to, and I can't contact them currently. The Evernight Goddess. I'll pass on that. And this demon wolf ghost seems very afraid of the goddess. As he thought this, Ebner had already restored the workshop to its original state, then put away the bells, simulated a short-range teleportation, and directly arrived at Elk Manor in the northwest suburbs. This manor originally belonged to a viscount and has a history of over 100 years. Councillor Mocht bought it after getting married and spends a sum of money each year on major renovations so he can invite friends for holidays on weekend in autumn and winter. Ebner had casually exchanged pleasantries with Bishop Utravsky before leaving Harvest Church and learned that Hazel was currently at this manor. However, as soon as his figure materialized in the manor's garden, he sensed something was amiss. After all, it was already close to dinner time, yet there wasn't a single light in the main building of the manor nearby. Moreover, Ebner smelled a faint scent of blood in the air. Something's happened. Ebner activated his eye of pure white and carefully observed the main manor building nearby. The entire building has been swallowed by a powerful spirit, no wonder there's no light visible from outside. No, that's not right. Rather than a spirit, it's more like an out-of-control beyonder. So that's it. It's an out-of-control gatekeeper. The door within him is connecting the underworld with the main manor building. This manor was once dragged into an independent space by Demoness of Affliction Ray using the Church of Storm's sealed artifact, 2-001. Could it be that lingering influence from that incident made it a target for this out-of-control gatekeeper? But no matter what, Hazel's current situation is probably not good. As thoughts whirled, Ebner Bryan did not rashly attack the invisible barrier shrouding the main building. After all, the Eye of Pure White was quite slow at analyzing spirit world-related phenomena, and the underworld is part of the spirit world, so currently, he could only get a general idea. It would be terrible if breaking the barrier caused Hazel's family to fall into the underworld. Several thoughts ran through his mind, and Ebner Bryan finally put on the bronze ring crafted from a wraith on his finger, then accommodated the door card, flying directly towards the main manor building and quickly merging into the barrier. A wraith is a type of spirit, and with the door card, one can naturally pass through the door within a gatekeeper. In the living room on the second floor of the main building, Hazel, with long dark green wavy hair and bright dark brown eyes, was biting her lip, continuously drawing the string of a short bow, shooting out streaks of bright fire to eliminate the ghosts and spirits invading from the doorway. Behind her lay a dozen men and women in disarray, including her parents, Councillor Mocht and Madame Liana, her personal maid, the manor's servants and butler, and even bodyguards hired by her father. For this 16-year-old girl, her current predicament was even more dangerous than what she faced at the Daily Observer headquarters or the Aurora Order's stronghold. After all, there was no powerful Detective Ebner Bryan to help her sever the pollution, nor was there a reliable Bishop Utravsky guarding her. This was her first time facing the horrors of the Beyonder world alone. Fortunately, she still had a metal arm fighting alongside her, Green Lion. Thanks to Green Lion, when she first discovered an enemy attacking the manor, she decisively used the guard ability provided by the metal arm to create a barrier in the living room and called in her family, who had not yet been completely drawn into the underworld and lost consciousness. However, the barrier provided by the metal arm was, after all, not comparable to a true guardian. It had many flaws, forcing her to personally shoot down the ones that slipped through. But as time passed, the barrier's flaws would only grow larger, and even if she was only using a magical item, Hazel's spirituality, at sequence 8, was ultimately limited. Although she hadn't reached her limit yet, Hazel estimated that she could only hold out for 10 more minutes at most. But in that short time, the Church's Beyonder team couldn't possibly arrive, unless a Nighthawk, mandated Punisher, or Machinery Hive Mind member happened to be passing by. But Elk Manor was unfortunately in the suburbs. What would Ebner or the Bishop do if they were in my position? Thinking of how Ebner, upon discovering the pollution, could have escaped alone but chose not to leave the ball, instead warning the mandated Punishers, thinking of Bishop Utravsky bravely resisting the terrifying attacks of the Aurora Order's divine envoy without retreating a step. Hazel made her decision: even if I die, I will hold out until the last moment. Even if she ran away alone, relying on the metal arm created by the alchemist, her success rate of escaping danger wouldn't be low, but her family was right behind her. However, her unwavering will could not bridge the huge gap between herself and an out-of-control gatekeeper. As the barrier's flaws grew larger, the spirits invading the living room increased in both quantity and quality. Finally, Hazel made a mistake. After strenuously shooting down a Sequence 7 spirit, she couldn't account for several evil spirits pouncing on her parents and family. Just as Hazel bit her lip, despairingly watching the evil spirit's claws reach for her mother's body, unable to even unleash any attack, a bronze whistle was suddenly thrown into the living room, landing on the floor on the other side. And those evil spirits that were initially pouncing on the mocked couple all paused, their gazes fixed on the trajectory of the falling whistle. Immediately after, they swarmed it, completely ignoring the delicacy that was almost within their grasp. Immediately following, a clump of golden, dense flames appeared out of nowhere at the whistle's location, and a sacred aura permeated the air. Flame of light. The evil spirits that pounced on the whistle simultaneously let out shrill screams, turning into nothingness in the golden firelight. At this moment, the figure of a handsome man with brown curly hair also materialized from illusion, appearing in the living room. Ebner. Hazel's despairing emotions vanished instantly after seeing the appearance of the suddenly arrived reinforcement. It was as if with this person's arrival, all crises and difficulties could be perfectly resolved. Ebner didn't yet know that the young lady before him held him in such high regard. He picked up the ancient brass whistle Jane had given him, and inwardly sighed with emotion. The tactics developed by Mr. Fool are truly effective. Chapter 795, Tutor. This gatekeeper's self-underworld showed signs of peculiar expansion, seeming to encompass every part of his physical body, making them part of his self-underworld. And he was already close to losing control and dying, currently allowing his small underworld to return to the true underworld. That's why Elk Manor was in this special independent space. Fortunately, I didn't attack from the outside just now, otherwise, I might have accelerated his death, causing Hazel and her parents to be dragged into the true underworld along with this self-underworld. Some things couldn't be seen from the outside, but being inside the gatekeeper's self-underworld, even without the eye of pure white, Ebner's own knowledge alone was enough to reconstruct a certain truth. However, this self-underworld's anomaly certainly wasn't formed naturally. As Ebner was pondering, the spirits, who dared not approach due to fear of the flame of light, surprisingly gathered again and desperately rushed towards the living people in the living room through the barrier's gaps. Seeing this, Hazel, who had been standing by, afraid to disturb Ebner's thoughts, immediately drew the string of her short bow again, allowing streams of astonishingly hot flames to form as arrows at her fingertips. However, before she could shoot the arrows, Ebner spread his arms first, and then a holy pillar of light, wreathed in golden flames, descended from mid-air, sweeping away all the spirits that had rushed into the barrier. Hazel was stunned by the sight. It took her several seconds to dissipate the flames held between her fingers and release the bowstring. She had always known that Detective Ebner Bryan was very strong, even capable of directly confronting Vice Admiral Hurricane. But she had never imagined he could be this powerful. The auras emanating from the several evil spirits that had just rushed into the barrier were no weaker than Bishop Utravsky's. But he resolved it so easily. Hazel pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that the gap between herself and him was growing ever wider. But she immediately discarded this negative thought and pointed at the spirits regathering outside the barrier, saying, "Those spirits seem endless. Ebner, what should we do?" She was a strong-willed girl and wouldn't give up easily. The simplest way is to pray to the Evernight goddess. I am somewhat of a blessed, so logically, the goddess wouldn't ignore me. But to disturb the goddess with such a minor matter that doesn't involve demigods would make me seem too useless. As thoughts swirled, Ebner made up his mind and said calmly, "Let's leave this manor first." Saying this, he infused his spirituality into the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, renting the cheapest single room in Irwin's answer maze. Next, to Hazel's astonishment, he moved Mr. and Mrs. Mockton the manor's butler and servants one by one into the mirror world, piling them up in the single room. This maze is truly greedy. Not only does renting a room cost money, but entering and exiting also incurs tolls. If not for the goddess previously reimbursing the miracle expenses, the daily interest on the remaining debts wouldn't even be enough to pay for it. After grumbling inwardly for a few moments, Ebner turned his head back to Hazel and said with a smile, "Let's go out together." Saying this, he walked closer and took Miss Hazel's arm. Because of the beauty goddess's imprint Lilith left on Ebner's forehead, his smile directly caused Hazel to freeze for a while. Then, the young lady's cheeks flushed, and she hastily tucked a strand of dark green hair, matted to her cheek with sweat, behind her ear, as if to cover up. She then allowed Ebner to pull her arm, and under the power of a strange card, they left the main manor building through a door that suddenly appeared on the wall. Because the barrier set up by the metal arm made this living room closer to the real world compared to the rest of the main building, they didn't need to transform into wraiths to open a door and come out. In an instant, they appeared in the courtyard of Elk Manor. Is this an apprentice's ability? Hazel's dark brown eyes became even brighter, and she was about to ask a question, but just then, a fierce, chilling wind blew towards them. Her spirituality was also touched by a sense of danger, and she instinctively turned her head to look at her own main house, which seemed to have transformed into a giant door. There, countless spirits of varying appearances extended ceaselessly towards her direction. They shrieked, laughed wildly, cried, and clamored, scrambling to grasp everything outside. Though the house remained the same house, only appearing more eerie, in Hazel's perception, it was no different from the gates of hell. Ebner, at this moment, gave her a strange look, his eyes conveying the meaning of, "What did you take this time?" After all, the scene clearly indicated that this out-of-control gatekeeper had targeted Hazel in the final moments of his life. Hazel naturally understood the implication, but her heart was filled with confusion. After all, since joining the Earth Mother Church, she hadn't taken anything indiscriminately for a long time. Even if she stole for the sake of acting, it was under the bishop's supervision. Suddenly, she remembered something and raised her metal arm, saying, "Could it be because of Green Lion?" Green Lion. Ebner glanced at the arm a few times. He had only known before that it was a special golem made by Judy's father, a true alchemical creation with a spirit and life, just like his flying cloak. It wasn't a magical item in the usual sense. He hadn't, however, investigated their origin and composition. But now was not a good time to figure out what was so special about them, because the abnormality of Elk Manor's main building was gradually spreading. Just as Hazel braced herself as if facing a formidable enemy, planning to unleash Green Lion's true form regardless of the consequences, Ebner stopped her. He calmly took out a card, one that sealed a bone dragon. As Ebner chanted its true name, the giant dragon once again revealed its massive form in reality. Immediately after, the two instantly merged, flying directly into the sky, and spewed a somewhat pale breath towards the manor's main building below. Since the people inside the manor had been rescued, Ebner naturally had no further concerns. No matter how much that gatekeeper mutated, he was still just a sequence 5, and utterly vulnerable before the power of a demigod. What's more, the mind breath targeted the spiritual body, making even spirits immune. Hazel stared at the giant dragon in midair, her eyes suddenly wide, then bursting with excitement. She had heard about this giant dragon from Daisy and had even seen the portrait Daisy drew with the help of official members. So the dragon rider who blocked the demoness of despair during the Great Smog incident was Ebner. I had thought that the hero detective hadn't made it to that disaster. I didn't expect him to have been silently guarding. The hero detective is indeed as heroic as ever. As Hazel's thoughts drifted, the mysterious power covering the main manor building rapidly collapsed under the dragon's breath. Woo! 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 After sounds like wailing and crying, the out-of-control gatekeeper finally returned to the underworld. Along with the entire main manor building that he had incorporated into his body. Only a metal plaque was left, falling onto the suddenly appearing empty ground. Is the Beyonder world always this terrifying, or just occasionally? Hazel whispered, watching this scene. It seemed like a question, but also a murmur to herself. Always. Ebner, having ended the fusion state, gave his answer. Then, he resealed the bone dragon back into its card, before coming to the empty plot where a building once stood. After a careful inspection to confirm there were no dangers, he finally picked up the metal plaque. On it, a single word was written in ancient Hermes, no, more accurately, it was a name. Alistair Tudor. Chapter 796, Legacy of the Blood Emperor. Tudor. Looking at the name on the metal plaque, Ebner pondered for a moment, then took out the Grade 1 sealed artifact he controlled, the mutated Tudor emblem. This emblem was obtained from beneath a cliff on Blue Mountain Island, near Byam. It was a Beyonder item formed from the fallen count characteristic. Furthermore, Ebner had already confirmed with Lilith that this emblem was brought out of the underground ruins where the Red Angel hid by Felipe, who was also Giuseppe Castilla, a senior transmigrator. Ebner flipped the metal plaque over, with the blank side facing up, where there was conspicuously a man-made depression. Placing the mutated Tudor emblem into the depression, the two instantly fit together perfectly. This should be a set of emblem plates. Given that the metal plate wasn't taken into the underworld, it might still retain the spiritual imprint of a certain powerful individual. This imprint might even originate from the Blood Emperor himself. Perhaps there's also some hidden secret. Ebner weighed his options for a moment, then initiated an active prophecy. Soon, he received an revelation. Undul. Undul. That sounds like a free city on the border between Intis and Seeger. Although nominally belonging to Seeger, it's actually an autonomous territory, serving as a buffer zone between the two nations. Because this city borders the Sea of Fog to the west and the Undul Mountains to the east, it not only boasts abundant natural resources but also convenient transportation and low tax rates, making it a gathering place for adventurers, somewhat similar to Byam's positioning. Recalling the relevant information he had read during his polymath phase, Ebner speculated that this emblem plate might be a key item for a Tudor ruin. And during the War of the Four Emperors, the Tudor Empire was established on what is now Intis's land, so it makes sense for a ruin to be left there. Furthermore, according to the original work, the declining Pound family was a branch of the Tudor family that changed its name to escape pursuit. It's highly probable that they brought this plate and emblem to Backlund. They must have thought the emblem was the key to the underground ruins on William Street. They simply looked in the wrong place. No wonder that family met such a tragic end. However, how did that gatekeeper get hold of the plate that might carry the Blood Emperor's spiritual imprint? And why was he chasing Hazel's metal arm when he lost control? As Ebner's thoughts spun, Hazel also came closer. She glanced at the plate and subconsciously read it aloud, Alista Tudor. Miss, have you been spending too much time with Zio that you've picked up her habit of reading everything aloud? This is ancient Hermes language with power, and it even carries the spiritual imprint of the name's owner. If I hadn't immediately sealed it upon touching it, it would probably cause a huge commotion right now. After grumbling inwardly for a few moments, Ebner intentionally put on a serious face and sternly admonished Hazel, then told her that the name belonged to the Blood Emperor. Next, Ebner examined Hazel's metal arm, finding that the spirit within it seemed to be fragmented souls kneaded together by beyonder abilities, and it had developed a new personality, with nothing particularly special about it. He temporarily set this issue aside. After all, Hazel was already a follower of the Earth Mother, and the metal arm was crafted by Chloe's husband, so there shouldn't be any safety concerns. Having done all this, Ebner immediately held a ritual, praying to the Evernight goddess and reporting the incident, while also helping Klein ask if his arrangements for Daly and Dunn were feasible. As soon as the ritual ended, Ebner saw 2 circles appear on the parchment where he had written his prayers. Circles. The first circle means, understood the matter, and the second means she approved Klein's plan. As the mother of concealment, for the goddess to give such a clear reply, she's already showing me great favor. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then first tidied up the altar before releasing Mr. and Mrs. Mocked, the servants, and the butler. They were all ordinary people, and their spiritual bodies were unstable due to the influence of the underworld's power, so they hadn't woken up yet. This situation wasn't severe. After the Nighthawks performed an appeasement, there should be no problem. Since he was nominally still in Task City, Intis, to avoid exposing his teleportation ability, Ebner did not intend to meet the Nighthawks here. So, after handing the bell for summoning his messenger to Hazel and giving her a few instructions, he once again performed a spirit world travel and left. Hazel put away the bell, sighed as she looked at the spot where Ebner had disappeared, and then returned to her parents' side to await the arrival of the Nighthawks. Soon, a team led by Ms. Daly arrived at Elk Manor. As a victim, Hazel concealed most of the facts, only stating that she barely managed to rescue her parents and family thanks to the metal arm crafted by the Earth Mother Church, but the main building of her manor was dragged into the underworld. Her words were half-truths, and the Nighthawks did not find anything amiss. Instead, they deeply sympathized with her plight. Only Daly stared at the metal arm for a while, a thoughtful expression on her face. And Hazel received a hint of acting feedback at this moment. So it's not just money, deceiving others' sympathy and trust also counts as fraud. Pritz Harbor, in a certain basement. A young man wearing a red-patterned robe, with his hood casually pulled up, was leisurely smoking a cigarette. At this moment, he seemed to sense something, and a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "Delusional to think you can trap me in that body with a plaque bearing a Tudor spiritual imprint. If Alista were still alive, perhaps it would be possible, but he's been dead for almost 2 millennia now. How could he still have that ability?" Before his words finished, a bloody gash suddenly opened on his left cheek, and a voice emerged. "Will you die if you don't boast?" Who was it who cursed with such heartbreak after discovering that plaque? A mouth also appeared on the right cheek, echoing, "Exactly. Also, Medici, can you please stop smoking? I don't want to experience anything that comes from the followers of the true creator. This is a man's favorite." "Oh, I forgot, you two aren't proper men." Medici grinned, but still extinguished the cigarette. After all, with mouths on both cheeks, he couldn't smoke anymore. I wonder who set up this game. Otherwise, how could that unaging demoness have so coincidentally found Alista's plaque and given it to the gatekeeper she found? Wanting to use me to get rid of the person controlling her, and then use the setup to counteract me. TSK, meticulously calculated, but I'm not going to play with her anymore. However, no matter who is scheming behind the scenes, it will surely benefit me. As long as they don't try to control me with petty tricks anymore, being used by them is fine. After all, this is likely aimed at the paranoid fellow. Before Medici's words finished, both cheeks spoke in unison. It's our benefit. Chapter 797, The Lady's Recent Situations. Task, the basement of the Surrey family ancestral home. As a sparkling circle appeared on the altar, Ebner's figure emerged from it. After helping Hazel resolve the crisis, Ebner teleported back to Task, a border city between Intis and Lone. However, since the Azure Shadow ring, which allowed him to transform into a special spirit body, was still in its cooldown period, this time he did not use Ebner's spirit body roam. Instead, he used the Edwards Bryan teleportation art, relying on a teleportation altar set up in a property outside Backlund to perform the spirit world travel. As soon as Ebner stepped off the altar, he saw Kezia approaching him, handing her main body, the magic mirror, to its master. Because Ebner's spirit body roam couldn't carry people through spirit world travel when he was at Fragrant Manor, Ebner had instructed the magic mirror to control Kezia to return to Task on her own via the teleportation altar. Next, Ebner did not rush to leave this underground space. Instead, he took out various spiritual materials and held a sacrificial ritual for Mr. Fool, placing the bell to be given to Edwina on the altar, and conveying the goddess's circle review reply to the world. As for the characteristics Lilith helped him separate, Ebner wasn't in a hurry to share the spoils with Klein, planning to present them at the Tarot Club to boost Mr. Fool's prestige. A moment later, the bell for summoning a messenger disappeared into the illusory, mysterious gate, replaced by a black crystal card-like charm that fell onto the altar. Klein is quite efficient, huh? He figured out how to use the Worm of Time so quickly. The effect of this charm is much better than I expected. Did Klein leverage the power of the Sapphire Castle with the error card? After the showdown last night, Ebner had given Klein the Book of Luck Theft, which still contained a dead worm of time. He hadn't expected to see results in less than a day. A spirit body integrated with the error card can perhaps leverage demigod-level power from Sapphire Castle. Mr. Fool has gained another trump card, which somewhat compensates for the loss of the Grosel's Travels shield. After a sigh of emotion, Ebner put away the black crystal card-like charm, then tidied up the ritual items. Only then did he, with Kezia, simulate a short-range teleportation and entered the Surrey family's ancestral home. He was going to rendezvous with Fanny, Helene, and first to continue their journey to Trier, the capital of Intis. Speaking of which, Fanny and the other two didn't know where Ebner had been these past few days, nor did they know that Edwina and Klein had visited the Surrey family's basement, let alone the ritual chamber leading to the world of imagination. However, they didn't ask much. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and they also had their own things to do. Furs, needless to say, should have returned to Backlund after completing the task her teacher assigned her, helping Mr. Trelawney handle his affairs after his death and retrieving his relics. But the password to a safe in the First Bank of Trier, which Mr. Trelawney specifically told her before his death, made her both curious and concerned. Curious about what was stored inside. Judging from Mr. Trelawney's final murmuring, it seemed to be related to an elder named Benjamin. And Mr. Trelawney clearly hadn't intended to give her the item initially, only making the spontaneous decision after hearing her name, Furswall. The reason behind this particularly concerned her. Therefore, she stayed in Tosk, waiting for Ebner to finish his business, and then planned to go to Trier together. After all, no one knew what was in the First Bank's safe. What if she encountered others' covetousness after retrieving it? It was safer to go with Ebner. As a well-known author, Furs immediately imagined a series of thrilling stories filled with conspiracies, schemes, and blatant snatching. However, after she returned from Rit City, where Mr. Trelawney had been, she didn't have the mental capacity to think about so many things, because she was being watched by a lion and had to rush her manuscripts day and night. Meanwhile, Helene had not been idle these past few days. She utilized the funds Ebner left with her, as well as the Surrey family's local connections, to successfully establish a film theater chain in Tosk, and premiered it with A Bite of Backlund. Due to the positive reception, Helene invested further and collaborated with Madame Denise of the Varunian family, the true local power in Tosk. She was currently organizing personnel to shoot a silent film with humorous elements that Ebner had once mentioned. As for Fanny, she visited the new Archbishop of the Church of Steam in Tosk to ascertain the details of her family's Archbishop's death. She also inquired about the current political situation in Intis and the recent circumstances of the Surrey family. She also received a somewhat unexpected piece of intelligence. During the Surrey family's most difficult period, they were suppressed by multiple forces, primarily led by the Fleury's family. Many of their businesses were on the verge of collapse, but they unexpectedly received support from Rit Bank and Trier Insurance Company, which barely allowed them to hold on until a turning point arrived. Of course, the so-called turning point was when Johnson Fleury's, the one who killed her grandfather, returned to the country and exposed many of his schemes. The Fleury's family had to relinquish their vested interests to give an explanation to the Church of Steam. Fanny's father consequently returned to Parliament, but without the protection of a demigod, the Surrey family's influence and assets still shrank by nearly half. All personnel who were abroad were also recalled to Trier. Just as Fanny was pondering how to deal with the Fleury's family and how to ensure Johnson Fleury's received genuine punishment, Ebner appeared in the living room with Kezia. Fanny was long accustomed to Ebner's elusive appearances. Seeing him now, the sorrow on her face immediately vanished, and she asked with a smile. "Ebner, you're back. Is everything handled?" As she spoke, she rose to personally brew him a cup of black tea. Ebner's gaze towards Fanny was somewhat complex, however. After all, she was a fallback plan set by Roselle, and might have children with him in the future. Yet now, Roselle's split soul had been concealed by the goddess, effectively rendering his fallback plan completely useless. Never mind, let's just let nature take its course. After secretly making up his mind, Ebner picked up the teacup and took a sip, praising it with an impeccable description, very pure Queen's black tea. This was a top-grade black tea, priced at nearly 10 fels per pound of tea leaves. It was rumored to be a variety personally cultivated by the Queen of the Trunsoist Empire in the Fourth Epoch, hence its name. However, in Ebner's opinion, this so-called Queen's black tea merely tasted good and was likely just a fabricated commercial product. It wouldn't have come from Blood Moon Queen Ornia's hands. After all, Ornia was the beauty goddess, a top-tier apothecary. How could a variety she cultivated be so simple? Moreover, as far as Ebner knew, the Blood Moon Queen's medicinal garden was still controlled by the blood race. If you like it, I'll have someone get more for you later. But Queen's black tea is said to have very low yield, and the amount our Surrey family can buy each year is limited. And it might become even less in the future, Fanny said, her emotions slightly dampened towards the end. Ebner was about to comfort her when, at that moment, his spirituality was suddenly triggered. He activated his spirit vision, and then saw white bones surge out like a fountain from the ground, witnessing a gigantic messenger nearly 4 meters tall take shape. It lowered its head, its eye sockets burning with dark flames, and simultaneously handed him a letter. Jane's letter. Ebner's heart stirred, and he quickly tore open the envelope and began to read. The captain seems to be in trouble. Not only is she burdened with worries, but her words also sound like she's leaving a will. Ebner, I'm very uneasy. Chapter 798, The Pirate Ladies. Deeply worried. Given the timing, Katlia must have just been chosen by Mr. Fool, and not knowing his true depth, she's likely feeling anxious, right? As for last words, it probably hasn't reached that stage yet. Thinking this, Ebner continued to read the rest of the letter, finding that it consisted of examples Jane listed where Katlia seemed abnormal or appeared to be settling her affairs. Among them was the question of how to gain control of the future if mutated monsters appeared on the ship and she happened to be absent. Indeed. Jane is panicking out of concern. Katlia is more likely making emergency preparations, as she truly can't judge what she might do after being gazed upon by an evil god. But in reality, she's just worrying for nothing. Our Mr. Fool might not even be able to defeat a pirate admiral right now. Thinking this, Ebner took out paper and pen. After comforting Jane with gentle words, he rather mystically wrote. The reason Admiral of Stars has undergone such a change is likely because she has met the person destined for her. After writing this sentence, he folded the letter and handed it to the bone messenger, who had been waiting in the living room. After the nearly 4-meter-tall behemoth left, Fanny on the side exhaled and patted her chest, asking, was that a messenger? That's right, that's a messenger belonging to a friend of mine. Ebner was somewhat distracted by the movement but quickly retracted his gaze. He saw an envious look on Fanny's face, so he took a bell from his pocket and handed it to her, saying with a smile, this bell can be used to summon my messenger. If you offer it some compensation, I think it won't refuse to run private errands. In fact, according to the contract between the demon wolf ghost and Ebner, it could indeed deliver letters for others, but it had to first pass through Ebner's location as a transfer point. Upon hearing this, Fanny's face lit up with joy, and she played with the bell, seemingly unable to put it down. After a while, she carefully put it away. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Ebner, the living room door opened, and Helene and Furs walked in one after another. They were both pleasantly surprised to see Ebner there, especially Furs, who seemed to have seen a savior. She blurted out, Ebner, are we heading to Trier now? Ebner glanced at the orange cat that followed the two ladies into the room, roughly guessing why Furs was so eager, and replied with a smile, my suggestion is to depart tomorrow morning. He had accepted Lilith's mission, so the sooner he began investigating the Deline family, the better. Furs rejoiced inwardly, but before she could say anything, Helene on the side asked in surprise, so urgent. Do you have any unfinished work? Ebner looked at his former red maid, now ace employee, and deliberated, it wouldn't be a big problem to delay by a day. No, the Tosk branch company is already on track and doesn't need my further attention. However, Madame Denise of the Varunian family is holding a masquerade ball next Monday evening, and I've already accepted her invitation. Helene said with a frown. Even though cancelling the ball wouldn't have a huge impact, it would inevitably offend Madame Denise, the local power broker. Moreover, Helene, as a follower of the eternal blazing sun, was a person who valued credibility and didn't want to break her promise over such a small matter. However, deep down, she yearned to return sooner to that sunny metropolis nestled between the Lone and Sorrenzo rivers, that picturesque city of flowers with countless rose varieties, that cultural and artistic hub, a sanctuary for painters, musicians, and novelists. Trier was not only the capital of Intis but also the first truly global metropolis rebuilt by Emperor Roselle. It was also Helene's hometown, the place where she grew up, a city she often saw in her dreams and for which she shed tears. Noticing Helene's inner conflict, Ebner thought for a moment and resolved the issue for her. According to the steam train schedule, you can arrive in Trier by Monday evening next week. So you can stay in Tosk for now, and next Monday I'll teleport over to pick you up and take you home. Okay. Helene looked at Ebner gratefully. After a firm nod, she asked with an ambiguous tone, one last thing, the masquerade ball is missing a male companion. May I invite you to be mine? Do you have some deep-seated hatred for the Varunian family? To actually invite me? Ebner muttered a few complaints inwardly, but still agreed. He also wanted to test the mechanism of his gathering disaster constitution. On the future, Jane unfolded Ebner's reply and read it several times before burning the letter. She recalled the captain's previous actions, and combining them with Ebner's judgment, she couldn't help but ponder. The Queen once told me to relay a message to the captain, saying that the captain's fate was not with the Queen. Ebner said the captain met the person destined for her. Plus the captain's inexplicable actions. Could it be that the captain fell in love with someone destined for her, and so she's preparing to leave the future? But the captain hasn't met any strangers recently. Anything is possible in the mystical world, so it can't be ruled out. On the Golden Dream, Pale Admiral Maria, clad in old-fashioned knight armor, with long black hair and a beautiful yet heroic face, was discussing the hunt for Admiral of Blood with Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. Previously, the Golden Dream had not intervened in the Pale Saintess's plunder of the lone merchant ship. However, Maria, upon seeing Vice Admiral Iceberg, still stepped onto the Golden Dream's deck alone. Firstly, she wanted to thank Edwina again for her previous assistance. Secondly, it was because she had received news that Dunn had been ambushed by Admiral of Blood's subordinates, so she wanted to form an alliance with Edwina to retaliate against Admiral of Blood. However, Maria was clearly not skilled with words, and Edwina's outward personality was equally taciturn. As a result, the two communicated with their eyes for a long time but failed to grasp each other's meaning. Finally, Klein, who had been called to observe from the start, couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere any longer and spoke first. "Do you know the Rose School?" Maria did not answer directly. Instead, she carefully scrutinized Klein for a moment, then pressed her hand to her sword hilt, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on her expressionless face. "It's my first time seeing Pale Justice express goodwill and kindness towards someone. May I know your name?" Chapter 799, The Famed Detective Rises to Prominence Again. "What should I call myself? There are too many names, even my fellow countryman, Lubo, doesn't know all my aliases." Klein maintained his posture and replied in a low voice. "Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow." Pale Admiral Maria pondered for a moment, then looked into Klein's eyes and said seriously, "The Celestial Sect is looking for you." "Celestial Sect? Isn't that the organization Mr. Tower asked the hanged men to report? Why are they looking for me? Wait. Could it be that the governor of Byam inviting me to the ball is also related to this organization?" "The governor of Byam?" Klein asked calmly on the surface, but cautiously inside. Maria nodded seriously and replied, "According to my intelligence, it's highly probable that the governor is being used by the Celestial Sect." At this point, she paused, then added, "The Celestial Sect is backed by the Rose School, and they are ultimately the enemy I must face. Pale Admiral has a grudge against the Rose School. No wonder she also wants to deal with Admiral of Blood." Klein thought for a moment and tentatively said, "I also plan to hunt Admiral of Blood. Do you have any clues about him?" Maria first shook her head, then stated directly, "You likely have something the Rose School needs, and so do I. He will eventually come looking for either you or me." "What does that mean? To use me as bait? Or for her to be the bait herself?" However, after considering Pale Admiral's consistent behavior, Klein dismissed this guess and asked calmly, "So, how do you want to cooperate?" Maria didn't answer immediately but looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg, who stood nearby. Clearly, after meeting Gehrman, her target for cooperation had changed. Edwina immediately understood. She calmly nodded at the two, then exited the cabin, leaving them space for a private conversation. If it had been anyone else, they might have been angered by this, but Edwina was quite familiar with Maria's personality. She knew Maria simply didn't understand such things and always handled interpersonal relationships poorly. Without the assistance of Kent, the first mate on the Pale Saintess, she would actually find it difficult to gather that ship full of followers. It's just that Kent's origin is somewhat questionable. Maria didn't pay attention to what Edwina was thinking. After the latter left, she looked into Klein's eyes again and said sincerely, "I can secretly follow and protect you for a while, until the Rose School appears." As she spoke, as if to demonstrate her hidden ability, her figure quickly faded and disappeared within the cabin. However, her voice still echoed around, "Because I am somewhat special, ordinary Rose School demigods would find it difficult to detect me." Wraith. Klein remained outwardly calm, but his heart was filled with surprise. He was all too familiar with this method of disappearance, but he hadn't expected that Pale Admiral, renowned for her swordsmanship yet never revealing her sequence abilities, would actually be a wraith. What surprised him even more was that she would reveal this long-hidden secret to him, someone she was meeting for the first time. As if sensing Klein's surprise and doubt, Maria reappeared and explained, "Since Pale Justice trusts you, there's no need for me to hide anything from you." Those words could easily lead to misunderstandings. "And even if you trust me, I don't trust you. Especially since I have many secrets. Even if Pale Admiral has a good reputation, it's impossible for me to let you follow me around all the time. You're not Miss Sharon." Klein refused bluntly without much hesitation, "I still can't trust you, so I will only provide the summoning method for my messenger." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment seemed to flicker in Maria's brown eyes, but she nodded understandingly, "Understood." Klein pondered for a moment, then took out paper and pen from his pocket, quickly wrote down the summoning method for his messenger, and handed it to her. "I will summon your messenger once I return, so it can remember my aura. That way, if you encounter someone from the Rose School, you can find me immediately. Actually, I think Mr. Tower, Vice Admiral Iceberg, or even Madame Yowlin would be more reliable. Though he thought this, Klein simply nodded slightly on the surface. Good. Then I'll take my leave. Seeing that the matter was settled, Maria exchanged no further pleasantries and directly left the Golden Dream, returning to her flagship. This left Klein dumbfounded, feeling that this lady's personality was even more awkward than the Gehrman persona he adopted. She's always been like this. Although she means no harm, she always offends people in subtle ways. Please don't mind her. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg walked over and explained for Maria. Are you two very familiar? Klein asked curiously. He wouldn't act too much in front of Edwina now, as his true identity had already been exposed in the Hall of Truth. Edwina nodded and said, she once studied in Lemberg. We were in the same class. No wonder. Klein realized. He then took out Ebner's bell and handed it to the pirate admiral, and asked her to have the Golden Dream sail towards the island where the fisherman had salvaged Vice Admiral Disease. Only then did he return to his cabin. Sitting on the bed, he was about to rest when his spiritual perception suddenly stirred. Guessing that Pale Admiral had made a move, Klein quickly activated his spirit vision, seeing his headless messenger, Rainet Tinker, floating beside him at some unknown time, the 4 heads she carried still brightly vivid. Unlike the bone messenger, whom I can detect as soon as he appears, she has completely entered the real world, and only then was my spiritual perception triggered. Klein thoughtfully took the letter that one of Rainet Tinker's heads was biting. The letter contained little content, only pages of Maria's own diary entries. Klein casually flipped through it, finding that the diary was written in a stiff tone, much like her own speech, with wording resembling an accounting ledger. What does this mean? I said I didn't trust her, so she sent her diary for me to understand her, to gain my trust. Is this pirate admiral so naive? Just as Klein's thoughts ran wild, the 4 heads in Rainet Tinker's hands simultaneously turned, their crimson eyes staring at Klein for a second. Then, the mouths of each of her heads opened in an orderly fashion, one after another. Outwardly. Wraith. Actually. Devil. Her. Justice. Is from. Malice. Twisted. Away. Not. Agreeing. To her suggestion. Was the correct decision. Having already received confirmation from Sharon that his messenger was once a high-ranking figure from the temperance faction of the Rose School, Klein did not doubt her words. He continued to read Pale Admiral's dry diary entries while pondering. Justice twisted from malice. In her view, is that justice she upholds malice towards others. Looking at what she's done since becoming a pirate admiral, this lady is essentially from the indulgence faction, right? No wonder Sharon's teacher doesn't seem to like her very much. On Monday morning, on the railway leading to Trier, a steam train sped by, leaving behind rows of Intis plane trees on either side of the tracks. Inside the train's first-class carriage, many railway police and travelers gathered, watching a young man with brown hair and gold-rimmed glasses eloquently lecturing about a seemingly recently deceased body. The young man was naturally Ebner, who was currently performing a reverse deduction after blight on a murder case that occurred on the train. The case was not complicated, but the culprit's methods were quite clever, successfully misleading others and exonerating himself. Ebner originally didn't want to meddle. After all, the deceased wasn't a good person either. He had even verbally insulted Fanny and Furs earlier. But the criminal was too arrogant, even daring to target people close to him. Naturally, this would make the perpetrator understand the prestige of the hero detective. Just as his deduction was nearing its end, about to reveal the true identity of the murderer, a bystander from the crew suddenly became agitated. He pushed through the crowd, smashed the glass, and was about to jump out the window to escape. However, at this crucial moment, a remarkably well-built lady suddenly grabbed the other person's arm, then with a strong pull, twisted his hands behind his back and brought him to the ground. This lady was naturally Fanny, who was accompanying Ebner to Trier. At this moment, she felt greatly relieved, as she had been the primary suspect in this murder case. Recalling how she had been unable to defend herself earlier, even with her lawyer ability, and the stifling feeling of not being able to convince others of her innocence, she now felt exceptionally unburdened. At this moment, amidst the enthusiastic applause from the surrounding travelers for the brilliant deduction, Fanny felt her barbarian potion completely digested. Chapter 800, A Tragic Story. The man in the crew uniform, once subdued by Fanny, stopped struggling. Facing the pointing fingers of the surrounding passengers, he slowly began to smile. His laughter grew louder and louder, until it bordered on madness. Ebner, however, shook his head, looking at the feigning mad criminal, and said calmly, "You think you've avenged yourself, and now you have no regrets in life." No matter the reason for his murder, or if there was a heartbreaking story behind it, the fact remained that he attempted to frame Fanny. Moreover, and more importantly, he was very likely being used by someone else. The man in the crew uniform abruptly stopped laughing, suddenly raised his head to look at the detective who had exposed him, and gritted his teeth. "What do you know?" I don't know anything. But you couldn't control yourself and revealed a lot of information when you killed Mrs. Penny last night, so you can't blame me for ing it out. Ebner glanced at him and retorted, your enemy should be Inspector Russell, Mrs. Penny's husband. Why didn't you choose to seek revenge on him directly? Did you just want him to experience the pain of losing a loved one? He casually questioned him while recalling the information he had obtained through Blight. Speaking of which, this was also a tragic story. The deceased, Mrs. Penny, was the wife of Mr. Russell, a senior inspector at the Trier Police Department. She was an arrogant, vain, and ill-tempered lady. She had previously verbally abused Furs merely because her attire was not up to standard for the first-class carriage. Fanny, in defending Furs, also suffered her insults, and a physical altercation even occurred between them. This was the main reason the real killer could frame Fanny. After all, everyone in the first-class carriage knew about that conflict, and from the motive, Fanny was definitely a suspect. The criminal's method of killing Mrs. Penny was not complicated. He simply used a sleeping potion to knock out the arrogant lady and her attendant last night, inserted a dagger into her heart from her back, and then, imitating the lady's handwriting, wrote Fanny's name on the floor. Unlike Lone, Intis, known as the Land of the Sun, had lights installed along its main railway lines, allowing trains to operate at night. Finally, the criminal, using his identity as a crew member while performing carriage cleaning services, stole some of Fanny's foundation and sprinkled it near the corpse. Thus, when Mrs. Penny's servants and bodyguards woke up in the morning, they naturally sought out Fanny first, leading her to be initially identified as the primary suspect. The reason the criminal did this, according to him, was for revenge. He was originally a skilled worker, but he was framed and imprisoned by his boss because of one of his patented inventions. Later, he was extremely fortunate to escape prison during a riot and changed his name, fleeing to a small town in eastern Intis. He started a factory relying on his skills and funds provided by a friend. Just as he accumulated a certain amount of wealth, got married, and had a daughter, feeling his life was entering a state of happiness and fulfillment, Inspector Russell appeared in the small town and recognized him as the fugitive from years ago. So he had to flee again. What followed was that his patent was once again embezzled, his factory went bankrupt, his investing friend committed suicide due to debt, and the wives and daughters of both families were sold into brothels by gangsters. He consequently harbored intense hatred for the inspector, which is why he managed to impersonate a crew member to assassinate Inspector Russell's wife, making the inspector also taste the pain of losing a loved one. This murderer, who once held 2 technical patents, was an extremely intelligent person and also possessed an exceptional skill in imitating others' handwriting. This is why he wrote Mrs. Penny's dying message in blood, using it to frame Fanny. However, his flaw lay precisely here, or rather, the flaw Ebner deduced in reverse, was that Mrs. Penny was actually left-handed, while the supposed dying message was written with the right hand. It couldn't be blamed on the criminal for not being meticulous. After all, Mrs. Penny, fearing ridicule, had always been secretive about being left-handed and deliberately hid it. Without constant observation, it would have been very difficult to notice. Earlier, Ebner, through a series of hindsight detailed deductions, successfully concluded that Mrs. Penny was left-handed, which naturally proved that Fanny had been framed. Using the shocking effect produced by this series of deductions, Ebner subtly provoked the criminal's mind with the magic mirror, causing him to instantly break down and make the impulsive move of trying to escape. In fact, the men had handled the evidence very cleanly. Without extraordinary means, Ebner wouldn't have been able to produce decisive evidence quickly. At this moment, hearing Ebner's question, the criminal remained silent for a while, then, with a twisted face, recounted his past story, finally shouting. My factory went bankrupt because of him. My friend died because of him. My wife and daughter were sold into brothels because of him. My happiness was destroyed because of him. But, he's a truly just police officer. I can't kill him just because I hate him. After all, he was just doing his duty impartially. But I can't take his life, yet I can take his happiness. I want him to suffer an equal amount of pain. It's a pity, my original plan was to kill his wife, then go after his son and daughter. But it doesn't matter now, this is enough. The men said this as if all strength had drained from his body, and his head drooped once more. Ebner, however, sneered, crouched down, and leaned into his ear, speaking in a voice meant only for them. You're acting well. But the reason you didn't kill Inspector Russell was simply because you wanted to see the ideals he upheld collapse, for a just police officer to fall from that point, right? You cold-blooded one. The man's head snapped up again, and he asked in disbelief, his voice choked, Who exactly are you? I am Ebner Bryan, a detective. Ebner stood up, stating his name without a care. Firstly, he had come to Intis in his true appearance, so his identity wasn't hard to uncover. Secondly, to complete Lilith's mission and thoroughly investigate the Klein family, he would inevitably interact with the upper echelons of Intis society, so a good reputation was an excellent stepping stone. Thirdly, this was also to accumulate material for his film company. The background story of this murder case was so dramatic that it would definitely be reported extensively by major newspapers and magazines, thus gaining both fame and popularity. Finally, this tragic criminal was actually a cold-blooded beyonder who had just advanced and hadn't completely lost his humanity. Ebner intuitively felt there might be more to uncover about him later. At this moment, the surrounding passengers finally recovered from the brilliant deduction. A prominent merchant who had visited Lone even blurted out upon hearing Ebner's self-introduction. The hero detective. So it's Backlund's hero detective. No wonder his deductions are so amazing. Others who had heard of Ebner's reputation also suddenly realized. They either educated those around them about the deeds of the hero detective or jokingly looked at the criminal who had been tied up by the railway police, mocking, to actually frame the woman of the hero detective, this murderer is truly unlucky. Yeah, if he wasn't unlucky, how would an inspector who just happened to know him pass through that small town? Some agreed, while others lamented. I've also heard of Inspector Russell's reputation, he truly is a just and selfless person. But he handled this matter rather thoughtlessly. Russell's justice is merely legal justice. But is the law itself without flaws? Emperor Roselle even said that beyond legal principles, there's human sentiment. Some lamented, and naturally, some disagreed. What fault is Inspector Russell's? Even the criminal himself believed he was acting impartially and couldn't bear to kill him. The people in the first-class carriage naturally held high status, and they themselves represented buzz. Seeing this, Ebner decided to quit while he was ahead. After completing the handover with the railway police, he took Furs and Fanny back to their private compartment. Furs was still feeling sorry for the criminal, pondering how to help his family. Fanny's spirits weren't particularly high either. At this moment, the orange cat lying in the compartment suddenly opened its eyes and said, "Kid, you must have guessed what's going on with that Inspector Russell, right?" "I guessed it." "Heh, there aren't that many coincidences. That criminal was probably just a pawn." Ebner nodded. To be precise, he might just be part of Russell's ritual to advance to a devil. Chapter 801, Arrival in Trier and Another Tarot Club. Hey, to be precise, he's just a part of Inspector Russell's ritual to advance to a devil. Leon scoffed in a human-like manner. Hearing the lion speak so confidently, Ebner asked in surprise, "How did you figure that out?" Even he, with a stronger blight ability, had only vaguely sensed that Inspector Russell was problematic. What happened to that criminal is about 50 or 60% similar to the story in a novel Roselle wrote called Les Miserables. To say that the mastermind didn't draw inspiration from it, I don't believe it. And from what I know, the devils of the Norse family particularly enjoy using the method of reenacting characters with extreme personalities from literary works to complete their rituals. So, I'm 80 or 90% sure that this whole thing is a script written and directed by that Russell fellow himself. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. In the past few decades, has there always been an inspector in Trier who upholds justice and law but seems inhumane, leading to a talented person's family being destroyed and them embarking on a path of revenge? Les Miserables. So that's it. Roselle actually plagiarized this world-famous masterpiece. Ebner felt a bit embarrassed, because in his previous life, he had only heard the name of this famous work but hadn't read it, completely unaware of its content, which led him to overlook the key clue. However, since it's a plot from Roselle's novel, didn't anyone in the official organizations figure it out? Ebner thought this, and then asked the question. Leon shook his head, replying, "Roselle never publicly published this novel after writing it. Besides me and Bernadette, I'm afraid only the demon who obtained that manuscript knows about it." At this moment, Fanny, who had been listening to the conversation between the men and the lion, couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? How is this case connected to a devil's ritual?" Furs, next to her, also looked at Ebner, eagerly awaiting an answer. The inside story of this case was so complex, even more exciting than a novel, she really wanted to collect some material. Ebner pondered for a moment, then smiled and retorted. "You should know about the legend of the Fountain of Immortality on the sea, right?" Fanny and Furs both nodded, saying, "We know a little. Legend has it that the Fountain of Immortality is deep in the Sonia Sea, and Undying King, Agorito, one of the 4 kings, drank from its waters. Yes, the Undying King even sends people to hunt down adventurers who know about the Fountain of Immortality," Ebner said. Seeing that the two ladies' interest had been piqued, he then changed the subject, "But that's a trick. A trap deliberately released by the Undying King to specifically harm adventurers searching for the Fountain of Immortality. And the just inspector in this incident is, in a sense, of the same nature as the Fountain of Immortality. This is part of a demon's demigod advancement ritual." Furs, who had heard Little Sun describe the characteristics of the demon pathway at the Tarot Club, asked thoughtfully. Leon then Ed and interjected, "In fact, if Russell's plan hadn't been ruined by this kid, according to his script, that criminal wouldn't have been caught here. Instead, he would have successfully framed Fanny, then calmly escaped, and then kidnapped or killed Russell's son and daughter, forcing him to choose between justice and family affection, tempting him to no longer adhere to his ideals, even causing his ideals to collapse and gradually fall. But at the end of this game, the criminal, whose humanity hadn't completely vanished, would suddenly discover that the just and righteous inspector was actually the one who had fallen the deepest, the true devil. Everything was an illusion. Ultimately, experiencing great joy and sorrow, only to discover before success that he had been the other party's pawn all along, the criminal would die in extreme shock, anger, and unwillingness, becoming part of the ritual. Then Russell would probably recover the criminal's characteristic and then seek out the next unlucky person for his script. After hearing its narration, both Furs and Fanny felt a chill down their spines, especially Furs. As a writer, she subconsciously empathized with the criminal's feelings and shivered. Just thinking about it makes me feel grief and despair. Furs sighed, feeling that her next book's villain character had been conceived. This is essentially Joker playing with Batman, only to find out in the end that Batman was already the Batman who laughs. Ebner also summarized inwardly. Fanny bit her lip, frowning, but his wife was indeed killed. If Leon's speculation is correct, his son and daughter might also die. Can one be so ruthless just for advancement? Sequence 8 of the Demon Pathway is a cold-blooded one. He's different from normal people. Ebner sighed. The carriage was silent for half a minute. Furs looked at Leon, changing the subject. Since it's finished, why didn't Emperor Roselle publish Les Miserables? If it were her, she would have found an editor and submitted the manuscript immediately after finishing it. Princess Bernadette also asked this question, and Roselle's original words were, "One's position determines one's perspective. It's not appropriate for me, as an Archon, to publish such a novel." Leon always spoke freely when it came to topics related to Roselle. One could even say that if this case hadn't been somewhat similar to the plot of Les Miserables, it wouldn't have volunteered the information. One's position determines one's perspective. Although Furs and Fanny lacked a true understanding of politics, they still grasped the meaning contained in that simple phrase. Roselle was truly realistic. Ebner sighed inwardly, then looked out the train window, his gaze seemingly penetrating space to fall upon Trier, their destination. I wonder how this demon, who orchestrates others' fates from behind the scenes, will react to this unexpected turn. Also, as a member of the Norse family, could he be related to the Deline family? Thinking this, Ebner fell into thought, his eyes gradually deepening. This concentration, coupled with the Goddess of Beauty mark on his forehead, made it almost impossible for the two accompanying ladies to look away. Land's Island is a small island in the southern Rørsted archipelago with only a few thousand permanent residents. The Golden Dream approached a private port on the island and dropped off Klein and Danitz. Dunn looked back at the ship, which shimmered with golden light, and suddenly sighed. I feel like my friendship has sunk into the sea. Except for Talum, everyone else wishes I'd never come back to the Golden Dream. In front of Mr. Tower, you are all losers. Adding a sentence inwardly, Klein pressed his hat and said calmly. Losers can form an alliance. Danitz, Vice Admiral Disease to Vice Admiral of Ailment, didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a question, where are we going? First, find a hotel on this small island to stay at. Klein said this aloud, but added inwardly, then, after the Tarot Club, I'll go to a deserted island tens of nautical miles to the south and dig up Vice Admiral of Ailment. After receiving the oracle, the fisherman buried Tracy underground to avoid losing the item dedicated to the deity. Woo! Amidst the whistle, the long steam train clattered into Trier. Ebner had Kezia carry the luggage, while he himself, with Furs and Fanny, stepped onto the land of this city of flowers, romantic capital, and art sanctuary. Because Roselle had forcefully relocated heavy industries away from the capital region after becoming emperor, this city, which had completed the Industrial Revolution earliest, didn't have the perpetually gloomy and dark skies of Backlund. Though this order faced immense resistance at the time, almost all business owners and the Church of Steam opposed it, with only the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun offering support. Fresh air, bright sunshine, comfortable temperatures. Judging solely from the natural environment, Trier was considerably more comfortable than Backlund. As Ebner pondered, an elderly man who looked like a butler calmly approached. He first bowed to Ebner, then walked to Fanny's side and introduced himself. Fanny pursed her lips, spoke briefly with the elder, then turned to Ebner, saying with some reluctance, Ebner, my father sent someone to pick me up and take me back to the family manor, so I'll have to say goodbye here. It's all right. You go home first, and once I'm settled, I'll pay a formal visit, Ebner replied with a smile, politely nodding to the elder. Dealing with the Deline family might require the Surrey family's power and connections, so Ebner had already planned for this. Upon hearing this, Fanny's eyes curved into a smile. After waving goodbye to Ebner, she happily boarded the carriage parked by the roadside with the butler. Although she knew Ebner had no other intentions, she still held a small expectation. After the carriage drove away, Furs turned her head and asked, where are we going now? Straight to the first bank. Ebner glanced at his pocket watch, finding it was not yet 10 in the morning. After examining furs from head to toe, he said with a smile, "The bank can wait. First, we'll go to Shavignia Street in Trier to buy you a new outfit." At 12 p.m. Trier time, 3 p.m. Backlund time, Furs, now dressed in a new light yellow lace dress, accompanied Ebner to a high-class club hotel for lodging. As soon as she sealed the room with a spiritual wall, crimson light surged out before her eyes, engulfing everything. On the future, Katlia once again delivered her last words to the crew, then returned to her captain's cabin under Jane's hesitant gaze, immediately sealing the room with her spirituality. She sat on her bed, pondering the impact Mr. Fool and the so-called Tarot Club would have on her. Unconsciously, a tall figure appeared in her mind, and the words that she could never forget echoed in her ears once more. "Leave. Your destiny is not with me." "Is this my destiny, your majesty?" Katlia closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her vision was filled with a tide of deep crimson light. Chapter 802, The Hermit's Observations. Above the grey fog, within the ancient and mysterious palace. Just as Audrey, Justice, was about to turn her gaze toward Mr. Fool, she caught sight of a new figure appearing on her side of the long table. That seat had always been empty before. A new member. A lady. Miss Justice's eyes flickered slightly as she discreetly observed the figure. Then, she realized something she had previously overlooked. In the Tarot Club, below Mr. Fool, the women were seated on one side, and the men on the other. This was clearly an intentional division. I wonder if there's any symbolic meaning behind it. Left side for ladies, right side for men, and the only one neither left nor right is Mr. World. Haha, does that mean he's neither male nor female, or perhaps not even human? Audrey, you're overthinking this. Shaking off her strange thoughts, Audrey stood up and led the others in a cheerful greeting. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The moment she arrived in this ancient hall, Hermit Katlia began observing cautiously. So, when the others rose to greet Mr. Fool, she barely managed to follow along. Afterward, however, she noticed that the young lady who had risen first, 17 or 18 years old, clearly wealthy, with the bearing of a high-ranking noble, did not immediately sit back down. Instead, she began greeting each member one by one. Is this a usual practice, or is she doing it to accommodate me, the newcomer? After all, this way, I can match each member to their corresponding codename. This noble lady must be highly favored by Mr. Fool. She likely holds significant status within this gathering. At this thought, Katlia felt a brief flicker of nostalgia. When I was a child, learning alongside the children of the Elements Dawn officers under the Queen's tutelage, I was in a similar position. Back then, I was the one most doted upon by Her Majesty. She quickly snapped out of her reverie and continued scrutinizing the Tarot Club members carefully, following the order in which the young lady greeted them. The mysterious purple in her eyes flowed faintly, almost imperceptibly. Though she couldn't pierce through the obscuring fog, she could still discern details of their clothing. The Hanged Man. A robust man in his 30s. His hair bears traits of the sailor pathway. Robes adorned with storm and wave patterns. A member of the Church of Storms. The Tower. Looks to be in his early 20s, but his demeanor is far more mature. His formal attire carries a distinct Trier style. From Intis. The Sun. Young, possibly underage. Wearing simple, combat-ready clothing. Tall. A warrior. The Moon. Black hair, crimson eyes, dressed in a priest's robe of the Earth Mother. That combination can only mean one thing, a vampire. The World. Doesn't feel like a living person, but not quite a wraith either. A pathway I'm unfamiliar with. The Magician. A young woman with a languid air, wearing the latest Intis-style court dress. The daughter of some nouveau riche. Old money families have their own designers. Her identity seems too ordinary. Which makes her all the more worth watching. The Judgment. Professionally disguised, impossible to discern. Likely an intelligence operative from some organization. The Temperance. Gives off a vibe similar to Senor, but without the barely restrained desire and malice. Combined with her codename, perhaps a remnant of the Temperance faction from the Rose School of Thought. The members of Mr. Fool's Tarot Club are certainly no simpletons. Just from a preliminary assessment, they're connected to at least 2 major churches and 2 organizations. Katlia withdrew her gaze just as Audrey, having finished her greetings, turned her eyes toward her. Sensing the unspoken question, she nodded slightly and said, Hermit. She deliberately used ancient phasation rather than her more familiar Intician or Lonish, just as she had when speaking to Mr. Fool earlier. Justice, Audrey responded with a soft smile. Good afternoon, Miss Hermit. Meanwhile, Alger, the Hanged Man, was also sizing up the new member. From her attire and accessories, he quickly recalled the Admiral of Stars, Katlia, whom he had glimpsed months ago at the pirate gathering. The astrolabe she wore back then felt eerily similar to that strange weather vial artifact I once obtained. The one that shattered after the first tarot meeting. So, it was likely a token for contacting Mr. Fool. Is it the hermit, Katlia? Further observation and evidence are needed. Pity I only saw her from afar, I don't know enough to be sure. Thoughts flashing through his mind, the hanged man Alger subtly adjusted his posture before glancing at the tower beside him. He once joined forces with the 4 female pirate admirals to intercept the Undying King's fleet. He might have some connection with the Admiral of Stars. If the hermit really is Katlia, the tower should recognize her. Ebner naturally noticed Alger's gaze and could roughly guess what he was speculating about. With the original plot long since altered, Ebner hadn't been entirely certain whether the new member of the Tarot Club was Katlia. However, her codename, the Hermit, her seemingly cautious but actually reckless observation method, and Jane's earlier letter had all confirmed her identity as the Admiral of Stars. So, when Alger looked over, Ebner gave an almost imperceptible nod. Seeing this, Alger's heart sank. I'll need to be even more careful later. When exchanging information, I must avoid revealing any details about my true circumstances. After all, the world is Mr. Fool's blessed, and the tower likely has an even greater background. The entity behind him is probably Mr. Fool's ally. It doesn't matter if they know my identity. But others pose a risk of exposure. Damn it, why did I wear my priest robes today? Well, it could also serve as a disguise, maybe even mislead. Despite these thoughts, Alger's wariness only grew. The hanged man became visibly guarded and defensive after exchanging glances with the tower. Did he confirm the hermit's identity from him? How intriguing. Audrey's gaze swept subtly over the 2 men opposite her before she turned toward the head of the bronze table and said, Mr. Fool, this time I only have 1 page of Roselle's diary. The judgment, Zio raised her hand as well. Mr. Fool, I've found 3 pages. The son Derek followed immediately. Mr. Fool, thank you for the holy feast bestowed last week. The chief and the elders are deeply grateful and specifically gathered all of the City of Silver's records regarding the Queen of Calamity. TCH, always offering ancient god intel as filler. The moon Emlyn curled his lip, shooting a disdainful glance at the sun. Meanwhile, the magician Furs watched the scene with envy. Teacher mentioned in her last letter that she'd keep an eye out for Roselle's manuscripts. If I were still in Backlund, I might have received something. Last week's blood moon was only survivable thanks to Mr. Fool's protection. Since it wasn't the usual monthly full moon safeguard, I should repay him. Oh. That lion following Ebner was Roselle's pet, maybe it has some diaries. I'll ask later. Outwardly, however, Furs simply added, thank you for the holy feast, it moved me deeply. And also to the blessed one who presided over it. As she spoke, she nodded toward the world at the far end of the table. Holy feast. The hermit, who had been wholly focused on the term Roselle's diary, frowned. Do I have to eat some holy meal to join the Tarot Club? She instinctively recoiled at the thought of consuming food of unknown origin. Meanwhile, Klein, the fool, recalled that bowl of witch's pasta, and reflexively gulped. Thankfully, the grey fog masked his reaction. He did, however, glance at the tower to ensure he wasn't enjoying himself, then sighed in relief. What would you like in return? Klein asked the judgment casually, after transferring the 4 diary pages and the Queen of Calamity materials to his side. Mr. Fool, I'd like to accumulate this as credit for now, Zio replied calmly, having already decided. Very well. Klein responded indifferently before picking up Audrey's diary page to read. Mr. Fool isn't deciphering it. He can actually understand Roselle's diaries. What is his origin? Who is he, really? A surge of indescribable shock and terror welled up in Katlia's heart. That reaction's a bit intense. She's shocked I can read the diaries. Klein, who had been observing everyone, pondered this before finally focusing on the diary's contents. October 1st, I've decided to construct some wonders before my official coronation. Should I build an iron tower or a triumphal arch at White Maple Square? End of chapter. Chapter 803, Diary. October 1st, I've decided to construct some wonders before officially ascending to Emperor. I wonder if it's better to build an iron tower or a triumphal arch in White Maple Square. Perhaps I could also build a great wall in the northern region bordering Fainapotter. Or a grand lighthouse in a port in the western Mist Sea. In any case, if these projects are launched simultaneously, they would reasonably allow for the conscription of a large number of laborers and funds, and the preparation of building materials, maximally concealing my plan to construct a mausoleum. However, constructing wonders, even in this post-industrial revolution era, is extremely difficult. I wonder how many lives will be lost because of it, and how many families will be broken in the process. Not to mention, after this massive fiscal expenditure, my originally planned minimum welfare policy will inevitably be shelved. How will Bernadette view me? Will she be disappointed in her old father? However, this is a necessary sacrifice. Only by becoming a true god can one escape the chessboard and become a player. Did Roselle begin building his mausoleum before becoming emperor? Or rather, after deciding to cross pathways and become the Black Emperor, ascending to emperor was an inevitable choice. Also, I remember Zeradal once prophesied that Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette, would betray him. Perhaps it was because of this. Old Huang certainly did a lot of despicable things in his later years. No wonder he was overthrown. TSK, Great Emperor, wonders ruin nations. Recalling the description of the Sequence 0 ritual on his Black Emperor card, Klein sighed and continued to read the rest of the page. October 2nd, I presented my wonder plan to the Parliament. The Iron Tower project passed smoothly, and the Triumphal Arch didn't attract too much opposition. But the Great Wall and the Grand Lighthouse faced unexpectedly strong resistance. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The Iron Tower project can absorb the excess steel production in the country from recent years, saving many of the Parliament members' steel factories. They are naturally happy to see this project pass. The construction of the Triumphal Arch is funded by the National Treasury, and it doesn't affect their interests, nor does it make me lose face. But a structure like the Grand Lighthouse, which can regulate the order of oceanic trade, will likely touch upon the interests of some families who were originally familiar with hydrography and some veteran captains. After all, while lighthouses make navigation convenient, they also lower the barrier to entry for this industry. The Great Wall, even more so, they must assume I want to use it to crack down on smuggling and illegal immigration, right? However, this made me realize that these wonders are not entirely useless. At least, I now have good reasons when Bernadette questions me. The content of this page ended here. After Klein put it down, he couldn't help but sigh, for to his knowledge, among the wonders built by the Great Emperor, only the most useless, Triumphal Arch, survived, and it was actually only completed 30 years after the Great Emperor's death. Among the other wonders, the Roselle Iron Tower was torn down on the day the Gustav dynasty fell. As for the Great Wall, Klein, as a history student, had never even heard of it, as if it had never existed. As for the Grand Lighthouse, with the development of the times, people had long built more lighthouses that replaced its original function. However, the fate of this giant towering structure, which was said to be too tall to see the top from its base, was much debated. Some said it was destroyed by ship cannons, some said it sank into an oceanic trench due to an earthquake, and others claimed it mysteriously disappeared before the fall of the Gustav dynasty. Although only a little over 100 years had passed, that Grand Lighthouse had also become a rather famous historical mystery. In the history department of Tianjin University, there were even scholars specializing in research on that lighthouse. I remember Mr. Azik was very interested in this mystery. As his thoughts turned, combined with the miraculous experiences of the previous week, Klein had some guesses about the whereabouts of the Grand Lighthouse. Could it be that the real-world prototype of the Dream Labyrinth Tower was that wonder? It was dragged into the world of imagination by Roselle, buried at the entrance of what the tower called the Chaos Sea, and then modified to form the current Dream Labyrinth Tower. If I were to write a paper and publish it, it would solve a historical puzzle. Though those who don't believe it would probably dismiss it as nonsense, and those who do believe it would probably come knocking on my door immediately. After a few self-deprecating remarks, Klein opened the next page of the diary submitted by Misjudgment. April 16th, after nearly a week of effort, I finally successfully coaxed Madame Julia into bed. This conservative blonde beauty who married from Loan gave me a very wonderful experience, a feeling incomparable to that from Countess Warringham, Countess Fleury's, Madame Cullen, Miss Deli Luz, and others. Perhaps it was the psychological bonus of the sense of accomplishment from solving a difficult problem, the excellent effect of the health potion Cullen newly prepared for me, or perhaps Julia's coy yet inviting demeanor gave me a unique thrill. In short, I am very grateful to Viscount de Line for bringing this beauty to Trier. Upon reading this, Klein's mouth twitched. He specifically glanced at the diary's date and muttered to himself. April 16th. Very good. I remember in the diary I got last week, you only met this Madame Julia on April 11th, and you even reflected on yourself and pondered a bunch of philosophical questions during that time. It's only been a few days, and after drinking the potion provided by Cullen, you're indulging again. And you're even thanking Viscount de Line. No wonder the de Line family was at the forefront when overthrowing the Gustav dynasty. Shaking his head, Klein flipped to the second page of the diary submitted by Miss Zio, and a quick glance revealed it was a continuation of the previous page. He thought for a moment, then finally read it carefully. April 17th, I once again had a close rendezvous with Madame Julia at Earl Warringham's private gathering. Perhaps having crossed a psychological line, her body no longer resisted as it did yesterday, bringing me a completely different wonderful feeling. However, after that activity, she cried in my arms, complaining about her marital life, her resentment towards her family, and her disgust for her husband. Just as I thought she would ask me to save her from the demon's lair like a knight, she instead made an unexpected request. She wanted to become a beyonder, to become a hunter, hoping I could help her gather the formula and materials. I was somewhat surprised by this, but didn't pay too much attention, as a sequence 9 formula isn't hard to find for someone who's already a son of steam. But the request itself showed that Julia is actually very clear-headed and not content with an ordinary life, knowing that strength is the foundation of everything, and it's better to rely on oneself than others. This is a lady with no small ambition. Perhaps I didn't conquer her, instead, she hooked me through her means. Yes, even though I saw through her intentions, I didn't plan to just pull up my pants and deny it. Moreover, I'm really looking forward to seeing her transformation. I'll just have to be more careful when we exercise together in the future, so she doesn't plot against me again. TSK, Madame Julia later became a hunter. At this time, Roselle probably didn't know about the sex change that occurs in the hunter pathway at the Iron-Blooded Knight stage, right? I wonder if that lady eventually became a demigod. TSK, Klein continued to browse the content of the last diary page. April 20th, through some investigation, although there's no evidence, I have a faint feeling that Julia's identity might be problematic. After all, given her apparent family background, she shouldn't have developed into such a shrewd and calculating girl. But in other aspects, she's so perfect, I can't find any issues. I told Cullen about this, but he indifferently told me that Julia is either a member of some hidden organization or a spy for the Lone Kingdom's MI9. And the latter is more likely. After all, secret organizations don't create personal resumes with such meticulous detail. However, her desire to become a beyonder is probably not an arrangement by MI9, but her own will. As I thought before, she has the ambition to control her own destiny. The reason she chose Hunter as her starting sequence should be so that her future children won't be suspected of having beyonder characteristics from other pathways. The Klein family itself controls an incomplete Hunter pathway. And her specific request for this formula from me likely has the purpose of implicating me, a son of steam, and muddying the waters if things are exposed. What a calculating woman. The instigator, conspire, sequence 6, or provoker, sequence 8, that follows Hunter might suit her very well. The former matriarch of the Klein family might have been an MI9 spy. So, is this family still under Lone's control? I remember Intis's current prime minister is from this family. And when the Tarot Club discussed Special Envoy Owen being the lust of the psychological alchemists last time, Miss Judgment said that MI9 already had this information but wouldn't actively arrest him. If the Klein family has this connection with MI9, then it all makes sense. They're all their own people. Mr. Tower seemed to have been collecting information on the Klein family before. I can sell him this information as a favor later, before Miss Judgment shows him these diary entries. Klein turned over the last diary page and picked up the information on the Queen of Calamity provided by Little Sun. Throughout the process, the majestic palace was silent. Both Justice and Moon were thinking about what they would trade and discuss next. Ebner, meanwhile, planned to exchange Daisy Pie for the information provided by Sun later. Due to Lilith's mission and Roselle's remark, "You're too early," he now had considerable interest in the matters of the Queen of Calamity. Catlia the Hermit, encountering such a situation for the first time, showed no awkwardness or unease at all. Instead, she diligently analyzed the information revealed by the scene. This isn't the first time. Mr. Fool has a habit of reading Roselle's diary at the tarot gathering. Members actively or passively collect it for him, and he pays them in return. He really can understand Roselle's diary. Is he searching for secrets lost in the river of history? Also, the Sun mentioned that the information he submitted was about the legend of the Queen of Calamity. Who is that? An ancient god. At this moment, Klein had roughly finished browsing the information on the Queen of Calamity. Overall, there wasn't much content. After all, most of the City of Silver's information came from the Kingdom of Giants, so they knew more about giants and their arch-rivals, dragons. As for elves, their allies, the information was not very comprehensive, mostly preserved through oral tradition. Among this limited content, most had already been seen in the murals the tower once displayed, with only one description catching Klein's attention. The Queen of Calamity had close ties with the Harvest Goddess, who was the Queen of Giants, and visited the City of Silver multiple times. This displeased the Goddess of Beauty, who had defected to the elves. The two subordinate deities had a very poor relationship. Chapter 804, The Ownership of the Black Knight, Characteristic. Based on the ancient god-related knowledge previously revealed by the Tower and the recent information provided by the Sun, it's confirmed that the ancient god Lilith was once betrayed by giant King Ormer, who was also from the humanoid faction, falling into an ambush that ultimately led to her demise along with the demon Wolf King and the mutated king. Of course, now it seems Lilith only faked her death or resurrected later using a contingency plan. But Lilith's subordinate deity, the Goddess of Beauty, evidently didn't know this, which is why she was displeased with the Queen of Calamity and the Harvest Goddess being on good terms. While thinking this, and cross-referencing the currently available information, Klein developed new questions. The dragon race has a dragon of wisdom, named Herabergen, equivalent to a deity in the City of Silver's terms. Below giant King Ormer, there are also his eldest son, Badhile the god of dawn, and his queen, the harvest goddess, the elves, besides elf king Sinaithrim, have queen of calamity, Kohinum, goddess of beauty, Arania, and the god of fortune, as their subordinate deities. Why do only the harvest goddess and god of fortune lack true names? The latter is understandable. After all, he isn't a subordinate deity of the giants, so it's normal for the City of Silver not to have records. But isn't the former the queen of the giant royal court? Mr. Tower is also very interested in this period of history. Perhaps he knows something. Thinking this, Klein leaned back, making the documents in his hand disappear as he said with a smile. You may begin. No sooner had his voice fallen than Ebner was the first to rise and bow to the head of the table. Mr. Fool, thank you for the aid you gave me in my battle with the Saint of Shadows, helping to slay him. Klein's spirits lifted at the remark. He adopted a nonchalant posture and chuckled lightly. It's a small matter, and you could have defeated him on your own. This was true. Mr. Tower possessed too many formidable items. Given the Saint's state after taking a desolation attack, he was surely doomed. Hearing their conversation, all the members of the Tarot Club, except for the World and Temperance, who already knew, and Little Son, who didn't understand what Saint of Shadows represented, were shocked by the implication of his words. Has Mr. Fool become capable of directly interfering with the real world and slaying powerful demigods of the Aurora Order? Is it because he gained the authority of the Sea God and the remnants of the Queen of Calamity, leading to further recovery? What did the Tower do to directly confront an Aurora Order Saint? Was it Mr. Fool's mission? And from Mr. Fool's words, the Tower wasn't at a disadvantage then. This is even stronger than his brief confrontation with the Demoness of Despair during the Great Smog incident. Thoughts began to race through the hanged man Alger's mind. He couldn't help but glance at the Tower beside him, wanting to figure out what exactly had happened. Justice Audrey had no doubt that Mr. Fool could kill a demigod. In her mind, if not for Mr. Tower's request, such a great existence wouldn't even glance at a mere demigod. What surprised her was the frequency of demigod deaths after encountering Mr. Tower. It's been less than a month, and 2 demigods have already died by his hand. You have to understand, the death of any such great figure is an earth-shattering event in the mysterious world. Yet, with Mr. Tower, they died without a sound. Almost nobody even knows. As far as I know, Detective Ebner went to Intis after leaving Backlund. So, he went to disrupt the Aurora Order's conspiracy in Intis. I remember first traveled with him. Perhaps when she and I both return to Backlund, I can ask for details. Audrey, who had vaguely guessed Mr. Tower's identity after the Backlund premiere, thought this. First, the magician didn't overthink it, simply being genuinely shocked by Mr. Tower's strength. She had previously thought that Ebner's power in Sequence 5 surpassed even Mr. Tower and Mr. World. Now it seems Ebner might not be able to defeat the Tower. Zio the Judgment frowned, deeply feeling that the incidents Ebner was involved in were becoming increasingly terrifying, and she couldn't help at all. The Tower is very strong. After offending the Demoness sect, he even killed people from the Aurora Order. But what does that have to do with me? It won't affect my saving the bloodline, nor is it anything interesting. Anyway, if there's a problem, just pray to Mr. Fool, and if this powerful individual needs to act, it can be handled through equivalent exchange. Emlyn grumbled, disdainfully disregarding others' emotional shifts, though his red eyes were also filled with surprise. Cathlia the Hermit was the most shocked person in the Tarot Club because she knew of the Saint of Shadows and had even been warned never to provoke him, as he could even borrow power from the true creator, if necessary. Yet, such a powerful demigod was actually killed by the Tower. Judging by his tone and the attitudes of others, is this not his first time killing a demigod? Is the Tower a powerful saint, or even an angel? No. That's not right. He doesn't feel like an angel to me. He should still just be a demigod with powerful means. Moreover, that Saint of Shadows was responsible for the Intis region. My previous judgment should be correct. The Tower is an Intis citizen, or has long been active in Intis. This gathering is indeed not simple. I wonder if there are other powerful individuals besides the Tower. And these powerful individuals are also respectful of the Fool. The more Cathlia the Hermit thought, the more she felt that Mr. Fool's profundity was immeasurable, just like his figure currently shrouded in dense grey fog. The clearer she tried to see, the more confused, terrified, and awestruck she became. At this moment, Ebner cleared his throat, pulling everyone's thoughts back. He once again respectfully bowed and sincerely stated, "Respected Mr. Fool, without your help, even if I could kill the Saint of Shadows, it would take a very long time." This was the truth. Although the half-dead Saint of Shadows couldn't move, the remnant of primordial contamination on him meant that even if he merged with the Bone Dragon, he might not be able to eliminate him in a few seconds, which was naturally far inferior to the effect of a thunderous cleansing. In terms of offense, the tyrant pathway is still superior. Therefore, although you don't mind, I still want to offer you the Black Knight characteristic. At this point, Ebner added a few explanatory words. Previously, it was entangled with the other characteristics herded by the Saint of Shadows, and I paid some price to completely separate them. Holding the magic mirror, the Black Knight characteristic was useless in Ebner's hands. Even if he used it to forge a magical item, the side effects of something that had been rolled in a primordial were definitely not small. It would be difficult for someone without a cheat to use. And Ebner wouldn't feel comfortable selling such an item. So, it was better to give it to Klein, firstly to give his fellow countrymen some face, secondly, to allow creeping hunger to upgrade itself with it. After all, in the current Evernight Kingdom, there was no Mr. A who had turned into a giant mushroom. Chapter 805, Their Respective Transactions. While this distribution of spoils might seem like a loss for me on the surface, it's actually not. By arming Mr. Fool, he'll have more tricky maneuvers at his disposal, and the development of the Sapphira Castle will become more complete. In the end, I and the other Tarot Club members will benefit. Beyond that, with the Black Knight characteristic in hand, or the upgraded Creeping Hunger, Klein might develop applications for related abilities. Perhaps he could even conjure an angel under the Fool ahead of time. After all, a Black Knight can project demigod souls it has herded, and if those herded demigod souls combine with the Blasphemy card and leverage the power above the Grey Fog, posing as an angel shouldn't be a problem. Conversely, if I kept the characteristic, it would be useless to me. Finally, since I've decided to give Mr. Fool a share of the spoils, anything less than a demigod level item just wouldn't be presentable. All in all, giving the Black Knight characteristic to the Fool was a well thought out decision by Ebner. After all, one can't just watch the fun, sometimes, one has to feed a little food, right? Ebner's thinking was clear, but Klein was in a dilemma. Deep down, he didn't want to take advantage, but the reason given by the other party was hard to refuse. And indeed, he had stolen the kill that day, so sharing some spoils was not unreasonable, though a demigod characteristic was a bit much. But this was also an item for a believer to please a deity. Would not accepting it make the tower uneasy? As thoughts raced, Klein had an idea. He casually tapped the edge of the ancient long table with his finger and chuckled softly, I accept your sacrifice, but because its value exceeds the reward required for my previous action, as the Fool of equivalent exchange, I will compensate you. Saying this, he picked up the Black Emperor card lying face down beside him, and while briefly shielding it from others' view, he displayed the potion formulas for sequences 9 through 3 of the Black Emperor pathway to the tower. As Klein knew, Mr. Tower's friend, Miss Fanny, was a beyonder of the lawyer pathway. The subsequent potion formulas for this pathway would definitely be useful to him. Moreover, Miss Judgment might even switch to this pathway in the future. Ebner was indeed very satisfied with this, as potion formulas beyond the demigod level, like the Black Knight characteristic, were already difficult to measure with money, unless forcibly priced using the quiz labyrinth. Even his pure white eye found it extremely difficult and time-consuming to analyze formulas above the demigod level through characteristics. The demigod characteristic of Despair Nightingale had been in his hands for nearly a month, and he still hadn't been able to analyze it, and looking at the progress, there was little hope for at least a few years. However, the Black Knight characteristic had only been in his hands for a few days, and the work of reverse engineering the formula was already nearing completion. I praise your generosity, Mr. Fool, Ebner said, bowing after noting down the formula. The Fool, Klein smiled slightly, I like equivalent exchange. No, an immediate response and direct assistance from a great existence is simply priceless. Katlia the Hermit, who witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but inwardly retort. Although she didn't know what the Fool had shown the tower, she assumed it wasn't ordinary. This unequivocally showed how generous and indulgent the Fool was towards the Tarot Club members. But were a deity's gifts truly that easy to take? Perhaps the tower understood this, which is why he unhesitatingly handed over even a demigod characteristic. However, Katlia was still deeply envious, as she also hoped to have such equivalent exchange opportunities in the future, which often meant she would have an extra life compared to others. As for the cost, that would only be a consideration if she was still alive to pay it. Seeing that the tower's matter was concluded, the Moon Emlyn couldn't help but look at the hangman at the upper end of the table and asked. Mr. Hangman, I'm ready. When can you get that Bloodline Baron's legacy? You mentioned last time it was in the hands of a great pirate. He originally wanted to wait for the 3-month period of the bill of exchange to expire before cashing it at the bank, but he soon realized that after deciding to buy the Bloodline Baron's legacy, his mood was completely different from before. No longer doubtful, no longer hesitant, but full of anticipation, full of longing, wishing to get it immediately, just like when he used to save enough money to buy a desired doll. He endured for over a week, finally unable to restrain himself, and resold the accepted bill of exchange. Fortunately, after filming that movie, he passively met many wealthy people. Although their gazes made Emlyn uncomfortable, he gritted his teeth and entrusted one of them to sell it, and the loss was not significant. Why did he have to mention the great pirate? Alger glanced at the hermit, sighing helplessly. With Admiral of Stars' keen senses, even if she couldn't immediately confirm my identity, she certainly narrowed down the possibilities. Sensing the hermit's gaze sweep over him again, the hangman felt that his worry was definitely not unfounded. However, Alger's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and replied to the moon, "I'll get it for you within this week." Finally, let's confirm the price, £4,500, all right. Emlyn thought about the dolls in his room and began to haggle with the hangman, but he was no match for the seasoned veteran. He was naturally outmaneuvered, not only paying a high price but also feeling grateful for Alger's efforts. An underage or newly adult vampire, with not much worldly experience. Katlia the hermit silently observed and made her judgment. At this moment, Miss Temperance turned her head, looked at the sun, opened her lips, and spoke in an ethereal voice, "I need 3 petals of bloody rose dry petals and 10 milliliters of sanguine thorn fluid." Miss Temperance has already obtained the marionette characteristic, and the demigod mummy for the ritual should be completed soon. So, these are auxiliary materials. Perhaps not very valuable, but I haven't heard of these plants in the northern continent. Either they have alternative names, or they are monopolized by the Rose School. However, the sense of déjà vu with Bloody Rose and Sanguine is too strong. Could they also be names given by a senior transmigrator? As Ebner pondered, Katlia the hermit also subtly examined Temperance, who resembled a doll, and made her guess, either sequence 5 or sequence 6. Also, my previous judgment was correct, she really is from the Temperance faction of the Rose School. These 2 plants aren't hard to find in the areas ruled by the Indulgence faction. If she were from the Indulgence faction, she wouldn't need to request them at the Tarot Club. Derek the Sun paused upon hearing Miss Temperance's words, then honestly stated, "The City of Silver has both of these materials. You can exchange them for sun essential oil and golden bergamot powder." He had originally intended to say to exchange them for luminous spirit tree fruits, the main material for a solar high priest, but after thinking, the prices didn't match, so he switched to auxiliary materials. Sun essential oil and golden bergamot were resources their City of Silver lacked. This is not equivalent. Sharon the Temperance didn't want to take advantage. After all, her side's materials were auxiliary materials for a demigod, and even if they were relatively common auxiliary materials, the troublesome ones had all been found by her teacher, they were still much more expensive than things like sun essential oil. Normal grain, to make up the difference, Sharon said after some thought. What? The sun was stunned, not reacting, but the world immediately translated, "Miss Temperance means she can provide a batch of our grain to the City of Silver." "That's great." "Thank you, Miss Temperance," Derek said, full of pleasant surprise after understanding the meaning. Although the City of Silver had black-faced grass, its taste couldn't compare to normal food. Moreover, with normal ingredients, perhaps the City of Silver could even reproduce Mr. Fool's Holy Communion. The hermit glanced at the world and Temperance, feeling that the relationship between these 2 members, who didn't look alive, must be unusual. Of course, it could also be a deliberately feigned appearance. Just as the hermit was guessing wildly, Derek the Sun, after finalizing the transaction with Miss Temperance, immediately raised his hand and asked, "Who among you has luminous spirit tree fruits?" "I do," Katlia the hermit responded, then inquired what the sun could offer, successfully extracting a list of common monsters in the areas around the City of Silver from Derek. Another one pulling teeth from an empty wolf. Are people who've spent a long time at sea also good at shearing sheep? Or perhaps, Little Sun's posture is just too inviting, making people want to take a shear. The fool Klein, seeing this scene, instinctively excluded himself from the pulling teeth from an empty wolf group. Katlia, however, grew more surprised the more she looked at the list. Even though she judged the sun to be at most a sequence 8, she dared not show any contempt, and finally asked Derek for historical data of the City of Silver. "Mr. Sun comes from the land of abandoned gods," Ebner said with a smile, noticing Katlia's aura growing heavier. Then, regardless of Admiral of Stars' surprise, he looked around and smiled. "I want to sell the Beyonder characteristics of Mysticism Magister and Demoness of Affliction. Briber needs to be kept for Fanny, Guardian can be sold to Miss Gwen later, Solar High Priest and Reaper are useful for his future plans. Telepathist can be sold to Miss Justice's dog. So, among the characteristics obtained from the Saint of Shadows, only Mysticism Magister and Demoness of Affliction could be sold." Chapter 806, Miss Justice's Inquiry. 2 Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics just put up for sale. This should be the remnant of those herded by that Saint of Shadows. Katlia the hermit, whose scalp was tingling from the shocking revelation that the sun came from the land of abandoned gods, couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of empathy, as she herself was only a Sequence 5. She remained silent for a few seconds before looking at the tower and saying at a deliberate pace, I'll take the mysticism magister for £10,000, or 15,000 fells, or equivalent in gold coins. She had noticed that previous transactions used loan pounds, but considering the tower might be an Intis native, she also offered the Intis fells option. Deal. Ebner didn't haggle. With the century-long assets of 3 Desire Apostles under his command, he finally had as much confidence as Miss Justice. Of course, transferring those 3 individuals' assets legally and discreetly to his name would still take some time. I need a few days to raise the funds, is that all right? Katlia the Hermit was originally waiting for the tower to raise the price, as she had only offered the base price. Characteristics at the Sequence 5 level often had demand but no supply, so a premium was normal. But she never expected him to agree to the transaction without hesitation. Is the tower that great banker from Intis? Katlia the Hermit couldn't help but make wild guesses. That's fine, if no one else bids, Ebner said, glancing around the long table and nodding. At this moment, Klein, manipulating the world, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a friend who might be interested in the demoness of affliction characteristic. Could it be held for a while? The friend he referred to was Lena, the demoness of pleasure, who had recited the fool's honorific name and was currently living in seclusion with Prince Edisac in Daisy Bay. According to Klein's plan, the identity of Dwayne Dantes he fabricated for Captain Dunn was, on the surface, a mysterious wealthy man from Daisy Bay who worshipped the Evernight goddess. He had sold his original land and mines, preparing to seek new opportunities in Backland, and had some interest in gaining a title through donations, but lacked the substantial financial resources, so he first considered expanding his network and making financial investments. Klein's current abilities couldn't perfectly fabricate this resume, so he wanted to entrust Lena, a demoness who already had good connections in various places, to complete it. Although this was the fool's mission, a deity who adhered to equivalent exchange couldn't go without compensation, and a demoness of affliction characteristic with a 20% discount was clearly a good reward. Of course, Klein would also supervise Lena afterward. If she ever did anything out of line for the sake of her roleplay, divine punishment would descend. A demoness friend. Hearing his words, others immediately turned their heads, instantly recalling the story of the adventurer and Vice Admiral of Ailment from last week's Tarot Club. Apart from Ebner, only Sharon the Temperance kept her gaze straight. She had heard the full story from Sherlock beforehand. As for Ebner, he naturally trusted the world's character and vaguely guessed who Klein intended to buy it for, so he nodded and smiled. I probably won't sell it or craft it into an item within this month. Thank you, the world. Klein ignored the others' probing gazes, appearing completely unconcerned. Seeing that the transactions between Mr. Tower, Mr. World, and Madam Hermit had been concluded in just a few words, Justice Audrey instinctively felt she should also buy something. In another week or two, I'll contact the Psychological Alchemists members in Eastchester County, inform them that I've become a psychologist, and exchange contributions for subsequent potion formulas. There's no need to request anything here for now. Once I know which materials are needed, I'll ask everyone for help. I can't buy any more magical items for now, one has already been reimbursed. Acquiring such rare items too frequently itself could raise many questions. But ever since that fortunate day I entered the collective subconscious ocean and met that lady whose face was unclear, I haven't succeeded again. Perhaps I should buy a charm or a one-time item to increase my success rate. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she formed an idea. She half-turned her body, looked at the tower across the bronze long table, and said, Mr. Tower, do you have a method or item to increase a psychologist's success rate in entering the collective subconscious ocean? For example, a charm or one of your accessories with an 8-month validity period. If there's a ritualistic magic or secret technique I can learn, that would also work. These kinds of things shouldn't cost more than £3,000, my pocket money will be enough to buy them, she silently added in her mind. Although solidifying the dream-traversing ability into a charm or item isn't difficult. For something that helps me roleplay as a mysticism magister, a secret technique is naturally the most suitable. Even if such a secret technique doesn't exist yet, I can develop it quickly. After all, possessing the bone dragon, I know the collective subconscious ocean very well. Thinking this, Ebner deliberated and said, I can provide a secret technique that can be used with a charm. Okay, how much will your secret technique cost? Justice Audrey asked cheerfully. Shouldn't we exchange it for the mysticism question, IOU? Ebner counter-asked. Let's save that question. Justice Audrey smiled elegantly, thinking to herself, problems that can be solved with money don't require wasting an opportunity to ask a question. We'll talk about it once you've learned it. And this secret technique needs some adjustments based on your situation. It'll probably be close to the weekend before Mr. Fool can give you the finished product, Ebner replied after some thought. No problem. Audrey wasn't in a hurry, as she hadn't yet found any records in local literature about the amnesiac lady in the cave. With the completion of this transaction, the palace, like a giant's abode, fell silent for about 10 seconds. Without Mr. Fool's reminder, Justice, the Tower, the Sun, and others knew it was time for free exchange. Only Madame Hermit remained in observation mode, somewhat perplexed. Justice Audrey looked around, beginning to ponder whether to ask about her previous exploration of the spiritual ocean. After all, unlike before, there was now Madame Hermit, whose personality she didn't yet understand and wasn't sure if she could trust, which made her hesitate. After a brief deliberation, she still spoke. I've recently been tracing the movements of a mind dragon and went to a place with a custom of worshipping dragons. She omitted the specific location and details that might reveal her identity, only describing her exploration process in detail and specifically mentioning the black-haired lady with an unclear face whom she met in the final crystal cave. She told me she was waiting for fortune. Chapter 807, The Joyful Deviant in the Tarot Club. There's actually a person who can live in the collective subconscious ocean. What a miraculous and beautiful journey. Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or dangers, just thinking about that lady lost in the crystal cave, who knows how many years she's stayed there, just waiting for so-called fortune to return, suggests it must be a poignant, romantic, and perhaps even heartbreaking story. Listening to Miss Justice's dream travelogue, first the magician had one thought after another flash through her mind. On the other side, having finished her narration, Audrey the Justice looked around and continuously inquired. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any suggestions? Who do you think that lady I encountered truly is? Also, could the dragons, City of Miracles, Liveseed, also be hidden within this collective subconscious ocean? If I want to continue exploring, what should I be aware of? What should I prepare beforehand? Alger the Hanged Man glanced at the hermit, then pondered and said, I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous endeavor. The lady you saw, if she can exist stably in the collective subconscious ocean, and despite losing her memory, her mind is clear, that indicates she possesses sufficiently high power, perhaps even reaching the demigod level. Even if you obtain the secret technique for traversing the collective subconscious ocean from Mr. Tower, do not attempt it rashly. Catlia the hermit also nodded and said, in the collective subconscious ocean, there are many dangerous things. The accumulated malice of humanity, various desires that corrode spiritual bodies, and terrifying memories from ancient times are like storms and waves on a real ocean, which can cause severe psychological trauma, or even prevent you from ever waking up. Moreover, that is the collective subconscious ocean of all living beings, not just humans. Perhaps certain evil spirits, certain evil gods, or the consciousness of certain terrifying existences also lurk there, like giant whirlpools capable of devouring ships. Do not attempt a deep exploration rashly until you truly gain the beyonder ability to walk within the collective subconscious ocean. Finally, I believe the lady you mentioned might be more dangerous than you imagine. The title Fortune might be an alias for an angel or an ancient god. Audrey the Justice, filled with anticipation, felt a wave of disappointment, yet had to admit that Mr. Hanged Man and Madame Hermit's words were very reasonable and sincere. She silently took a breath, then looked expectantly at Mr. Tower and Mr. World, hoping they could offer more advice. Don't look at me. I don't understand. Klein tried his best not to let his eyes waver. His understanding of the conscious, subconscious, and collective subconscious still relied on the theory described by spirit medium, daily, at most some common knowledge Mr. Tower had provided during their previous exploration of Groselle's travels. If you were to ask about someone invading a dream, then I'd be a professional. Klein inwardly scoffed, but outwardly, he manipulated the world's hoarse voice. I can only tell you that although the City of Miracles, Liveseed, is in the subconscious ocean, its location is quite unique. Speaking of which, Klein wasn't without speculation regarding the identity of the lady Miss Justice mentioned. After all, he had seen the murals in the elf trial temple displayed by the Tower, and knew that before the elf royal court was breached, the Queen of Calamity and the God of Fortune had broken through and escaped. If Fortune refers to the God of Fortune, then the lady Miss Justice met might be Kohinum, the Queen of Calamity. Did that elf queen, after severing ties with the Book of Calamity, hide in the collective subconscious ocean? Is she trying to evade someone? Or was she placed there by someone? As Klein pondered, the hermit, the hanged man, Justice, and others were startled by the implication of his words and couldn't help but look over. The world's tone was very certain. Does he know where the City of Miracles, Livyshed, is? Has he even been there? That makes sense, he's Mr. Fool's blessed. And the Fool is a revived ancient god, perhaps very familiar with dragons. The hermit once again raised her assessment of the world and guessed which faction he belonged to. And from his special seating, his special code name, she vaguely felt he must be connected to the Fool, especially the hanged man's unconscious glance at the head of the table just now, which also revealed something. Audrey the Justice, after reacting, had her eyes light up. However, she saw that the other party seemed to have no intention of continuing and had specifically emphasized that he only could tell her this much, so she held back her question. Perhaps it's because I'm not yet qualified to know. I need to advance my sequence quickly. Audrey silently took a breath. At this moment, Ebner also returned from his contemplation. Upon hearing that the lady was waiting for fortune, he had a similar guess to Klein. However, Kohainem was actually split into two parts. The part in the Book of Calamity was peeled off by Roselle in his later years and hidden to threaten me. Although I still don't know why I would be threatened. If Miss Justice truly encountered Kohainem's soul, I wonder if it was the part from the Book of Calamity or the part that escaped from the Golden Goblet. Thinking this, and recalling Lilith's task to find something Kohainem had taken from the Book of Calamity, he pondered for a moment before asking Audrey, who was currently encouraging herself. Miss Justice, I'm very interested in the lady you saw in your dream. I wonder if you would allow me to accompany you on your next exploration. Mr. Tower is interested. Oh, if he accompanies me, then safety will be assured. I just need to check some local records again to start exploring. But if I do that, my identity will be exposed. Just as Audrey was struggling with her decision, Ebner seemed to guess her thoughts and chuckled, Miss Justice, you don't have to rush your decision. Once I've perfected the secret technique I'm developing for you, I'll personally visit you. You can decide then whether or not to accept my request. Visit me personally. He knows who I am. That's right, Mr. Tower is very likely Ebner Brain. And that charming detective has a very good relationship with Furs. Some of my disguises might work in front of Furs and Zio, but in the eyes of that famous detective, there are probably many flaws. Especially since I also bought a Roselle's manuscript from Zio, and commissioned Zio and Furs to investigate Vice Admiral Hurricane. Furs even suspected I was Audrey, let alone Mr. Tower, who joined the Tarot Club much earlier. He probably confirmed my identity after the Vice Admiral Hurricane incident. I should have thought of this sooner. Audrey felt both a sense of relief and annoyance at her previous immaturity. Annoyed at her carelessness and lack of caution, yet relieved that Mr. Tower was ultimately one of their own, and despite some unsavory rumors, he would ultimately pose no threat to her. Since her background was already exposed, Justice Audrey no longer acted coyly and said generously, I look forward to your visit, Mr. Tower. She paused here, then added, preferably on Saturday evening. During the day, there were too many people, and Friday and Sunday evenings had banquets and balls, so only Saturday evening was most suitable. No problem, Ebner responded with a smile, then glanced at Miss Judgment across the table, silently asking if she wanted to join. After all, Zio had also fallen into a strange dream when she was in Eastchester County, and this matter might be related to her as well. Zio thought for a moment but shook her head, indicating that she had many cases recently and couldn't spare the time. Besides, I'm only sequence 6, I would only be an extra burden for Ebner. The top priority is to actively roleplay as a judge and digest the potion as soon as possible. Zio inwardly sighed. After this topic concluded, Alger the Hanged Man shared the news of Kabatuva's fall, emphasizing that the sea god's final remnants were taken by a beyonder suspected to be a demoness. And afterward, the sea god's believers heard new oracles. Kathlia the Hermit immediately connected this to the staff she saw beside the Fool when she first came above the grey fog. And with this, she confirmed that the world was indeed the Fool's blessed. And the friend he mentioned earlier who needed the demoness of affliction, characteristic must be the demoness who helped the Fool retrieve the staff. She might be a blessed as well, just like the world. And because of Katlia's instinctive head tilt, the Hangman and Justice also made similar guesses and judgments to the Hermit. Klein remained silent throughout, letting everyone draw their own conclusions, but he specifically observed Mr. Tower and found that he was indeed amused again. This guy is always watching the fun at the Tarot Club. Now that I think about it, in previous Tarot Club meetings, he even dared to watch Mr. Fool's fun. Is he confident that the Fool can't do anything to him? Then, recalling one of their daily chats that began after the cards were laid out that day, he remembered asking Ebner how much he knew about the Fool, and Ebner's counter-question, isn't the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck just the celestial worthy of heaven and earth? Could the celestial worthy of heaven and earth truly be an ancient god? Has Lilith or some other goddess told the Tower about related knowledge? While he was thinking, the moon and the sun's daily clash had also finished. This time, Emlyn the Moon, having specifically found the history of the City of Silver and learned that the giant queen, harvest goddess's true name was Amabella, finally won the victory. After all, the City of Silver's records coincidentally lacked this goddess's name. After receiving confirmation from Miss Hermit, Derek glanced at Mr. Moon, and feeling his smugness, immediately turned his head away. I won't let this arrogant, boastful, and strangely flavored vampire see my frustration. He thought glumly. Emlyn the Moon, seeing this, felt utterly content, a sense of pleasure rising from deep within him. Another one amused at the gathering. Klein had just mumbled, then heard Madame Hermit ask contemplatively. Last week's blood moon seemed to symbolize a major event capable of affecting the world, but I haven't heard of any abnormalities occurring anywhere. Does anyone here know anything? I know. Mr. Fool told me. The original moon fell. First the magician almost raised her hand to blurt out the answer. But before she could act, everyone heard the distant, lofty figure within the gray fog chuckle. The original moon fell into the bloodline progenitor's trap. Lilith has taken another step closer to complete revival. Klein had previously confirmed with the tower in their conversation that goddess Lilith didn't mind this matter being spread, which is why he had the fool state it directly. Chapter 808, the small meeting after the main one. The primordial moon fell into a trap. The sanguine ancestor revived. Mr. Fool and the ancient god Lilith are allies. No wonder there's a vampire in the tarot club. Then who could the fool be? An ancient god from the second epoch. Is he the king of elves, or the king of giants? He seems to have just reclaimed the sea god authority lost by the elf queen. Could it be the former? Katlia the hermit, who had braced herself for no response after asking the question, never expected Mr. Fool to personally provide an answer, and one so shocking that her thoughts were momentarily in disarray. Alger the hanged man, already prone to overthinking, was in a similar state. He had long guessed that Mr. Fool might have an alliance with ancient gods like the sanguine ancestor, who were also in the process of recovery, but he never imagined their states would recover so quickly. So that's it. No wonder the fool would send Gehrman to seize the sea god's authority for him. It must have been in preparation to help Lilith revive. Mr. Fool told us about the evil god, primordial moon, a long time ago. At that time, I thought he was just mentioning it casually. Now that I think about it, perhaps the fool had already made contact and established an understanding with the ancient god Lilith back then. The machinations of deities are truly unpredictable beforehand, it's terrifying. However, since Lilith has advanced a step further on the path to complete revival, what about Mr. Fool? What benefits did he gain from this incident? Unconsciously, Alger the hanged man turned his body, looking towards the head of the bronze long table. He didn't dare look directly, only focusing on the edges. With a glance, Alger saw 2 additional blasphemy cards, and inwardly sighed with emotion. Indeed, in the matter where the fool cooperated with Lilith to plot against the evil god, primordial moon, one of them reclaimed a portion of the moon's authority, moving closer to complete revival, while the other seized many benefits, including the blasphemy cards, perhaps even recovering some power through it. At this moment, seeing the hanged men turn, Justice Audrey, Moon Emlyn, and others also recovered from their bewildered states, all becoming alert, forming similar conjectures to Alger. Especially Moon Emlyn, the excitement on his face was already overflowing. He even proudly speculated in his mind, perhaps it's precisely because I joined the Tarot Club that the sanguine ancestor and Mr. Fool established a stable alliance, thereby aiding the ancestor's revival. I am indeed the most special vampire, the one most valued by the ancestor. As everyone was either in a daze or deep in thought, the world Gehrman glanced at the tower. After the latter subtly nodded, he carefully stated. Primordial moon is an avatar of a powerful evil god. Although this avatar's authority has been reclaimed by the sanguine ancestor, the evil god's true body still exists, so be especially careful when encountering primordial moon believers in the future. This was information Klein had obtained from his daily interactions with Ebner. Although the latter didn't tell him which evil god it was, it didn't prevent him from offering a warning. Before everyone could react, Ebner looked around and then at Emlyn, adding gravely, "You just need to know this, don't tell anyone else. Especially the moon. Even your clan elders must be kept in the dark for now." Although Lilith wasn't worried about her revival becoming known, Ebner didn't want the news to spread too widely, lest it genuinely create a conflict between the Mother Earth and the ancient god Lilith, putting those vampires who joined the Earth Church in a difficult position. Crucially, this dilemma was essentially a false dilemma. It would be bad if a tragedy resulted from it during this period. Yes, I understand. Emlyn was first startled, then solemnly assured him. In his opinion, such a significant piece of news as the sanguine ancestor's revival should be kept secret to prevent enemies from noticing. Alger the hanged man pondered the world's and the tower's words, his expression subtly changing to one of curiosity as he tentatively asked. You two seem to have been involved in this matter. Soon after he spoke, he saw the tower stand and bow to the fool, then exchange glances with the world and temperance, seemingly seeking their opinion. Once they both nodded, he casually stated. I, the world, and Miss Temperance witnessed the fall of the primordial moon. The 3 of them are already powerful enough to participate in battles between deities. No. Perhaps it's not just deities clashing, but their respective blessed are also fighting. Alger the hanged man thought of many things at once, feeling somewhat put out. After all, as an elder member of the Tarot Club, he could only hear about such a major event afterward. While the tower, the world, and temperance could directly participate. Is it because I'm only sequence 6, too weak? Alger the hanged man felt disheartened but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunate that Mr. Fool was indeed a benevolent deity, who didn't forcibly summon members of insufficient strength like him to participate in battles. Just seeing the Black Knight characteristic the tower offered was enough to know how perilous the situation was. If I had also been forced to participate, I probably wouldn't have come back. Alger sighed. He wasn't surprised that the true creator might have also had a hand in this, as Mr. Fool had disrupted the true creator's descent several times. It was only normal for the other party to send people to cause trouble. Saint of Shadows characteristic. So the true creator was also involved in this divine-level conflict. On the other side, Catlia the Hermit immediately connected this to the characteristic the tower had previously handed over. She then recalled that the Aurora Order was the first organization to spread the Fool's honorific name, and nodded with a sense of understanding. As Mr. Fool's enemy, even if the true creator also harbored animosity towards the primordial moon, he wouldn't easily allow the sanguine ancestors and the Fool's plan to succeed. I just wonder if any other deities also interfered. So the secret event I glimpsed in the blood moon was actually so far-reaching. It truly was an event capable of affecting the world. As an astrologer, she could glimpse certain hidden knowledge from celestial anomalies. At this point, as the world and the tower fell silent, everyone tacitly moved past the topic. After all, it involved deities and far exceeded the scope of exchange. Even though the Hermit, the Hanged Man, Justice, and others were eager to know the details of this matter, they all suppressed their curiosity and didn't press further. As for misjudgment, she felt she could privately ask Ebner. If it was something she was allowed to know, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. After everyone discussed for a while longer, the Tarot Club drew to a close. Klein smiled slightly. Everyone, see you next week. As you command. Justice Audrey immediately rose and bowed. The others were not much slower, including Catlia the Hermit. Next, as streaks of red light engulfed the Tarot Club members, Ebner was surprised to find that he hadn't returned to reality. Instead, he and the world remained in the ancient palace. He couldn't help but look at Mr. Fool at the head of the table, who had somehow conjured the Book of Calamity, and chuckled. Madame Yeralam of the Moses Ascetic Order requested that I pass this book to you. Lubo. Chapter 809, Klein's Plan. Zhou seriously, can you stop being so cheeky? Will you only be satisfied once I've ripped off your disguise? Ebner grumbled inwardly, then pondered the meaning behind those words. Yalalin asked you to hand over the Book of Calamity to me. He remembered that this pillar of the Moses Ascetic Order and the Blood Clan Duke, Rhine Kalendia, had some kind of connection with that transmigrator senior. Could this be part of that senior's plan? But that senior should be truly dead. After all, his body was used by Lilith to ascend to become the goddess of beauty. Could it be that Yalalin knows I possess the pure white eye and is investing early? As his thoughts spun, Mr. Fool casually mentioned that Yalalin was already a he, and that his current condition seemed rather poor. Not doing well. Does he need my help, or rather, help from the unknown land behind the pure white eye? Is that the real reason for handing me the Book of Calamity? Maybe it's not that simple. But with my current understanding and control over the pure white eye, I have no idea how to use this book. Most likely, I can't help him solve anything. Quoting Roselle, you're too early. With a sigh, Ebner got up and expressed his thanks, but didn't try to take the book beside Mr. Fool. After all, he was currently in spiritual form and couldn't take it with him anyway. Mr. Fool glanced at him calmly, then teleported several pages of parchment in front of the world before fading from view. The world, seated at the end of the table, also rose to respectfully send off Mr. Fool. Only after that did he laugh hoarsely and ask, "You're not planning to meet with that Lady Yalalin? That might very well be your old flame. You just don't remember right now," Klein added silently. You really can act. No wonder you're digesting Faceless so fast, Ebner muttered, then shook his head and replied, before becoming a demigod, I don't plan to contact him. Of course, if he really can't wait, they could always meet at the Church of the Earth Mother. But from the way Klein spoke just now, even though something had gone wrong, it didn't seem urgent. Klein's heart stirred when he heard this. He guessed that Lubo's cheat might be similar to that light gate above the gray fog, requiring demigod-level power to activate. If you need to contact him, come find me. I have a way to summon his messenger. Klein nodded, then handed the parchment to him. Take a look at this. Ebner took it curiously, glanced over it, and immediately realized it was the diary Audrey and Zio had just submitted. Lady Julia of the Delian family might be an MI9 agent, and she got the hunter potion formula from Roselle. After reading the content on the parchment, Ebner's expression turned a bit odd, because from what he knew, the Delian family's current hunter-path demigod, who had been around for over 100 years, was named Julia. Did Roselle start going off the rails in his later years? Noticing the change in the tower's mood, Klein asked in surprise, what is it? Ebner placed the diary face down on the table and said meaningfully, according to the information I've gathered, the Delian family's hunter demigod only advanced thanks to the potion formula and ingredients Roselle provided, and that demigod's name is Julia. You mean? Roselle turned his lover into a. Klein had joked maliciously about this before, but now it seemed old Huang was even more open-minded than he thought. As they spoke, the two exchanged a glance. Though their faces were hard to discern, they could both see the teasing smile on the other's expression. When it came to laughing at Roselle's misfortunes, their attitudes were perfectly aligned. A dozen seconds later, Ebner cleared his throat and asked, letting me read the diary so kindly, is there something you want me to help with? After all, no matter how special you are to Mr. Fool, trading for a diary must still come at a price, right? The price is just the future embarrassment when your disguise is blown. Klein mocked himself internally, but on the surface, he carefully explained the situation with Tracy and added parts of the reports from the Church of the Sea God's believers before finally asking. What do you sugs? Suggestions? How about learning from the Emperor and developing a relationship with this witch? After all, a witch's taste is truly wonderful. Ebner retorted. You've read that diary too, huh? Klein couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, then shook his head. But seriously, stop joking like that. I get it, you're worried Miss Sharon might misunderstand. Ebner winked at him teasingly. Klein rubbed his forehead. Now he finally understood what Roselle meant in his diary about his troublesome friends. Mr. Tower usually acted so proper, but when he let loose, he really didn't hold back. Maybe it's precisely this personality that drew the favor of so many goddesses throughout his many lives. Letting out a helpless sigh, Klein, not realizing how much more at ease he now felt, began to explain his plan. Though I haven't met her yet, I suspect Trissy's condition must be quite bad. She'll need time to recover. And I still need to investigate the celestial sect and continue my acting. I can't take her along. Besides, she's being hunted by multiple factions on the sea. Keeping her by my side would be both dangerous and inconvenient. So, can you take her somewhere safe and settle her there? After hearing him out, Ebner didn't ask about the Vice Admiral of Ailment but instead asked thoughtfully, are you planning to impersonate a member of the celestial sect? Klein was surprised that Ebner understood him so well. He could guess his general plan from just a few words, but he didn't dwell on it. He nodded and replied, or maybe one of Trissy's mother's subordinates. In any case, I want to investigate them thoroughly while also continuing to act as a faceless. That was a lie. His real plan was to impersonate Trissy, pretending to have been captured by members of the celestial sect, then infiltrate their ranks. The moment he heard that the people from the celestial sect were also looking for Trissy, this idea had come to him. But that kind of thing didn't need to be shared with Mr. Tower. You need to be careful. The evil god behind the celestial sect is roughly on par with the one behind the primordial moon. Although, right now, he doesn't seem capable of investing much power into the Rorsted archipelago, Ebner warned. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Klein could feel the concern in Ebner's words, and his heart warmed slightly, though he maintained a confident front. After all, with the Sea God Scepter and the Error card, he already had some demigod-level abilities. If needed, he could also write to Lady Yalerin or summon Miss Messenger as backup. Especially the latter, she was Sharon's teacher, and after learning that Klein had obtained the puppeteer characteristic for Sharon, she had agreed to be his hired muscle, even offering a 50% discount. Besides, a magician never performed without preparation. Until his plan was perfected, he wouldn't take risks lightly. You'd best find a way to get Mr. Fool to grant you the Black Knight's characteristic. Once Creeping Hunger upgrades with it, then you can begin your infiltration, Ebner suggested after thinking it over. I'll consider it. Klein nodded slightly. Only then did Ebner begin to consider how to arrange for Trissy. He thought to himself, I'll be returning to Tosk soon to attend the Valerian family's masquerade with Helene. Maybe I can ask for her opinion. Helene had always feared being recaptured and brought back to the Black Death, but her feelings toward Trissy were rather complicated, not entirely negative. With that in mind, Ebner said to Klein, I need to consult someone. If she agrees, I'll go pick Trissy up. If she's unwilling, then you'll have to figure something out yourself. Her? Don't tell me Lubo and Trissy are love rivals. Klein gave Ebner a few odd looks, then nodded. All right. Just as they finalized the matter, Klein noticed the hermit's crimson star contracting and expanding violently. Taking the opportunity, he bid farewell to Mr. Tower and severed the connection. After receiving the offering from the hermit, the glorious contract spirit tree's fruit meant to be exchanged with the sun, the fool, seated at the head of the table, finally looked toward the world seated across and asked. What do you think Lubo really knows about us? The world replied in a hoarse voice, it seems like you, Mr. Fool, haven't been exposed, but I can't be sure. The fool tapped his finger on the edge of the long table. After pondering briefly, he sighed and said, forget it. Let's just assume he still thinks I'm the celestial worthy. But then, who exactly is the real celestial worthy, and where is he now? End of chapter. Chapter 810, Dennett's Sphere. In Trier, within a small villa provided by the golf club for gold card clients. After offering the Black Knight's Beyonder characteristic to Mr. Fool, Ebner received a roll of yellow-brown parchment. He didn't open it right away, since the book contained the Beyonder characteristic of Kohanim and was at the angel level. If it made any commotion, it would be difficult to deal with should the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun be drawn over. After thinking briefly, he extended his spirituality to the gold-rimmed glasses and spent some money in Alvin's Question Labyrinth to open a storage room, placing the Book of Calamity inside. After that, he tidied up the ritual items and altar in the room. Just as he finished and was putting on his coat with the help of Chelsea controlled by the magic mirror, ready to head out, there came a knock at the bedroom door. Opening it, he unsurprisingly found Furs standing outside. She was wearing a newly bought pale yellow dress, holding a novel in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Seeing Ebner fully dressed, she asked in surprise, "Ebner, are you going out?" "Yes. You know, I promised Helene I'd attend the masquerade," Ebner replied with a smile. "You're not teleporting there directly?" Furs asked in surprise. Since they had known each other for a long time and were quite familiar, she more or less understood the extent of Ebner's capabilities. "I'll be staying in Trier for a while, so I need to set up a more stable altar for long-distance teleportation," Ebner said as he stepped outside the small villa with Chelsea. Furs followed him all the way to the front gate before asking again, "When will we be able to retrieve what Mr. Trun left in the bank's safe deposit box?" Ebner turned back, recalling the newspaper he saw on the train, and said cautiously, "There's no need to rush with that. If we go to the first bank rashly, not only might we fail to retrieve it, but we could also draw unnecessary trouble. You have to understand, although the first bank's safe deposit box service is claimed to be the most secure and convenient way to store valuables, it's not without its filth. If a tycoon comes to retrieve their belongings, sure, no problem. But for people like us, newcomers to Trier, trying to withdraw an inheritance from the first bank safe isn't so easy. There are all kinds of procedures starting from just the appointment, and we might get targeted by gangs or other forces trying to seize the legacy. One opposition newspaper recently reported a similar case. Even if we're not afraid of them, handling the aftermath would still be troublesome. So, let me get my assets in order first, then find a lawyer, broker, and business agent. Only then will we go to the first bank." Though lazy about certain things, Furs wasn't lacking in worldly experience. She quickly understood and nodded, but couldn't help but grumble. Trier used to be known as the financial capital, so how did it end up like this? The bank service is so much worse than in Backlund. In fact, Trier's financial industry hadn't always been so chaotic. Back in Roselle the Great's time, it was worthy of being called a financial capital. But now, many of Roselle's regulations had been abolished, and with political strife bleeding into the financial system, the loopholes had only grown worse. With that in mind, Ebner didn't offer further explanation. After bidding farewell to Furs, he got into the club's carriage with Chelsea and headed for the outskirts of the Semberg district. Semberg was located on the left bank of the Serence River. Named after the ancient Semberg castle, it was one of the most expensive areas in all of Trier. Its residents were typically famous artists, opera stars, top executives of major corporations, and newly wealthy individuals. That ancient castle, standing since the early 4th epoch and weathering thousands of years, had recently been purchased by the Dorian family and converted into the Semberg Museum. The Dorian family's current manor was located just outside the Semberg district, not far from the museum. But Ebner wasn't heading there for them, he was going to a small estate in the same area, formerly owned by Herta, the mirror apostle, who had donated all her assets to him. Seated in the carriage, Ebner's facial features slowly shifted, eventually transforming into the face of a portly man in his mid-30s. This wasn't Herta's face but that of the identity she used in Intis, a disguise under the name Lussen Sem, a financial tycoon. The carriage soon stopped before an estate with a vineyard. In the form of Lussen Sem, Ebner entered the main building with Chelsea in tow. It was a 4-story Intis-style house. This place is way smaller than Fragrant Manor, and that so-called 4th floor is barely tall enough to use as storage. Ebner curled his lip inwardly. Still, it was free, so he couldn't complain too much. Most of the estate's servants were ordinary people. Only the steward and personal valet left behind were Beyonders, one a criminal, the other a planter, both at Sequence 9, and both were swiftly mind-controlled by the magic mirror. After a brief interrogation, Ebner learned that the criminal steward was a trusted subordinate trained by Mirror Apostle Herta, tasked with overseeing her properties in Trier. Despite only being Sequence 9, this man had, over the years, driven more than 20 people to death through coercion and manipulation. He was a complete beast in human clothing. In Ebner's eyes, that man had already been sentenced to death. Once Herta's properties had all been gradually transferred under his name, he would deal with him. As for the other planter, Hegel, although also trained by Herta, he had only been tasked with managing the vineyard and cultivating some rare grape varieties. He hadn't done anything vile. For this man, Ebner planned to find an opportunity to take him to the Church of the Earth Mother to convert him, then use suggestion to make him forget any favors he had received from Herta and continue working for him. Since he had to attend a masquerade ball in Tosk that evening, Ebner didn't have time to explore Ancient Vine Manor in depth for now. After having Chelsea take control of everyone's minds in the estate, he went to the basement to set up a teleportation altar. Southern Rorsted Archipelago, Land's Island. After returning to reality, Klein called over Danitz, who was just about to go drinking, and told him to carry a suitcase and follow him. Although Danitz had no idea where this lunatic was going, since the captain had instructed him to follow the men for the time being, he resigned himself to the hard work of playing the manservant. After leaving the inn, Klein briskly walked through the port town that held no more than 1,000 residents, then hiked to the edge of an uninhabited cliff on the other side of the island. Staring down at the waves crashing endlessly against the rocky wall, Danitz looked around in confusion. "This is our destination." Klein, still keeping up his Gehrman persona, ignored the question. Instead, he first prayed to himself, then went above the grey fog and used the sea god scepter to summon a suitable nearby deep-sea creature. Once he judged that the summoned sea monster was close, Klein pulled out a charm made of white tin and softly chanted the incantation for a storm, activating powers like underwater breathing and deep-sea water membrane. Half was applied to himself, and the other half to Danitz. At that moment, a great splash erupted from below the cliff, and a massive creature resembling a whale surfaced from the ocean. It was black-gray all over, its jaws suddenly gaping open to reveal rows of sharp white teeth and a bloody maw. Klein stepped to the edge of the cliff, grabbed Danitz by the arm, and jumped down with him. With the aid of the charm's power, they floated gently into the mouth of the enormous sea creature. Ah! It wasn't until the monster had completely closed its mouth that Danitz belatedly screamed. "Shut up!" Klein barked in his Gehrman tone, even as he marveled at how long Danitz's mental reaction took. In the darkness, Danitz silenced himself, then was about to strike a fire for light, but he immediately remembered they were inside a sea monster's body and gave up. Trying to make conversation instead, he asked, "Where are we going?" Klein didn't answer directly but countered, "Are you afraid of heights?" "Who, me? I'm not afraid of heights. Anyone would scream if they fell from that high." Danitz forgot his own question and snapped back. So the symptoms aren't obvious," Klein said solemnly. This lunatic really can't understand normal conversation. Danitz grumbled internally and chose not to argue further. What he didn't see was Klein stroking his chin thoughtfully, a look of slight disappointment on his face. Although there's some effect, this method of constructing an identity and slowly gaining recognition is too slow. Similarly, truly playing a person for several years until everyone connected to that identity fully accepts it, to the point even I believe I am that person, it's time-consuming, more morally challenging, and even more twisted and maddening. Sigh, to speed up the process, I'll have to overcome certain barriers, psychological barriers. The role of faceless man may look simple on the outside, but the real key lies in the heart. Who knew how much time had passed before the sea monster rose to the surface again? Ahead was a deserted island. Using the power of the charm, Klein stepped onto the island, removed his hat, and bowed to the sea creature. This startled Danitz, who grew increasingly worried about the lunatic's mental state. After watching the enormous ocean creature leave, Klein led Danitz to a cave on the island. Via divine revelation, Klein had already instructed the fisherman who discovered Tracy to leave, leaving only a shovel standing beside the cave. Gazing at the clearly filled-in soil, Klein pointed at the shovel and said to Danitz, "Dig it up." Having hunted for treasure with the captain for years, Danitz was no stranger to this kind of setup. Without any questions, he grabbed the shovel and got to work. What kind of treasure could it be? This lunatic may be mad, but he's always generous, maybe I'll get a cut of whatever's inside. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the shovel struck something hard, a massive crystal that looked extremely valuable at first glance. Danitz's spirits lifted, and he dug even faster. Because the fisherman hadn't compacted the soil much, he quickly unearthed the entire chunk of crystal. And within the crystal was the figure of Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, wearing nothing but a thin coat. How are we supposed to split this? Danitz was stunned, his mind immediately spiraling into wild speculation. That's Tracy. Did this lunatic bury a pirate admiral here? What's he trying to do? Plant one Tracy to grow a bunch of Vice Admirals of Ailment. But since she hasn't sprouted, will he bury me next? The pit's already been dug for me. End of chapter. Chapter 811, Tracy and Helene. Klein examined the crystal encasing Tracy, swiftly unclasped the citron pendant from his left wrist, and performed a divination in a voice barely audible to himself. Forcibly removing the crystal around Tracy is dangerous. After silently chanting 7 times, Klein opened his eyes to see the citron pendant spinning counterclockwise. This indicated that the crystal Tracy used to seal herself was purely for protection and had no offensive properties. Thinking this, Klein caused creeping hunger to turn pale, moved his butterfly muscles on his back, and flung his arms wide before rapidly bringing them together, striking the crystal from both sides with the power of a zombie. Thud. With a dull thud, the crystal around Tracy's body remained unchanged. Instead, it was Klein who unnaturally shook his arms. So hard. If I hadn't switched to my zombie state, that hit would have surely broken my bones. But then again, if I didn't have the zombie's strength, I wouldn't have even tried. Klein secretly mused for a few moments, then slowly turned his head, glancing at Danitz. The great pirate, whose bounty had already risen to 4,500 gold pounds, immediately dropped his amused expression and straightened his face, as if he hadn't seen anything. Use fire on it, Klein instructed him. What? Danitz didn't react for a moment, looking bewildered. Use fire on that crystal, Klein repeated expressionlessly. Oh, no problem, Danitz's face showed understanding, and he conjured flames in his palm. But just as he was about to throw the fireball, the corner of his eye suddenly lost sight of Gehrman. Danitz turned back in astonishment, realizing that the powerful and insane adventurer had flashed 10 meters away in just a few seconds. Seeing this, Danitz asked dumbfounded, why are you hiding so far away? There might be danger, Klein said in a low voice, suppressing a smile. That's for laughing at me just now, it's an equivalent punishment. After all, I'm a fool who adheres to equivalence. He silently added in his mind. Didn't you just divine it? Danitz squeezed out a smile and asked. Klein replied solemnly, attacking the crystal isn't dangerous, but that doesn't mean it won't be after it breaks. As he spoke, he glanced at Tracy, whose eyes were tightly closed within the crystal, and added, besides, she's Vice Admiral of Ailment. He deliberately emphasized the word ailment. Upon hearing this, even though it was winter, Danitz felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He thought for a moment, then also ran back a dozen meters, simultaneously dispersing the fireball in his hand and changing it to fire crows. Quite clever. Klein watched his actions, a faint curve to his lips. What he didn't tell Danitz was that even if Tracy had set up ailments within the crystal, it wouldn't make someone gravely ill so quickly. As long as one promptly exited the range of her ailments, there wouldn't be much of a problem. This was experience gained from the battle with Mr. A. Boom. 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 One after another, orange-yellow fire crows, once condensed, circled and flew out, striking the crystal one after another. But as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the crystals remained completely undamaged, as smooth as new. Seeing this, Danitz looked at Gehrman with slight nervousness, then spread his hands, indicating he was powerless. Klein nodded slightly, calmly stating, it seems powers below demigod level will have difficulty breaking through. Perhaps my burial blade could forcibly break it, but firstly, this weapon crafted by Mr. Tower burns money with each use, and secondly, it might destroy Tracy's protective item, which would be a net loss. After all, in his plan, this magical item also had a significant role. He thought for a moment, then specifically observed Tracy in the crystal, noticing that apart from her damaged jacket, she only had a bracelet on her right wrist. That must be it. Klein thought, and without avoiding Danitz, he constructed a spiritual wall in front of him, set up the ritual, and summoned his own spirit body. The spirit body seemed to be composed of tiny, twinkling specks of light of various colors, sometimes forming a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes a child, sometimes a youth, and each time their clothes and appearance were different. In Danitz's spirit vision, this spirit body seemed to have some problem, forcing it to constantly correct its own existence. Error. If he had to use one word to describe his feeling upon seeing this spirit body, Danitz would definitely choose that word, because the very existence of this spirit body seemed like an error. At this moment, that error spirit body, which seemed to be constantly being corrected by this world, extended its right hand and gently grabbed, and then a bracelet embedded with diamonds appeared in its palm. Chapter 8:14, Tracy and Helene. And this bracelet had been on Tracy's right wrist just a second ago. This was Klein utilizing the error card, leveraging the power above the gray fog, granting his spirit body demigod level stealing ability. After obtaining the bracelet, Klein took it above the gray fog for a brief study, then brought it back into reality before ending his self-summoning. Next, under Danitz's terrified gaze, he calmly tidied up the ritual items, then glanced at the bewildered pirate not far away. Sensing Gehrman's gaze, Danitz instantly shivered, then forced a smile and said, I won't say anything. Gehrman Sparrow truly belongs to an incredibly powerful and secretive organization. He likely summoned a demigod just now. Thanks to Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina's strict teaching, Danitz had a decent foundation in mysticism. Even without seeing it, he knew that the existence of such a mysterious being would not have a low B-under characteristic. Hearing Danitz's assurance, Klein nodded noncommittally, then put on the diamond-encrusted bracelet. His spirituality extended over it, and he removed the crystal from around Tracy's body. Snap. As the crystal abruptly vanished, Tracy fell directly to the ground. She laboriously opened her eyes and saw Klein nearby, wearing her bracelet. It's you. Adventurer. Tracy recognized the adventurer who had saved her and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyelids drooped, and she fainted again. Falling into this adventurer's hands, while not the best outcome for her, was ultimately much better than other terrifying possibilities, which is why she could no longer hold on once her mental guard relaxed. Looking at the unconscious Vice Admiral of Ailment, Klein did not act rashly. Instead, he again took out the citron pendant to divine, and only after confirming there was no danger did he cautiously approach, finally reaching Tracy's side. Kneeling down to carefully examine her body, Klein found that the pirate general's condition was very poor. Her external injuries were the lightest and had been simply bandaged, with bleeding stopped, so they weren't much of a concern. However, the poison she was afflicted with was quite troublesome. Even without being a specialized doctor, Klein could tell from the color of her etheric body that the poison in her body was causing her continuous weakening. If it dragged on for another day or two, she might even lose control due to extreme weakness. This must be the drug used to control her. Normally, a certain dosage of antidote would be given daily to keep her in a weak, unconscious state without losing control. But because Tracy escaped using a magical item, she didn't get the antidote to relieve it, leading to this dangerous situation. I have no way to deal with this kind of poison. I can only wait for Mr. Tower to take over. He has the double favor of the Mother Earth and Goddess Lilith. He should have plenty of means to solve it. With a plan in mind, Klein turned to Danitz and said expressionlessly, "Take off your coat and give it to me." Glancing at the somewhat tattered and revealing outer garment on Vice Admiral of Ailment, Danitz suddenly understood. After muttering to himself, "Why don't you take off your own?" he obediently took off his coat and threw it to Gehrman. Klein took the animal fur coat, which had a certain scent, and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he proceeded to remove Tracy's clothes and helped her change into the new ones. During this time, Klein inevitably observed some of Tracy's physical characteristics. He forced himself not to look away, carefully recording them in his mind. This wasn't because Klein had any ulterior motives. He was merely conducting academic research to avoid any flaws when role-playing later. After doing all this, he picked up Tracy and carried her into the cave the fishermen used for resting. Danitz, following Gehrman's instructions, lit a fire inside the cave and cooked some porridge using the grain stored there by the fishermen. He then couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't we going back to Land's Island? It's not far, even with my flying carpet, we could get there before nightfall." "We're still waiting for someone," Klein replied simply, then once again took out candles, essential oils, and a mandala pure dew, and similar items. He had just notified the tower, intending to use his nightmare ability to enter Tracy's subconscious before the gentleman arrived, to ask about the Demoness sect and the missing population in the colonies. Task, within the Surrey family's underground ritual chamber. As a circular flame door slowly formed, Ebner stepped out of it. Immediately after, he simulated a short-range teleportation using his Hand of Wisdom glove, which he had left with Helene, quickly pinpointing her location and appearing directly inside her rented hotel room, right behind Helene. Since Fanny had left Tosk, Helene could no longer stay in the Surrey family's ancestral home and had moved to a hotel. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Helene, already dressed up, breathed a sigh of relief and turned around, saying, "There's still some time before the ball. Hurry and change, I've already prepared your clothes." Ebner nodded, not dragging his feet. He took the clothes directly into the bedroom, and about 2 or 3 minutes later, he emerged wearing an exquisite black mask that only covered the part above his nose, a pirate general's hat, and a modified, exaggerated blue military uniform. "You want me to dress up as a pirate general?" Ebner glanced at Helene, who was sizing him up, thinking, "You've been captured by a certain pirate general and developed feelings for him, haven't you?" Helene was quite satisfied with Ebner's attire. She was now wearing a white feather mask, which, combined with her bright yellow low-cut evening gown and fiery red hair, made her look exceptionally radiant and beautiful. "Actually, I should be wearing a beast mask," Ebner praised Helene at the opportune moment. "What?" Helene blinked in confusion, clearly not getting Ebner's joke. Did Roselle not copy that? Or was it to be reserved for Bernadette as a mystical reappearance spell, so it wasn't spread? While pondering, Ebner shook his head at Helene and chuckled, "Nothing, just complimenting your beauty." Helene's face flushed slightly. She pretended to glance at the wall clock, changing the subject. "We should leave now." Chapter 8:12, Saintess of Red. The Valerian family's manor and the hotel Helene was staying at were only separated by 2 streets, so the distance wasn't too far. Thus, after merely 5 minutes, the carriage pulled up to a building with a distinctly Gothic style. The Valerian family is very fond of this style, which Emperor Roselle named Gothic. It's said that the first truly Gothic dress was specifically designed by a young Roselle to please the then Countess Valerian. Of course, that's just a rumor. After all, according to our Sauron family's records, this style actually existed in the Third Epoch. Emperor Roselle merely improved upon it, modernizing it. Helene linked arms with Ebner, handing the invitation to the attendant while quietly introducing the building. The original novel seemed to describe the Giant King's court as having Gothic architecture. However, this style should be more suited to vampires, but Lilith doesn't seem to like it much. Though the goddess's churches in the County of Winter are all Gothic. As Ebner's thoughts wandered, he and Helene entered the ballroom together. Since it was a masquerade ball, everyone theoretically concealed their identities, so there was no host greeting them. Ebner and Helene simply entered the main hall led by a servant and then began to move about freely. This was actually a common situation at private balls in Intis, as Roselle also described in his diary. It primarily served as a venue for socializing, and the host generally did not interfere with how guests interacted. Ebner looked around and found that, unlike the customs in Lone, the ladies and madams in Intis were much more open in their attire. Almost every gown revealed a large portion of their shoulders and fair chests, fully showcasing their beauty. Especially one lady who also had fiery red hair. Not only did she have an impressive figure, but the low opening of her gown's neckline attracted the gazes of half the men present. In comparison, Helene's long dress seemed conservative. Of course, Ebner observed her not because he had any thoughts, but because he detected some familiar qualities about her. Seeing Ebner's gaze drift further and further, Helene's brows furrowed beneath her mask. She tugged on his sleeve and said, "That woman is the adopted daughter of a wealthy man, a famous socialite in Trier." "Which wealthy man?" Ebner subconsciously asked. "Why are you asking about that?" Helene eyed Ebner suspiciously. In her perception, Detective Hero wasn't a lecherous person, and was even very much a gentleman. Otherwise, on their journey to Intis, not to mention anyone else, Miss Fanny would have succeeded long ago. Ebner glanced at several gentlemen nearby who wanted to invite Helene to dance but inexplicably forgot their purpose after approaching. He then extended his hand to Helene and said, "Miss, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Helene was silent for a few seconds, as if guessing that Ebner might want to discuss something while dancing. So, she placed the champagne she had just picked up back on the servant's tray and politely replied, "The pleasure is mine." As they stepped onto the dance floor and the music began, Ebner took the opportunity to lean close to Helene's ear and say, "That's probably a demoness." Having encountered several demonesses, Ebner, even without activating his pure white eye, vaguely sensed the unique charm aura of a demoness through aura extraction. And this one was likely a high-sequence demoness. A demoness. Helene seemed to think of something, and her dance steps became a bit erratic. Fortunately, Ebner adjusted his steps, timely compensating for her mistake. At this moment, Helene recollected herself. She looked into Ebner's eyes beneath the mask and reminisced. Speaking of which, Madame Margaret claims she was originally a country girl, noticed by the head of the Isaac family who took her in as an adopted daughter, which is how she entered Trier's social scene. The reason I remember her is that her hair color was once mistaken for that of a Sauron family illegitimate child, until the elders of our family personally verified that she had no relation to the Sauron family, which then dispelled the rumor. Additionally, this lady has been married twice. Both husbands were gentlemen of good character, but neither of her two husbands lived long, so afterward, no one was willing to marry her again. Isaac. I recall that surname. In one of Roselle's diaries, it was recorded that Great Emperor's loyal captain Isaac explored the sea route to the forsaken land of gods, and never returned. And just 2 months later, that captain's daughter, Miss Isaac, helped Roselle reminisce about his youth. Come to think of it, Helene helped transcribe that diary before it was given to Klein. What a coincidence. Amidst the passionate melody, Ebner pondered while expertly performing various difficult dance steps with Helene, drawing glances from other guests. One was tall and well-built, the other slender and graceful. Though their faces were unseen, their skill and demeanor were perfectly matched, creating an aesthetic appeal. However, their spotlight didn't last long, quickly stolen by the red-haired socialite Margaret and her dance partner with even more exaggerated movements. Ebner remained unfazed, simply glancing at the red-haired, red-dressed socialite again, thinking to himself, Margaret, that name has a Camille déjà vu. And her self-professed origin is even more similar. The Isaac family had a close relationship with Roselle, and should have been purged when the Gustav dynasty fell. Yet this family is still wealthy. This suggests they either betrayed Roselle or received support from someone. Additionally, Margaret is likely a high-sequence demoness. In Intis, the organizations that possess high-sequence formulas for the demoness pathway are the Demoness sect, and Roselle's Men in Black. So, is this Madame Margaret a saintess of the Demoness sect, or a saint of the Men in Black? Or both? Why would such a person attend the Valerian family's ball? Hey, if my gathering calamity constitution holds true again, will the upcoming accident originate from her? Though Ebner had many conjectures, he didn't intend to actively report her. Instead, amidst a graceful turn, he changed the subject. Do you want to know about Tracy's current situation? Of course, as he brought up this topic, he used Evans's secret barrier to prevent others from hearing. Helene's steps faltered again upon hearing this, and she bumped into Ebner's embrace. After 2 seconds, she regained her composure and asked chidingly. Why bring her up? Her feelings for Vice Admiral of Ailment are indeed complex. But then again, Tracy, aside from forcibly detaining her, was actually quite good to her. As his thoughts drifted, Ebner replied. Tracy's condition is very poor right now. Not only was she betrayed by her subordinate, but she's also suffering from a very troublesome poison, and could lose control at any moment. He then meticulously relayed the information Mr. World had just sent to Helene. How could such a thing happen? Helene's bright eyes behind the mask showed some concern. She was about to press for more details, but the music stopped at that moment. The first dance had ended. Meanwhile, the red-haired, red-dressed Margaret and her dance partner, under the envious gazes of many gentlemen, entered a lounge. But as soon as the door closed, Margaret pushed her partner away, frowning as she said. Why are you still staying in Tosk? Aren't you afraid Amon will come knocking? Chapter 8:13, The Men in Black. Hearing Margaret's words, her male companion's lips curved into a smile as he said. Amon. Heh, I actually hope he comes. If so, he can pay back a portion of the blood debt he owes me. With that, he took off his mask, revealing a youthful face. If Ebner were here, he would certainly recognize him as the so-called acting commander of the Kaspersky base. So confident. Margaret raised an eyebrow, simultaneously slipping off her high heels and sitting on the lounge sofa. Her waist was naturally slender, full of allure even without a corset. Even in her current rather ungraceful sitting posture, she resembled a slowly unfolding beautiful painting. However, the young man opposite her was oblivious to this beautiful painting. He simply poured himself a cup of black tea, sipped it, and said, I have confidence in His Majesty. He once left a seal in my mind, telling me it would be enough to give Amon an unforgettable lesson. The means His Majesty left you can actually contend with Amon? Margaret asked with considerable surprise and curiosity, what did he seal? I don't know. His Majesty only told me not to probe, the information contained within would be equally dangerous to me. The young man put down his cup and shook his head. Very dangerous to you. Once Amon seizes your fate and steals your memories, he would also gain this warning. Margaret reminded him. Hey, is Amon the kind of person who sees a warning and doesn't investigate? He'd probably be even more excited, wouldn't he? The young man let out a cold laugh. Clearly, he had a certain degree of understanding of Amon's character. That's true, Margaret nodded, then dropped the topic, shifting to say, you should know why I came to see you, right? Ace of Hearts. I can mostly guess. The young man nodded slightly, 12 of clubs. As he spoke, he organized his thoughts and continued, but I can't be certain. You can't be certain? Didn't you preside over the resurrection ritual? Margaret asked with a frown. But something went wrong. His Majesty, well, let's call that person His Majesty for now, he awakened in the Delian family's Black Night, so I still have some doubts about his identity. At this point, the young man relayed some of his attempts at probing from the day to 12 of clubs. After listening, Margaret said thoughtfully, it sounds fine. And that ancestor of the Delian family was very close to His Majesty before becoming a demigod. His descendants might even be His Majesty's bloodline, so it might be normal for him to revive in Cyrodiilian. But according to what you said, his personality indeed isn't like His Majesty's. Yet His Majesty had a big change in his later years, so we can't judge it's not him based on that alone. The young man gave a wry smile and said, that's why I said I couldn't be certain. In that case, it's best if the men in black I command don't contact him for now. If he summons for something, I'll first send people from the Demona sect to him, until we're certain he is truly His Majesty, Margaret quickly decided. Hey, you've certainly done well for yourself, Saintess of Red, of the Demona sect, the young man chuckled, teasing her. The high-ranking members of the Demona sect all used colors as code names, such as Saintess of White, Saintess of Black, and here, Saintess of Red. Thanks for the compliment, but it still can't compare to you, Vice President of the Hermit of Fate Society, Margaret retorted. Afterward, the two looked at each other for a few seconds, then both laughed, but their laughter contained both mirth and a hint of sadness. After a while, Margaret sighed and said, of that batch of people from over 100 years ago, only you and I are left. Indeed, the Diamonds group was openly active and was wiped out by the churches and various forces early on. The Spades group was mainly responsible for foreign affairs, and also lost their protection, being dug out by intelligence agencies of various countries. The remaining members then defected to the Princess and joined the Dawn of Elements. At this point, the young man's face showed some weariness. He repeated Margaret's earlier words, only we are left. So, what are you waiting for? Won't you reminisce about the past with me? Margaret suddenly untied her dress, saying temptingly. Chapter 8:16, The Men in Black. The young man, however, shook his head firmly, turning away from Margaret's body as her clothes automatically fell off. He said, even if we are to revisit the past, it must be my main body. This avatar cannot have such a cheap pleasure. You still care about that? Margaret asked in surprise. I don't even care. It's a form of respect for you, though it ultimately means nothing, the young man said, pursing his lips. Margaret fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then curved her eyes and said, if I were 100 years younger, I might even fall in love with you. Good thing you didn't, those who love me don't usually have good ends. The young man grinned, self-deprecatingly. Margaret, now redressed, didn't pursue that topic. Instead, she changed the subject. Where is your main body? Did it stay in Lone after the Hermit of Fate gathering and not return? If it were anyone else asking, the young man naturally wouldn't answer, but for Margaret, he chose not to conceal. I found a Jacob family demigod in Backlund. She seems to hold the secret of a treasure and has parasitized a noble lady. However, that parasite's mystical knowledge is clearly incomplete, missing many important details, allowing me to easily influence her without her knowing. She still believes to this day that she is bound by that noble lady due to a so-called contract. At 9 in the evening, after the final major event of the Valerian family's masquerade ball, the screening of the new film concluded. Ebner and Helene finally left the luxurious manor and boarded their carriage. Helene had come to the ball specifically to observe the premiere's effect. It seemed their film company, Ebner's and hers, had succeeded once again. Even before the silent comedy film began, Ebner had asked her about taking Tracy in and caring for her. After several hours of deliberation, Helene finally made her decision. Ebner, please bring her over. She has no one to rely on now. Consider it my repayment for her care on the Black Death ship. Without Tracy's care, one could imagine the tragic fate she would have met on the Black Death ship. Ebner nodded upon hearing this, saying nothing more. He simply instructed her to return to the hotel to pack her luggage, then vanished from the carriage. As he headed to the altar to teleport to the Rorstad archipelago, what he was thinking was, the entire ball went without any problems. It seems my gathering calamity constitution likely originates from the pure white eye, as I had suspected. The few times I've had uneventful gatherings before were also when I didn't use the pure white eye or used it very little. Is there something behind the pure white eye that can cause calamities? On a desolate island south of the Rorstad archipelago, Danitz was guarding a bonfire, bored and dozing off. But his spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. He vigilantly opened his eyes and saw Gehrman stand up. His heart startled, he quickly looked towards the cave entrance, only to see the detective he disliked enter, wearing an exaggerated officer's uniform. He's dressed as if he's going to a masquerade ball. He's even more pretentious than that flower tie guy. Danitz grumbled inwardly, then saw the detective greet Gehrman and walk directly to Vice Admiral of Ailment's side. The other party briefly examined Tracy's condition, then frowned. He then picked her up horizontally and vanished from the cave with her. Gehrman stared at the spot where they disappeared for a few seconds, contemplating something, then turned back to signal Danitz, ready to return to the hotel on Land's Island. Where did they go? Danitz asked curiously after catching up to Gehrman. They might have gone back to Byam first, Klein replied casually. He knew that Mr. Tower's teleportation distance wasn't too far. A long-distance teleportation would likely require the teleportation altar at Fragrant Manor. Our destination is Byam later too, right? Why didn't you let him take us along? Danitz mumbled softly. Because I haven't gotten my deposit back from the Land's Island Hotel. Klein glanced at him, thinking. Chapter 8:14, The Dice. The herb shop in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater was still open. The plump apothecary, Darkwill, sat behind the counter, outwardly calm but inwardly anxious. Ever since receiving Ebner's advice, he had frequently used opportunities to prepare potions for others to discreetly commission adventurers or pirates to inquire about his teacher's whereabouts. Just yesterday, he finally received news from a guard at the governor's mansion. His teacher, Roy King, had been secretly arrested by the military and was currently imprisoned within the governor's mansion. If this guard hadn't joined the celestial sect, and severely depleted his body from excessive indulgence with a certain noble lady, and also lacked money for medicine, he wouldn't have risked telling the plump apothecary this information. Of course, a more significant reason was that the governor of Byam was about to leave office, and the guard had lost his former deference towards him. Darkwill had spent the entire day trying to contact known School of Life members through various means, seeking necessary help. However, he couldn't know who would come or when, so he could only suppress his fear and anxiety, continue to keep the shop open, pretending that nothing had happened. Darkwill, you're very restless, the owl perched on Booty's shoulder spoke. I don't need you to remind me, I'm well aware of my state. Darkwill waved his hand impatiently. He still remembered when he was studying with his teacher, he was always warned to be wary of official organizations and true vampires. For this, Roy King gave many examples, being permanently imprisoned underground, seeing neither sunlight nor women, becoming a researcher, using one's body to test the dangers of certain sealed artifacts, enduring various experiments, mutating into monsters with only instinct left, or being drained by vampires and turned into puppets. So, while he might have a foul mouth, he rarely truly caused trouble and never stayed in a city for more than 3 months. Fortunately, seeing Booty's worried gaze, Darkwill, for the sake of his pride, somewhat reined in his fear and shifted his attention to what to do. If only Ebner were still in Byam, I could ask him for advice. Darkwill annoyedly scratched his hair, then a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly remembered his last communication with his teacher, Roy King. He seemed to tell me to go to Mapple's grocery store on Enmat Street and buy a dice. I've overlooked this before, but now that I think about it, this request was a bit abrupt. Maybe there's a secret there. Thinking this, Darkwill mustered his courage, took the owl with him, left Booty to watch the shop temporarily, and walked out of the alley. Next, he spent a high price of £1 gold at that grocery store to buy a very small ring box. Inside the ring box was an off-white 6-sided dice, with a red 4 facing up. Afterward, he accidentally dropped the dice and encountered various misfortunes, yet fortunately rolled a 6 when interrogated by the police, safely passing through and returning to the shop. By this time, night had fallen, and the light from the gas streetlights on either side was too far apart, illuminating only a small portion of the road. Darkwill nervously entered the herb shop using this faint light. After briefly comforting Booty, who looked worried, he took the owl upstairs to his living quarters and repeatedly examined the ring box and the off-white dice. Finally, he pulled out a piece of paper, folded to half the size of a finger joint, from a hidden compartment at the bottom of the ring box. Darkwill silently took a breath and quickly read it. It was a message written by his teacher. Besides explaining that he might have been betrayed by an insider, it also described in detail the function of the dice, stating that it had a certain living characteristic: the more it was used, the easier it would awaken, and it would even roll itself unnoticed, even without space. When it fixed on 1, it would make people suffer more than direct death, because almost everything they did would fail. Finally, he issued a task, telling Darkwill to take the dice to Kano the bell ringer on Olavi Island, or to Detective Ebner Braun. Sure enough, this dice is very dangerous. Darkwill subconsciously sighed, then realized he had done something foolish out of good intentions. To rescue his teacher, Roy King, he had overcome his cowardice and stayed in Byam, sending out requests for help to the members of the school of life he knew. And according to the letter's content, this meant he was very likely targeted by the person who betrayed Roy King. Why didn't I think of buying this dice sooner? If I had bought it earlier, I wouldn't have sent messages to the traitor. And if it were even earlier, maybe Ebner wouldn't have left Byam. Darkwill raised his hands, pulling at the hair on the sides of his head. However, a flicker of doubt immediately crossed his mind: why give the dice to Ebner? Although that detective is strong, he's only a mid-sequence beyonder. Does he really have the ability to handle such a terrifying sealed artifact? And this sealed artifact belongs to our own school, why give it to an outsider? After thinking for a long time without success, Darkwill decided to give up. After all, his teacher was always acting mysterious, he was used to it. Besides, he had no idea where Ebner was, so his only option now was to find the bell ringer. He dared not linger here, deciding to move his residence tonight and take a boat to Olavi Island tomorrow morning, an island located on the Rorstad Archipelago, Toscado, shipping route. My talismans, my pistol, my whip. Darkwill busily counted items that provided a sense of security, worried about his lack of sufficient combat power. Suddenly, he thought of Booty again, unsure how to arrange for her. Although the little girl had made significant progress recently and could fend for herself, his enemies were not ordinary people. If they couldn't find him, would they make trouble for her? But taking her with me might be even more dangerous. Darkwill's expression twisted, then quickly settled, twisted again, then settled again. After repeating this several times, he decided it was best to ask Booty herself, as this was a matter of life and death, and he had no right to decide for her. She wasn't that silly bird bound to him. Just as Darkwill, having cleared his mind, let out a sigh of relief, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. They're coming for me. Someone's coming for me. Darkwill's first reaction was that he had been exposed. Outside were either official personnel or a traitor from the School of Life. The uncontrollable fear that had just subsided in his heart surged again, and he instinctively wanted to hide the dice. But only then did he realize that the off-white dice had somehow flipped itself. This time, a red 6 was facing up. Is this a good omen? Darkwill clutched his chest, asking with a trembling voice. Who is it? Boss, it's me. Booty. Booty's clear voice rang out from outside the door. Darkwill then slumped onto a chair, feeling as if he had come back to life. Your friend, Mr. Ebner Bryan, has arrived with a patient, Booty's voice came again from outside the door. What? Darkwill looked at the 6 facing up on the dice and thought, looks like my luck isn't so bad after all. In the courtyard, Ebner waited for Darkwill, holding Tracy, who was clad in a hooded robe. He hadn't returned directly to Toscado or Trier because Tracy's body truly couldn't wait any longer. Darkwill's apothecary shop had a relatively complete stock of herbs, allowing him to concoct some potions to alleviate the toxins. As for the robe on Tracy, Ebner had simply picked out a random one from the fragrant manor for her to wear. He didn't feel there was anything to be discreet about, setting aside that Vice Admiral of Ailment was originally a man. He had seen Tracy stark naked when she was controlled by the Rose School deep in the Daniel maze, so he had long lost any exploratory thoughts. However, Booty's expression just now seemed off. Did something happen here with Dark Will? But even with my butterfly effect, shouldn't there still be some time before the Dice of Probability storyline? Just as he thought this, he saw a pale-faced Darkwill walk out of the house, holding an off-white dice in his palm. Seeing this, Ebner's hand trembled, and he nearly threw Tracy out like a dice. Chapter 8:15, Beyond the Eyes. Ebner stared intently at the off-white dice in Darkwill's hand. Only after seeing the red 6 facing up did he breathe a sigh of relief, simultaneously recalling the original novel's description of the sealed artifact, solidified from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. Dice of Probability. The highest grade sealed artifact within the School of Life, with a grade 0 standard. It controls the probability of every event. At 1 point, it amplifies the probability of unfavorable outcomes to the extreme. At 2 points, it significantly increases unfavorable probabilities, but this doesn't mean 2 is necessarily safer than 1, because once the probability becomes high, any accident can happen. 3 points slightly amplifies unfavorable probabilities. 4 to 6 points are the opposite. To truly seal the Dice of Probability, one must use specific sealed artifacts to isolate its connection to the spirit world, astral world, and real world. Additionally, Rhodes had mentioned that it's a petty and vengeful fellow. While it can be intimidated by certain methods, the more often it's done, the less it's affected, and after more than a week, it will retaliate wildly. In short, according to Rhodes, it's not suitable to be a loyal servant. Just as Ebner thought this, he heard Darkwill ask in a surprised tone, "How much medicine did you give her to make her like this?" As his words fell, both the little girl Booty and the owl Harry looked at Ebner with wide, round eyes, as if they couldn't believe he was such a scoundrel. One's eyes were already round, the other's became so. Is this the time to talk about Tracy's problems? That dice in your hand is something that can make us even worse off than Tracy. Ebner suppressed the urge to run away directly, and with a grim expression, asked, "You still have the mood for sarcasm? Do you know how dangerous that thing in your hand is?" Saying that, he set Tracy down, wrapped an arm around her waist to support her from falling, and with his other hand, pulled out a 1 gold pound coin. He tossed it to the little girl Booty, and gently said, "Could I trouble you to get some supper for me with Mr. Harry?" Though his words were polite, they carried the authority of an arbiter, which made Booty, who took the coin, and Harry on her shoulder, follow his instructions and walk out of the courtyard with almost no hesitation. Once Booty and Harry had left, Fat Apothecary Darkwill finally realized that Ebner had sent them away to avoid implicating innocents. His lips mumbled a few times before he incoherently responded to Ebner's earlier words, "For uncontrollable matters, we must remain optimistic, for controllable matters, we must remain cautious." This is a proverb circulating within our school, rumored to be the famous saying of a high-sequence powerhouse in the 4th epoch. Though it makes sense, I think you're just being a smart mouth. But this sentence sounds familiar, which Transmigrator Sr. borrowed it. It's related to the School of Life. That vampire Duke Rhine. As Ebner speculated, he stared intently at the dice in the Fat Apothecary's hand, terrified it would roll on its own. "All right, I admit I'm very nervous, very scared, so I need to adjust with words." Seeing Ebner's displeased expression, Darkwill quickly changed the subject, raising the dice in his hand and asking, "It seems you know it." No wonder teacher's note said it could be given to Ebner. Ebner felt his heart pound with fear, yet dared not scold the other party for fear of startling him and causing him to drop the dice. He could only take a deep breath and whispered, "Stay in that position and don't move. I'll go find someone who can reseal it for you." He planned to bring Klein over, as in the original novel, to invite this dice to a concert. "You can't do anything about it either. But teacher said I could just give it to you." Darkwill frowned upon hearing this, muttering, "Huh." Hearing his mumble, Ebner immediately stopped his teleportation action and asked with a serious expression, "What did your teacher say?" Darkwill, seeing his solemn inquiry, quickly handed over his teacher's note. Ebner took it and read it carefully several times. Seeing that its content was largely similar to the original novel, with only additional information about himself, he couldn't help but ponder. Although the people of the School of Life are all mystics, to accurately predict me. Combining the proverb Darkwill blurted out, and the Dice of Probability still obediently showing 6 points. Could this also be something arranged by a previous Transmigrator Sr.? Or perhaps it's the Little Snake's arrangement. The speaker of the School of Life, Little Snake, Will, has always been friendly to me. During our conversation at the banquet at 28 Ginster Street, he even said he was entrusted by a friend. Who could that friend be? Rhine. As his thoughts whirled, Ebner opened his pure white eye, preparing to carefully observe the sealed artifact solidified from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. Of course, he also had an ulterior motive. After all, no matter what plans the transmigrator seniors had, they were most likely centered around the pure white eye as their common cheat. Just as the pure white eye opened and the passage to the unknown land formed, the off-white dice in Darkwill's hand, as if attracted by something, flew up on its own. Then, it shot straight towards Ebner's eyes. Having experienced similar incidents and being somewhat prepared, Ebner did not let it enter the unknown land. Instead, he spent money to buy a demigod-level barrier stored in the quiz labyrinth, preparing to intercept it. But just as the dice touched the barrier, a illusory, rotating golden will suddenly flashed out, swiftly penetrating the barrier and entering Ebner's pure white eye. Due to the suddenness of the event, Ebner, who hadn't reacted at all, could only watch helplessly as the off-white dice fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. On the other side, Darkwill, dumbfounded, stammered, "A grade 0 sealed artifact, just broke like that. The unknown land can block the fate of Zeradal's projected revival, so it's almost certain that it has no relation to the spirit world, astral world, or the real world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unknown. It truly is a good place to seal it. But why did the dice of probability rush so eagerly into a place so unfriendly to it? What exactly inside is attracting it? Or rather, did some transmigrator senior put something in there that even a uniqueness would flock to? Perhaps I should ask that little snake." Ebner rubbed his forehead and answered Darkwill's question. Its true body has been sealed, so this dice, as the outer shell, naturally broke. Darkwill suspiciously looked back and forth between the shattered dice and Ebner several times before reluctantly accepting his explanation. "After all, teacher told me to give it to Ebner. Even if something went wrong, it's not my responsibility." Darkwill thought to himself, though outwardly, he finally relaxed and showed his signature ambiguous smile, looking at Tracy, who was leaning against Ebner, and said, "Now that the troublesome matter is resolved, let's first examine the poison on this lady. I recognize this poison. The celestial sect on the island likes this kind of thing. Many Beyonders even willingly drink it to pretend they're powerless to resist others. But this lady's condition is very serious, the dosage is huge. Playing so wildly. Ah, is this Vice Admiral of Ailment? Chapter 816, You're Awake." Darkwill instinctively swallowed, his gaze slowly shifting from Tracy's face. He asked in disbelief. The Vice Admiral of Ailment also likes the celestial sect style. Although Tracy wasn't a good person, she certainly wasn't that kind of person, so Ebner, after a brief thought, simply defended her. She was ambushed. Was the person who ambushed her you? If it were before, Darkwill would have blurted out the question, but intimidated by the unique ability Ebner had just displayed in sealing a grade 0 sealed artifact, Darkwill swallowed his words. Next, he returned inside the shop, retrieved a prepared potion, and handed it to Ebner, implying, "You're quite lucky. I just recently prepared a similar antidote for a guard, and there's some left." However, her situation is different from that guard's lover. The dosage used before was too large, and she went too long without taking the antidote. The poison has not only corroded her body but has even caused a certain degree of contamination to her spirit. At most, I can only help her alleviate it for now. To completely cure it, you'd probably need someone with more advanced methods. Like my teacher. Ebner was fully aware of Darkwill's intentions behind those words, but he currently had no desire to clash with the lone military, and his plan in Trier had only just begun, leaving him no time for such extraneous matters. Moreover, Darkwill's teacher wasn't in any particular danger being held in the governor's mansion. According to the original novel, he would successfully escape soon due to the chaos caused by personnel changes among the officials in the Rorstad archipelago. Therefore, Ebner did not pick up on Darkwill's hint. He simply took the potion, opened the cap, and poured it down Tracy's throat. In fact, what he cared more about in his heart was the luck Darkwill mentioned. Such luck feels even more like an arrangement. Ebner secretly sighed to himself, throwing the empty bottle back to Darkwill, then said, "I don't have time to save your teacher, but I can introduce you to a formidable adventurer. Go talk to him." Ebner was naturally referring to Klein. Since the latter wanted to infiltrate and investigate the celestial sect, he probably wouldn't refuse the opportunity to rescue Darkwill's teacher from the governor's mansion and earn some extra cash. Darkwill was initially disappointed when Ebner didn't reply, but upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Which adventurer?" "Gehrman Sparrow." Ebner replied after picking up Tracy again. "Gehrman Sparrow? The one who hunted Steel Mavadi, and helped the Vice Admiral of Ailment repel the Demonist sect." At this point, Darkwill glanced at Tracy in Ebner's arms and suddenly choked on his words. The next second, he looked at Ebner's eyes in disbelief. Although he didn't speak, the meaning conveyed in his gaze was very clear, and Ebner easily read it using his mind-reading ability. "You ran off with his girl, and now you want me to ask him for help. What if he finds out and retaliates against me?" At this time, due to the actions of the Demonist sect and the Celestial sect, the identity of the adventurer who had previously helped Tracy had finally been revealed and was currently a hot topic, so even though Darkwill had been in poor spirits these past 2 days, he had still heard about it. Gehrman entrusted me to treat and look after her. Ebner thought for a moment, then simply explained, trying to salvage his reputation. After all, this really had nothing to do with him. Then he must have some special fetish. Darkwill muttered, then asked, where do I find him? In a bit, first take Booty to the Amiris Leaf Bar, and find Sea Snake Wave. He'll arrange lodging for you. By tomorrow, Gehrman Sparrow should be back in Byam, and he'll come looking for you then. Ebner said this, handing Darkwill a badge of courage as a token. Wave would know it was someone Ebner arranged upon seeing it. And the Amiris Leaf Bar's gathering is protected by the mandated punishers, making it much safer, Ebner added after a moment's thought. But is it really okay for a Beyonder like me to be exposed right under the nose of the Church of the Storms? Darkwill asked, still hesitant after receiving the badge. Don't worry. Your school already cooperates with the Church of the Storms. That so-called bell ringer, Kano, rings the bells of the storm. Ebner had learned this information back when he was on the 5th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Is that really how it is? The old man never told me. Darkwill felt like everything that had happened in the past 2 days was a dream. At this moment, Booty and the owl Harry, who had gone to buy supper, returned to the shop's courtyard. Ebner took the Byam specialty, Tiativa, they had bought back, then bid farewell to Darkwill, Booty, and the owl, disappearing directly from the courtyard. Although she had long known about the existence of Beyonders, the inexperienced Booty was still startled. She couldn't help but look at her boss, who was now also wide-mouthed, mumbling, if he had said earlier that he could teleport, I should have just had him send me directly to Olavi. Hearing this, Mr. Harry the Owl clicked his tongue twice and said, clearly, the woman he's holding is more appealing than you are. Darkwill snapped back to attention upon hearing this. He silently pulled out the whip he had previously packed and said, kindly, come here for a moment. I have something good to share with you. Harry the Owl, however, looked at the whip in Darkwill's hand with a mix of affection and fear. He then spread his wings and flew onto Booty's shoulder, disdainfully saying, you can't trick me this time. Seeing this scene, Booty finally broke into a heartfelt smile. How wonderful. Mr. Darkwill and Mr. Harry are back to their old selves. Although she didn't know what had happened in the past few days, she could feel her boss's fear and unease. But now, with the arrival and departure of that detective, everything had finally returned to normal. Truly, the sea god's blessing. Thank you for your mercy. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, who had just ridden the big fish back to Land's Island and returned to his rented hotel room, did not rest immediately. Instead, he came above the grey fog, ready to seriously study the abilities and origins of Tracy's bracelet. Just then, the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Tower expanded and contracted. He thought for a moment, let his spirituality extend over it, and then heard the other party's request and report. Please ask the world about the dice of probability from that snake of Mercury in Backlund. What is the dice of probability? Is it a sealed artifact of the School of Life? Also, a plump apothecary wants to give me a commission. Go to the Amiris Leaf Bar tomorrow. After careful consideration, Klein divined a few times, confirmed there was no danger, then left the grey fog and returned to his bedroom. He took a paper crane from his wallet, unfolded it on the table, looked at the surface that still showed wiping marks, picked up a pencil, and wrote a simple question. Dice of probability. Although it was only a noun, he believed that Snake of Mercury would surely know what Mr. Tower wanted to ask. Then, he folded the paper crane back to its original form, tucked it into his wallet, and then once again walked 4 steps counterclockwise, re-entering the space above the grey fog. On Tuesday morning, when Tracy felt a warmth and finally overcame her mental exhaustion, opening her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar man in her sight. The man was handsome, with curly brown hair, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, making him appear refined and scholarly. He seemed vaguely familiar, but her muddled mind couldn't recall where she had seen him. Tracy was about to ask something, but then saw the man look directly into her eyes, then curve his lips, smiling as he said, "You're awake." The surgery was a success. Chapter 817, Various Roleplays of the Mysticism Magister. The surgery was a success. Tracy didn't grasp the meaning of Ebner's words. Still somewhat disoriented, she instinctively repeated his phrase while her rusty brain pondered philosophical questions like, who am I, where am I, what am I supposed to do, and what does he mean? After about a minute, she finally recalled what she had experienced. She tried to struggle up but found herself too weak to even lift a finger. She could only ask in a hoarse voice, who are you? Where is this? Where's Gehrman? As she spoke, she used her nearly depleted spirituality to sense her body. Finding herself dressed and feeling no abnormalities, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. My name is Ebner Bryan. Gehrman was helpless against the poison in your body, so he transferred you to me. And you are currently in my ancient Vine Manor in Trier, Miss Tracy. Ebner Bryan answered her questions with a smile. Speaking of which, early this morning, Ebner had gone with the criminal butler whose mind was controlled by the magic mirror, as well as the agent and lawyer provided by the club, to complete the property transfer procedures. So, it was now legitimate to say that this ancient Vine Manor belonged to him. For this, Ebner paid nearly 20,000 fells, but it was essentially a left-hand to right-hand transaction, costing only dozens of fells in processing fees. And now, the magic mirror was still representing him, along with the lawyer and agent, to transfer the shares of Mirror Apostle, Herta in the shipping company and the Susset Bank. As for her luxurious villa in Trier's St. Laurent district, Ebner Bryan did not intend to take it over, planning to sell it directly for cash. After all, ostensibly, Herta was selling these properties because her business abroad ran into problems and she urgently needed a large sum of capital. If Ebner bought everything himself, it would look too suspicious. More importantly, the villa's location was not ideal and did not fit Ebner's next plan. Ebner Bryan. Tracy muttered the name several times. Suddenly remembering something, her eyes sharpened, and she asked in a dry voice, "Helene, is she with you?" Although her mother, Katerina, hadn't fulfilled her promise to tell her Helene's whereabouts, the mere clues of Byam and maid had narrowed the scope, and she had a list of suspects in hand. If it weren't for Helene's request, I wouldn't have agreed to save you. Ebner's impression of the Vice Admiral of Ailment was clearly not as good as that of the other three female pirate generals. Helene. Tracy's eyes first softened, then she looked at Ebner Bryan with a complicated expression. Though she suspected he might have been involved with Helene, he was also the one who saved her. Thank you. Tracy thanked him, then struggled to raise her head to look further, wanting to see if Helene was nearby, but failed. She could only exhale and say, "Where is Helene?" "She went home to help her father with some debts, she should be coming over soon," Ebner replied casually. At the same time, he pulled back the covers to examine Tracy's body, finding that his initial treatment last night had yielded considerable results. At least her body and spirit had stopped deteriorating. In fact, if Ebner wanted to quickly cure Tracy, it wasn't impossible. As long as he arranged a ritual to summon Lady Helene, the problem would surely be resolved. But Tracy had no relation to him, and Ebner Bryan had no intention of owing favors for her. So, he simply experimented on Tracy after specifically modifying the Violet's perfect recovery art. It seemed effective, and perhaps could be further adjusted. Learning mystical arts, developing mystical arts, teaching mystical arts. According to the role-playing principle of a mysticism magister, Ebner Bryan's plan was to research a mystical art specifically designed to eliminate this toxic potion, then teach it to Tracy, allowing her to recover on her own, thus completing a role-play. As for the pain Tracy endured during the experiment, that would be her paying the price for her misdeeds. Moreover, with Helene's care, she might even willingly act as a guinea pig. It's worth noting that through Ebner Bryan's research, the drug provided by the Celestial Sect was actually quite complex. The so-called aphrodisiac was merely a pretext, even the antidote provided could only alleviate the symptoms, not truly eliminate them. Once the antidote was stopped, those who had taken the drug would become even weaker than the Vice Admiral of Ailment in a very short time. It could be described as both a poison and a curse. It was likely something specifically developed by followers of the Mother Tree of Desire to control others. The biological toxin bottle in the original novel was a product of those guys' failed experiments. Could this potion have a similar origin? As he pondered, Ebner heard Tracy ask in a surprised tone, You two aren't living together." Ebner snapped back to attention, glancing at her. He naturally understood what she wanted to ask, but was too lazy to bother, simply continuing to examine her body on his own. Tracy was initially a bit nervous at his actions, but quickly realized his eyes were clear and he was indeed only conducting academic research. She then relaxed. As a pirate, and as someone who had once been male, she genuinely didn't care about minor physical contact. After a moment, seeing Ebner cover her with the blanket again, Tracy inquired once more, "How's my condition? When will I recover?" "Your condition is basically stabilized. Use the potions I formulated for a few days, and once you regain some mobility, I will teach you a mystical art. After that, you'll use the mystical art yourself to continue clearing the effects of the poison. You should recover completely in about half a month," Ebner said after some thought. Half a month? Tracy mused, then suddenly asked, "What was that surgery you mentioned earlier?" "That was just a joke you wouldn't understand." Ebner Bryan muttered to himself. He used his spirit vision to observe her mental state, his eyes twinkling, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on a successful surgery, you've turned from a man into a girl. There once was an instigator who was tricked into drinking a witch potion. When she regained consciousness, someone offered her congratulations with that very joke." Tracy froze at his words, her expression twisting slightly. It felt as though a deep-seated shame had been brutally dug out and exposed to the sunlight. Her azure eyes immediately clouded with anger stemming from shame and irritation, and her pale, poisoned face instantly flushed red. But, unable to even move a finger, she quickly reined in her emotions, scoffed, and said in a low, hoarse voice. As expected of the romantic detective, your understanding of demonesses far surpasses that of ordinary people. Ebner ignored her sarcasm, merely nodding with satisfaction. It seems your mental recovery is quite good. You should know that, according to my research, this poison you've contracted amplifies emotions and desires. Once an extreme emotion arises, it's very difficult to control. The Violet's perfect recovery art is indeed very effective at removing spiritual contamination. Tracy stared blankly. She hadn't expected that he wasn't trying to expose her past, but merely testing her mental recovery. If that's the case, did what I just said sound impolite? Will he speak ill of me to Helene because of it? Just as Tracy was lost in thought, the sound of the door being pushed open came, and Helene walked to the bedside. Ebner, how is she? Helene asked. She's awake. You two can catch up now, Ebner replied with a smile, then turned and left the bedroom, only adding before stepping out, but be moderate, don't delay the company's work. With that, he casually closed the door. Helene didn't reply, her full attention was on Tracy. Seeing her weak and powerless state, she felt all her fear of her vanish. Tracy also looked at the familiar yet somewhat strange face, saying with a complex tone, Helene, you're still as stubborn as ever, but your eyes seem much firmer, no longer so wavering. This is all Ebner Bryan's guidance to me. Helene said. This was not a lie. Being with Ebner, she had learned many excellent qualities from him. Of course, she didn't know that this was a mysticism magister's deliberate and subtle guidance tailored to her personality, also part of his role play. Tracy's mood immediately darkened. She felt that even if they weren't living together, their hearts had grown closer. According to Emperor Roselle's saying, she suspected her head might be a little green. But before she could dwell on it, her chin was lifted by Helene's finger. The girl who had once been beneath her now looked down, saying, Everything you did to me before, I'm going to get my revenge. At this moment, Helene fully embodied the domineering female CEO persona from some of the stories Ebner had told her. On the other side, Ebner, having left the bedroom, directly pushed Tracy's matter to the back of his mind, turning instead to contemplate Klein's recent reply from Little Snake Will. This is the choice of destiny. The choice of destiny. What exactly does that mean? Mystics really are annoying when they speak. Muttering inwardly, Ebner Bryan stepped out and boarded a carriage, pondering. The note left by Darkwell's teacher actually had two choices. One was to hand the dice of probability to Councilman Joe's Red, as in the original novel, and the other was to hand it to me. And the choice of destiny, does that mean the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune ultimately chose me? Why would it choose me? And why did the little snake allow the uniqueness to fall into my hands? Could it be that other transmigrators brought by the pure white eye also obtained the Wheel of Fortune before? The God of Luck. Chapter 818, The Chaotic Delian Family. Aboard the Future, Katlia dismissed Jane, who had come to probe for information, then hesitated for over 10 minutes. Finally, she took out a pen and paper, carefully writing. Recently, someone has been deliberately collecting the Great Emperor's diaries. She dared not mention the Tarot Club in her letter, nor leak any information, fearing punishment from Mr. Fool. She could only start from signs that could be ordinarily discovered to provide a hint. After writing and folding it, she took out a delicate, golden harmonica she carried, placed it to her lips, and blew a note. In just 2 blinks of an eye, she saw the letter mysteriously vanish. Even without her glasses, she couldn't detect the arrival of the messenger. Phew. Katlia exhaled softly, then walked to the captain's cabin window. As she gazed at the monotonous seascape, she thought with worry, I wonder if Mr. Fool will notice these little actions of mine. Jane, standing on the deck, happened to witness this scene, confirming a certain suspicion she held. On a swing woven from pea vines, Bernadette, after reading Katlia's letter, had eyes that seemed to flow with the river of fate. After about 4 or 5 minutes, she finally murmured thoughtfully to herself, the detective who helped Sharon kill the Rose School Wraith is also deliberately collecting Dad's manuscripts. In a coastal city in Daisy Bay, the invisible Lena carefully infiltrated the city hall. In its records, she fabricated a merchant's resume under the name of Dwayne Dantes. This was the final step in creating this fake identity. After she finished these tasks, returned to her safe house, and offered her identity documents to Mr. Fool, she removed her disguise, muttering to herself. This way, as long as I gather 8,000 pounds, I can get the demoness of afflictions beyond her characteristic from the Black Emperor. Only by becoming stronger, a pirate general or demigod-level powerhouse, can I better protect Prince Edisac, so he doesn't have to constantly wear that heavy iron mask. Thinking of this, Lena became troubled again. The money is easy to get. But how do I roleplay pleasure? I've already tried it, just my own pleasure isn't enough. I also need to give others pleasure. Do I really have to do that? Is there a clever method, like when Shaw roleplayed Instigator and Witch? Sigh, perhaps Mr. Fool knows, but I dare not ask. Backlund, in a detached house in St. George Borough. After obtaining the identity document through the request for granting ritual, Madame Daly leaned against Dunn, chuckling, the identity document has been obtained. I'm just waiting for you to marry me, Mr. Dwayne Dantes, the wealthy magnate. Dunn, after reading the identity document and character profile, was momentarily stunned. He murmured, Dwayne Dantes, what a name that truly suits my intentions. Saying this, he rested his chin on the head of Daly, who was leaning against him, and said helplessly, but I don't know how to act like a rich man. Dunn's funds were just barely sufficient. His chivalrous deeds, over the past 6 months had brought in a considerable income. Aren't you role-playing Iron Man under Madame Clausvia? Shouldn't you be quite familiar with this? After all, Iron Man is set up as a very rich playboy, Madame Daly chuckled, feigning casualness. Dunn's heart, however, tightened. He calmly said, I only used the name Iron Man during combat. At this point, he carefully released Daly from his embrace, stood up, and changed the subject, to enter the church with you as soon as possible. I need to leave Backlund now to manage business and then pretend to return. Hearing this, Daly turned and gave him a half-smile, no longer teasing her man. She simply stroked her still flat abdomen, a happy smile gracing her face. Outside the ancient Vine Manor. Ebner had just gotten into his carriage outside the ancient Vine Manor when a figure abruptly appeared opposite him. The person was around 40 years old, with emerald green eyes, a shapely nose, thin lips, and brilliant golden hair, making him quite handsome. This was Cyril Delian, the Black Knight, whose fate had been taken over by the former Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. After sealing off the surroundings with his spirituality, the former Pope immediately knelt on one knee, devoutly calling out, My Lord. Ebner had met him once on the way to Trier, so he wasn't surprised. He simply nodded slightly and said, Rise. Thank you for your benevolence, the former Pope praised, then stood and sat in the seat opposite Ebner. Last time we met, I asked you to investigate the Delian family. Do you have any results? Ebner activated his pure white eye, wasting no time on pleasantries, and asked directly. Based on his few interactions with the men, the former Pope was quite straightforward. Reporting, my lord, there are preliminary results, he responded respectfully. Tell me about them. Ebner's spirit lifted, and he leaned slightly forward. The former Pope, now the Black Knight, Cyril, organized his thoughts and said. From what I've gathered, excluding myself, the Delian family is currently roughly divided into 5 factions. 5 factions. Ebner was speechless. The internal affairs of this family were even more absurd than Intis's political landscape. Which 5? What are their respective strengths and influences? Ebner asked in a deep voice. Firstly, the most powerful of the 5 factions is the Eternal Blazing Sun faction. They are loyal Sun believers and currently have 2 demigods and 5 sequence 5 powerhouses. The 2 demigods are named Hymen and Morphe. They are both archbishops of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, belonging to the family in name only. The second is the Patriarch's direct lineage. They possess some formulas from the Hunter pathway. The Hunter pathway ancestor, who has lived for over 100 years, has already reached sequence 3 and controls a grade 0 sealed artifact. The Patriarch's faction has mysterious origins, I don't know if they have other demigods. Next is the current Prime Minister's faction. This is actually a faction that has joined different secret organizations, with a very loose structure. This includes Prime Minister Charlie, who joined the Blood Worship sect, Owen, who joined the Psychology Alchemists, and myself, who originally believed in the True Creator. I haven't thoroughly investigated how many demigods are specifically in this one, but I imagine there aren't just 3. There's at least one more demigod who joined the Iron-Blooded Cross Society. Chapter 8:19, Wheat Seedling Church. Although Cyril hadn't finished speaking, Ebner was already quite astonished. There were already 7 demigods combined, without counting the high-end angel-level powerhouses. This number wasn't inferior to the Augustus family of Lone. If the Delian family's many internal factions couldn't unite, the Sauron family, currently in its twilight, probably wouldn't be able to hold onto its position as the leading family in Intis. However, the so-called Prime Minister's faction, while called a faction, was actually composed of members belonging to different secret organizations, likely fraught with internal contradictions. At best, they maintained a united front against other factions. Ebner deeply felt it was a miracle this family hadn't fractured already. What about the other 2 factions, he asked after a moment's thought. Cyril took out a booklet, respectfully handed it to Ebner, and then replied, the remaining military faction and industry faction are not strong, they exist by relying on other factions. Their boundaries aren't as clear as the other factions, and their members also have their own inclinations. Most of them are collateral members of the Delian family, and many don't even know about the existence of Beyonders. I've compiled a list, recording the affiliations and inclinations of some important figures among them. Ebner took the list and casually flipped through it while listening to Serold's explanation. On the very first page, he saw a somewhat familiar name. Winks Delian, Rear Admiral, member of the military faction, working closely with the Prime Minister's faction. After being killed by Lady Scythe under the Admiral of Stars, he was transformed into a sea monster dependent. Winks, isn't this the guy who put Jane on Intis's bounty list? He actually transformed into a sea monster dependent. Perhaps a state similar to the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. Dominated by a sea monster. Ebner was surprised and questioned Serold in detail about this matter. However, Serold wasn't entirely clear about the Delian family's cooperation with the sea monster. He only knew that the sailor pathway beyonders in the family, if they didn't later join the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, all had a chance to become sea monster dependents after death. Ebner unconsciously frowned, pondering, looking at it this way, that sea monster is indeed a bit sinister. Thankfully, I didn't rashly go hunting it. Also, is the task Lilith gave me to investigate the Delian family's secrets related to this. This family is like an iceberg in the ocean. The more you investigate, the more you feel there are deeper secrets hidden within. So the best way is to let it collapse on its own, exposing everything. The original dual internal and external strategy doesn't need much change. I just need to adjust the methods for dealing with its internal affairs. The many internal factions of the Delian family actually work to my advantage. After some thought, Ebner actively ended the discussion about the factions and instead asked about the current political situation in Intis. Facing Ebner's questions, Serold was clearly prepared. He organized his words and said, "Ever since the Prime Minister pushed for the new publishing law and strict news censorship, there has been continuous opposition. Opposition parties, the Church of Steam and its affiliated families, and large numbers of the middle class have united, supporting public protests and demonstrations to obstruct the passage of the bill. Meanwhile, old noble families from the former Sauron dynasty, such as the Freys and Flonner families, have sided with the Delian family and received a certain degree of support from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Conversely, the Sauron family, the former masters of the old dynasty, has remained ambiguous on this matter, becoming an object of contention for both sides. Of course, this is only a general political alignment. In reality, even within the Delian family, attitudes towards this bill are not unified. For example, the Church faction supports the Prime Minister's proposal, while the Iron-Blooded Cross Society, demigod within the Prime Minister's faction, strongly opposes it. The Iron-Blooded Cross Society advocates for societal change, transforming the world so that the extraordinary are no longer hidden but revealed to all, becoming true rulers. As members of this organization, they naturally vehemently oppose news censorship. The choice of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun is not surprising either. All Orthodox churches actually control news related to the extraordinary, as knowledge in this world is dangerous. The more one knows, the more likely it is to lead to terrible consequences. But why is that Prime Minister, as a subordinate of the blood worship sect, actively promoting this bill? Is he trying to cover something up with it? More importantly, Lilith has noticed the hidden problems within the Delian family. Has the Eternal Blazing Sun not noticed? Is he also making arrangements here? As for the God of Steam, he might truly know nothing. As his thoughts raced, Ebner chatted with Serold about several other prominent families, learning a lot of the latest intelligence. For instance, Johnson of the Freys family was finally released from house arrest recently and reappeared at high society balls. For example, although the Solly family received support from the Church of Steam, their subordinate industries are still being encroached upon, and their political influence is weakening. For example, the Sauron family is currently offering a reward for a young man named Whitman. Anyone providing clues can receive 100 fells, and finding him will earn a reward of 3,000 fells. At the Wheat Seedling Church. It wasn't until the carriage arrived at Montaigne Avenue in the Sauron district, south of the Rain River, stopping in front of the Wheat Seedling Church, at number 18, that Serold, the Black Knight whose fate was occupied by the former Pope of the Eternal Blazing Sun, saluted Ebner and then disappeared. The Sauron district is named because the Sauron family's ancestral home is located here. It contains many buildings such as a military academy and a military museum. The only church of the Earth Mother Church in Trier is also located here. The Wheat Seedling Church has a total area of 1,000 square meters. To the west, there is a clock tower, about 50 meters high. To the east is the main body of the church, which has 3 naves inside, including a central nave and 1 aisle on each side. Compared to the Harvest Church in Backlund, this one is clearly much larger and more luxurious. Its scale even rivals the Church of Steam's St. Estin Cathedral in Trier. Alighting from the carriage, Ebner paused for a moment in the square in front of the church, looking at the people entering and exiting. He thought with emotion, the number of believers I'm seeing right now is more than all the believers in the Harvest Church before the Great Smog event combined. However, this is not surprising. Since the Earth Mother Church in Trier is not suppressed by the Church of Evernight as it is in Loan, its treatment is naturally much better. Entering the church, he came to the main prayer hall, found a seat near the aisle, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and began to pray earnestly and quietly to the Earth Mother. A short while later, a pastor came to his side and led him to a lounge at the back of the church. Madame Helene, with beautiful silver hair, was waiting there, smiling at Ebner as he entered the room. Perhaps there's another reason why the Wheat Seedling Church has better evangelism results than the Harvest Church. A beautiful vampire woman is clearly more likable than an old semi-giant man. Ebner muttered to himself, while politely greeting her, "Good morning, Madame Helene." Chapter 820, The Evolution of Prophecy. "Good morning," Madame Helene said, her silver eyes looking over as she chuckled playfully. "Next time you visit, you should consider putting 100 fells in the offering box. That would make it much more reasonable for me to have someone bring you in here. This trend cannot be encouraged. Earth Mother Church clergy should be as simple and honest as Bishop Utravsky." Ebner grumbled inwardly, while outwardly nodding in response, "I'll consider it next time." Madame Helene is indeed a bit of a money-grubbing vampire. In this regard, Cullen and Lydia are completely different from her, not at all like her biological children. "Is there something you need from me this time? Do you want me to intercept another demigod?" Madame Helene changed the subject, asking with a smile. "Madam, do you see me as someone who constantly causes trouble for demigods?" While complaining inwardly, Ebner shook his head and said, "I'd like to ask you to help me find a qualified and reliable butler, preferably someone with connections in the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Additionally, I need to rent a garden villa in the Sauron district. It doesn't need to be too large, but it's best if it's not far from the Sauron family's ancestral home." He paused here, then added, "I've already been to the Association for Assisting Household Servants and the Housing Rental Association, but I haven't found anything satisfactory." After hearing Ebner's requests, Madame Helene pinched her chin in thought. After a moment, she began. "The garden villa isn't a problem. I own a house that meets your requirements. It's a 4-story building with over 20 rooms, a stable, servant quarters, and a considerably large garden. It's only a street away from the Sauron family's ancestral home, and the neighbors living nearby are Intis bankers and owners of large enterprises. Its furnishings are very exquisite, with many famous paintings and antiques. The furniture and utensils are also top-quality items that I personally selected." Ebner frowned upon hearing this, cautiously inquiring, "The rent for this house isn't cheap, is it?" He had clearly researched the market and knew that the annual rent for similar properties wouldn't be less than 3,000 fells. "Of course, it's not cheap. Someone offered me 5,000 fells in rent, and I still didn't agree." Helene first established the house's value, then changed her tone, smiling, "But what can I say, you just feel so close to me. So, as long as you can help me accomplish one thing, I'll rent this house to you for free." "What is it?" Ebner didn't agree rashly. Although Madame Helene was Lilith's favored one and theoretically wouldn't harm him, her personality was somewhat eccentric, so it was better to be cautious. "I want you to use your detective skills to help me find someone. She used to be called Shirley, but that's undoubtedly a false name." She's a believer of the primordial moon, currently hiding in Trier, and I'm certain she hasn't left," Madame Helene said, her expression becoming serious. Ebner pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Is that a Witch King?" He remembered Cullen mentioning that his mother had been looking for materials for his promotion to demigod for over 100 years without success. Exactly. Her mind suddenly went awry during last week's blood moon, exposing her whereabouts. "I detected her and severely wounded her. But she possesses a magical item that is very adept at escaping and concealing aura, so she ultimately managed to flee. I can only vaguely sense that she's still somewhere in Trier," Madame Helene said, taking out a portrait of the person and handing it to Ebner. Last week's blood moon represented the fall of the primordial moon. Not directly losing control means she either wasn't a firm believer, or her belief was actually directed towards the mother tree of desire. Ebner accepted the portrait thoughtfully. With just a glance, he noticed something oddly unsettling about the Witch King named Shirley. Her facial features were distinct, yet when combined, it was impossible to remember her appearance, as if one had prosopagnosia. Is this her innate ability, or the power of a magical item? Ebner asked, then continued, "Do you have any of her hair or clothing?" "Of course not. How could a Witch King possibly leave those things behind?" Madame Helene shook her head, then pointed at the portrait. "I suspect she possesses a high sequence beyond item from the seer pathway, which is why she has this strange effect that can even influence portraits." A seer pathway, some ability of a bizarro sorcerer. If she truly holds such a magical item, it's no wonder she managed to escape Madame Helene and remain unfound. However, I can try. After a moment of thought, Ebner activated his pure white eye, directly using his once daily prophecy ability. Before, such a prophecy with little preliminary information and an opponent capable of concealment wouldn't yield valuable insights. But now, with the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune entering the space behind his pure white eye, Ebner could clearly feel the improvement in his prophecy capabilities. Moreover, the revelations he received were no longer just a few words or a sentence. More often, they would directly show relevant scenes. For instance, at this moment, a picture of a house with a green roof appeared before Ebner's eyes. After noting the various details of the image, he asked Helene for paper and a pen, then set up a ritual to draw the scene he had witnessed in its entirety. Madame Helene was somewhat surprised that Ebner had a result so quickly, but after seeing the drawing, she sighed. After all, there were too many houses in Trier that looked similar to the one in the drawing, making it impossible to pinpoint which one it was. However, Ebner, with his many methods, was full of confidence. He believed he could find the target within a day or two, and Madame Helene's mansion was definitely going to be freeloaded by him. Seeing his confident demeanor, Helene didn't think Ebner was boasting. She just smiled and said, "Then I'll await your good news. These 2 days, I'll also help you find a suitable butler and tidy up that villa. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor of Ancient Vine Manor, Trier suburbs." Helene looked at Tracy, who was flushed and panting on the bed, unable to move. She finally withdrew her hand and said with a smile in her eyes, "That's enough for today. I still have work to do." Besides, Ebner said that although this technique helps with your recovery, it should also be done in moderation. Tracy looked at a different Helene than before, biting her lip, and asked, "What? What exactly have you learned from him?" Chapter 821, Infiltrating the Prison. At noon, Ebner, having met up with the magic mirror, or rather, Kesey, who had been handling various transfer procedures, returned to the small villa provided by the golf club and shared lunch with Furs, who had remained there. He forked a piece of pan-fried mushrooms into his mouth, chewing as he listened to Kesey's report. Herta's house in the Klein district, because of its good location and luxurious decoration, was ultimately appraised at 19,000 fells. It was listed at the auction house for just over an hour before someone bid on it, with the final offer being 22,000 fells. Additionally, his 1% share in Susset Bank and his shipping company stocks, since agreements were signed long ago, will be transferred to your name in 1 or 2 days, at most, once the paperwork is complete. The transfer agreements, presented by Herta, the Mirror Apostle, were clearly legitimate documents, just one step away from becoming effective. Otherwise, the quiz labyrinth wouldn't have recognized their value. This certainly made things convenient for Ebner. Ebner drank a glass of authentic Intis white wine, wiped his mouth, and then asked, "Did you get any news about the newspaper I asked you to inquire about?" Kesey, under the magic mirror's control, nodded and said very smoothly, "Affected by the News Control Act, many newspaper offices in Trier are unsettled, and several are already selling at low prices." "Which ones?" Ebner asked with interest. "The East Shore Morning Post, Seren's Weekly, and Rhine News. There are also some other small newspapers up for sale, but their influence is limited and doesn't suit your status, master," Kesey said, picking up her own magic mirror to display the addresses and specific details of these newspaper offices in images. "Even Rhine News can't hold on." Furs, who had been listening in, exclaimed in surprise. This is one of Trier's top 3 newspapers, very influential across the entire northern continent. She was currently holding a copy of Rhine News, and the headline of its second-page lead story boldly read, "Escape Convict Murders and Frames Another, Hero Detective Identifies True Culprit." Kesey thought for a moment, and considering Furz's relationship with her master, she answered her question. Rhine News owner, Mr. Wolf, was recently sentenced to 16 months in prison for libel. Yet, after only a week in prison, he mysteriously disappeared. This incident also became the fuse for opposition against news control. And Mr. Wolf's son, young Wolf, is a conservative and never liked his family's newspaper business. Now that he's at the center of public opinion, his resolve isn't strong enough, and he just wants to leave this troubled place in Trier. That's why he wants to sell the newspaper. So that's how it is. Furs suddenly understood, then curiously asked, "How did Mr. Wolf disappear?" This case occurred last Friday and was reportedly assigned to Inspector Russell, known for his uprightness, but there's no result yet, Kesey said with a hint of meaning. Last Friday, wasn't that when the blood moon occurred? Could Mr. Wolf's disappearance be related to the falling of the primordial moon? And wasn't Inspector Russell determined by Lion to be the North family's desire apostle? What a coincidence. As Furs pondered, she put a piece of bacon into her mouth. Rhine News can be put aside for now. Even if its price drops, it's still worth tens, or even hundreds of thousands of fells. You should keep an eye on the prices of the East Shore Morning Post and Seren's Weekly later, those are my targets. Ebner instructed the magic mirror after thoroughly reviewing the situation of each newspaper. Of course, the final decision on which to buy would have to be made by Lion, as this was the newspaper he had promised to buy for it. It was worth noting that the Lion had been by Fanny's side ever since it got off the steam train, and was not currently at the club villa, which had given Furs 2 days of ease. "Yes, master," Kesey respectfully replied. At this point, Ebner recalled the conversation between Furs and Kesey, and with a thought, he asked, "Do you know which prison Mr. Wolf was held in?" "Kala prison in the Northeast District." "I'm sorry, Master, I don't know the specific cell number," Kesey said, lowering her head in shame. "It's fine, that's enough," Ebner replied, quite satisfied. "Ebner, do you want to investigate this case?" Furs asked in surprise. In her understanding, Ebner wasn't a detective who enjoyed solving cases, unless the case benefited him. Ebner smiled and replied, "Mr. Wolf might have some connection to the person I'm looking for. If he really was a follower of the primordial moon. On the Rorstad archipelago, in the City of Generosity, biome." Around 11 o'clock, Klein met the plump apothecary Ebner had mentioned above the grey fog, in the lounge of the Amiris Leaf Bar. His gaze swept over the men, and he was suddenly stunned because the timid, chubby man before him was actually someone he knew. "Isn't this the loose-tongued, sarcastic plump apothecary from the gathering summoned by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom in Backlund? I even met him at a circus once." He stopped appearing at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gatherings because he left Backlund, apparently. Klein carefully observed the man, noting his local attire of a Taraba shirt, wide-legged trousers, and a thick coffee-colored jacket. Additionally, a round-faced owl perched silently on his right shoulder, its eyes fixed on the adventurer opposite him. This feeling is very similar to how Miss Justice observed the other members of the Tarot Club. This owl might be a Beyonder creature, a spectator type. Klein made his judgment internally, but his expression remained calm as he asked in a deep voice, "What commission do you have that you ask someone to find me?" "It's like this." The plump apothecary, hearing the cold tone and recalling the adventurer's reputation, instinctively shrank his neck. After a moment, he managed to organize his words. "I want to ask you to help me rescue someone. I originally asked Ebner, but he recommended you, saying you were more suitable. The way you put that, it's like I'm Ebner's backup. You really don't know how to talk." Klein grumbled inwardly, yet asked calmly, "Where do I rescue them? Who do I rescue? Is there any danger?" Darkwill's lips moved a few times before he said, "To rescue my teacher from the governor's mansion prison." I can't determine the level of danger. If the danger exceeds your capabilities, you can simply give up. This is our agreed promise now, it won't harm your reputation. If I didn't know you always speak so poorly, I'd think you were trying to provoke me." Klein thought for a moment and said, "What kind of reward can you offer?" Darkwill initially wanted to state the price he had already considered, but then he hesitated. He genuinely couldn't determine the level of danger, and even with Ebner's connection, if the offer wasn't compelling enough, it would be hard to sway Gehrman Sparrow. However, if teacher is successfully rescued, he can pay on my behalf, right? After all, this is for his escape. As Darkwill pondered, Klein glanced at him and said indifferently, "You can think about it first. I'll go to the washroom, tell me your answer when I return." With that, he turned, walked to the door, twisted the handle, and stepped out. His response seemed seasoned, possessing the casual coolness of an adventurer and bounty hunter, but in reality, he didn't truly intend to give the plump apothecary time to think. He was simply looking for an opportunity to go to the washroom and perform a divination above the grey fog. That was the key to whether he would accept the mission, though he had long intended to feign capture and enter the governor's mansion to investigate, with the rescue just a convenient side task. After a while, Klein returned to the lounge and asked, "Have you thought about it?" He had already divined above the grey fog that this mission would not increase the difficulty of his plan. £1,000, and our friendship, I mean, my teachers and my friendship, Darkwill said, somewhat unconfidently. Klein was silent for a few seconds. "All right. Additionally, you need to provide some intelligence on the governor's mansion." "Intelligence is easy enough. Guards often buy medicine from me, I know a lot about the governor's mansion." Darkwill sighed in relief and nodded. "I'll organize the intelligence for you later. However, I will only prepay you £300, my teacher will pay the rest after he's rescued." Another pauper. Klein nodded calmly. "Deal." The northeast district of Trier, backed by the canal, was the smallest area of the city. Kala prison was located by the canal, originally a baron's castle. During Roselle's reign, the baron lost his title and moved his entire family to Masik, southwest. The place was converted into a prison. Since it was merely a jail for ordinary people, Ebner, using Evans's concealment barrier, easily bypassed the guards and arrived before a cell with a large hole broken in its ceiling. Was this broken from the inside? It seems Mr. Wolf indeed underwent an anomaly on the Blood Moon night last week. Chapter 822, Benova's Attention. It seems Mr. Wolf did undergo an anomaly during last week's Blood Moon night. After all, that hole in the ceiling doesn't look like something a human could have made. Thinking this, Ebner tried to use his ability to extract auras, but in the end, he only found some residual traces from the police, nothing about Mr. Wolf. It shouldn't have dissipated so completely in less than a week. Was it cleaned up by someone? His thoughts swirling, he activated his pure white eye, using the even more powerful aura extraction ability of his cheat to search the cell again. Finally, he extracted a trace of Mr. Wolf's aura from around the edge of the broken hole. Then, he immediately began scene recall. Soon, a middle-aged gentleman with striking features, a graceful demeanor, and only a slightly receding hairline appeared before Ebner. He had been reading a magazine by candlelight in the room, but just then, the moonlight outside the cell suddenly intensified, as if stained with fresh blood. Mr. Wolf then clutched his head in pain, his teeth immediately became sharp, his skin rapidly turned pale, then rotten and oozing pus, and bat-like fleshy wings grew from his back. In just a few seconds, Mr. Wolf transformed into a small sun, a disgusting, pus-oozing vampire that Mr. Moon often described after joining the Tarot Club. Once the transformation was complete, he seemed unable to bear the pain and the craving for blood any longer. He immediately smashed through the cell's roof and flew into the air. The scene ended there. He really is a vampire. So, it seems he's likely a follower of the primordial moon as well, and it's highly probable he has ties to the Witch King Miss Helene is looking for, perhaps even a blessed one converted by her. Then, there might be residual aura from that Witch King, Miss Sylvia, in Mr. Wolf's residence. If there truly is, this matter becomes much simpler. Ebner felt a surge of excitement. His original plan was to rely on the investigated clues and, after his prophecy ability recovered tomorrow, perform another diviner operation to determine the location of the green-roofed house he had seen earlier. If all else failed, he could teleport back to Backlund or the Golden Dream to ask Zio or Edwina for help in summoning a Rhodes and asking the Fawning Mirror for the answer. This was the source of his confidence when he had spoken with Miss Helene. Now that he had a clue, it might not be so troublesome after all. While he thought this, a hint of regret appeared on Ebner's face, as he had quite looked forward to Zio or Edwina answering questions again. Just as Ebner was about to leave, voices suddenly drifted from a distance, growing closer. He immediately stopped, hiding in a corner of the cell using Evans's concealment barrier. Soon, the cell door opened, and 5 police officers entered from outside. Among the 5, one was a prison guard holding keys, whose attitude towards the others was quite fawning. Next to him was a probationary inspector, only in his 20s, whose back was ramrod straight and whose attitude towards the 3 behind him was neither humble nor arrogant. Walking at the very back were 2 men and 1 woman, none appearing over 30, dressed in inspector uniforms, with the 7th Special Operations Team badge pinned to their chests. Ebner, who was familiar with the official Intis Church organizations, knew that the so-called 7th Special Operations Team of the Trier Police Department actually represented a machinery hive mind squad. It seems Mr. Wolf is a follower of the god of steam and machinery. That makes sense, as a vampire, even his feigned faith wouldn't be in the sun. As Ebner pondered, he watched the female member of the machinery hive mind squad use some kind of witchcraft, attempting to extract Mr. Wolf's aura. But this place had clearly been deliberately cleaned, and even Ebner, with his pure white eye, only found a tiny trace at the broken hole, so the witch miss naturally returned empty-handed. Seeing his teammate shake her head helplessly, the leader of the machinery hive mind squad, a man with short brown hair, frowned and asked, "Who else came here before us?" The prison guard glanced at the young inspector beside him, and seeing no reaction, he carefully replied, "Only Inspector Russell brought people to investigate." Why wasn't such an obvious beyonder incident reported in time? Another man with a full beard couldn't help but demand. "Our special operations team only found out about the change here from the newspapers. Also, where is Russell? Doesn't he know the importance of a case like this? This is dereliction of duty. Do you know that in our jurisdiction alone, at least 10 people have been drained of their blood and died in the past 2 days?" Seeing them insult his master and idol, the upright young man couldn't help but argue, Inspector Russell's wife was assassinated by thugs on the train, so he took leave to handle the aftermath. Besides, the inspector judged at the time that the house was blown open by explosives and didn't involve beyonder elements. "Heh, I heard about that too. If you ask me, he brought it on himself. That escaped convict's life was already on track, but he just had to interfere, ruining the man's home and family." The bearded man clearly disliked Russell's style and scoffed. "Humph. The inspector was upholding justice. And the facts prove that guy was a cruel murderer." The probationary inspector snorted. The bearded man was about to say more but was stopped by the short-haired man leading the team. "Pierre, we're here to investigate the case, not to argue. Captain, I feel sorry for Bishop Therese. She had clearly guided that person onto a path of goodness, and he had found happiness through effort and diligence. Everything was so perfect, but it was ruined by Russell's so-called justice." The bearded man said indignantly. "So, he really did steal the church's golden lever back then? Heh, I knew Bishop Therese was helping him cover it up. The bishop is too kind, she doesn't know that evil people are always evil and can never turn good." The young probationary inspector was clearly deeply influenced by the upright Russell and had fully adopted his ideology. Ultimately, both sides parted unhappily, with the young probationary inspector leaving directly, leaving only the 3 beyonders to continue investigating the cell. After dispatching the prison guard as well, the captain frowned and said, "Inspector Russell might have some issues." "What?" The most surprised was the bearded Pierre. Although he disliked Russell's methods, deep down he actually admired his adherence to the law. This judgment was made by His Highness Benova a few days ago, when he happened to hear about Russell's deeds. He said that Russell was replicating a story Roselle had told. Coupled with the fact that the aura in this cell was cleaned up very thoroughly, and the reporting time was delayed. "I have reason to suspect he tampered with this case," the captain calmly stated. "Then why not just arrest him directly?" the bearded Pierre instinctively asked. The captain glanced at his teammate, too lazy to reply. The witch lady beside them smiled bitterly and shook her head. "There are many problematic people in Trier, even in every major family. But without conclusive evidence strong enough for a death sentence, we can't just arrest people. This is an unspoken agreement between the church and the various Beyonder families." Although Russell's background isn't strong, the reputation bestowed upon him also provides very strong protection. Upon hearing this, Pierre immediately deflated. He pouted and casually asked, "How would a big shot like His Highness Benova notice the affairs of a mere inspector?" The captain was silent for a moment before saying, "Regarding that, I heard a rumor. It's said that His Highness Benova's recent interest in Inspector Russell's matter is just incidental. What he truly wants to understand is that detective from Loan, Ebner Brain." Ebner, hidden in the corner, felt his eyelid twitch when he heard this. He immediately activated his mechanical mind, which allowed him to stabilize Evans's concealment barrier and prevent his shock from being transmitted. "Benova is old Huang's angel son, right? Why is he paying attention to me for no reason?" Chapter 823, Lilith's Influence. Is it because Lion has been following me? Is it because I have Lilith's blessing? Or is it because I previously disrupted Roselle's resurrection plan, and he learned something? Even after the 3 Machinery Hive Mind team members left, Ebner couldn't determine why Benova was paying attention to him. After all, he was just an ordinary Sequence 5, why would an angel pay him any mind? "Alright, I admit, I am a little bit special." After a self-deprecating thought, Ebner didn't linger in the prison. After confirming there were no hidden observers in the cell, he used teleportation to return directly to the golf club. He didn't plan to go to Mr. Wolf's house to look for clues. After the Machinery Hive Mind got involved, that place would surely be monitored. And since even the prison cell's aura traces had been cleaned up, Mr. Wolf's house was probably tampered with too. The blood-sucking incidents the Machinery Hive Mind members mentioned earlier, however, were a better entry point. As long as he found Mr. Wolf himself, he should be able to get many clues about the Witch King Sylvia. As long as there were enough clues, he could get a more accurate picture once his prophecy ability recovered tomorrow. The location of the most recent blood-sucking incident happened to be on Carlott Street, not far from the golf club, just 1 street away. If Ebner hadn't been busy running to Byam last night to bring Tracy back to Ancient Vine Manor, perhaps he, remaining at the club, would have sensed the attack, and the tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Of course, Ebner merely sighed briefly and didn't dwell on it. He had long since established his code of conduct. He would only consider helping when he encountered a situation and had the ability to help. If he didn't encounter it, and unless it was a friend's trouble, he wouldn't actively seek out involvement. In other words, helping was a favor, not helping was his prerogative, and he only needed to have a clear conscience. Leaving the club, Ebner changed his appearance, disguising himself as a reporter, and made his way to the house at 11 Carlott Street. This was a detached house with a garden in the back, with an annual rent of around 250 fells. In this area, it wasn't luxurious, but it also wasn't affordable for an average middle-class family. It was precisely because the victim in this case was a prominent tobacco merchant that it attracted official attention, leading to a reverse investigation that uncovered several similar blood-sucking incidents in the East slums. Since the murder had occurred almost a day ago, the police had already finished their evidence collection, so they didn't stop reporters like Ebner, allowing them to interview and question the servants, only prohibiting photography. After feigning a few uninspired questions to a distressed maid, Ebner went to the primary crime scene, the basement. Honestly, this location confused Ebner greatly. After all, it was strange enough for a tobacco merchant to be in the basement at night instead of sleeping. And the vampire let go of the more flavorful blood of the maids in the house to chase after a fat, big-headed merchant's blood in the basement. This was simply too bizarre. Unless Mr. Wolf had some peculiar fetish. As he muttered to himself, Ebner activated his pure white eye and began extracting auras from various spots in the basement. Logically, a place like a basement shouldn't have too many visitors, so the aura should belong to only a few specific individuals. However, Ebner was astonished to find that the auras here were incredibly complex, with at least 100 or more people having stayed there. Yet, it seemed that some demigod-level power had tampered with the area, making the auras in the basement very difficult to extract. If not for the boost from Ebner's pure white eye, he probably wouldn't have discovered them on his own. Most of these auras are from young girls. After sifting through the auras one by one, Ebner had some unpleasant suspicions. He narrowed his eyes, mentally prepared himself, and began his recall. What followed were scenes that filled him with anger. It turned out that the owner of this house, whose identity as a tobacco merchant was merely a disguise, was actually a blood slave to vampires. He used the pretext of hiring female workers to trick young girls into his basement periodically, for his masters to feast upon and enjoy. And this had been going on for at least a year or two. Among those masters, Ebner saw the well-dressed Mr. Wolf, the Witch King Sylvia whose face was obscured, and an unfamiliar man wearing a hood. But last night, the utterly wicked tobacco merchant encountered an accident while entertaining one of his masters. That vampire seemed to have changed its taste, sparing the innocent girl and instead drinking the merchant's sinful blood, sucking him dry until he died. Afterward, Mr. Wolf surprisingly let the unconscious girl go, sending her out of the house. The recalled scene ended there. Ebner frowned, a little surprised, as Mr. Wolf's transformation was beyond his expectations. He had thought that the other party was not being picky because of a loss of control, even consuming his own blood slave. Is this a lingering effect of the primordial moon's fall? Quite possibly. Perhaps Mr. Wolf was a devout follower of the primordial moon, and as its beauty goddess characteristic merged with Lilith, his disposition even changed in order to get closer to the deity. Is Lilith making all primordial moon followers drink only the blood of sinful people? I'll investigate the East slums later to see if those who were previously sucked dry were also villains. However, this effect should only be limited to mid to low sequences, and only for vampires who originally held a pure faith in the primordial moon. Having made a judgment, Ebner suddenly felt that finding Mr. Wolf might not be so troublesome. If he prayed to the Earth Mother, the other party might just come to him, just like that undying idiot who sought out Klein in the original novel. Though he thought this, Ebner first used a secret art to collect the residual auras of Wolf, Sylvia, and the hooded men, keeping them for backup, before leaving the tobacco merchant's house. Next, he changed his appearance again, rented a room in a nearby hotel, set up a ritual, prepared the Daniel Dew, and began to pray earnestly to the Earth Mother. 2 or 3 seconds later, the ritual ended, the dew vanished, and the other powdered materials moved on their own, forming word after word. Try to use Wheel of Fortune as little as possible before becoming a demigod. The more fortunate and smooth things are now, the more terrifying the bad luck will be later. Chapter 824, Target Confirmed. Use Wheel of Fortune less. This should refer to the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness after the pure white eye, right? I only seem to borrow its power during previous prophecies. No wonder my search for Sylvia was so smooth. Not only did I happen to learn about Mr. Wolf from Kesey, but I even happened to encounter the machinery hive mind during my prison investigation, gaining important clues. It seems the combination of the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness and the pure white eye's own prophecy ability not only gives me more accurate results during prophecy but also keeps me at a certain level of luck until I achieve the purpose of this prophecy. However, this luck obviously comes at a price, overdrafting the future. Understanding this, Ebner decided to heed Lilith's warning and try to use this prophecy ability, which he couldn't fully control, as little as possible before becoming a demigod, so as to avoid overdrawing the future with the Wheel of Fortune again. Fortunately, if there was truly urgent information he needed, he could still seek divination from Mr. Fool, or have Zio and Edwina summon the magic mirror. It wasn't that Ebner didn't want to summon a Rhodes himself, but he had tried before, and it simply wouldn't come, seemingly very resistant to him. As Ebner cleaned up the ritual items and pondered, the window of the hotel room was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind. A group of ethereal bats then flew in from outside, subsequently converging into a figure dressed in a black formal suit. It was an elegant, graceful, middle-aged gentleman with a slightly receding hairline, none other than Mr. Wolf, the owner of Rhine News. As soon as he stood still, he bowed solemnly with Intis etiquette, his attitude extremely respectful. At the same time, the window closed on its own without a sound. Ebner had anticipated his arrival, but hadn't expected it to be so soon, so he merely paused for a moment before adopting a poised demeanor and nodding. "Wolf, you're here." After experiencing the humble attitudes of 2 former popes of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's evil spirits, Ebner's experience in acting like a big shot was now second only to Mr. Fool. Wolf, the vampire, maintained his subordinate posture and spoke in a deep voice. "Parker Wolf has come to see his blessed ship by divine oracle. God commanded me to obey your orders and accept your arrangements from today onwards. It's a pity you can't show yourself now, otherwise I would have had you offer the newspaper directly to God." Mumbling to himself, Ebner asked, "What happened to the girl you took away last night?" He wanted to know if the other party had truly abandoned his evil ways under Lilith's influence. Of course, as a former follower of the primordial moon, his mind was already twisted, and he probably didn't even think he was doing evil. Reporting to his blessed ship. "I have sent that girl back to the East slums. Since she was unconscious the entire time and didn't know what happened, I did not erase her memory," Wolf replied, bowing his head. "I see. Although from the results of mind reading, he doesn't seem to be lying to me, I can investigate this when I go to the East Slums later to confirm the identities of those who died from blood-sucking incidents. While thinking this, Ebner didn't forget the main task. He carefully phrased his words, I am pursuing the whereabouts of the blasphemer who has abandoned God, the Witch King Sylvia. Can you provide any clues? Since Lilith didn't directly give the Witch King's location, it means that the other party's former faith wasn't in the true primordial moon, and thus she escaped Lilith's influence. Hearing that Sylvia was a blasphemer, Wolf was somewhat surprised, but his face immediately showed hatred, and he said in a low voice, So, Your Excellency the Witch King, no, Sylvia has abandoned God. No wonder she hasn't responded to my meeting requests these past few days. However, I'm sorry, Your Blessedship. I don't know exactly where she is now, I only have some guesses. With that, he listed several secret strongholds, all of which he believed to be Sylvia's possible hiding places. Ebner thought for a moment, took out the drawing of the green-roofed house he had sketched after his prophecy from his pocket, showed it to Wolf, and asked, Among those hiding places you mentioned, is there this green-roofed house in the drawing? No. Wolf glanced at it and affirmed. Then he held the drawing, examining it for a long time, and then said uncertainly, This house. I think it looks like a property of Tanda. Tanda. Ebner frowned, feeling as if he had heard that name somewhere before. Wolf organized his words and replied, Tanda was a member of the Moses ascetic order. A few months ago, he protected Envoy Owen of the Delian family who went to the Lone Kingdom. Later, he reportedly died at the hands of an Aurora Order divine emissary. I was somewhat friends with him. I went to his house a few times to help him prepare potions, so I recognize this roof. Oh, right, Tanda's teacher is a bizarro sorcerer from the Moses ascetic order. He was going to investigate in Backlund after hearing that Tanda died at the hands of the Aurora Order divine emissary, but then there was no further news. I knew that sounded familiar. So, it was that unlucky guy who was pastured by Mr. A. That means his soul is still in my magic mirror. Hey, is this also luck brought by the Wheel of Fortune? Also, could Tanda's teacher have been made into a magical item by the Witch King Sylvia? MS. Helene did speculate that Sylvia had a bizarro sorcerer ability as a sealed artifact. Thinking this, Ebner, having basically achieved his goal, stood up and simulated his teleportation ability, preparing to take Wolf to the East Slums to confirm if he had truly changed under Lilith's influence. If it was true, he would temporarily spare his life, let him continue to consume the blood of evil people to atone for his past misdeeds. If it was false, he would immediately add him to the Tarot Club's fresh ingredients list. Facts proved that the beauty goddess was indeed quite reliable in the domain of soul domination. Wolf had been completely twisted in nature on the night of the blood moon, thoroughly becoming another version of himself, so he hadn't lied to Ebner earlier. This implies that after Lilith reclaimed the beauty goddess characteristic, a considerable portion of the mid to low sequence beyonders among the original primordial moon followers will likely undergo a subtle change in temperament, becoming harmless individuals. This alone makes the Silver Moon Project, of the Transmigrator seniors and the two goddesses worth my continued promotion. After a few internal remarks, Ebner made an agreement with Wolf about how to meet, then let him leave. He himself teleported back to the club villa, and then had the magic mirror interrogate Tanda, the pastured marionettist. Soon, the magic mirror's surface displayed images formed from parts of Tanda's memories. He and Sylvia met at a ball, and afterward, according to Intis custom, the two quickly became passionate lovers. Sylvia's beautiful face and superb technique left a lasting impression on Tanda, so much so that he even leaked a lot of information about his teacher during their intimate moments. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but reflecting on it afterward, he felt something was amiss. Just as he was about to go explain the situation to his teacher, he received the mission to protect Envoy Owen Delian to the Lone Kingdom, forcing him to temporarily put it aside, leaving only a letter. Finally, the house where he and Sylvia often met had a green roof. It was located at 33 Radfang Avenue in the South District, adjacent to Brony Park. Seeing this, Ebner understood, guessing that Sylvia approached Tanda mostly because of his teacher. The reason Tanda didn't even notice such an obvious problem was likely due to Sylvia's own influence on him. As a potions professor at the demigod level, it would probably be very easy for her to use drugs to bewilder a Sequence 5 without a strong background during intimate moments. Even more ridiculously, Tanda was completely unaware of his lover's true identity. When he was unable to perform, he even went to Wolf for medicine. Shaking his head, Ebner thought for a moment, then took the magic mirror, left the bedroom, and knocked on Furza's door. "Come in, the door's not locked," Furza's lazy voice came from inside. Ebner pushed open the slightly ajar door and saw Furz casually reclining on the sofa, eating snacks while reading an Intis novel. "Miss Magician is getting more and more casual around me, almost catching up to Zio." Ebner's mouth twitched. He then walked over, took her snacks, and pulled her up, saying, "Come out with me for a walk in the park, and get your exercise for today." This was a supervision task Zio had given Ebner before they left Backlund. Furz, now standing, eyed him suspiciously for a few moments, then her eyes darted, remembering something, and she smiled. You want me to help you provide cover? That's right, Ebner admitted directly. If Kisi hadn't been a follower of the Mother Tree of Desire before, she would actually be the best candidate, but unfortunately she was, so he couldn't risk it. Then let's go. Furs didn't act coy and immediately got up to change clothes in the inner room. She was thinking to herself, Ebner always helped her, and it was rare to have an opportunity to return the favor now. If she didn't seize it, she might really have to become his lover in the future. Soon, Furs, in her new clothes, and Ebner left together. They took a carriage to the South District of Trier, then posed as a couple and slowly walked towards Brony Park. The reason they didn't use secret arts or psychological invisibility to investigate directly, choosing this roundabout method instead, was out of concern that the Witch King, who might be nearby, would see through them. If that happened, while there wouldn't be much danger, it would alert her and cause her to change her hiding place, making her even harder to find. Ebner wouldn't underestimate any demigod, especially one who hadn't appeared in the original work and whose background was completely unknown. He let Furs link arms with him, and they intimately approached the bushes at the edge of the park, getting close to the green-roofed house's courtyard wall. Furs's face was a little red, because she could already hear some not-so-normal breathing sounds from the bushes not far away. Brony Park was a famous lovers' park in Trier, and Tanda's memories included coming here with Sylvia for outdoor recreation. However, Ebner's eyes narrowed, because through aura extraction, he confirmed that the person breathing rapidly in the nearby bushes was none other than the Witch King Sylvia. At this moment, she was biting the left side of a bald man's neck, passionately sucking his blood. Chapter 825, Encounter Battle. Just as Ebner's gaze fell upon the Shaman King Sylvia, her previously intoxicated expression suddenly froze, and a pair of blood-red eyes turned to look directly at Ebner and Furs. Then, her beautiful face twisted, and she left the bald man beneath her, shooting toward Ebner like a cannonball. Directly encountering a half-mad Shaman King. Is this also good fortune granted by the Wheel of Fortune? Well, according to some novel tropes, this indeed counts as an opportunity, but I don't want it at all. Actually, this kind of good fortune already has some hint of backlash, completely unlike the pure benefits from before. It seems that before becoming a demigod, it's truly not suitable to use prophecy combined with the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness effect anymore. Seeing the Shaman King's attack arriving in an instant, Ebner, who had the beauty goddess's blessing on him, showed no panic and even had the leisure to quip a few words. He had prepared contingency plans for various unexpected situations before coming, and for the current situation, he had already readied his methods. Just as the Shaman King's sharp nails were about to touch Ebner's neck, patterns on the latter's forehead gradually lit up. Immediately afterward, Sylvia's hand unconsciously deviated, pointing towards herself, as if she would rather harm herself than harm the men before her. This sudden turn of events stunned even the half-mad Sylvia, but she quickly regained her senses because a scorching pure white ray condensed in a mirror in the man's hand and directly struck her. The ray then burst forth with intense light, dissolving all undeath, darkness, and evil. The Witch King Sylvia instantly ignited with whitish flames, like a paper figure held close to glowing coals. That was indeed a paper figure, seemingly condensed from crimson moonlight. Witch King Substitution Art, Moon Paper Figure. As the paper figure turned to ash, the half-mad Shaman King reappeared on the bald man's body, casting a cold gaze towards Ebner. But as a mysticism magister, since Ebner chose to act, how could his attack be interrupted? Thus, just as Sylvia appeared, a massive demon abruptly materialized behind her, followed by a magma sword burning with the smell of sulfur, mercilessly striking down from above. This was a devil soul released beforehand by the magic mirror. Although Sylvia was insane, her battle instincts were still intact. She immediately tried to create a red moon and then used the moonlight to disperse her body, dodging the attack. But she quickly found she couldn't do it, because a few meters around her had, at some point, been enveloped by twisted rules, making it difficult for the red moon to rise from within her body. This was naturally Ebner using the mutated Tudor emblem to construct an environment with rules favorable to himself. However, Sylvia still managed to dodge this almost certain hit because she held a Bizarro Sorcerer Sequence sealed artifact in her hand. She took out a short staff and gripped it. As the gem at its tip lit up, her figure was instantly ignited by the magma sword, regressing into a burning piece of paper that rapidly turned to ash. Paper figure substitution. At the moment the demigod-level magma sword reached her, she used paper figure substitution just in time. Her figure, dressed only in a white shirt with almost no other clothing, then appeared on the park wall. Immediately after, she raised her other hand and unleashed a blood moon arrow. But Ebner had long anticipated her response. Just as her hand, which had raised the short staff, had yet to retract, the detective, in his mechanical mind state, gripped his cane, modified from a Harris rapier, and unleashed a secret art he had developed, disintegration. Logically, the success rate of this spell was very low and not really suitable for practical combat. But Ebner had a strange feeling that his attempt this time would surely succeed. This should be a blessing from the good fortune granted by the Wheel of Fortune. While thinking this, Ebner pulled out a card and took out the Grozel's travels sealed within it. With a thwack, the blood moon arrow accurately hit the book cover Ebner held against his chest, then vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. With another thwack, the short staff in Sylvia's hand completely shattered, breaking into pieces of material and gems. The abilities of a bizarro sorcerer were strange and varied, with extremely high life-saving capabilities, making them truly troublesome. So, before acting, Ebner had already made arrangements specifically targeting the magical item in Sylvia's hand, aiming to destroy it immediately. If disintegration didn't succeed, he had also prepared a specialized method to seduce sealed artifacts into betraying their owners. Beloved defection art. Although the original success rate of this secret art, learned from the latter half of Feast of Blood, was even lower than disintegration, it became different with the beauty goddess's blessing. After all, even a sealed artifact wouldn't bear to harm the beauty goddess and would defect to her. At this moment, the Shaman King Sylvia saw her short staff shattered on the ground, and her beautiful face twisted even more. She stared directly into Ebner's pure white eyes, activating the Shaman King's unique, dark gaze. Then, she dug out her own eyeball and squeezed it hard, intending to inversely affect Ebner through manipulating her own eyeball. After all, a Shaman King possessed regenerative and self-healing abilities and speed beyond imagination. After the battle ended, it wouldn't take long for new eyeballs to grow. But her plan was good, yet she misjudged her opponent. How could a demigod-level, dark gaze possibly destroy something of the pure white eye's caliber? So, she suffered a terrifying backlash, and the eyeball she had just squeezed instantly burst. Ow. After a shriek that was not quite human, the half-mad Shaman King Sylvia seemed to regain some clarity due to the intense pain. She eyed Ebner with dread, no longer willing to fight, and directly flung 2 blood moon arrows at Furs, who had been hiding in the corner since the battle began, hoping to interfere with the man's pursuit so she could calmly retreat. Ebner watched Sylvia decompose into a swarm of ethereal yet real vampiric bats, scattering and flying away, a smile playing on his lips. He then flashed in front of Furs, using Grozel's travels to block the blood moon arrows once more. Although Ebner, wielding a miracle, wasn't worried that Furs would die from this was why he dared to bring her to such a dangerous place. Since his objective had been achieved, there was no need to let Miss Magician experience the pain of death. This encounter, though described as troublesome, actually lasted only a minute from start to finish. Furs had just managed to pull out the marionette Ebner gave her for self-defense and hadn't even had time to offer help. Now, seeing the enemy flee, she steadied herself and asked worriedly, "Ebner, aren't you going after her?" That was a demigod, although she seemed to be in poor condition. What if she healed and came back for revenge? Don't worry, she can't escape. Ebner smiled confidently at Furs, making the latter freeze, her heart pounding. At this moment, the magic mirror, controlling the devil's soul, sent a drop of blood that Sylvia had sprayed when her eye burst, along with the shattered fragments of the short staff, near Ebner and Furs. Although the Shaman King had cautiously cleaned up her blood and hair as she fled, the unexpected bursting of her eyeball and the spell's backlash caused some blood to splash around, which the prepared magic mirror easily collected. It also spiritually sealed it to prevent the other party from using secret arts to evaporate and self-destruct the blood. Speaking of which, even if Sylvia hadn't foolishly played eye-swapping with Ebner, the latter had already planned to spend money to buy a demigod-level Aurora from the Quiz Labyrinth storage, which Roselle likely sold to the Labyrinth, to bleed out that half-mad Shaman King. Sigh, if only the Quiz Labyrinth could pull in people of my own sequence to answer questions, it wouldn't be this troublesome. Sighing inwardly, Ebner ignored the materials containing bizarro sorcerer characteristics. He simply took the Shaman King's blood offered by the magic mirror and smeared it onto the cover of Grozel's travels. He had never imagined that he, a mere sequence 5, could single-handedly kill a vampire demigod skilled at surviving, even if the other party was briefly suppressed by him due to madness. But a demigod is a demigod, their life level has the characteristics of a god. It would be almost impossible for him to kill one on his own. What's more, if he really pushed the other party too hard, she might disregard everything and activate her, in complete mythological creature form, at which point he might very well be counter-killed. Therefore, all of Ebner's contingency plans for an encounter battle revolved around injuring the opponent and making them bleed. Watching the drop of blood smeared on Grozel's travels inexplicably become illusory and then disappear, Ebner opened the book. He indeed saw that the previously stuck-together pages had thinned, and the book opened 2 more pages. Those 2 pages recounted the story of a somewhat deranged one-eyed vampire encountering the King of the North in a blizzard. They battled fiercely, with neither side gaining the upper hand. After Sylvia entered the travelogue, the sleeping King of the North indeed got up to work. It's best to find someone to surround and kill her before she meets the protagonist team. Having made his decision, Ebner didn't linger in the park. He grabbed Furz's arm and teleported them to the lounge of the Wheatseed Church, a Earth Mother church. Shortly after they left, a ray of light descended from the sky, forming a middle-aged clergyman wearing the robes of a Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun bishop. He had a thick black beard, appearing somewhat aged, but it was evident he must have been a handsome man in his youth, with deeply carved facial features. This was Morphy Delian, the Archbishop of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun in Trier. He looked at the potholes corroded by the blood moon arrows in the bushes, then at the naked, half-dead bald man lying on the ground, and couldn't help but frown. Soon, the Archbishop of the Machinery Hive Mind also flew in, using a special propulsion device, landing in the park. Then, the Archbishop's eyes opened on their own sides, and a pair of spectacles rose from within. He carefully observed the scene through his spectacles and asked with a frown, "I felt a demigod-level ability erupt earlier. What happened here? It doesn't seem to have caused much destruction or casualties." "I don't know, I only arrived half a minute before you," Morphy replied, then pointed at the bald man on the ground and continued, "What's certain is that one of the parties was a demigod-level vampire." "An action by the Baron of Corruption," the Archbishop of the Machinery Hive Mind said thoughtfully. "Very likely, but they won't admit it," Morphy nodded gravely. Although the Earth Mother Church was allowed to form beyonder teams in Trier, their jurisdiction was limited to the Sorin district, where their church was located. "I'll have people try to find clues. If we get conclusive evidence, we'll pressure the Earth Mother Church together," Morphy said to the Archbishop of the Machinery Hive Mind beside him. The Archbishop of the Machinery Hive Mind scoffed, replying, "Don't investigate yourselves, only to find it leads back to your Delian family." It seemed his relationship with Morphy wasn't very harmonious. Morphy was silent for a moment, then finally stated, "If it leads back to my family, we'll still handle it officially. Justice is our Lord's doctrine." The Archbishop of the Machinery Hive Mind pursed his lips, revealing the gears at the corners of his mouth, clearly not believing him much. In the lounge of the Wheatseed Church, Ebner, who had just teleported there, looked at the familiar figure before him and exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Chloe, what are you doing here?" Chapter 826, Hidden Secrets. Klosvia smoothed her chestnut-brown hair and responded with a playful smile, "Why shouldn't I be here?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Furs, who still looked somewhat dazed beside Ebner. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she pointed at the young woman, whose demeanor bore a faint resemblance to her own, and remarked, "If you keep flirting like this, the Countess waiting all alone at that hot spring villa in Faceac might get upset." "Countess? Wasn't that greed lady hypnotized into, well, whatever by you? What does that have to do with me?" Ebner inwardly grumbled but knew better than to engage in a battle of wits with a seasoned spectator like her. Instead, he changed the subject. "Where's Miss Helen?" "Helen is distributing Holy Communion. She'll be back soon." After answering briefly, Klosvia's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. "That was just a joke. I'm actually here on a mission from the Mother Goddess." She paused, then added with a smirk, "To put it simply, I've been sold to you." Ebner, long accustomed to her antics, didn't take the bait. Klosvia loved playing the coquette and had a penchant for teasing. He simply stared at her, his expression clearly conveying, "Cut the nonsense and get to the point." How boring. Disappointed that she hadn't managed to fluster him, Klosvia sighed before explaining properly, "The classical alchemist, beyond her characteristic you offered to the Mother Goddess wasn't free. By her decree, I'm to protect you until you become a demigod. Only then will my task be complete." She grinned. "During this time, I'll follow your arrangements." So when the Mother Goddess took the classical alchemist characteristic as payment, it was to assign me a bodyguard. But as one of her devout followers, Klosvia wouldn't need such incentives. Was this just to ensure her cooperation was more proactive? Ebner didn't doubt her words. No matter how eccentric Klosvia was, she wouldn't dare joke about the edicts of a true deity. "I see. With the classical alchemist characteristic, Judy will probably advance to demigod soon," Ebner mused aloud while stepping to the door and peeking into the prayer hall. The distribution of Holy Communion was only halfway done. She's still far from ready. Forget the ritual, she hasn't even fully digested her druid potion yet. For the first time, a trace of genuine maternal concern flickered across Klosvia's face as she shook her head. After exchanging a few more words with that sloth lady, Ebner realized Helen wouldn't be free for a while. Rather than wait idly, he first teleported Furs back to the townhouse provided by the club, then took a moment to pray to the Fool and borrow the Black Emperor card to prepare for his next safe entry into Grozel's travels. Only then did he return to the rest area of the Wheatseed Cathedral. By now, Helen had finished her duties and was sipping tea with Klosvia while waiting for him. "You came looking for me specifically. Does this mean you've made progress on my request?" Helen's eyes gleamed as she guessed Ebner's purpose. "Exactly. I've trapped her inside this book." Ebner produced Grozel's travels and briefly explained its abilities. Upon hearing that the book contained a world imagined by the King of Dragons, Helen remained composed, but Klosvia's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can I join the hunt for that Shaman King?" she asked eagerly. "Since Mr. Bryan didn't avoid discussing it in front of you, he must intend to bring you along," Helen remarked. Though she, too, was intrigued by the imaginary world, her primary concern was securing the Shaman King characteristic for her son. Just as Ms. Helen said, with your help, we can deal with that vampire much faster. Ebner gestured for the two ladies to take hold of him. Time is of the essence, let's head to a location where we can safely enter the book. He had just checked the story's progress and discovered that the King of the North was on the verge of being slain by Sylvia and was currently fleeing for his life. If they didn't act soon, the Shaman King might complete the adventure and escape the book entirely. Helen and Klosvia had no objections. Each took hold of one of Ebner's arms, and in the next instant, all three vanished from the rest area. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein couldn't help but chuckle to himself after listening to the tower's report about the Shaman King and lending him the Black Emperor card. The tower has really found some creative uses for that book. Not only does he use it as a shield, but he can also trap enemies inside its imagined world by using their blood. Now that's what I call an unorthodox strategy. If it were me, I wouldn't dare treat such a high-value mystical item so casually. His gaze then drifted toward the pile of miscellaneous items in the corner, and he immediately reconsidered. Okay, maybe I would. Shaking his head, Klein dismissed the thought and focused on locating the ship carrying the Demoness of Affliction, who had been tracking Tracy. He planned to disguise himself as Tracy to infiltrate the Celestial sect. Most of his preparations were complete, the only thing missing was the abilities befitting a Demoness to maintain his cover. Thus, he intended to use Creeping Hunger to enslave a Demoness, preferably at least a Pleasure Sequence 1. Such Demonesses were usually hard to find, but currently, a ship full of them from the Demoness sect was cruising near the Rorstad archipelago. As the sea god, tracking them down was child's play. With a thought, the sapphire at the tip of his trident of the sea god glowed brightly. Simultaneously, schools of fish of various species rose to the water's surface. They caught the faint, misty light that spilled from nowhere, circled once, then dove back down, each heading in different directions. Phew. This is quite draining. Klein rubbed his temples with his left hand. His manipulation of marine life hadn't been simple, he'd imbued them with traces of supernatural spirituality, enabling them to transmit visual information back to him through prayer should they locate the target vessel. While this posed little difficulty for the sea god scepter, the strain on Klein himself was considerable. Having completed this task, he didn't even bother returning the scepter to the pile of miscellaneous items. Instead, he immediately returned to the real world, removed his coat, and collapsed onto his bed. He then attempted to meditate on layered spheres of light to soothe his physical and spiritual exhaustion before drifting into sleep. In the ritual chamber beneath the ancestral home of the Surrey family in Tosk, Helen and Klosvia watched as Ebner used 2 books and 2 cards to open a door that seemed to exist between reality and illusion, their eyes filled with awe. Unaware that this was one of Roselle's arrangements, they assumed it was Ebner's own handiwork. Since there was no longer any need to steal miracles, the Book of Fortune stealing and the error card were no longer essential for opening the door. The trio quickly stepped through the boundary between reality and illusion, entering the treasure hoard of the King of the North. This time, however, the frost dragon wasn't sleeping atop its golden mountain. It's almost indistinguishable from reality. The power of ancient gods is truly formidable. Klosvia picked up a gold coin, studying it with admiration. Helen, however, had no time for such reflections. After closing her eyes briefly to sense their surroundings, she pointed southeast. Over there, about 150 miles away. No sooner had she spoken than she flew out of the dragon's cave. Exchanging glances, Ebner and Klosvia promptly employed their own means to follow. Ebner naturally had no trouble, capable of simulating flight himself while also possessing a cloak of flight. As for Klosvia, being the wife of a classical alchemist, she certainly had no shortage of flight-enabling artifacts. Soon, braving the snowstorm, the three approached the battlefield where the King of the North, Ulyssan, was locked in combat with the Shaman King, Sylvia. From a distance, the towering, 10-meter-tall reptilian beast appeared utterly wretched. Not only was one of its massive, membrane-covered wings severed, forcing it to grapple with the vampire on the ground, but the beautiful, crystalline scales covering its body had also been torn away in large patches, leaving bald, exposed sections. Had it not been for the frost dragon's thick hide and incredible resilience, and Sylvia's lack of armor-piercing techniques, the King of the North would have fallen long ago. Spotting the trio's approach from the air, Sylvia immediately halted her assault on the dragon. Recognizing them instantly, she wasted no time attempting to disperse into a swarm of spectral bats and flee. She knew all too well how terrifying the silver-haired, silver-eyed woman was. Even with the aid of a bizarro sorcerer, grade mystical item last time, she'd barely escaped with her life. Now, without that artifact, she dared not linger. And that infuriatingly alluring young man with his arsenal of powerful items was here too. Yet just as she was about to make her escape, a new thought struck her: in this bizarre world, running might be futile. Why not gamble, take one of them hostage to force the others to let me go? The silver-haired woman was too strong, and the bespectacled young man seemed equally troublesome. That left the chestnut-haired woman, who appeared comparatively frail. Even her flight relied on external means. Perfect target. No sooner had this thought formed than a crimson moon rose within Sylvia's body, and in a flash of moonlight, she materialized directly in front of Klosvia. They didn't react in time. Ecstatic, Sylvia prepared to first incapacitate the woman with a potion before taking her hostage. What she failed to notice, however, was the slight curl of Klosvia's lips, or the pity in Ebner's eyes. This fool, her mind already warped by worshipping an evil god. Her mental island may look more dangerous, but to a dreamweaver, it's full of holes. Thus, Klosvia effortlessly manipulated Sylvia, weaving for her a beautiful dream, in which she successfully took a hostage and fought her way free. Alas, just as the dream Sylvia was about to escape this strange world, her hostage transformed into a dragon even more colossal than the King of the North. Helia jolted awake, only to despair upon discovering she was actually pinned beneath a dragon's claw, moments before a torrent of dragon's breath engulfed her face. Then she awoke again, trapped in another beautiful dream with an equally gruesome ending. A demigod with mental vulnerabilities truly suffers at the hands of a high-sequence spectator. As Ebner attempted to cast Violet's perfect restoration on the barely breathing King of the North to prevent its immediate demise, Klosvia suddenly let out a soft exclamation. "What is it?" Ebner asked. He knew that Sloth Lady was currently subjecting Helia to various scenarios to extract hidden secrets, had she discovered something. In a dream scenario involving the Delian family, I found her memories had been tampered with. But the moment I touched them, they self-destructed. Only 2 phrases remained, the ones that had left the deepest impression on her. Here, Klosvia donned Sylvia's persona mask, and replicated the vampire's tone verbatim. The Delians are not truly devout to the mother tree. A strange spirit that emerged from a box, high in rank, yet lacking beyond her characteristics to sustain it. Chapter 827, The Witch Concentration on the Black Emperor. The Delians are not truly devout to the mother tree. A strange spirit that emerged from a box, high in rank, yet lacking beyond her characteristics to sustain it. After reciting these 2 fragments from Sylvia's memories, Klosvia's face twisted in pain. The persona mask she had just donned shattered violently, and Sylvia's spirit itself was extinguished. The seal on these memories was stronger than I anticipated. Even disguised as herself, this was all I could retrieve. Klosvia massaged her temples before adding, also, I vaguely sensed these were remnants of a conversation she had with an angelic-level entity, from 11 years ago. The Delians aren't devout to the mother tree. Well, of course, with that family's complicated allegiances, how could they be? So does this Delian refer specifically to the Prime Minister? As a follower of the Blood Sanctity sect and a lackey of the Knox family, is he also duplicitous? And what about that high-ranking entity from a box? What box is this referring to? Klosvia confirmed this was a dream involving the Delian family. Could this box be the hidden secret mentioned in Lilith's mission? Also, 11 years ago, angelic level. Does the Delian family harbor an angel? No, Sylvia said it lacked beyond her characteristics. The Delian family's waters run deeper than I thought. As Ebner's thoughts raced, a gemstone coalesced from Sylvia's corpse, a fist-sized crystal formed of condensed blood, radiating a crimson glow like a miniature crimson moon. The Shaman King's beyond her characteristic. Just as Helen reached for it, Klosvia snatched it up first. Smirking at Helen's empty grasp, she teased, I did most of the work here. If you want this characteristic, shouldn't you offer something in return? After all, my Judy could also switch pathways and advance to Shaman King. Helen, clearly familiar with Klosvia's antics, rolled her eyes. Out with it. What script do you want me to act out this time? What role am I playing? Klosvia's lips curled as she leaned in to whisper into Helen's ear. The latter's expression visibly contorted. Klosvia, your third-rate playwright skills are getting more outrageous by the day. Helen groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. Do you want it or not? Klosvia dangled the glowing gem. Fine. I agree. Helen gritted her teeth. Only then did Klosvia hand over the crimson-hued crystal, adding cheerfully, don't act so put upon. You never held back when teasing me as a child. Besides, this benefits you too, doesn't it? Helen stashed the characteristic, refusing to acknowledge Klosvia's triumphant smirk. After disposing of Sylvia's remains, she surveyed their surroundings and turned to Ebner. Is this world nothing but ice and snow? Klosvia perked up at the question. Since this is a world created by the Dragon of Imagination, could its vanished divine kingdom, the City of Miracles, Liveseed, be hidden here too? Ebner, who had been thoroughly enjoying the lady's banter and was about to subtly probe for details about Klosvia's script, froze at the question. Internally, he groaned, what, do you two also want to experience the Hall of Truth and die of embarrassment? Of course, he had no intention of actually taking them there. Both were Sequence 3 saints, without cheats, approaching the chaotic sea posed significant risks. After a moment's thought, Ebner pointed at the frost dragon cowering motionlessly on the ground and carefully replied, "This is the territory of the King of the North, you listen, so naturally it's all ice and snow. But farther out, human cities and villages should exist." Giant Groel and his companions had initially traveled through such settlements before their party grew and the story reached its climax on these snowy plains. Klosvia's eyes lit up. "Can we visit one of this world's cities then?" Now in possession of the characteristic, Helen also gazed at Ebner with interest. Having rushed through his last visit, Ebner hadn't explored the book's urban areas either. The idea appealed to him too, so he vaulted onto the now-recovered frost dragon's back and gestured to the ladies. "I don't know where the cities are, but it can guide us." Grozel's travels chronicled the giant Grozel's quest to slay the rampaging dragons, so this King of the North would surely know their locations. The King of the North dared not resist, allowing the three to mount its back before carrying them toward distant city-states. Only after they had been gone for quite some time did a 5-member team arrive at the scene. After carefully surveying the area, they finally reached the spot where Sylvia had died. Despite Helen's disposal of the body, numerous traces remained due to their hasty cleanup. "It seems our new companion was unlucky enough to encounter Ulysses," remarked the giant leader, leaning on a greatsword wider than a human door panel with regret. Similar incidents had occurred before, so he wasn't particularly surprised. "Not so fast, Groel. At least 4 people were here just now, including 3 demigod-level beings," interjected a peculiarly dressed man in his 30s who radiated unease. "As a former cryptologist, you should trust my professional judgment." "Demigods? Enemies beyond Ulysses? Or new allies?" asked the Loanese soldier Ranzel, cradling his long sword. "Unknown. But I suggest we return to camp immediately," said the unsettlingly attired man, Viscount Mobit Zoroast of the Solomon Empire, with unusual gravity. "Why?" inquired the elf Ciadas beside him. Groel was right earlier. "Our unfortunate new companion is already dead, which means we'll likely fall dormant again soon." "I'd rather not sleep directly in the snow, though it won't kill us," Mobit explained wearily. Above the grey fog, a refreshed Klein reviewed the images transmitted by marine life and finally pinpointed the Demonis sect vessel pursuing Tracy. "That ship has numerous beyonders. A frontal assault might not succeed, let alone achieve my goal of enslaving a witch. Better to use the Sea God Scepter for a long-range strike based on those prayer images, make them think the Church of Storms attacked, then pick off isolated witches." After strategizing, Klein materialized a citron pendant with pen and paper to divine his plan's viability. The results indicated manageable risk. Returning to reality, he boarded a giant fish summoned by the sea god to approach the Demonis sect ship before re-entering the grey fog. Exhaling slowly, Klein observed the vessel rocking in dark waves and raised the Sea God Scepter. The sapphires encircling its tip blazed to life. Suddenly, a colossal lightning bolt illuminated the surrounding sea, striking the ship's upper deck. Boom. As electrical serpents scattered and wooden structures burst into flames, the thunderclap finally reached the sailors' and witches' ears. More jagged silver lightning followed, transforming the sizable sailboat into a forest of electricity. Just then, a massive ice barrier materialized, blocking the converging bolts, but lasted mere seconds before shattering. Lightning ravaged the deck, charring unfortunate sailors black as burnt timber. However, those critical seconds allowed several witches and other beyonders to abandon ship in different directions. Exactly as Klein predicted, believing a storm church demigod had attacked, they fled separately, each praying not to be pursued. Klein quickly locked onto a Demonis of Pleasure. His choice was deliberate. First, he battled her on Simeme Island and knew her capabilities. Second, her sequence was higher than other witches but lower than the leading Demonis of Affliction, ideal since the latter would take too long to subdue, risking complications. While strategizing, Klein returned to the giant fish's mouth to prepare a ritual. He then summoned his spirit, fused with the Demonis card, and flew toward the target armed with Burial Blade and Creeping Hunger. Using the Demonis card maximized the convergence effect to prevent mishaps. Yet just as Klein finally succeeded in enslaving the Demonis of Pleasure with Creeping Hunger, an enormous black-hulled ship materialized in the distance. Nearly 100 meters long with towering sails and rows of cannons, the vessel cast darkness over surrounding waters despite maintaining distance. Recognizing it immediately, Klein terminated his summoning and retreated to the grey fog. But confusion lingered. Why did using the Demonis card attract Nast's Black Emperor? The fog should block the Black Emperor card's convergence. Unless something high sequence from the Black Emperor pathway was in those waters. End of chapter. Chapter 828, Klein's Confidence. On Thursday morning, at the Surrey family estate, the slightly overweight, 40-something MP Surrey had just finished breakfast when his butler informed him that Mr. René was already waiting in the study. MP Surrey's brows immediately furrowed. As the family's professional asset manager overseeing the majority of the Surrey finances, Mr. René had brought nothing but bad news ever since the family's archbishop in the Church of Steam and Machinery had passed away. Sigh. No matter how much I dread it, I can't avoid this. Let's hope it's not too disastrous this time. With a heavy sigh, MP Surrey followed the butler to the study, where he found a weary-looking Mr. Rene with dark circles under his eyes. The financial manager, only 30 years old and in his prime, had been so strained by the pressures of the past month that streaks of white had begun to appear in his hair. When MP Surrey entered, Rene was downing cup after cup of coffee, desperately trying to replenish his depleted energy. The sight made Surrey's heart sink, but he maintained a calm tone as he asked, "Rene, has something else happened?" "Yes. I've just received news that is extremely unfavorable to us," Rene replied, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief, perhaps due to the heat of the coffee. "What news?" MP Surrey asked, sitting on the sofa and forcing himself to remain composed. With the recent barrage of bad news, he had grown somewhat numb. Mr. Henry, the second largest shareholder of Suhite Bank, has sold all his shares to the Flessy family. Rene answered cautiously, trying not to agitate the MP further. "What?" Surrey shot up from his seat, disbelief written across his face. "Henry sold his shares?" "Yes. According to my sources, he's been negotiating with the Flessys for nearly a week. It may already be in its final stages." Rene wiped his sweat again, delivering what felt like a divine punishment to MP Surrey. Suhite Bank was the Surrey family's most vital asset. As its largest shareholder, the family's lifeline was inextricably tied to the bank. Henry had been their staunchest ally, and together, their combined shares exceeded 50%, securing the Surreys' operational control. Previously, the Flessys had acquired scattered minor shares, but the Surreys hadn't been concerned; those couldn't shake their foundation. Now, however, if the Flessys succeeded in acquiring Henry's stake and rallied other small to mid-shareholders, they could genuinely overturn the Surreys' absolute authority over Suhite Bank. No. The Flessys must have already swayed some shareholders. If the shares under their control surpass ours, even the neutral third-largest shareholder, Count Hall of Loan, and the other minor shareholders will side with them. Surrey felt his legs wobble, but he steadied himself and ordered the butler, "Arrange a meeting with Henry, today at noon." The butler gave his employer a concerned look but bowed. "At once, sir." MP Surrey then turned back to Rene. "Are there any neutral small to mid-shareholders we can still win over?" Rene, having done his homework, retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it over. "Sir, among those worth approaching, Mr. Monet and Berlat Steel remain our best options. They supported you during the Flessys and Delian's previous pressure campaigns, so they may assist again. However what?" Surrey pressed, uneasy. Truthfully, he had never understood why those two had helped before; their intervention had been abrupt and unexplained. Whether they would do so again was anyone's guess. "I met with their representatives earlier. They informed me they've received orders from above to defer future decisions to Mr. Ebner Bryan's recommendations," Rene explained. "Ebner Bryan? Who is that?" The name rang a faint bell, but Surrey couldn't place it. "After checking, I found he's a new shareholder of Suhite Bank, holding a 1% stake." Rene pointed to a line near the bottom of the document. MP Surrey stared at the name for a long moment before turning to the butler. "Isn't Ebner Bryan that friend of Fanny's? The one from Loan?" "Yes, sir. Detective Bryan is indeed Miss Fanny's friend. He escorted her all the way back to Trier and has since settled here, establishing several businesses, including real estate and a newspaper. Additionally, he's a devout follower of the Earth Mother Church and maintains good relations with Archbishop Helen." The butler, having thoroughly investigated Ebner due to his connection with the young lady, provided detailed information. "So Detective Bryan is Miss Fanny's friend. That explains why those two parties helped us before." Mr. Rene's face lit up with realization, and he grew visibly excited. "If that's the case, even if Mr. Henry sells his shares to the Flessys, we might not lose. In fact, our chances of winning are quite good." "How so?" The MP's spirits lifted as well, and he pressed for details. "Detective Bryan hails from Loan, where he enjoys considerable fame and influence. He might even be acquainted with Count Hall. If we can secure the support of the third-largest shareholder, our crisis would be averted. Even if we merely ensure Count Hall remains neutral, this battle is far from over." Mr. Rene suddenly felt reinvigorated. Having been under constant pressure recently, he was eager for a chance to fight back. After seeing the newly motivated Mr. Rene off, the MP hesitated before addressing the butler again. "Have I been neglecting Fanny too much?" "Miss Fanny bears no resentment toward you," the butler replied tactfully. This was true. Fanny's thoughts were now largely preoccupied with Ebner. Closing his eyes briefly, the MP finally said, "Send for Fanny. I'd like to speak with her." "At once, sir." The butler bowed and withdrew. Meanwhile, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Ebner frowned at the world. Klein seated below him and cautiously advised, "Given your unique circumstances, infiltrating the celestial sect could be dangerous. I'm aware. Lady Yalilin warned me as well. Touched by the concern, Klein explained, I've reported this matter to both the fool and the goddess. I'll have some protection. So now that you know the goddess is a fellow traveler, you're getting bold, huh? But the mother tree of desire isn't to be trifled with, this will leave quite an impression on you. Still, with the goddess watching over him, the risks should be manageable. With that thought, Ebner ceased his objections and simply nodded. If you need help, summon me through the fool. I'll teleport over immediately. Don't worry. I've prepared extensively for this infiltration. There might be danger, but it should be within controllable limits. After exchanging some recent experiences, the two concluded their regular, fellow traveler, meeting. Back in reality, Klein remained silent for a long while before closing his eyes. His facial contours softened, his irises turned blue, his eyebrows thinned, and his lips pressed together slightly. In mere moments, he had transformed into Tracy's likeness. Not bad. It's not so different after all. Maybe because I'm not cross-dressing. It feels similar to becoming Gehrman Sparrow or anyone else, just prettier and with some extra weight up front. If I'd looked like this back on Earth, I wouldn't have struggled to find a girlfriend. He smirked self-deprecatingly. Even this simple gesture, ordinary on Gehrman Sparrow, now carried an unsettling charm. Damn it. Klein cursed inwardly, quickly adjusting his mindset as he immersed himself in the role. As time passed, he found his psychological barriers genuinely fading, replaced by relaxation and calm, bringing him closer to harmony with the potion. Which meant faster digestion. Well, I'll be damned. This actually works. Silently marveling, Klein rose, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and returned to the gray fog to reconfirm the mission's risk level. Back in reality, reviewing the collected intelligence on the celestial sect, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to don their near-nudity attire. In this moment, he gained deeper self-awareness, some lines he simply couldn't cross. Little son said to remember it's just acting. Sighing, Klein retrieved the mystical item taken from Tracy's wrist, planning to seal himself within it before having Danitz or Darkwool discreetly deliver the crystal to the governor's mansion. End of chapter. Chapter 829, Ebner's Scheme. Trier, Sauron District, outside the luxurious villa at 22 St. Martin Avenue, a gentleman who appeared to be in his 40s stood waiting to welcome his master. With strikingly deep light blue eyes and neatly combed dyed black hair, his elegant and refined demeanor made him the type who could still turn women's heads despite his age. This gentleman was Bowen Bennett, the butler candidate Helen had selected for Ebner based on his requirements. Though a devout follower of the Earth Mother, Bowen had an adopted son who had joined the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and risen to the position of bishop. Thus, in Helen's eyes, he perfectly met Ebner's criteria of being both reliable and well-connected within the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. After their recent tour of the city-states within Grozel's travels, Helen had lent Ebner this lavish mansion, conveniently located near the ancestral home of the Karen family, free of charge. Now, Ebner entered the third-floor study of the mansion with Chizia and butler Bowen in tow. Sir, as per your instructions, I have hired 10 maids, 9 footmen, 1 chef, 2 gardeners, 1 coachman, and a coachman's assistant. The weekly expenditure for these staff members amounts to 20 fare. Additionally, the Domestic Servants Assistants Association has provided a list of candidates for the housekeeper position. You may make the final selection yourself. With that, the butler handed Ebner a booklet. He tactfully omitted mentioning a valet. Chizia's presence suggested the master might prefer a lady's maid. Ebner skimmed the booklet before setting it aside. On paper, the candidates seemed equally qualified. Do you have any recommendations? Ebner asked with a smile. Butler Bowen appeared prepared but still took a moment to consider. Jennifer appears experienced, but as a follower of the Lord of Steam and Machinery, her previous roles leaned more toward mechanical maintenance. Her financial management skills are merely passable. Caroline's resume seems flawless, but from what I've gathered, she's more interested in seducing male employers than actual work. Here, Bowen discreetly glanced at Ebner's expression and, detecting no particular interest, continued, finally, there's Ankath. Her reputation is impeccable. She married and moved to Wright City in the East a few years ago but has since returned to Trier for unknown reasons. In terms of professional competence, she undoubtedly surpasses the other two. Ebner easily discerned Bowen's bias but didn't mind. Even if Bowen and this Ankath were to collude in embezzlement later, did he lack the means to recover his losses? Given that, he might as well choose the most professionally capable candidate. With that thought, Ebner tapped Ankath's name on the list and declared, her, then. Very well, sir. I'll have the legal team draft the contract immediately. Butler Bowen bowed and, seeing his employer had nothing further to add, tactfully withdrew. The moment the study door closed, Klosvia materialized beside Ebner. After admiring the opulent decor, she asked with a smile, you specifically requested this house from Helen to legitimately engage with the Sauron family and ally with them to crush the Delians, didn't you? However, I should warn you, the Saurons haven't been as arrogant or foolish as they were a century ago since the Roselle incident. Manipulating them won't be easy. Having accepted the Earth Mother's mission, Klosvia had naturally moved into Ebner's residence to serve as his on-call enforcer. Yet the Sauron's greatest threat still comes from the Delians. If internal cracks appear in the latter, they won't hesitate to strike. My role is merely to provide intelligence, enabling them to act swiftly. Ebner pulled out a newspaper and pointed to the headline. Besides, the opportunity has already presented itself. Curious, Klosvia glanced at the article, which primarily detailed the romantic escapades of a Trier socialite, only briefly mentioning how she had been startled by protesters during an outing. While seemingly innocuous, the report elaborated extensively on the protest's origins and political demands. As a former member of the Fainapata royal family, Klosvia was politically astute. After a brief contemplation, she uttered a single word: press censorship. Exactly. Resistance to press censorship is snowballing. It's clear the bill will never pass Congress. The Prime Minister won't tolerate that. Before the April elections, he'll inevitably dissolve the current Congress, reorganize it, and force the bill through. Ebner spoke with unwavering confidence. Even if the Prime Minister didn't conceive of this himself, Ebner would ensure Seyru Delian, whose fate had been altered, would plant the idea in his mind. Once Congress is dissolved, the accumulated tensions will likely erupt, potentially spiraling out of control. Would the Prime Minister truly go that far? Klosvia paused mid-sentence, then added, "And don't expect me to hypnotize him. Someone in his position undoubtedly undergoes regular inspections by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. There's no way to deceive them." I understand. But this isn't about the Prime Minister lacking political acumen, he's being forced into a corner. Which gives us ample room to maneuver. Ebner rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the Sauron family's ancestral home in the distance. Do you think the Saurons would pass up a chance at restoration? They could never succeed. Klosvia shook her head. After all, the churches would never allow it, and the Saurons remained too weakened to oppose them. Which is why I need to give them an extra boost of confidence. Ebner smiled. What kind? Klosvia asked curiously. A secret. Ebner replied mysteriously, refusing to elaborate, a small revenge for her previous schemes against him. Klosvia gave him an amused look but didn't press further, instead remarking, I recall you have a friend from the Sauron family. Won't manipulating her kin cause issues? Helene is just a branch family member. If we don't deal with those main lineage figures, how can she rise? Ebner said matter-of-factly, thinking of the diligent Scarlet Maid managing his film company. Just then, a knock sounded. Klosvia vanished as Fanny entered with an orange cat in tow. Before moving in, Ebner had instructed the staff to admit Fanny, Furs, Helene, or Helen directly to his study without announcement. The cat, Leon the lion, sniffed suspiciously upon entering, glancing around but finding nothing unusual. Fanny, as warm as ever, greeted Ebner with an embrace before getting to business. My father would like to invite you to dinner this Friday evening, to thank you for taking care of me during our journey. She handed him an exquisitely crafted invitation. Your father, inviting me? Is there something beyond gratitude? Ebner feigned surprise, though he'd already guessed the reason. Truthfully, if genuine thanks were the purpose, the invitation should have come much sooner, not delayed by a week. Perfect timing though. I need the Surrey family's cooperation too. Even if the MP hadn't reached out, I'd have visited him soon anyway. As Ebner mused internally, Fanny replied, it's probably about the Suhite Bank shares. Just as I thought. The moment he heard this, Ebner grasped MP Surrey's mindset. After all, in a way, the crisis threatening the Surrey's hold over Suhite Bank was of his own recent design. Who could have guessed that Henry, the bank's second-largest shareholder, was actually an agent of the Men in Black? Through Seyru's indirect command, Ebner had instructed Henry to signal his willingness to sell shares to the Flessies. As for manipulating Fanny's father, Ebner felt no guilt, consider it payback for Fanny's sake. Only after arriving in Trier had Ebner learned why Fanny had lived with her grandfather in Backlund. After her mother's accidental death, her father remarried a widow, making Fanny increasingly alienated from the new family of four. Byam, Governor's Mansion backyard. A celestial sect cadre gazed greedily at the beautiful figure encased in crystal, asking the soldier who delivered it, well done. Where did you find her? Some fisherman discovered her and planned to sell her. I took her instead. The soldier grinned, counting himself lucky to have stumbled upon such a prize while visiting that fat apothecary. Excellent. Name your reward, the cadre said. The soldier stared at the slender silhouette in the crystal, swallowing hard. Could I have her for one night after you're done with her? The cadre nearly laughed aloud. A mere mortal daring to touch a demoness. Does he want to die of plague? Outwardly, he smiled and nodded, granted. The soldier practically danced with joy. Meanwhile, Klein, pretending to be sealed and unconscious, fought waves of nausea. Though he knew the soldier's desires targeted Tracy's body, not his true form, goosebumps still erupted across his skin. This definitely reinforces my self-awareness. Elsewhere, after dismissing the soldier, the cadre urgently directed subordinates to transport the crystal to the dungeons while sending word to the Apostle of Procreation. End of chapter. Chapter 830, Klein's Discovery. Byam Governor's Mansion. It took nearly an hour for Klein, carried by two Celestial Sect members through an extremely deep passageway, to finally enter the labyrinthine underground prison. No, prison wasn't quite accurate. This was more like an underground town, reeking of alcohol and forbidden drugs, teeming with crowds indulging in unrestrained debauchery. Soon, the crystal encasing Klein was placed inside a heavily warded structure. Several cultists immediately attempted to breach its absolute defense using flames, blunt force, and other methods. Unfortunately, attacks below demigod level couldn't even leave a scratch. Cursing, they abandoned their hopes of claiming first blood and left, sealing the room temporarily. When only Klein remained in the warded cell, he finally opened his eyes inside the crystal. Channeling spirituality into a playing card beside him, he pierced through layers of bestial cries to arrive in the mysterious space above the grey fog. This was his latest application of the error card, using this blasphemy slip to leverage the grey fog's power, stealing both the ascension process and his self-summoning ritual, then returning them when needed. This allowed access to the ancient space without requiring a bathroom or the four-step counterclockwise ritual. One of Klein's prearranged plans involved using the crystal's absolute defense to protect his physical body while deploying a special spirit form, one that could instantly retreat to the grey fog, for reconnaissance. Seated in the fool's position, Klein laid out several blasphemy slips before ultimately selecting the Demonis card for fusion. After all, the Demonis spirit offered optimal stealth for investigative work. Soon, an alluring female spirit with provocative attire materialized in reality through the summoning gate. Klein immediately activated invisibility. After studying the cell's wards, he found them strong enough to withstand 3 or 4 full-power lightning strikes from a sea chanters, but their spiritual defenses were lacking. Good. Otherwise I'd need the error card to create a backdoor first. Slightly relieved, Klein phased through the wall into the underground town streets. Surveying the orderly buildings and crowds mindlessly indulging their desires, Klein realized the Celestial Sect's surface-level harmlessness masked a deeply corrosive influence. But this underground space doesn't feel like true reality. Some spatial-type mystical item. Aside from newer constructions, most structures resemble my prison cell. Probably Byam Governor's original supernatural prison, now hijacked by the Celestial Sect. If I'm right, Darkwolf's teacher should be imprisoned here too. While analyzing, Klein's Demonis spirit drifted into a distinct building, an archives. The administrator lay entangled with a woman, oblivious to the intruder. Lacks security. Then again, how could Celestial Sect members stay disciplined with their doctrines? No wonder Darkwolf's guard friend constantly buys potions, such unrestrained indulgence must have wrecked their health. Worse news, every governor's mansion guard and beyonder has likely been corrupted. Otherwise authorities or the Storm Church would have been alerted. Thank goodness I accepted the tower's invitation. Had I attended that banquet, I'd be another mindless rutting zombie by now. For now, I'll investigate their operations here, ideally uncovering all their hidden bases. When that so-called Apostle of Procreation returns, I'll arrange for someone to expose them in one fell swoop. With this plan in mind, Klein quietly pulled a file from the shelves, masked by the administrator's heavy breathing. A quick scan confirmed this was an archive holding prisoner records of beyonders. Tatsumi, Sequence 9, Sailor. 100-pound bearer check, withdrawal cipher. They even keep interrogation records, including sequence formulas and ritual magic setups. Pity the checks and valuables were long since claimed. Klein flipped through several pages, noting all financial entries marked with an X, denoting their depletion. As for formulas and magic, interrogators had left them untouched, unable to verify authenticity. Unlike Judgment, who can consult Ebner or the Fool to confirm her interrogation findings. Klein rapidly skimmed files like those, quantum speed reading, scams from his past life. He didn't need perfect recall, just impressions to reconstruct via divination later. Roy King, counselor of the Fate Council in the School of Life, demigod, detained in Zone A, Cell 1. Finally locating Darkwolf's mentor's records, Klein noted he was the prison's sole demigod inmate, housed in their most secure area. No rush to rescue him yet. Before leaving, I'll just hurl a lightning bolt at his cell, he can handle the rest. The real question is, with demigod prisoners, are there demigod guards? Could even they be corrupted by the Celestial Sect? Or did the sect use the governor to transfer high-level guardians away? My divination suggests the latter. Otherwise I'd be fighting for my virtue right now. After this dark humor, Klein replaced all documents. Hovering midair, he mockingly bowed to the postcoital administrator before phasing through walls toward another distinctive building. The decor instantly signaled this belonged to a high-ranking female member. A search revealed little beyond recreational tools and potions, except one valuable diary by a woman calling herself Abby. I keep this diary so I won't forget who I am. The first page's declaration gave Klein pause. After pendulum divining its safety, he continued. It all began with that experiment in February 1339. 300 subjects. Only I, Bianca, and Lofia survived. 1339. 11 years ago. Trier. After touring several newspapers for sale with Fanny and Leon the Lion, Ebner returned to his mansion to find butler Bowen escorting a plain-looking woman in her 40s into his study. Sir, this is Miss Ancath. She signed the contract and can begin her duties as housekeeper tomorrow, Bowen introduced. As Ancath curtsied, murmuring, "At your service, Detective Bryan," Ebner nearly dismissed them, until her aura triggered familiarity. One quick analysis later, his gaze sharpened. This was no Ancath, but Bianca the Wizard, former military attaché at the Intis Embassy in Lone. End of chapter. Chapter 831, Bianca. This woman posing as housekeeper Ancath was actually the Wizard Bianca. Ebner maintained his composure on the surface while remaining inwardly vigilant. He adjusted his glasses, discreetly activating his pure white eyes to scrutinize the plain-looking woman before him. Soon, through his mystic art, he detected traces of a mystical item around her facial area. This mystic art, called object detection, was developed by Ebner based on the abilities of a cryptologist. It could locate mystical items on a person's body, serving as a preparatory skill for disintegration. When combined with the two Amon's monocle lens fragments in his possession, the effectiveness of this mystic art improved significantly. Even some concealed, Grade 1 sealed artifacts couldn't escape detection. Inside the study, despite confirming the housekeeper's true identity, Ebner chose not to expose her outright. Instead, he calmly offered a few words of encouragement before instructing butler Bowen to introduce her to the other household staff. After they left, Ebner took a sip of coffee from his desk and sank into thought. Over a month ago, when Klein, Sharon, and I met with Medici, we inquired about the transmigrator predecessor, Giuseppe Castilla, the one Lilith referred to as Felipe. The Red Angel told us what stood out most was that man's abnormally peculiar luck. Moreover, Medici recently detected a similar yet distinct aura reminiscent of that anomalous luck passing by. Later, Hugh mentioned that the owner of that aura was likely this very Wizard Bianca. I recall performing a prophecy at the time to locate Bianca, which pointed me to Trier. Now, encountering her so soon, is this her own agenda at work, or some form of convergence? Could her peculiar trait of bringing misfortune to her lovers truly be connected to that transmigrator predecessor? As he pondered, Ebner mimicked the fool's habit of tapping the edge of his desk. After a moment, he decided to keep the Wizard in his household for now, using the opportunity to investigate her background. But first, he needed to determine her purpose in becoming his housekeeper. With this in mind, Ebner turned his head toward an empty sofa and politely said, "Miss Klosvia, could you examine this housekeeper's psyche? I'd like to know if someone is scheming behind her to target me." "Very well," a languid voice replied. The study door then opened and closed by itself without a breeze. While Sloth appeared lazy, she was actually quite diligent, perhaps why she could wield the power of persona masks without suffering significant backlash. As his thoughts wandered, Ebner continued sipping his coffee while picking up a document on his desk, a detailed report on various newspapers compiled by butler Bowen. As a local, his information was naturally more accurate and comprehensive than what Kesey, controlled by the magic mirror, had gathered. So Lion ultimately set his sights on the Lone Times. But that one is really quite expensive. Looks like I'll have to go talk to that Mr. Wolf who was successfully brainwashed by Lilith. Or maybe I just shouldn't buy it at all. Just have that Lion hypnotize Mr. Wolf's son. After all, it just wants to publish some of Roselle's dirty laundry. There's no real need to actually own shares. Besides, based on the information gathered so far, young Mr. Wolf, while not a beyonder, isn't exactly a good person either. His hands are just as bloody as old Mr. Wolf's before Lilith reformed him. The only real issue is that since Mr. Wolf's disappearance, the machinery hive mind has been keeping a close eye on the Lone Times. If young Mr. Wolf suddenly has a drastic change in attitude, it might draw the attention of the official beyonders. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the study door swung open again, and Klosvia's figure appeared before Ebner. Miss Sloth's Sequence 3-level psychological invisibility still couldn't evade Ebner's pure white eyes. "Any results?" Ebner inquired. "Your housekeeper is indeed problematic. She was sent here by Inspector Russell of the police department," Klosvia replied with a peculiar expression. "But this wasn't the housekeeper's own intention, she was coerced into coming." "Inspector Russell? Isn't that the Desire Apostle from the Knox family who used Les Miserables as a script to advance to Devil?" He's controlling Bianca, sending her here to spy on me. Is this revenge for me ruining his plans on the train? I didn't actively go after you because I didn't want to be sensed by you too soon, and now you're coming after me instead. Wait, could this be due to Bianca's debuff effect? Very likely. So Russell, whose plans went flawlessly for years, had them ruined by me, got noticed by Bernard, and now is making such a stupid move by provoking me, someone protected by a saint and armed with multiple demigod-level methods. At this realization, Ebner's expression also turned peculiar. Shaking his head, he asked again, what's her objective? She was ordered to gather as much information about you as possible and, if necessary, provide Inspector Russell with personal items like your clothing or hair. But this young lady, whose real name is Bianca, doesn't seem to actually plan on doing it. She's just waiting for Russell to meet his downfall so she can break free from his control. At this point, a hint of teasing amusement flashed in Klausvia's eyes before she continued, from the fragments of memory I saw in her mind, every master she's ever had has met with misfortune and lost their lives. So you should be careful too. I have no interest in being her master, Ebner emphasized first, then asked thoughtfully, how was she captured by Russell? And what's controlling her? Her capture was just a coincidence, or, as she herself puts it, when she doesn't have a master, her luck tends to be terrible. Not long after arriving in Trier, she got caught up in a murder case, where Inspector Russell noticed her and planted a seed of desire, turning her into his servant. As she answered, Klausvia repeatedly applied psychological hints to herself to prevent her hostility from being detected by Inspector Russell. Also, while it was the upright Inspector Russell who sent her to spy on you, Bianca suspects he didn't originally plan this. It was only after a secret meeting with a member of a certain major family that he assigned her the mission. End of chapter. Chapter 832, Klein under the influence. A major family member. Connected to the Blood Sanctify sect and the Noise family. It must be the Delian family, right? The Prime Minister still hasn't given up on dealing with me. But Ciro doesn't seem to have received any related information. Ebner continued tapping the edge of the desk with his fingers, deciding to take advantage of the Russell situation to scheme against the Delian family. However, he refrained from planning specific details to avoid being sensed by the demon if a real threat emerged. Are there any other noteworthy things in her memories? Ebner asked again after collecting his thoughts. Regarding the origin of her misfortune constitution, she has some speculations herself. It seems to stem from an experiment 11 years ago. However, she doesn't know the specific details of the experiment. It was only after encountering a member of Element's Dawn later that she realized she might have been specifically marked by the hidden sage. Klausvia pondered for a moment before adding somewhat uncertainly, but I could sense a deeply buried secret in her heart. I didn't probe further because that memory felt dangerous. At this point, she suddenly glanced at Ebner and added, it felt very similar to the warning I get whenever I try to peek into your thoughts. So the reason you've never probed my thoughts is because it's dangerous? Is this protection provided by the pure white eyes? Also, is Bianca's dangerous memory the source of her peculiar luck, the truth behind that so-called experiment? And are these connected to the transmigrator, to the pure white eyes, which is why Klausvia gets a similar feeling when probing me? Of course, it's also possible that the memory involves an existence with a status equivalent or similar to my pure white eyes. Lastly, a dangerous memory, 11 years ago. When Klausvia probed the mind of the shaman king, Sylvia, there was also a mysterious memory from 11 years ago. Is this a coincidence, or are the two somehow connected? Thoughts racing, Ebner formed a conjecture. That person or experiment from 11 years ago is likely the so-called secret of the Delian family that Lilith tasked me to investigate. Even if not, it must be related. After all, many of the people and events he'd encountered since arriving in Intis coincidentally intersected with this matter. If it wasn't deliberately arranged by someone, then some form of underlying convergence effect must be at work. Moreover, Lilith had entrusted him with this mission likely to exploit these connections. Otherwise, it could have simply sent an angel or even a demigod, far more efficient than a mere sequence 5 like him. What the Delian family is hiding must be anything but simple. Come to think of it, the fact that so many organizations tolerate this family's two-faced behavior suggests they possess some inherent value, doesn't it? Perhaps those organizations are cultivating insiders to uncover that secret. And something that could interest organizations backed by true gods. There are only a few possibilities. With this in mind, combined with the intelligence Klausvia had intercepted from the shaman king Sylvia's mind, Ebner began forming vague conjectures. In the underground prison of the governor's mansion in Byam, Klein carefully read through the diary of the lady named Robbie. By just the 3rd page, he was shocked to find himself gradually overcome with excruciating pain. The oppressive sensation alone was enough to drive an ordinary person instantly mad. This feels somewhat similar to when I read The Magician, Mrs. Submitted, Spirit World Observations. Though reading Spirit World Observations gave me a feeling of mania, while this is pain. The words themselves aren't spiritual, the paper is completely ordinary, it can't be a sealed artifact. So the words she recorded inherently contain some kind of power? And my current spirit has already fused with the blasphemy card, with sufficiently high status. Even so, it can affect me this strongly, one can imagine what would happen to others. No wonder it's left completely unprotected, as if inviting people to read it. Anyone who peeked at it before must have either gone mad or mutated into monsters on the spot. With this thought, Klein closed the notebook, planning to leave it here for now. When his summoning ended, he would take it up to the grey fog to read. However, from the 3 pages he had just read, he roughly learned that 11 years ago, a certain existence took something out from a box and conducted experiments on a group of people using it. In the end, only 5 of these experimental subjects survived, then escaped the laboratory. Miss Robbie was captured by members of the Rose School of Thought shortly after escaping, becoming a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. Although, in her own self-awareness, she never actually worshipped that existence, yet still received its favor, becoming a so-called apostle of proliferation. The tragedy was, her proliferation only brought pain to others. While Klein sympathized with Miss Robbie's plight, he was also determined to grant her release as soon as possible. After all, her actions over the years had far exceeded the limits of what Klein could tolerate. Compared to her, even Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy seemed as pure as a saint. Looking through the account books found in her room, Klein felt they were nothing less than ironclad evidence of the blood debts owed by Robbie and the Celestial Sect. Having collected the evidence, specific locations of Celestial Sect bases, and a list of key members, Klein felt his reconnaissance mission was now complete. He returned to the previous room, grabbed the diary, ended the summoning, and had his spirit return to the ancient palace above the grey fog. Next, he first manifested an image of the world, having it assume a posture of praying to the fool as he passed the collected evidence and name list to the hangman and judgment, tasking them with reporting it to the authorities. After completing these actions, he simulated the sensation of falling, returning to his physical body in the real world. Yet the moment his consciousness returned to his body, a series of indescribably lurid thoughts instantly flooded his mind. Suddenly, naked images of Demoness of Pleasure, Sharon Snow, the tearfully smiling Triss, the scholarly Lena, the innocent and lovely Shoko, the academically inclined Tracy, and the exquisitely doll-like Miss Sharon appeared before his eyes one after another, extending to him certain irresistible invitations, followed by disrobing and passionate entanglement. But at this moment, the error card in Klein's hand once again emitted a radiant glow. Immediately after, the phantom of a 12-winged archangel appeared before his eyes, embracing his spiritual body and sweeping away all those wonderful scenes. This was another ritual Klein had preemptively stolen using the error card, the purification ritual. All to prevent anyone from tampering with his body while his spirit was away. Is this the celestial sex method? An influence permeating the entire underground space that imperceptibly draws people into carnal desires? So subtle I didn't even notice earlier. Or is this the so-called Mother Tree of Desire, having detected my infiltration, secretly influencing me through its believers? Similar to how I use the Sea God Scepter to see through fish eyes and smite savant ships with lightning. As he speculated, Klein couldn't help but complain internally. Why is it that in these illusions, apart from Miss Sharon, all the women entangled with me are demonesses? End of chapter. Chapter 833, Sudden Change and Calling for Backup. Klein suppressed his stirring blood, initially planning to maintain his current state and wait for the authorities to arrive. He could then take advantage of the chaos to rescue Darkwolf's teacher and escape this underground prison. However, at that very moment, unrestrained moans of pleasure suddenly came from outside his cell door. Soon after, an intoxicating scent that quickened heartbeats and inflamed desires seeped through the barriers and crystal walls, invading Klein's nostrils. This involuntary flood of sensations brought back vivid images of those wanton scenes from his earlier hallucinations. Is this the Mother Tree of Desire, shifting from covert manipulation to an outright assault? But doing this will inevitably trigger the prison's alarms. Not only might it draw military demigods, but escaping will become exponentially harder. Before Klein could finish this thought, the cell door was violently breached. Several humanoid monsters covered in brown woody tumors, with branches sprouting from their bodies, charged inside. Like symbiotic plants, they entwined their branching limbs in intimate embrace while fixing their greedy gazes on Klein. In unison, they moaned. "We want you to bear our children." The sheer lust and possessiveness in their voices sent a wave of visceral disgust through Klein. His entire body broke out in goosebumps, every hair standing on end. This grotesque spectacle surpassed even the most twisted human imagination, something he'd never encountered even in nightmares. Had this happened back in Tingen during the Migos incident, such sights would have paralyzed him with terror. But after all his experiences, he was now a battle-hardened veteran. The instant those words reached his ears, he swiftly manipulated his bracelet to retract the crystal barrier. Simultaneously, the glove on his left hand darkened into a mesmerizing yet sinister black, activating, creeping hunger, and channeling the soul of the Demoness of Pleasure he'd previously subjugated. Using Tracy's alluring appearance and charm, he immediately instigated. "There are so many of you. Who should I choose?" Why don't you fight it out first? If I actually helped the winner bear a child, maybe my faceless potion would fully digest instantly. But I'm not actually Tracy, and I certainly lack the necessary equipment. As Klein internally facepalmed, the arboreal monstrosities predictably turned on each other with vicious fervor, tearing apart their previously amorous partners. Their obsession with making me bear children is terrifyingly absolute. Just as Klein prepared to eliminate these intruders, his spiritual intuition screamed in warning. He barely dodged sideways as Tum. A massive brown branch smashed through the ceiling, impaling the spot where he'd stood. At its tip bloomed a grotesque flower oozing viscous fluid, its maw wide enough to swallow a grown man whole. Though Klein had never seen the man-eating flowers of the southern rainforests, he was certain nothing could be more terrifying or exaggerated than this. Snap. 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 Branches of the same kind pierced through the walls, floor, and doors, their moist flower-tipped appendages chasing Klein from all directions. Klein tried his old trick again, using instigation on those branches and flowers, but was shocked to see their movements remain completely unaffected. The instigation clearly succeeded. Could it be because those flowers no longer have human forms and can directly resist such influence? Without hesitation, Klein activated the burial blade, hidden in his sleeve. Swinging the scythe, he swiftly severed the encroaching branches before leaping up onto the ceiling. Only then did he realize the entire space had descended into chaos. Nearly all members of the celestial sect were sprouting woody tumors and branches, while the more devout leaders had mostly transformed into those man-eating flower branches, hunting down the few remaining normal people and escaped prisoners. At the very center of the space, a grotesque brown tree was rapidly growing by absorbing desires and emotions. Seeing this, Klein abandoned all hope of handling this himself. Knowing this was beyond his capabilities, he immediately took out a golden leaf and blew on it. Of course, he had already reverted to his Gairman Sparrow appearance beforehand. Since the clothes he wore while impersonating Tracy were rather gender-neutral, the transition wasn't too jarring. Within seconds, the space rippled like water as a silver-haired, red-eyed lady appeared before Klein, her face obscured as if veiled from perception. This was another contingency Klein had prepared. Before the operation, he had summoned Lady Yalolin using the golden leaf and requested her to remain nearby, allowing her to descend into this underground space along with the messenger now. As for why he didn't call upon the messenger lady. Firstly, summoning her without anchoring the ritual to an object would be troublesome. Secondly, this infiltration involved the Mother Tree of Desire, making his own messenger lady potentially more dangerous than himself. The Mother Tree of Desire. Yalolin frowned at the grotesque brown tree in the distance, remarking to Klein, "I'm starting to regret promising you one free intervention." Klein gave an awkward chuckle, worried she might leave upon sensing the danger, and quickly explained, "You just need to stall it until the official demigods arrive. If it fully matures, even ordinary demigods would be in danger." Yalolin shook her head initially, but after scrutinizing the tree for a few seconds with her eyes of mystery, she smiled. Fortunately, it's still gathering strength, so dealing with it won't be too troublesome. Before finishing her sentence, she raised her wooden staff-like scepter and pointed at the distant tree, murmuring softly. Mystery reenactment, Wugang chopping the laurel tree. As her spell took effect, a mysterious force enveloped the grotesque tree, abruptly slowing its growth. While it continued absorbing desires and emotions, those nutrients now seemed to inexplicably leak away. Wugang chopping the laurel tree. Is this an cultural idiom Lu Bo taught Yalolin? Can secret supplicant pathway beyonders actually turn stories into abilities? No wonder Lady Yalolin previously said she could exchange knowledge for secret stories. Perhaps secrecy is one of the prerequisites for this ability. As Klein's mind raced with wild speculations, Yalolin casually destroyed all remaining sealed prison cells, freeing the inmates. Soon, a neatly combed, bespectacled young man emerged from cell block A, appearing scholarly and refined. He deftly avoided several branch attacks before approaching Klein and Yalolin, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your rescue." "Ah." Before he could finish, his eyes inadvertently landed on Klein. He suddenly screamed, clutched his eyes in agony, and collapsed unconscious. End of chapter. Chapter 834, The Scapegoat. Backlund, East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Zio walked up to the counter, rapped her knuckles on the wooden surface, and said directly to the bartender, "Any valuable intel today?" If it were anyone else, the bartender would have insisted they order a beer first, but upon recognizing Miss Zio, he thought better of it. After all, doing so might cost him more in the long run. Not to mention the rumors of her collaboration with MI9. Same as usual, 2 shillings per piece of intel. There are 10 in total today. The bartender took a deep breath and quoted his price. Zio didn't haggle, simply placing a 1-pound coin on the table. Only after collecting the money did the bartender produce a piece of parchment covered in writing and hand it to Zio. Taking the parchment, Zio skimmed through it rapidly, quickly spotting her target in the last entry. Governor's Mansion underground prison in Byam has been taken over by the Celestial sect. Many guards and officers have become cultists. Pointing at this line, Zio feigned ignorance and asked, who provided this intel? The bartender glanced at it but remained silent until Zio produced another pound coin, then answered, a man around 1.6 meters tall. He looked scholarly but had sharp eyes that made him seem unapproachable. Even though the intel couldn't be verified, I still paid him 2 shillings. Liar. You only gave me 10 pence. Zio grumbled internally. Indeed, that so-called scholarly, sharp-eyed man was actually her using the 100 Faces silk garment to disguise herself. After receiving the reporting mission from Mr. World, she had pondered how to legitimately obtain and report this incident. Ultimately, she came up with this method, selling the intel to herself. Looking back, half a year ago she wouldn't have been this scheming. These tactics were all learned from Ebner and the other members of the Tarot Club. Of course, Detective Isengar also played a big role. She would never forget the art of reporting he taught her during the Demoness of Affliction incident. While her thoughts wandered, Zio maintained a serious expression and asked, can you draw his portrait? The bartender thought for a moment, then confidently replied, yes. Without asking for additional payment, he immediately picked up his pre-prepared sketching tools and began drawing. Is drawing his hobby or dream? Zio mused as she watched, thinking this wasn't bad. People needed dreams, unlike furs who had none. But when the bartender slid the finished sketch over to her, Zio nearly fell off her bar stool. This is the person I disguised as. You just described him as scholarly, how does this look like a thug? And to borrow Ebner's words, this drawing emphasizes concept over form. Where did you get the confidence to just start drawing? Suddenly, someone like Furs didn't seem so bad after all. Taking a deep breath to stop herself from cursing, Zio consoled herself that this made it even harder to trace back to her, then pocketed the drawing. Only then did she turn her attention to the other 9 pieces of intel. Most were irrelevant, but one caught her eye. Brian's Film Company completes nationwide theater rollout, free school students first to benefit. With so many free school students nationwide listening to Ebner's lectures, his potion digestion must be progressing well. Meanwhile, my judge advancement is still sluggish. Sighing, Zio left the tavern without further delay. Taking the intel and portrait, she boarded a carriage and hurried back to MI9 headquarters in Westboro, reporting directly to Princess Vera. Of course, during her report, she subtly emphasized the coincidental nature of how she obtained the intel. Princess Vera glanced at her, the corners of her lips curling slightly as she pretended to buy the story. After sharing and filing the report, she immediately went to MI9's underground sealed artifacts vault to requisition a teleportation-enabled mystical item. Her authority had increased significantly since the Great Smog incident. Then, taking Zio with her, she traversed the spirit world and arrived in Byam. Meanwhile, the hanged man Alger found Mr. World's request rather troublesome. Having already reported issues about the governor's mansion to the church once, doing so again might arouse suspicion, especially since his sources couldn't withstand scrutiny. After studying the materials provided by the world and pondering for a while, Alger decided to spread a rumor among the sailors. Joining a certain club established by the governor's mansion could grant them nights with noble ladies and wealthy merchants' wives. After a day or two, he could report the governor's mansion's issues to the church again under the pretext of missing sailors. His plan seemed sound, but just as the rumor began circulating among dockworkers, he received a summons from the Church of the Waves. Though startled, Alger dared not delay and hurried to the church, where he was personally received by His Excellency Sea God Cotman. Where did you obtain your previous intelligence about the governor's mansion? The towering, broad-shouldered Storm Church Cardinal and senior, mandated Punisher, executive stared directly into Alger's eyes. Though feeling the pressure, Alger remained calm. Sea God's presence paled in comparison to the fool's. Still, he feigned nervousness and excitement as he answered, from a man wearing a monocle. He described none other than the blasphemer, Amon. From fragments of information shared by the tower, Alger knew this angel of time was utterly unpredictable, capable of anything. This would absolve him of suspicion. After hearing his account, Sea God Cotman remained silent for a moment, then produced a portrait. Is this the person you saw? A portrait. Where did this come from? Alger wondered as he respectfully accepted it, only to see a highly abstract, ferocious face. This. The portrait is rather impressionistic. I can't be certain, Alger truthfully replied. If it truly was him, failure to recognize him is understandable. He could be anyone, Cotman remarked without disappointment, retrieving the portrait. Sensing something amiss, Alger cautiously asked, Your Excellency, has something happened at the governor's mansion? Cotman didn't conceal the truth. Evil gods will manifested in the governor's mansion's non-existent prison, causing heavy casualties. Even outgoing Governor Larry, his wife, and daughter perished there. Not to mention numerous wealthy merchants' wives and daughters. The world's report didn't mention such devastation. What happened afterward? Was there truly a evil god behind the celestial sect? Or does evil god refer to the fool? Maintaining his composure, Alger inquired, was it ultimately suppressed by the military? Cotman scoffed. The Moses ascetic order's angel delayed the evil god's descent. In the end, Her Highness Vera teleported from Baklund to resolve the situation. Regardless, Byam's military failed catastrophically, even Admiral Emlyn faces dismissal for negligence. The Moses ascetic order's pillar. That Yalalin who submitted the Book of Calamity to the fool. Now I understand. Clearly, after providing me the information, the world encountered an accident that triggered the evil god's manifestation. He must have sought the fool's help, who then dispatched an angel to rescue him. Excellent, this confirms that among the angels serving the reviving ancient god the fool, there exists the Moses ascetic order's pillar. Where there's one, there may be others. Perhaps other organizations harbor. As Alger feigned shock while internally speculating, Cotman continued. From surviving cultists, we learned that before the incident, a guard captured Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. My water mirror divination revealed traces of that demoness spirit who stole Kavitua's relics in the prison. I suspect she's either Tracy herself or closely connected to her. Tracy. Did the world investigate the celestial sect to rescue her? That female spirit might be another of the fool's blessed. But why is His Excellency sharing this with me? As Alger prepared to ask, Cotman anticipated his question. Tracy's Black Death has been seized, she's currently isolated and vulnerable. I want you to infiltrate her ranks and uncover that peculiar spirit's identity in her patron. Trier, in the third-floor bedroom of Ancient Vine Manor, Tracy, barely able to sit up, suddenly sneezed, startling Ebner who was teaching her rehabilitation techniques. Does the Vice Admiral of Ailment catch colds now? Tracy shot him a glare. In my condition, isn't that normal? Despite her retort, she psychically examined herself, then added uncertainly, I think the weakening agent's effects are fading, that's why I sneezed just now. Fading. Did Klein wipe out the celestial sect? Even the Mother Tree of Desire's power is receding. Activating his pure white eyes, Ebner thoroughly examined Tracy, confirming the residual corruptive energy was weakening, yet not gone, liable to resurge anytime. A latent threat. Only specialized techniques can fully purge this. If I can detect it, the churches certainly can. Many celestial sect victims must need such techniques now. This is my chance to digest the potion. End of chapter. Chapter 835, Alliance. Ebner was deep in thought when Tracy, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly noticed some movement outside the door. Her eyes shifted, and she immediately assumed a pitiful posture, drawing a sorrowful smile as she said. You can do whatever you want. I have no ability to resist. There's no need to use inspection as an excuse. Hearing this, Ebner came back to his senses. He too had noticed the presence outside the door, and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Since the Vice Admiral of Ailment learned that Ebner knew she had once been a man, she seemed to have completely let loose, convinced that he wouldn't actually do anything to her. She kept changing her methods daily to display her charm and tempt him, hoping that he would make a fool of himself in front of Helene, thus driving a wedge between them. Has she awakened some innate talent for court intrigue? But you've got the wrong role for that. Ebner internally ridiculed her and then decided to give Tracy a deep lesson. So he used the secret technique, Charm Humans, he had learned from the latter part of the Feast of Blood, and, with the enhancement from the Goddess of Beauty's blessing on his forehead, he instantly threw Tracy into a daze. Her eyes filled with obsession as she stared at Ebner. If she could move, she would likely have lunged at him right then. At that moment, Ebner cancelled the secret technique, and Tracy immediately came to her senses. She turned her head stiffly to see Helene standing at the door with an expression of utter disbelief. Just as she was about to explain, Helene suddenly vanished like an illusion. At the same time, Chizia pushed open the door and entered, reporting to Ebner about the scheduled meeting with the manager of the First Bank the following morning. She gave a slight bow and turned to leave the bedroom. It wasn't until this moment that the dumbfounded Tracy finally realized that she had been played with from beginning to end. She suddenly gritted her teeth and snapped, what was that ability just now? Charm Humans, a type of secret technique. Ebner glanced at her and explained without hiding anything. Actually, the technique isn't that high level. If your strength was fully recovered, you likely wouldn't have been so completely charmed. You're immune to my temptation, is that also because of a secret technique? Tracy seemed to recall something and asked again. No, that's because I've seen what true beauty is. With that simple response, Ebner heard a knock at the door, this time it was truly Helene. He greeted his personal red maid and left the room. After all, Helene's rehabilitation massage for Tracy wasn't something he felt it appropriate to watch. After he left, Tracy finally snapped back and felt that she had just been insulted by Ebner. He's seen true beauty. So I fall that short, and that's why I can't seduce him. Humph. Once I recover my pleasure ability, I'll make sure he thoroughly embarrasses himself. But as soon as she thought that, Helene pressed a few sensitive points on her body, and she couldn't help but moan out loud. Helene glanced at the completely helpless Tracy, then turned back to look toward the door, and for some reason, sighed. In the living room of a luxurious villa in Byam, Princess Vera stepped out from the spirit world and walked through the empty room to the wall on the other side. A painting hung on the wall, depicting a lavish banquet scene, not particularly original in content. However, in a corner of the scene, by the dining table, a silver-haired, red-eyed lady was raising a cup of black tea, seemingly extending an invitation to whoever viewed the painting. Princess Vera thought for a moment, then touched the surface of the painting with her hand. In the next instant, she vanished from where she stood, and a moment later, the banquet scene in the painting gained a beautiful, valiant-looking woman. Inside the painted world, Yalilin waved at Vera upon seeing her appear. After rejecting a few invitations from gentlemen, Vera finally walked over to Yalilin. Mystery reborn. This scene doesn't seem very proper. Vera glanced at the men and women who were occasionally holding hands and heading to the lounge and frowned as she asked. This place is called the wall painting. I can't tell you much about it, but in its original legend, it was indeed somewhat improper. Still, it's safe enough. If you have something to say, just say it. Yalilin chuckled lightly and took a sip of her black tea. You don't look too well. Vera sat across from her, lifted a cup of black tea, and said while drinking. You're not much better yourself. You hold the position of an angel, yet can only exert the strength of sequence 3. If it weren't for the help of the mist of uncertainty, you probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the divine power of the mother tree of desire just now. Yalilin gave a small laugh. You know what I mean. The pollution of the hermit sage isn't so easy to overcome. You were fine before only because you became a demigod using Rhine's blood and gained a sliver of his authority over the unknown. That's how you maintained balance. But the fall of the original moon earlier implies that Rhine's body has now become the goddess of beauty, and she has completely inherited the authority Rhine left behind. You can no longer share the power of the unknown. Vera looked at her and spoke in a low voice. Yalilin scoffed. The hermit sage is troublesome, yes, but the will of the outer one in the mist of uncertainty is even more terrifying. Even with both the barrier and Rhine's method suppressing it, if you can't recover to your peak soon, you'll end up worse off than I am. As for the aura of the wilderness of knowledge drawn in by the hermit sage from who knows where, I can at least hold out for another year or two. I'll find him again. Besides, when he was still the wanderer, he gave me another possible solution. But I've already found him. Vera thought to herself, while on the surface she asked thoughtfully, Fool. That's right, and Fool will be his dearest friend. Yalilin replied with a smile. Vera fell silent for a few seconds before finally saying, I'm here to form an alliance. Didn't you already gather the Dragon of Fantasy and Hermes as allies? Yalilin asked in surprise. The Dragon of Fantasy is more like a disposable distraction released by the god of knowledge or him to mislead the divine child's attention, though that old dragon doesn't see himself that way. As for Hermes, I still don't know his intentions or goals to this day. That one is incredibly enigmatic. Yalilin straightened her posture, thought seriously for a moment, then asked solemnly, Then tell me, what benefits does this alliance bring you? And what benefits does it offer me? In the Amiris Leaf Bar, Klein looked coldly at the master and disciple pair, Darkwill and Roy King, in front of him and said, It's time you paid the remaining balance. They had promised £1,000, but so far had only paid a £300 deposit. End of chapter. Chapter 836, The Fool of Nass. Upon hearing Klein's words, Roy King's expression shifted several times. Then, placing a hand on his chest, he offered a formal bow. On behalf of our organization, I thank you for your assistance. Personally, I also thank you and that highness for the rescue. After finishing, he opened his eyes and looked toward his student, Darkwill, silently asking what was going on. Darkwill took the cue and said, His fee was £1,000, but I only had a little over 300, so that's all I could pay up front. The rest is up to you. Roy King's lips twitched as he replied, I don't have any money on me either. Just as Gehrman's expression grew colder by the second, the demigod of the School of Life seemed to remember something and suddenly said, But I can pay in another way. What way? Klein didn't want to pressure a demigod too much, even if the other party knew he had an angel behind him, even if the chairman of the School of Life's council might have to call him uncle. If it weren't for maintaining Gehrman's persona, he might have allowed the men to owe him temporarily. It's that Roy King suddenly recalled the terrifying scene he had glimpsed in Klein earlier and immediately swallowed his words. He hesitated for a moment, patted Darkwill on the shoulder, then dragged him to the window and pointed at a narrow alley outside. Go down to that alley now. When you see the first person enter it, use your talent to insult him a few times, then bring him upstairs. Teacher, what is this for? Darkwill was completely confused, not understanding his teacher's intentions, to the point that he forgot to protest against the mention of his so-called talent. Just do as I say, go. Roy King snapped. Yes. Darkwill didn't dare talk back. He grabbed his whip and pistol and went downstairs. Roy King closed his eyes again and turned back to Klein. Please wait a moment. Your reward will arrive shortly. Klein didn't know what he was planning either, but he gave a barely visible nod and said, all right. Watching all this unfold, Danitz glanced at Roy King's refined face and muttered softly, pretty boys like him can't be trusted, should I remind that lunatic so he doesn't run off. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of Klein and the others, a fierce-looking man with greenish-black tattoos covering his arms, shoulders, and cheeks dragged a little girl into the alley. Seeing the girl's mouth stuffed and her struggling desperately, Klein furrowed his brow and was about to step in. But before he could act, Darkwill mustered his courage and began mercilessly taunting the brute. The man was stunned for a moment, then his entire face twisted in rage. With a loud roar, he threw the girl aside and lunged forward. Though Darkwill was a bit useless, he was still a Sequence 8 Beyonder. His basic combat instincts were intact. He immediately raised his pistol with one hand and wielded his whip with the other, ready for battle. Yet in the very next moment, the brute tripped and fell flat on his face right in front of Darkwill, leaving him frozen in place, whip midair, while Klein and Danitz, who were about to use their abilities upstairs, also halted. After more than 10 seconds, the men still lay motionless in a collapsed position. Darkwill recalled his teacher's words and cautiously squatted beside him. Out of caution and habit as an apothecary, he checked the man's body slightly, and to his surprise found that the man was already dead. The cause of death was cerebral hemorrhage. So, he had a pre-existing condition, drank a lot of alcohol, was excited, and then, provoked by my words, his brain blood vessel burst. Judging by his speed earlier, he seemed to be an extraordinary being. Is this bad luck for him, or good luck for me? Darkwill thought of the slap from his teacher and knew it was probably the latter. After having a clearer idea, Darkwill first untied the girl who had been thrown aside and let her go, then followed his teacher's instructions to carry the man's corpse upstairs. Because it was dark and there were few people near the inn, his actions fortunately went unnoticed, and he successfully returned to the room where Klein and the others were. Danitz looked carefully at the burly man under the room's light and said, "This is Walrus Anson, the first mate of the Bloodsword Pirates, bounty 500 pounds, suspected extraordinary being on the warrior path." In the pirate world, bounty is an important indicator of identity and status. A 500-pound bounty warrior shouldn't exceed rank 8. Klein, who knew this well, was silent for a few seconds and then asked, "Bloodsword Pirates?" Danitz casually answered, "A mid-sized faction. Their captain, Bloodsword Larson, has a bounty of 800 pounds. They operate long-term in the Sania Sea, reportedly backed by the Faceac people." Klein nodded, thinking that even if he collected the bounty himself, such a faction wouldn't cause him trouble. Or rather, he somewhat hoped someone would come for revenge. Roy King smiled and said, "Even after the cut, a 500-pound bounty should net you at least 300. Adding his warrior trait, it should be worth around 700 pounds. Klein calculated and approved of this payment method. Hearing this, Roy King slightly relaxed. He also didn't want to offend someone backed by an angel and whose fate was so terrifying. He thought for a moment, then took out a round ornament made of golden gears covered by transparent glass and said, "Thanks again for your rescue. Though I already paid you 1,000 pounds, that sum is far less than the value of my life. So, I want to give you this item as my personal token of gratitude." Klein didn't take the ornament directly but divined it on the spot. After confirming it was safe, he signaled Roy King to continue explaining its origin. "This item comes from a real alchemist and is his token. Holding it allows you to make a request to that master." Roy King stroked the glass surface of the ornament and recalled, "I got it because I helped that master complete one of his proudest works. Seems luck is needed for that to succeed." Klein murmured internally, then finally took the ornament and asked, "Who is that master, and where is he? Please don't tell me he's at the Steam Church headquarters." "He lives in Nas, the capital of the Gargas archipelago. I don't know his real name, but people call him the Fool of Nas, because he's obsessed with researching the impossible, floating city. Oh, he loves canned wolffish. If you visit, it's best to bring him a can." As Roy King said this, Danitz, who had been listening in, couldn't help but gag. End of chapter. Chapter 837, The Box. Wolffish canned food. I remember hearing from a security guard of a ticketing company back at Port Pritz that it's a kind of food popular along the eastern coast of Faceac and in the Gargas archipelago. It's made by salting wolf fish but retaining the blood, and the smell is extremely pungent, both stinky and disgusting. Recalling this, and glancing at Danitz, who had already dry-heaved just from hearing that someone liked the taste, Klein gained a new level of understanding of how terrifying that canned food was. At the same time, he felt a trace of curiosity about its flavor. How can anyone like that stuff? Danitz grabbed a wine bottle from the table and took a swig before calming himself down. That so-called master known as the Fool of Nass, is he really reliable? Wolf Fish canned food is a commodity. If it's being produced, then there must be a demand for it. Roy King replied indifferently, then added, that master's residence isn't hard to find. Because of his eccentricities, quite a few people in Nass know about him, it's just that they don't realize he's actually a demigod on the savant pathway. Klein stored the accessory properly and decided that when he set out in the future to search for the mermaid and passed by the Gargas archipelago, he would pay that master a visit along the way and inquire about upgrading the creeping hunger. He had originally planned to entrust this to Mr. Tower, but Ebner declined on the grounds that his current level wasn't sufficient to craft a true demigod tier item. With the matter of compensation settled, Klein stowed away the trait extracted from the walrus and had Danitz carry the corpse, finally preparing to bid farewell to the master and disciple before him. However, before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and eventually asked Roy King a question that had troubled him for a long time. Mr. Roy, what did you see on me back then? Roy King's expression stiffened when he heard the question. Only after a long pause did he squeeze out a single sentence, indescribable. Indescribable. Is it that you can't, or that you don't dare? Klein mulled it over silently but didn't pursue the matter further. He politely took off his top hat and gave a slight bow, then left the room together with Danitz, even closing the door behind them. After they left, Roy King dazed out for a while, lost in thought. When he snapped back to reality, he nudged his apprentice with his foot and said, aren't you going to go gamble while your luck is still good and earn us the travel expenses? After all, I'm afraid you're going to be extremely unlucky for the next month. It won't be fatal, but making money from selling herbs will be out of the question. What? That just now was me burning through my luck. In Trier, in front of a small villa at the golf club. Because he had scheduled a morning appointment with the manager of the first bank, Ebner, after breakfast, took along the lawyers, accountants, and other personnel he had recruited recently, picked up Furs, and headed straight for the headquarters building of the first bank. In the carriage, Furs, finally about to open the treasure, was a little excited. She couldn't help but fantasize about what that Mr. Tren might have left her. Could it be a generational gemstone? Or some extremely valuable piece of art? That was the usual trope in her novels. Ebner, however, shook his head and rained on her parade in advance, since Mr. Tren mentioned Benjamin before his death, and only decided to give you the code after hearing your name. The contents of that safe might be important, but their value might not be that high. According to his speculation, this was very likely an item or information Roselle had left behind for Mr. Fool. After all, Benjamin Abraham had been one of Roselle's subordinates, and the latter had probably heard the name Furs from the Seal of Calamity, which was why the former had left something behind. Heh. Yet another scheme that appeared to be orchestrated by Roselle, but was actually being manipulated from behind the scenes by the Seal of Calamity. As his thoughts churned, Ebner saw Furs bring a small piece of cake to his mouth. Without thinking much, he leaned in to take it. But at that moment, Furs flipped and twisted her wrist, and the cake in her palm turned into a long, hard-into-style baguette. Surprised, she asked with a smile, then added, did you feel a bit disappointed after the surprise? That's exactly how I feel right now. You're digesting, Trickmaster, quite well. Ebner's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that he had let his guard down after being fooled by this slacker. After making the bread vanish, Furs said smugly, of course. When I was in Tosk, I went out to perform with that lion whenever I had free time. She had completely forgotten the grief she'd felt when she was dragged out of her room by the lion during the cold winter. As the two chatted and laughed, the carriage arrived in front of the First Bank's headquarters building, where a man in his early 20s was already waiting. He was a client manager at the First Bank, named Aaron. Though young, he had already been with the bank for over 5 years and was considered a rising professional. And Mr. Ebner Bryan had recently been acquiring properties in Trier on a grand scale. He not only had ample funds and numerous allies but also had the backing of a true God's church. In Aaron's eyes, this made him a truly high-quality and distinguished client, someone not to be slighted. So, upon learning that Ebner wanted to retrieve something a senior friend had left in a safe deposit box, Aaron had taken the initiative to handle all the preliminary procedures and had come personally to receive this rising star in Trier's game of power. Thanks to this internal professional's prior arrangements, Ebner and Furs quickly made their way into the heavily guarded underground vault and arrived in front of Mr. Trun's safe deposit box. Ebner gave the area a brief scan with the pure white eye and discovered 8 hidden beyonders nearby. 3 of them seemed to be bank security and weren't much of a threat, but as for the other 5, he couldn't tell which faction they belonged to. Looks like my recent high-profile activities have indeed drawn attention from interested parties. But that's fine too, what I'm using is a strategy out in the open. I don't need to hide anything. At that moment, Furs, under the guidance of bank staff, arrived in front of a very complex-looking locker and recited the incantation Mr. Trun had given her. Soon, the safe was opened, and its contents were revealed to Furs, Ebner, and the hidden beyonders. It was a box, made of crystal, with its lid open, yet completely empty inside. And other than being made of precious materials and resembling an antique, the box had no extraordinary properties, it was just an empty box. Realizing this, most of the hidden beyonders immediately left. Aside from the security, only one person remained completely still, continuing to wait there. At that moment, Ebner found the box increasingly familiar. After a brief moment of thought, he recalled. The box that the Goddess of Fortune opened in the final mural of the Trial Temple corridor looks a lot like this. This must be the item the Elf King ordered the Queen of Calamity to deliver to the Western continent, right? Why is it completely empty now? End of chapter. Chapter 838, The Salty Fish Strikes Back. What was Roselle, or whoever's really pulling the strings, trying to achieve by leaving this empty box here? Given that it was specifically meant for furs, they likely know about the plot, meaning the real target might be the Fool. With an artifact personally crafted by the Elf King, Klein could undoubtedly divine significant clues from it. Is Roselle sending a message to the Fool? Or is the Seal of Calamity using Roselle as a conduit? Pondering this, Ebner activated his pure white eyes again, attempting to extract residual traces from the box. Unfortunately, time had eroded all meaningful imprints, unless his retrospection evolved into insight, recovering useful information seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Furs showed no disappointment toward the empty box. On the contrary, she examined it with keen interest, already weaving potential backstories in her mind. It wasn't until their return to the club's villa that she snapped out of her reverie, announcing to Ebner. Now that I've received Mr. Terran's bequest, there's no need for me to stay in Intis. I'll depart for Lone tomorrow. I'm heading back to Lone tomorrow too, I can teleport you directly. Ebner offered, recalling his promised dream adventure with Audrey from the last tarot gathering. Furs shook her head. No need. I've joined a traveling circus troupe that tours major northern cities, with Backlund as their final stop. Perfect for acting while sightseeing. The salty fish is actually putting in effort. What sparked this? Ebner's astonishment manifested as him reaching over to feel Furs' forehead for fever. She instantly decoded the gesture, indignant. Do you really see me as that lazy? Yes. He didn't hesitate. If I don't push myself now, you and Zaya will leave me completely behind. Same goes for the Tarot Club. Furs swallowed the thought as Ebner withdrew his hand, producing a bell from his pocket. This summons my messenger. If you encounter trouble, write to me, I'll teleport over immediately. Got it. Furs accepted it, only then realizing how intimately casual his forehead touch had been, and how she'd grown accustomed to such contact without a second thought. Beneath St. Samuel's Cathedral, Backlund. What began as a perfunctory investigation into full-related incidents to buy personal freedom had unexpectedly borne fruit. Through dream-walking interviews with figures connected to the Lenevis case, Capim case, and Flesh Abyss incident, Leonard Mitchell uncovered disturbing patterns. Both the Lenevis and Capim cases involved the private detective, Sherlock Moriarty, and his journalist friend Mike Joseph. While peripheral, they're viable leads. As for the Flesh Abyss, I attempted entering Reverend Hale's dreams but got forcibly ejected. From what I've learned, Sherlock Moriarty also appeared during the Duke Negan assassination, providing crucial leads. Come to think of it, he looks familiar. Is he some wanted criminal in disguise? Leonard recalled the faces from his dreams, put on his red gloves, and stepped out of his office to brew some black tea to clear his mind. Just then, a colleague approached with a thin invitation in hand. What's this? Leonard asked, puzzled. It's an invitation to Ms. Daly's wedding. The colleague looked visibly dejected. Though Ms. Daly often made people uncomfortable with her teasing jokes, she was quite popular among the Backlund Nighthawks. The thought of her marrying someone else clearly bothered him. Oh, a wedding invitation. Leonard began with a smile, then froze mid-sentence before exclaiming, wait, whose wedding? Misinterpreting his reaction as shared heartbreak, the colleague patted his shoulder sympathetically. Ms. Daly's wedding. Hard to accept, but it's true. Who's the groom? Leonard forced a composed smile. Some merchant named Dwayne Dantes, just returned from overseas in his 40s. The Nighthawk grumbled, no idea how he charmed Miss Daly. After his colleague left, Leonard's smile faded into solemnity. He knew all too well about Daly and Captain Dunn's relationship, he couldn't believe she'd consider marriage before avenging the captain. Either this Dwayne fellow used underhanded methods to deceive her. Or Daly has discovered something and is using him. Stone City, capital of Eastchester County, Kingdom of Lone. After socializing with local nobles at the villa, Audrey received a message from the world. Glancing at her maid Annie supervising the servants nearby, she crouched beside her golden retriever by the wall, eyes sparkling as she whispered. Susie, you'll be getting a gift soon. Excited. The old Audrey would have blurted, Susie, your gift is here. Risking the dog deducing she could materialize objects indoors, a clear hint at ritual magic to the mysticism-studying retriever. This rephrased version suggested Audrey had merely received word of an impending delivery, leaving countless plausible explanations. Reading her mistress's genuine joy, Susie nearly vocalized a question, but noticing Annie's approach, she defaulted to tail wags. Then, a man's voice abruptly echoed around them. "Ma'am, your psychiatrist characteristic delivery has arrived." End of chapter. Chapter 839, The Hand of Lion. The deliveryman who spoke was none other than Ebner. After leaving Furs earlier, he had attended a dinner party hosted by Fanny's father, Councillor Surrey. Ebner had expected the councillor to bring up the Susset Bank matter, but the seasoned politician proved more patient. The entire evening was spent building rapport and showcasing the close ties between the Surrey family and Ebner, without any overt negotiations. Clearly, Councillor Surrey was a masterful player, adept at tailoring his approach. Upon learning from the butler about Ebner and Fanny's relationship, he had immediately shifted to emotional appeals. Meanwhile, he strategically leaked mixed truths about the dinner, deliberately shaping perceptions of Ebner's alignment to reassure the Surrey faction's minor shareholders. Though Ebner later discerned some of these machinations, he wasn't displeased. This aligned perfectly with his own plans. The Surreys want to borrow my influence. Well, I need their Church of Steam connections. Despite the late Archbishop Surrey's demise, the family retained considerable influence. Ultimately, Ebner stood to gain. Moreover, as their collaboration deepened, Fanny's standing within the Surrey family would rise accordingly. Ebner had already positioned her as his political proxy in Intis, even investing her with a briber characteristic to navigate those waters more smoothly, given his foreigner status inherently limited his own ceiling. This particular briber characteristic had come from the Shadow Saint, purified by Lilith and left in Ebner's possession. After the dinner, Ebner stayed overnight at the Surrey residence. At dawn on Saturday, he bid farewell to Furs at the circus troupe before teleporting directly to Byam to host a Beyonder gathering at the Amiris Leaf Bar. There, he met Klein, currently role-playing as a janitor mopping toilets, and accepted the commission to deliver the psychiatrist characteristic to Miss Justice. After subjugating the demoness of pleasure, Klein had released both a soul and this characteristic, which coincidentally matched the needs of Miss Justice's dog. Ebner speculated Klein's roundabout delivery method stemmed from the other man's recent studies of certain mystical notes that periodically drained his spirituality, making it unreliable to respond promptly if Miss Justice requested the item via prayer. Compounded by Miss Justice's restricted movements at her ancestral East Chester estate, missed connections would require rescheduling entire rituals. In any case, immediately after the tavern gathering concluded, Ebner teleported back to Backlund with the characteristic, then used his spell, Ebner's Spirit Stroll, to reach East Chester's capital, where traces from his previous stay with Zio provided anchor points. Locating the Hall family castle needed no elaboration. As nominal lords of East Chester, their residence was common knowledge. Thus, Ebner materialized abruptly behind Audrey and Susie. Startled by his voice, Audrey instinctively gripped lie, while Susie arched her back into combat stance, until recognition dawned. "It's all right, he's not an enemy," Audrey assured, though Susie remained wary. "Are you certain?" The retriever's gaze stayed fixed on Ebner. His undetected approach marked a security failure, and he knew her biggest secret. Audrey hesitated only briefly before nodding firmly. "All right, woof." Susie relaxed with a bark. "Miss Susie, might I borrow Miss Audrey privately? Would you mind guarding the door?" Ebner suggested amiably. That smile reminded Susie of a certain portly man she'd once encountered in Backlund's West District Park, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. The golden retriever glanced back at Audrey for confirmation. After brief consideration, aware of Detective Bryan's questionable reputation but lacking evidence of outright impropriety, plus the implicit safeguard of the fool's oversight, Audrey nodded. "Do as Mr. Bryan says." With a tail wag and final sniff of Ebner's scent, Susie exited, nudging the door shut with her hind leg. Alone, Audrey ventured cautiously, the tower. "Justice," Ebner acknowledged with a slight nod, making no effort to conceal his identity. After all, Ebner Bryan had nothing to hide beyond some gossip. So it really is Mr. Tower. Though she'd suspected, this confirmation solidified matters. "You're early, we agreed on nighttime." She gestured to the wall clock. After a pause, Ebner explained, "Time zone difference." Having just returned from nighttime in Byam, his timing was off. Audrey blinked before laughing. "We'll need to clarify time zones for future appointments." Smoothly shifting topics, she asked, "You mentioned a psychiatrist characteristic. Is this from Mr. World?" "Correct." Ebner produced a metal case from his coat. As Audrey inspected it, Susie's urgent barking interrupted, their private window closing. "As you see, my social obligations continue. We'll speak in detail tonight." She pocketed the case. "Of course. Rest assured, your father's Beyonders won't detect me." With a bow, Ebner dissolved into the air. "That somehow makes me more nervous." Audrey mused, though thoughts of the fool steadied her. Within the hour, she excused herself to her private chemistry lab, arranging the characteristic and supplementary materials across the workbench. "Susie, remember the potion preparation steps?" She straightened proudly, relishing her mentor role. "Woof. Yes." Tail wagging furiously, Susie finally understood her gift. "Try preparing it yourself." Susie stared at her paws. Silence. Audrey froze mid-smile before catching herself. "No need to say it, I know you're thinking, I'm just a dog, how can I mix potions?" she preempted smoothly while internally cringing. Then Ebner's voice reappeared. "Actually, there's a spell called Hand of Lion that would enable Miss Susie to brew it independently." Seizing this, spreading the mysterious opportunity, Ebner enthusiastically demonstrated. "Woof." Susie tilted her head. "Why develop such a spell when your hands work fine?" Truthfully, the technique originated from a certain lion's adaptation of mystery prior abilities. End of chapter. Chapter 840, Abby's Diary. This is a secret technique developed by a big cat named Leon to assist in experiments. It's essentially a refinement of some witch spells, allowing beyonders of other pathways to perform them. Specifically, it uses a ritual to give one's astral body the ability to interfere with reality to a certain degree. While explaining, Ebner demonstrated the technique a few times in front of Audrey and Susie. In his view, the secret technique wasn't particularly complicated. Even some sequence 9s with decent spirituality could pick it up quickly, let alone a psychiatrist and a telepathist standing right before him. Audrey gave it a try but found it much more difficult in practice than Mr. Bryan had described. Her spirituality was sufficient, but the precise control over her mental and spiritual body's power wasn't her strength. Forget finally manipulating it into a hand, even barely shaping it was a struggle. Seems I'm not a genius in this area either. Fortunately, I already have real hands, so this secret technique isn't essential. Suppressing her slight frustration, Audrey turned her emerald-like eyes toward Susie, carefully observing her. She was prepared to console Susie with her own failure the moment the dog gave up, so it wouldn't get disheartened by the gap between expectations and reality, a disparity that could very well cause psychological issues. But that's all right. Miss Audrey, the psychiatrist, is always ready to provide soothing. I prefer the term psychoanalysis, it sounds more professional. As Audrey's thoughts drifted, Susie's voice suddenly sounded by her ear. "Audrey, I did it." As she spoke, several glass containers moved in the air under Susie's control, floating and assembling themselves. "This is just a bit harder than using spirituality to vibrate the air and speak. I had to try 3 times before I succeeded." Susie set the items down, turned her head, and wagged her tail. Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. Was Miss Justice just outdone in a Versailles way by her own dog? Ebner, who had been watching with amusement from the side, instantly felt a surge of delight. He thought this moment definitely deserved to be recorded so he could share it later with Zio and Furs. Still, seeing Audrey so shaken she was beginning to doubt herself, Ebner kindly offered a word of comfort. This secret technique was developed by a beyonder creature, after all. It's only natural that one of its kind would learn it faster. Hearing this, Susie said in surprise, "Audrey, you haven't mastered it yet." I can demonstrate it a few more times for you." "That won't be necessary for now. We're short on time. You should start preparing your potion first." Audrey smiled gently after a brief pause. Then she turned and looked seriously at Ebner. She suddenly felt that the scholarly, generous, powerful, and mysterious image of Mr. Tower in her heart had just crumbled. But she had to admit, this version of him felt more real, less like a bundle of neatly stacked labels as he'd seemed during the tarot meetings. Then perhaps my previous judgments of Mr. Hangman, Mr. World, Miss Hermit, Miss Judgment, and Miss Temperance weren't entirely accurate either. Maybe beneath Mr. World's cold exterior lies extreme gentleness, maybe under Miss Temperance's icy appearance burns a passionate heart, maybe behind Mr. Hangman's calculating, self-serving shell, there is sincerity and principle, maybe beneath Miss Judgment's mature facade, there is still innocence and naivety. After all, people are complex. Everyone has many different sides. Recalling the private conversations and thoughts of the manor's servants that Susie often shared with her, Audrey came to a new realization. Come to think of it, among the tarot club, the only ones I feel confident I can truly see through, besides the moon and the sun, are the ones I know best, like the magician, Furs. As Audrey sighed, Susie had already finished preparing the potion herself and began licking it. Thanks to her relatively low profile, she was able to roam freely throughout the manor and villa, eavesdropping on private conversations and reading the true thoughts of the maids. Her acting was extremely convincing, so there were hardly any abnormalities when she advanced. Susie successfully became a psychiatrist. At the same time, Ebner received the corresponding feedback. His digestion progress increased once more. Meanwhile, in the mysterious palace above the grey fog, Klein was enduring mental torment as he read the diary of a lady named Abby. All 5 survivors of that experiment gained some sort of special ability. Abby's was the power to cause pain. As long as she made physical contact with someone, they would experience immense pain in the days that followed. This pain could be physical or emotional, it wasn't fixed. As for another survivor, a lady named Bianca, her ability was unclear. But according to Abby, anyone who tried to bully her or use mind control on her ended up in a very bad situation. Lofia's whereabouts are unknown, but her ability was extremely unusual. She could restore destroyed objects within a certain range during moments of extreme emotion. As for the remaining 2 survivors, Abby didn't know their names or powers, but during a chance encounter with the Pale Admiral, she vaguely sensed something familiar. At this point, Klein had to close the notebook. The accumulated pain had reached a level even his spiritual body couldn't endure, forcing him to stop for now. He rubbed his temples and thought to himself, the Pale Admiral, Maria. I recall she may have some connection to Roselle. At the very least, her signature saber, Pale Justice, was forged by him. Could she also be a product of that experiment? Or rather, was the experiment itself orchestrated by Roselle, just like the Dream Labyrinth Tower? Could it have been one of his posthumous arrangements? Next time during the Tarot Club's usual after meeting, I'll show this notebook to the tower. Maybe he'll know something about it. Also, when I met the Pale Admiral, Maria aboard the Future, she gave me the summoning method for her messenger. And that messenger of reproduction, Miss Abby, hadn't been in the governor's prison previously, so she escaped the purge. I could write to Maria and ask her to send someone to intercept Abby. Perhaps we can learn more from her. Speaking of which, Maria's twisted and extreme sense of justice really isn't normal. Anyone else trying to act in such a way, channeling desire to that extent, wouldn't have succeeded at all. Late at night, without daring to bathe and still wearing her day clothes, Audrey lay pretending to sleep when she heard a knock on her bedroom door. End of chapter. Chapter 841, Audrey's Dream. Who is it? Audrey called out, even though she was already sure in her heart that it could only be Mr. Tower outside her bedroom. After all, no one else would knock at this hour. It's me, Miss Audrey. May I come in? Ebner's deep voice came from outside. Audrey was startled, she hadn't expected him to answer so loudly. But after a dozen seconds passed without hearing any scolding from her servants or bodyguards, nor Susie's barking, she understood that Mr. Tower must have used some method to keep their movements unnoticed. Honestly, Mr. Tower's abilities were truly frightening. Fortunately, even though his reputation wasn't the best, he was still a fairly upright person. He never used his invisibility to stalk a lady, and even before entering my room at night, he courteously asked for permission. That made sense. If he were really some kind of creep, Zio and Furs wouldn't be so close to him. While thinking this, Audrey straightened her clothes before standing up and saying toward the door, "Come in." As soon as her voice fell, a figure phased through the wooden door and entered the bedroom. "Mr. Tower, it seems like you're quite experienced in knocking on a lady's door in the middle of the night." Audrey's eyes twinkled with humor as she teased, easing the awkwardness of meeting her internet friend in person. "No, quite the opposite. Usually, it's the ladies who come knocking on my window at night." Ebner replied sincerely. It was, after all, the truth. Zio or Furs? Audrey asked meaningfully, probing for Mr. Tower's attitude toward her 2 friends and trying to find out which one he liked. Both, Ebner replied simply, offering no further explanation. Even though Furs hadn't knocked on his window, she had teleported onto his bed before. Audrey discreetly activated her telepathist ability but couldn't glean any emotional leaning from Ebner. Realizing that he had methods to suppress the powers of the spectator pathway, she stopped pursuing the question and instead asked, "Mr. Tower, when did you realize I was Justice?" "I knew even before I transmigrated." Ebner smiled and said, "Miss Justice, you once asked Zio and Furs to investigate Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, the Roselle diaries you bought from Zio. Some of those pages originally came from me, and when Kalangos tried to assassinate Duke Negan, I was also there, and noticed when you reported the matter to Earl Hall." He hadn't even finished when Audrey already gave a polite smile and said self-deprecatingly, "So I left that many clues. And here I thought I was doing a great job hiding it." Without dwelling on it, she moved straight to the real topic of this date. "Mr. Tower, can we begin exploring the sea of collective subconscious now? Also, have you completed the item or ritual you promised me for traveling through dreams?" Ebner nodded slightly and handed her a dragon scale as he spoke. "I've developed a ritual well suited to you. From now on, I'll take you through dream exploration while teaching you. As for that scale, it's a casting aid. It increases the success rate of the ritual." Audrey studied the scale for a moment and saw that, unlike the ugly sub-dragon scales in her family's collection, this one was crystalline and beautifully dreamlike, perfectly matching her aesthetic preferences for such items. In fact, when Ebner crafted the item, he had deliberately refined its appearance based on the scales of the Northern King. "You listen. Mr. Tower, what do I owe you for this item and the accompanying ritual?" Audrey thought for a moment. She preferred to settle payments up front rather than keep them lingering in her heart. Ebner was well prepared and asked with a smile, "Are you familiar with Suet Bank?" "Yes. My father is the third largest shareholder of that bank," Audrey replied after a moment's thought, recognizing it as one of her family's assets. She asked with some confusion, "Mr. Tower, why do you bring it up?" "What I want as payment is for you to replace the agent Earl Hall planted in Suet Bank," Ebner stated plainly. According to the intel provided by Ciro, the agent placed by Earl Hall in Intis was too close to the Delian family and might, at a crucial moment, violate the Earl's neutral policy and act against the interests of the Surrey family. Such an unstable factor naturally needed to be removed. Audrey hadn't expected Mr. Tower to request something like this. After thinking it over for a while, she asked, "May I ask why?" "Because he may have already been bought off and could obstruct my plans." Ebner didn't hide the truth from her and explained the entire situation with Suet Bank in detail. The Surrey family. "So Mr. Tower is doing this for Miss Fanny Surrey?" Audrey nodded thoughtfully, then smiled, lifted her skirt, and gave a formal curtsy. "I'll do my best to help you achieve this goal." This was both for Mr. Tower and for her father. After all, if that manager really got involved in the power struggles of the Intis noble families, her father's side could end up at a disadvantage. Such a parasite ought to be eliminated as soon as possible, Audrey thought. With the matter settled, Ebner didn't linger and, with a gentle smile, said, "Miss Audrey, may I have the honor of inviting you on a dream adventure?" With that, he made a formal gesture of invitation as if asking for a dance. Audrey pressed her lips together, took the blue cloak from the coat rack beside her, draped it over her shoulders, and reached out to place her hand in Ebner's. Immediately, the surrounding scenery changed. The familiar dressing table and bed disappeared, replaced by a grassy field, where several hounds were sprinting full speed across the terrain, chasing a fox. Leading the pack was a large golden retriever, far ahead of the others. This isn't the real world. This is Susie's dream. Audrey instantly made the judgment and was surprised to find she had remained lucid without using any special technique. The first lesson in dream exploration is how to remain lucid in the dream. Ebner's voice sounded in her ear as he began to patiently explain the principles and methods of lucid dreaming. Audrey nodded along as she listened, glancing at Susie, who was racking up victories on the grass, and mused, "Looks like Susie still minds being eliminated from the fox hunt training. As a psychiatrist, and as Susie's good friend, I really need to talk her through this when we get back." Susie was never really a qualified hunting dog, which is why she ended up as a freebie when Earl Hall bought the foxhounds. Ebner paid no mind to Audrey's thoughts. After finishing his explanation of this part of the knowledge, he walked to the edge of the grassland and arrived before a door, the entrance and exit of the stream. Ebner took Audrey's hand with one hand and reached out with the other to grasp the handle, gently twisting and pulling it open. The corridor of the Hall family castle immediately appeared before their eyes. The main building of this castle was already hundreds of years old, and many parts retained their original features. Especially the corridors, there were no gas wall lamps. Instead, on the walls were mounted one candle holder after another, made of either silver or copper, holding varying numbers of candles that emitted a dim, yellowish light. The entire corridor was thus faintly illuminated, giving a feeling as if it could be haunted at any moment. The dream even replicated this, which meant this place was actually constructed from the collective subconscious of everyone in the manor, including Susie and all others. Each room represented a separate dream. Audrey glanced around, forming some guesses, and asked Ebner for confirmation, to which he responded affirmatively. Then, while explaining the ritual model to enter the sea of collective subconscious, Ebner led Audrey walking along the carpet that extended at their feet. Soon they arrived in front of several doors that strongly sparked Audrey's curiosity. This was her father and mother's bedroom, this was Hibbert's room, this was Annie's room. Each classical door, decorated with reliefs and bathed in the dim candlelight, looked especially mysterious, making one want to know what secrets lay beyond. Her thoughts racing, Audrey felt eager to explore the inner worlds behind each door. But faintly, she also felt uneasy and resistant to such actions. At that moment, Ebner's voice rang out again. In dreams, you must learn restraint and respect for others. Greedily probing into others' hearts, digging out their secrets and privacy, will ultimately backfire on yourself. This is a simple truth. Everyone harbors some darkness, some bad thoughts, but most keep them well controlled so as not to affect their behavior. In such cases, if you persist in digging out these thoughts and the ugly parts beneath the masks, you will become deeply disappointed in human nature and be immersed in all sorts of negative consciousness. We are still at a low level now, so it's not a big problem, but once we gain divinity, we'll gradually go mad without realizing it. So unless necessary, don't dig into the deepest secrets of others' souls. The reason I chose Susie as the starting point for this journey is because her heart is relatively pure, without dark sides or secrets. While giving this warning, Ebner also explained the spell structure of the dream ritual about how to enter another soul island. Having had similar insights before, Audrey nodded repeatedly, but when he finished, she said with a strange expression, "Mr. Tower, you seem to know a lot about Susie." There was an odd tone to that. Ebner stopped walking, glanced at Audrey a few times, and as he resumed stepping forward, casually said, "Actually, I know quite a bit about you too." "What do you know about me?" Audrey caught up to his pace and asked in surprise. "For example, the story of the beautiful young detective Audrey and her assistant Susie." Ebner replied, seriously. Audrey's face stiffened and she blurted out, "How do you know that?" As far as she remembered, she had only whispered it to Susie. By then, Ebner had led Audrey, draped in her blue cloak, all the way to the end of the corridor. Here was Audrey's own room. "Of course, I learned it from here," Ebner said with a smile, pointing at the carved door. "Why is my room here?" Audrey asked, puzzled. "Because last time, your encounter with that lady in the crystal cave started from the edge of your own dream and entered the sea of collective subconscious. This time, naturally, you have to repeat your previous route." Ebner answered with a smile. "So, in reality, I was actually asleep." Audrey suddenly realized that the part of her that entered the dream must have been just her spirit. "Don't worry, I put you back in bed and covered you with the quilt," Ebner said, kindly. "Now, this door is for you to open, using the ritual I just taught you." "You don't say that to make me feel better." Audrey pursed her lips, knowing this was just Mr. Tower's little pranks, so she didn't really mind. What she cared about more was what she would dream about. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too childish, or else Mr. Tower would tease her again. Taking a few deep breaths, Audrey followed the previous instructions, activating the ritual in her palm, then grasped the door handle. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside gradually appeared. Within the doorway, Audrey held a torch high, passionately delivering a speech to a crowd. Then, like a hero, she led the people through fierce battles, defeating invading demons, and rescuing 2 princesses kidnapped by the demons. The faces of the invading demons bore a striking resemblance to Ebner. Seeing this, Audrey couldn't help but cover her face. So it was a hero dream, nothing to be ashamed of, but next time, maybe the villain should be played by someone else. Ebner nodded and said, tactfully. Audrey composed herself and analyzed seriously, maybe it's because I've always envied your hero detective title, so subconsciously I wanted to surpass you, which led to this projection in the dream. Actually, I respect you a lot, Mr. Tower. Surpass me. Judging by this dream, you're actually trying to stomp me underfoot, right? And those 2 princesses, look closely, they resemble Zio and Furs. Ebner glanced at the still seriously analyzing Audrey but didn't expose her. Next, the 2 of them arrived at the edge of this dream, atop a cliff. Looking outward, a gray mist stretched endlessly, and below it was a bottomless abyss. Last time, Audrey had used her manifested staircase to delve deep into the sea of collective consciousness. This time, Ebner taught her the final structure of the ritual, manifesting the projection of the soul dragon. Normally, without someone like Ebner, who was a demigo bone dragon, Audrey would have almost no chance to perform a ritual of such caliber on her own. That was why Ebner gave her the beautiful dragon scale as a medium. And that dragon scale was kindly provided by Miss Clausvia. End of chapter. Chapter 842, The God's Casket. Beneath the sky of spirituality, composed of 7 distinct colored beams of pure brilliance, each containing boundless knowledge, Ebner and Audrey rode atop a phantasmal dragon of the mind, beginning their adventure. Light and shadow from the sea of the collective subconscious occasionally flashed past their eyes, some containing ancient memories of burns by fire, others carrying the extreme pain of gazing upon something unspeakable. Beyond the marks left by the ancients and early humans, Audrey also saw many affectionate gazes directed toward her and glimpses of folk rituals worshipping giant dragons. Soon, they soared over the path Audrey had previously walked with her own legs, nearing a grayish-white mountain whose peak was shrouded in misty brilliance, both clear and dreamlike. It's inside one of the caves on this mountain. But it looks different from last time. I can't find the mark I left. Audrey furrowed her brow after gazing downward from the dragon's back for a while. Ebner wasn't surprised by this. After all, they were in the collective subconscious, where people's thoughts constantly shifted. It had already been a week, so it was only natural for there to be some changes. After a moment of thought, he took out 2 pre-prepared items from his pocket, a flattened golden goblet and a roll of yellow-brown parchment. If the one Audrey had previously encountered really was the Queen of Calamity, then these 2 items should resonate with her in some way. Audrey was startled when she saw the book inscribed in Elvish with the words, Book of Calamity, as it had previously been placed beside Mr. Fool. So, Mr. Fool is actually paying attention to this expedition between Mr. Tower and me. With that realization, Audrey's spirits lifted, and she grew visibly more excited. As the spiritual seals on the 2 items were lifted, both Ebner and Audrey suddenly heard a faint song coming from afar. The song was ethereal and airy, like a woman softly humming a melancholic tune, pouring out the sorrow in her heart. Ebner unknowingly fell into a strange illusion. Scenes of devastated homelands filled his vision, and a sorrow beyond words surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Only when the pure white eye activated on its own did it block out the sensation. Taking a few deep breaths, Ebner turned to look at Audrey and found that the emotionally sensitive lady was already in tears, though she hadn't become as deeply entranced as he had. The song affected me more than Audrey. Ebner reflected and listened again. But this time, he heard nothing. The haunting melody seemed to have never existed. I suddenly remembered the moment my grandmother passed away. "Forgive my rudeness," Audrey said as she regained her composure, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "It's all right." Ebner waved it off, then observed for a moment with the pure white eye before pointing toward a fork on the left side of the mountain. "I found the source of the song." That earlier singing had used Elvish, a language that inherently possessed power, so it inevitably left traces as it spread. And any trace was difficult to escape the scrutiny of the pure white eye. Thus, Ebner and Audrey guided the manifested dragon of the mind, following the traces left by the sound. Very soon, they found the crystal cave Audrey had previously described in the Tarot Club. No, rather than calling it a cave, it was more accurate to say it was a palace hidden within one. At the center of this palace, a woman sat alone upon a throne, gazing in the direction of the entrance, as if waiting for something. Approaching cautiously, Ebner studied the woman for a few moments and found that she matched Miss Justice's description. Her hair was glossy black, her features delicate, her eyes hollow, her facial contours soft, and she wore an ornate and ancient-looking gown that exuded an air of long-held authority. But just then, her previously vacant gaze suddenly became vivid. She slightly turned her head and looked at the Book of Calamity in Ebner's hand. "I feel familiar," the woman said, enunciating each word slowly in Elvish. She only finds the Book of Calamity familiar, but doesn't react to the golden goblet at all. If she truly is High Elven Queen Kohainum, then she must be the portion Roselle split from the Book of Calamity, not the part that escaped from the goblet on her own, as I'd guessed. So, was it Roselle who hid her here? Is this the bargaining chip he prepared to threaten me with? Having made this initial judgment, Ebner felt quite puzzled, but he still gently placed the Book of Calamity in front of the woman and said kindly, "I wonder if this book is of any use to you." The woman stared at the Book of Calamity for a long time before finally shaking her head. "I can't remember more. I only feel a sense of familiarity." Roselle severed her and the traits originally belonging to her in the Book of Calamity completely. Cut off their connection on the level of information. Is this the authority of the Emperor of Knowledge? With that in mind, Ebner activated the pure white eye again, intending to observe the woman's specific form of existence. However, just as the passage to the unknown land began to form, the eyes of the woman, suspected to be the Queen of Calamity, suddenly deepened. Then she spoke a single word. "Luck. Luck." As in the god of luck. That second epic elven god really was a transmigrator brought by the pure white eye. Ebner furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by luck?" But the woman gave no answer. She just stared at him blankly, repeating the Elvish word for luck over and over. Her emotions grew increasingly agitated, and the entire crystal palace began to tremble. At this moment, Audrey had no choice but to step forward and perform a soothing, which finally calmed the woman down again. Seeing this, Ebner paused in thought, then took out the crystal box with elven-style design that he had retrieved from the first bank. Though it belonged to furs, the magician lady had agreed without hesitation when Ebner asked to study it for a while. The moment the empty box was produced, the woman seated on the throne, presumed to be the Queen of Calamity, shuddered violently. Her entire demeanor seemed to become far more lucid. Next, she looked at Ebner with a complicated expression for several seconds before speaking haltingly once more. "Beware of the other me. She's already completely insane. Luck's friend severed my connection to the Book of Calamity, blocked my memories, hid me here, helped me escape her." As she spoke, she glanced again at the empty box, her tone rising involuntarily as she continued. "The god's casket, it's empty. It must have been her doing." End of chapter. Chapter 843, The Return Journey. God Casket. So this box was originally called the God Casket. The name sounds extraordinary, but why does it show no special properties under my pure white eyes? Moreover, judging by the information she revealed, it must have contained something significant before. Were those contents the target of Lilith's long-term mission? Thoughts racing, Ebner pressed further. What is the God Casket? What was originally stored inside? The God Casket bears gods. Sanayathrim tasked me to bring it back to the Western continent. It held. I don't know. No. I do know. Luck opened it once. I can't remember. As she spoke, the lady's emotions surged violently again, forcing Audrey, who had been continuously pacifying her, to retreat from the palpable danger. Left with no choice, Ebner simulated a more potent pacify ability through his pure white eyes, gradually calming the raven-haired woman. Meanwhile, the woman, likely the Queen of Calamity, locked eyes with Ebner and declared, This dream is ending. She seemed slightly more lucid now, her speech still fragmented but devoid of its earlier woodenness. Find me. Save me. Protect me. Don't trust her. I'll be waiting. Before she could finish, her figure vanished. Simultaneously, the crystal palace within the cave trembled violently before shattering into collapse. The scene felt eerily familiar to Ebner, it mirrored what he'd witnessed after clearing each layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Without hesitation, he simulated the Dreamwalker ability, gripping Audrey's hand to perform a dream shift. As their surroundings blurred through rapid transitions, they returned to the starting point of their adventure, the bedroom of the Hall family's castle. Audrey opened her eyes and sat up on the bed, finding Ebner Bryan standing by her bedside. The sight stirred faintly complicated emotions in her, but she swiftly brushed them aside, curiosity taking over. Mr. Tower, was that lady trapped in a dream all along? Did we wake her, causing the Crystal Palace to collapse? Most likely. Ebner nodded, then added, her true location must intersect with dreams in some way, allowing her to sustain that vision until now. Then where is she? Her final words sounded like a plea for us to find and rescue her. Audrey studied Tower intently, her gaze probing. What she truly wanted to ask was about the relationship between Ebner Bryan and the woman, likely the Queen of Calamity, given how she'd addressed him as Luck. Come to think of it, Mr. Tower has always been invested in intel about the god of luck, even commissioning the sun to gather related materials. Even if he isn't the deity himself, he's surely connected. No wonder he's so erudite. As Audrey's thoughts wandered, Ebner analyzed inwardly. The cave symbolizes a place that can conceal danger while remaining hidden and inconspicuous. This actually indicates her current location is relatively safe. The Crystal Palace was likely a direct mental projection. Could she be residing in some elven temple or ruins? The throne in the palace was singular and didn't match the style of a queen's seat, completely different from any elven temple I've seen or heard of. This suggests she no longer follows the elven king, having completely abandoned Sinaithrim. Though her appearance was unclear due to memory loss, her ears weren't pointed like an elf's. Perhaps this is her human aspect. After all humanoid extraordinary races originated from humans. Even the giant king's parents were ordinary humans. As the elven queen and queen of calamity, she might know this secret, so her self-perception may actually be human. If this truly is her humanity, could the part that escaped from the golden goblet be her divinity? Finally, her current location is likely somewhere in Eastchester County, judging by the dream teleportation. That dream couldn't have been too far from the Hall family castle. But I don't have time to investigate here. It seems I'll need help with this matter. After all, it's not only connected to the transmigrator predecessor, God of Luck, but also involves Lilith's mission. With these thoughts, Ebner turned to Audrey, who was watching him intently. First, he shook his head in response to her earlier question, I'm not entirely sure where she is either. Only that it should be near Eastchester. Then, shifting the topic, he added earnestly, I was actually hoping to ask for your help in locating her. Audrey was quite intrigued by Ebner's request. After a moment's thought, she asked, where should we start looking? Perhaps by investigating local folklore, preferably legends that emerged within the last 100 years. Ebner suggested. Regardless of whether we find anything, I'll compensate you. Before he could finish, Audrey waved her hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. I'm very interested in that lady's situation and want to help her. Ebner smiled knowingly. Are you sure? My payment would be taking you to the City of Miracles, live seed. Really not interested. The City of Miracles. Audrey's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, you know where it is. Then, remembering her earlier refusal, she composed herself with a hint of regret and said primly, I am indeed curious about that divine kingdom of the Dragon of Imagination. But your offer is too generous. If we really go there, I should be the one compensating you. Paying to experience social suicide in the Hall of Truth. If that's the case, I should gather more people to share the embarrassment. Furs and the others would probably be curious too. Maybe even Jane would be interested. While mentally complaining, Ebner took the opportunity to finalize the arrangement with Audrey. Then, placing a hand over his chest, he bowed slightly toward the bed in farewell. After Ebner's figure vanished, Audrey waited for a while before assuming a prayer posture to report the expedition to the Fool. Only after completing this did she call her maid to draw a bath. As steam filled the spacious square tub, measuring 3 to 4 meters on each side, silk garments fluttered into the laundry basket one by one. Audrey pinned up her long hair, tested the water temperature with her fingers, then gingerly stepped in, sinking into the warm embrace. Ah. She exhaled contentedly, feeling thoroughly relaxed as the heated water enveloped her. At that moment, Susie trotted in and sat by the tub. After sneakily glancing toward the bedroom door to confirm no one was there, she whispered, Audrey, is that man gone? After he turned invisible, even his scent became subconsciously unnoticeable. Susie, mind your manners. You should address him as Mr. Bryan, Audrey corrected gently. Fine. What I meant was, since we have time now, would you like me to demonstrate that secret art called Leon's Hand again? Susie wagged her tail. Audrey responded with a dazzling yet benign smile. Susie, rather than learning secret arts, I'm more concerned about your mental well-being. Woof. After leaving the Hall family castle, Ebner didn't return immediately. Instead, he visited a village to check on Zio's mother and younger brother, ensuring they were safe before using the secret art, Ebner's spirit walk, to return to Backlund. His final destination was the Harvest Church on Rose Street in the Southbridge district. End of chapter. Chapter 844, The Arrival of Another Tarot Gathering. After the Great Smog incident, thanks to Emlyn's potions contributing to curing the plague, the Harvest Church had gained a few more believers compared to before. However, it still paled in comparison to the wheat fields of the Intis churches. Yet Bishop Utravsky didn't seem particularly concerned. As he put it, everything was the arrangement of the Mother Goddess. This wasn't entirely wrong, after all, Lilith often descended into the Goddess of Beauty residing in the church basement. But this time, whether due to bad timing or unfinished business, Ebner didn't receive a summons for an audience. He wasn't too disappointed. After all, it wasn't realistic to expect an encounter with a deity every single visit. In fact, he even felt somewhat relieved, as if things had finally returned to normal. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bishop Utravsky, Ebner approached Hazel, who was deep in prayer, and inquired about the aftermath of the incident where her family's estate had been dragged into the underworld. The Nighthawks didn't give you a hard time and accepted your explanation. And you even struck up a friendship with Ms. Daly. Ebner summarized after hearing her account. Exactly. Ms. Daly even invited me to her wedding next Sunday, Hazel nodded. Next Sunday? If I'm free, I might drop by to join the celebration. Just as their conversation was picking up, Etries entered the church with the sisters Freya and Daisy. Spotting Ebner, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Ebner. Long time no see. Weren't you in Intis? I had to come back temporarily for some business. Ebner brushed off the question before noticing faint traces of excess spirituality around Etries, a sign of recent advancement. You've already become a pyromaniac? Ebner asked, surprised. The corner they were in was shielded by spirituality, so there was no risk of being overheard by ordinary people. Last time, near some park in the Bridge district, I ran into this terrifying weirdo out of nowhere. Later, I found a severed doll's finger in my pocket. After I slipped it into the donation box at the Church of Storms along with some cash, the Provoker potion suddenly digested itself. This time, I managed to meet my mentor, Mr. Anderson, before he set sail. Passed his test, got the pyromaniac potion, and advanced, Etries explained without holding back, recounting his recent experiences. So Anderson has already set off on his unlucky voyage. Also, if I'm not mistaken, that doll's finger was probably a life-saving gift from your unborn little sister. And you just tossed it into the Church of Storms. That's practically provoking both an Angel King and the Tyrant at the same time. No wonder your Provoker potion digested instantly. Mentally, Ebner grew even more curious about the identity of the weirdo Etries had encountered, someone significant enough to draw indirect intervention from a former Angel King. Seeing his friend's interest, Etries thought for a moment, then used a ritual to sketch the strange man's likeness. That's the gatekeeper who dragged my family's estate into the underworld. Hazel exclaimed upon seeing the drawing. Ebner had arrived late that day, by which time the men had already lost control and swollen to a size large enough to swallow the manor's main building, so he hadn't seen the gatekeeper's original appearance. But Hazel had noticed him before his monstrous transformation. Now, looking at the portrait, Ebner also found the men strikingly familiar. After a moment's recollection, he realized this was the very same gatekeeper that Saintess of White, Katerina, had delivered to the Red Angel, evil spirit. No wonder the miniature underworld inside that men had expanded to such an extent, he was hosting an Angel King. But why would the Red Angel abandon such a vessel? And how did that Tudor metal plate, the one that pairs with my mutant emblem, end up on him? Was he injured by the spiritual creature Angel's doll finger, forcing the need for a new vessel? Or did Katerina tamper with this gatekeeper, only to be discovered by the Red Angel? As these questions flooded Ebner's mind, Etries glanced around and asked, "Where's Emlyn?" "I came specifically to gloat about my promotion to him. Now that we're both Sequence 7, let's see how he acts all high and mighty." Hazel, who had been mostly distracted by how charming Ebner looked even when frowning, responded indifferently. "Emlyn took the day off." "What a shame." Etries grumbled in disappointment. Meanwhile, at the White residence, Emlyn stared at the blood-red gem from the Hanged Man that had appeared on the altar, feeling as if his own blood resonated with it. After thanking the fool, he picked up the gem, sensing the unique properties flowing within it. There was no doubt, this was the relic of a vampire baron. With the right inheritance ritual or supplementary potion ingredients, which aren't hard to obtain at this stage, I can become a baron, Emlyn thought with eager anticipation. In human terms, that would make me a Sequence 6, officially titled Potions Professor. Monday arrived swiftly. On the misty sea, a fleet cut through thin fog and azure waters. Their flagship was an enormous sailing vessel flying a distinctive banner, an eyelidless eye encircled by 10 stars. Admiral of the Stars, Katlia stood by the captain's quarters window, quietly watching sunlight pierce the mist until the cuckoo clock on the wall announced the hour. After checking the time and converting it to lone standard, she drew the curtains and took her seat behind the desk, half closing her eyes in wait for the fool's summons. Soon enough, surging crimson light flooded her vision, swallowing her prepared consciousness whole. When her senses adjusted, the familiar sacred hall supported by stone pillars materialized before her, along with the ancient bronze table. Following Justice's cheerful greeting, Katlia also paid respects to the fool, still shrouded in grey-white fog. Then, her deep violet-black eyes swept across the table, only to find Temperance's seat conspicuously empty. Missing even a divine assembly. Has something happened to her? Or is it because? Justice also noticed the absence and turned questioningly toward the fool. Noticing their gazes, Klein, the fool, chuckled lightly. Temperance is preparing for her demigod advancement ritual. She will be absent for several upcoming tarot gatherings. A demigod. So our tarot gathering will finally have a true demigod. End of chapter. Chapter 845, The Truth About Yaldabaoth. A demigod. Another demigod was about to emerge within the tarot club. Katlia, who had joined the gathering last and still didn't know the tower's true background, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was perhaps the true terror of a divine assembly where the deity could respond to prayers at any moment. Because many difficulties and obstacles weren't problems at all for the seated members. They simply needed to pay a certain price for equivalent exchange. Comparing this to herself, though not old by any means, just in her 20s, she had been a Sequence 5 and held the title, Admiral of the Stars, for nearly 7 or 8 years. Yet only in the past year or two had she felt confident enough to attempt breaking through the threshold to demigod status, beginning preparations that she considered remarkably fast by normal standards. But now it seemed she might not even become the next demigod in the tarot club. Both the world and the judgment could surpass her. Derek the son felt genuine joy. Though Temperance rarely spoke, her close relationship with the world, who had always helped him, naturally extended some of his gratitude to her as well. Moreover, the grains and that peculiar, fermented skate, food Temperance provided last week had been tremendously helpful to Silver City. Even if the latter's taste was questionable, it remained uncontaminated, normal food. And truth be told, many hunters had actually grown fond of its peculiar flavor. As his thoughts wandered, Derek could only hope he too might soon become a demigod like her, and eventually become Silver City's light. Alger the Hanged Man wasn't surprised by Temperance's pursuit of demigod status. Ever since she stopped inquiring about demigod mummies last gathering, he'd guessed she must have gathered all necessary materials and rituals. Yet envy and frustration still churned within him. While she had swiftly completed her preparations, he possessed the Ocean Songster formula for some time without making any progress on materials or rituals. This can't continue. At the very least, I must obtain the complete vocal cords of a siren. According to my intel, Vice Admiral Twilight once hunted a siren and awarded this material to his subordinate commander, the 7,500-pound bounty, Harpy Eagle, Carol, a powerful wind-blessed. I previously lacked confidence to confront her, waiting for the right opportunity. But passive waiting won't do anymore. I need to create my own chances. Besides, with the Tarot Club's backing, I might not need to act personally. I could commission someone else, like the world, who already knows my identity. Stealing a glance at the world seated furthest below, Alger began calculating how to persuade him. Audrey, the Justice, overflowed with happiness. As one of the Tarot Club's founding members, she genuinely wished for its growth. And if Temperance could succeed, why couldn't she someday too? She then recalled the Tower's casual remark during her occult lessons, once you obtain divinity. This not only demonstrated his formidable confidence but also his faith in her and other members. If the Tower believes in me so strongly, Audrey, you must believe in yourself too. She silently cheered herself on. Emlyn the Moon, however, felt somewhat deflated. Since morning, he'd eagerly anticipated this gathering to subtly flaunt his new Baron status, just as he'd done last night when encountering that annoying Etries. The mere thought of Etries' shocked expression had brought him immense satisfaction. Wait, even if Temperance becomes a demigod, that shouldn't stop me from showing off. I'll find a way to let them know I'm now the noble Baron. Emlyn resolved firmly. Furs, the magician, felt only mild envy at the news. After all, what did others' demigod ascensions matter to a mere trickmaster like herself? Ebner, the Tower, harbored concerns. With Klein currently just a Sequence 6 faceless, could he still sustain the Tarot Club once Temperance became a demigod? Of course, given Klein and Sharon's current relationship, he might choose to come clean. But that could jeopardize the Fool's future rituals. Some truths can be known but never spoken, which is why neither I nor the original novel's true deities and angels ever exposed Klein as the Fool. Still, in the original timeline, Miss Sharon obtained her demigod mummy in mid-June but didn't become a puppet until late September, a ritual spanning over 3 months. If she maintains the pace this time, it shouldn't pose problems. Klein will undoubtedly reach puppet master within 3 months. As these thoughts flowed, Ebner calculated his own progress. If all went smoothly, his acting and rituals should conclude by April. Once that sea monster appeared and he successfully obtained its characteristics, his promotion might even precede Sharon's. Though in the original work, after Klein reached Sequence 5, supporting 2 demigods in the Tarot Club likely wouldn't have strained his spirituality. Meanwhile, Mr. Fool Klein, who Ebner was currently worrying about, wasn't considering such distant matters. He was using his spiritual vision to observe the Tarot Club members and noticed that aside from Sharon completing her ritual, both the Sun and the Moon had advanced, one becoming a Solar High Priest, the other a Potions Professor. 3 members advancing or about to advance within just 1 week. Is this coincidence? Did they all just happen to take their potions this week? Statistically possible, last week's material requests from Sharon, the Moon, and the Sun support this, but it still shows how fast Tarot Club members progress. Otherwise, such timing would be improbable. Klein felt quite gratified. Over time, the Tarot Club had grown to rival elite church teams, a far cry from its humble beginnings with just the Hanged Man as its sole beyonder. As he reflected, Justice Audrey snapped back to attention and apologized to Mr. Fool, explaining she hadn't contacted any psychological alchemists recently and thus had no Roselle diaries to offer. Similarly, the Sun Derek had been occupied with matters, and Silver City's leadership hadn't organized new explorations, leaving him without fresh ancient mythology materials. Mr. Fool, Klein could only nod calmly in response. Fortunately, the magician, Furs, raised her hand. Mr. Fool, I've obtained a diary page. She'd acquired it unexpectedly during her travels with the circus. Good. What would you like in exchange? Mr. Fool transmitted the manifested parchment to his side and casually inquired. I'd like you to appraise an item, a box, to see what's special about it. Furs paused, then added, I know 1 page isn't enough. I'll continue collecting more to pay for the appraisal. Hearing this, Klein couldn't help glancing at the tower, since Ebner had previously offered a box above the gray fog for examination. Klein already had results and planned to discuss them privately after the gathering. Thus, Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table and cautioned, the secrets involved in that box aren't something you should know yet. I'll permit you to make another request. Before Furs could respond, the Hanged Man Alger grew excited. The magician hadn't described the box, yet Mr. Fool knew. Any item recognized and deemed dangerous by him must be extraordinary, likely involving high-level secrets. Meanwhile, Justice seemed to have guessed something, looking toward the tower. Alger recalled the tower mentioning last week he'd accompany Justice to explore the Crystal Cave in dreams. Did they invite the magician and discover secrets there? Alger couldn't restrain his speculations about deeper truths. As for Audrey, she immediately thought of the god casket mentioned by the suspected Queen of Calamity. Given Furs' lazy nature, she probably wasn't investigating proactively. So was she asking on Ebner's behalf? It seems she doesn't know Ebner is the tower. Is this some sort of game between them? Audrey's imagination ran wild momentarily. Judgment, Zio also looked at Ebner, silently questioning if Furs still possessed dangerous items. Only after seeing his understanding nod did she relax. The magician, Furs, startled by Mr. Fool's warning, privately resolved to write Ebner immediately advising against further investigation, then requested this count toward future contributions. Observing the silent exchanges below, Klein had the world also glance at the tower, since nominally, Ebner had asked the world Klein to divine the box. Of course, this effort was wasted, as Ebner didn't even notice. As Sharon would say, the tower who only makes eye contact with ladies. Klein mentally before picking up the diary page to read. September 22nd. Today, I had a frank father-son talk with Yaldabaoth, the demon I raised and personally ennobled as Duke. Alright, I notice my translation-style writing is getting worse. Simply put, after advancing to Devil, he finally answered my questions about his origins. He told me he's neither from the abyss nor a cosmic shadow, avatar as I'd guessed, but from the shadow world. How strange. I only knew of the spirit world, underworld, astral world, and world of absolute reason. What's this shadow world? Why has no one mentioned it? When I asked Yaldabaoth, he refused to answer, saying I'd learn in time. When did he pick up Zeradal's bad habits? Do devils enjoy this too now? He then detailed his background. Essentially, his existence resembles the 7 pure lights of the spirit world, just relying on different foundations. The reason he lacks their near-divine level is because his foundation is currently sealed. One of his missions is finding vulnerabilities in these seals, allowing what he relies upon to gain advantages. End of chapter. Chapter 846, After the Meeting. Shadow World. What is this? Is the world similar to the spirit world? Yet I've never encountered this name in any mysticism book. Klein, reading the diary's contents, found himself echoing Roselle's same questions. Similar in form to the 7 pure lights of the spirit world. But I don't actually understand the essence of the 7 lights. Only know they formed an organization called the Pure Light Brotherhood. This feels like listening to a speech only to hear another speech. After mentally complaining a few lines, Klein flipped the parchment over to read the reverse side. Unfortunately, this side's date wasn't consecutive with the previous entry, and its content was completely unrelated, filled entirely with in-death exchanges with certain wives and daughters. The only noteworthy point was that these ladies were all family members of clergy from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Roselle concluded with sigh, some members of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun devote themselves wholly to their deity, paying almost no attention to their families and completely indifferent to his comforting of their kin. Even in liberal intis, this stands out as unique. He then emphasized how another faction of clergy was entirely different, while equally devout to the Eternal Blazing Sun, they retained their individuality, displaying more humanity. Even more bizarrely, these two groups coexisted harmoniously without apparent conflict. This sounds like fanatics coexisting with casual believers. Harmonious relations. Could the Eternal Blazing Sun's followers just be exceptionally tolerant? After brief fruitless contemplation, Klein stopped overthinking. Leaning back, he made the parchment vanish with a smile. You may begin. The moment he spoke, Derek turned toward the table's end. Apologies, world, sir. The two methods I found in Silver City for separating spiritual corruption from beyonder characteristics both overlap with what you previously mentioned. Additionally, the chief informed me that if you don't object, Silver City could assist by praying to one of our 2 powerful sealed artifacts, using its feedback to pulverize the characteristics and evaporate the corruption. Must you state it so directly? Mr. Fool, Klein at the table's head nearly froze. Though Little Sun had already revealed this through past pledges to justice and the Hanged Men, wasn't the Hermit a recent addition? Suppressing the urge to facepalm, Klein analyzed, the repetition implies Silver City also uses either error pathway artifacts to steal corruption or angelic tier power to destroy characteristics. Sun's latter comment confirms this. But my all black eyes corruption isn't from ordinary beyonders, it originates from the evil god, true creator. Otherwise, I'd have long used the error card to extract it. As for the second method, even if I could secure an angel's help, none would risk true creator's contamination to assist me. Regarding Silver City's offer, letting true creators' corruption manifest there would be suicidal. They likely couldn't bear the consequences. Seems I'll still need to purchase an error pathway artifact to bear the corruption. I recall Leonard attended the Hermits of Fate. Maybe he could procure one for me. As Klein pondered, both the Hanged Men, Alger and the Hermit, Katlia grew interested in the Sun's methods. The latter offered an alternative, unshadowed purification technique in exchange. When Alger questioned further, young Derek replied with startling sincerity. Hanged Men, sir, no payment needed. You've consistently advised and helped me through difficulties, consider this my gratitude. For a moment, the seasoned Alger was speechless. Years of maritime survival had shaped his worldview into varying shades of gray, yet now he felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. Swiftly discarding the sentiment, he praised the Sun's virtue instead, encouraging its continuation, the better to cultivate future benefits. The world shot Alger a glance, sighing inwardly at his veteran cunning. Hopefully this incident makes the Hanged Man slightly more virtuous. Not that he's truly malicious. Joining the praise while politely declining Derek's offer, Klein noticed the lad's disappointment. Derek dearly wished to repay his 3 benefactors, Tower, Hanged Man, and World. Having already helped Tower obtain the Cogwheel Tome and shared knowledge with Hanged Man, only World remained unreciprocated. As this matter concluded, the magician first raised her hand toward Alger. I've obtained leads on a 3-eyed Thunderbird. A friend will assist in hunting it, if successful, will acquire the materials by Tuesday or Wednesday. First has Thunderbird intel from her travels. And this friend surely means me. Ebner instantly deduced her plan. Alger, meanwhile, froze. Having just resolved to commission the world against Vice Admiral Twilight's subordinate, he suddenly had intel on another main material he needed. But my current funds only suffice for one approach. After nearly half a minute of deliberation, Alger addressed the magician earnestly. Miss, might you retain the 3-eyed Thunderbird materials for a few weeks after the hunt? I'll require time to raise funds. I'm willing to pay a premium. How does £7,000 sound? Furs, having recently witnessed numerous stock transactions worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of forays alongside Ebner, had grown somewhat numb to monetary figures. She agreed absent-mindedly. Only after hearing Alger's grateful praises did the magnitude of £7,000 truly register, sending waves of excitement through her. Even after deducting the standard 70% commission fee for Ebner per mercenary guild conventions, she'd still net £2,000. With this transaction settled, Alger immediately requested a private audience with the world. When their isolated discussion concluded and other senses were restored, all noticed the meaningful glance exchanged between the two, signaling some agreement. Thereafter, Emlyn remained silent, his bank drafts, depleted after purchasing the vampire baron's inheritance and new puppets with their elaborate costumes, couldn't cover Viscount-level materials. Derek had already redeemed all his accumulated Silver City merits and awaited patrol or exploration assignments. Freshly promoted and still deciphering acting guidelines, he felt no urgency to acquire the notary formula. Neither Furs nor Audrey sought higher sequence formulas either, both had alternative acquisition channels requiring no secrecy, making additional Tarot Club expenditures unnecessary. Audrey's financial nonchalance stemmed from privilege, not foolishness. Kathleen continued observing quietly, unwilling to prematurely reveal her needs. After a prolonged silence, the gathering naturally transitioned to free discussion. With the tower's consent, Audrey first shared her dream adventure, omitting most of the Crystal Cave lady's dialogue while detailing her reaction to the Book of Calamity, casually inquiring about her possible real-world whereabouts. Kathleen studied the eloquently speaking Justice, noting how every garment and accessory differed from last time yet uniformly exuded luxurious refinement. For a fleeting moment, she envisioned portraits of a certain queen in her youth, each depicting entirely distinct ensembles where no outfit ever graced formal occasions twice. After a pause, Kathleen advised, investigate local folklore or myths. If possible, review unsolved case files from extraordinary squads. How similar to the Tower's suggestion. The Hermit is clearly erudite too. Audrey nodded thoughtfully in gratitude. Following the world's brief account of the Celestial Sect incident at Byam's governor's residence, Alger manifested an abstract portrait. Does anyone recognize this individual? Justice, the magician, even the world appeared utterly baffled. Only Zio broke the silence after several seconds. That's from a bounty hunter's tavern bartender's sketch. Alger instantly deduced her methods from Zio's tone, reconstructing the backstory before self-deprecatingly lamenting his excessive efforts in tracking this insignificant figure. The others grew more perplexed by their cryptic exchange. Ebner, who knew Zio best, gleaned partial truths and smiled knowingly, only to be met with her flustered glare. Later, Emlyn seized the chance to flaunt his new status while inquiring whether vampires needed acting methods for potions professor, receiving joint clarification from the Tower and the Hermit that beyond Sequence 7 vampire, all subsequent sequences required acting. As discussions wound down, Audrey turned toward the table's head. Mr. Fool, the second round of civil service examinations concluded today, only interviews remain. Her buoyant tone resembled an exemplary student reporting grades to parents. The second phase ended. I wonder if Benson passed. And whether he'll interview. Having already acquired all savant materials from the Fragrant Citrus Leaf Tavern's gathering, I'll give Melissa her gift soon, properly introducing her to mysticism. According to Sharon, she's learned much from Miss Hazel and Zio. At Sequence 9, risks should be minimal. Leaning back, Klein nodded approvingly, splendid. After final exchanges, the gathering concluded. As figures faded, only the Tower and the world remained. They bowed to Mr. Fool until his presence dissipated from the ancient palace. Then Klein produced a notebook, handing it gravely to Ebner. Review this first. It documents an exceptionally peculiar experiment. End of chapter. Chapter 847, Approaching Truth. A very strange experiment. Ebner opened the notebook and immediately saw Abby's name on the title page. He had some impression of this woman. Back when he left Byam, Leon had specifically warned him about how dangerous she was. I remember she was supposed to be the daughter of a gang leader and the mistress of the governor of Byam. Ebner said casually as he continued flipping through the pages. That was just her false identity. In truth, as you'll see in the diary, she doesn't remember her origins at all. That experiment caused her to lose most of her memories. Klein paused here, then added, by the way, the one I showed you was a version I had Mr. Fool materialize for me. Reading the original would be extremely painful. Painful? Ebner frowned and asked, even when reading it here? Yes. Klein affirmed. He didn't bother explaining why it remained painful even with Mr. Fool present. The answer would just be equivalent exchange or an unbearable price. That really is something special. To interfere with Klein's senses even above the gray fog, it has to be at least angel-level power, right? While thinking this over, Ebner began reading the contents of the diary carefully. Very soon, words like experiment, 5 survivors, Bianca, Lofia, and, pale admiral, appeared before his eyes. So in Bianca's memories, the experiment 11 years ago, which gave her the ability to cause her master to fall into misfortune, didn't just involve her as the only test subject. Could Pale Admiral Maria also be a product of that experiment? In that case, among the deities, at least the god of knowledge and wisdom was unaware of the experiment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately arranged for the Undying King to probe Pale Admiral Maria. The result of that probe was that Maria had distorted her understanding of evil, replacing indulgence in malice with extreme justice in her role-playing in order to digest the potion. That pale justice was the tool used to collect her malice, allowing her to appear like a normal person most of the time. If Maria really was a product of the experiment, then this definitely couldn't be unrelated to Old Huang. After all, pale justice was modified by his own hands, and it was completed nearly 100 years in advance. If the abilities the 5 survivors gained from the experiment were seen as high-level contamination, then Maria undoubtedly received a kind of twisted power, which is why among the prisoner path, only she could use this relatively positive way of indulging her role. Could it be the Black Emperor? No, even a true god could only make adjustments within their own path, not affect another. To influence at that level, it could only be the Great Old Ones. Or the Sephiroth themselves. So that's it. What the god of knowledge and wisdom really wanted to test was this. Makes sense. Only power at the level of the Great Old Ones would be worth his personal arrangement and guidance, right? Then, did Maria actually obtain some trace of power from the Nation of Disorder or the Mist of Uncertainty? Considering the situations of the other survivors, the former seems more likely. A bold hypothesis, carefully verified. The essence of that experiment might have been to use something to connect with other Sephiroth sealed within the western continent by the Sapphira Castle, and in doing so, some contamination leaked out. Based on that, Miss Abby's pain was undoubtedly from the witch path, originating from the City of Calamity. Miss Bianca's misfortune had many potential sources. Any path related to luck or fate couldn't be ruled out. River of Eternal Darkness, Key of Light, City of Calamity, Knowledge more were all possible. As for Lofia, whose whereabouts were unknown in the diary, her ability was to restore broken items under extreme emotion. That sounded a lot like Fate Reset. Could it be Key of Light? And the last survivor wasn't mentioned in Abby's diary at all. It was possible she deliberately left them out, or perhaps she didn't know either. All in all, 11 years ago, someone or some organization conducted an experiment on an unknown number of people, attempting to connect with the Sephiroth sealed in the western continent. In the end, only 5 survived, and it was very likely that all of them were contaminated by the Sephiroth, gaining some abilities, either actively or passively, though almost completely uncontrollable. Wait a second, 11 years ago. At this thought, Ebner suddenly recalled another lead. The mind of the Shaman King, whose characteristic had been taken by Helen, also contained a sealed memory from 11 years ago, and Klosvia had only glimpsed a few fragments of it. I remember one line: a strange spirit walked out of the box, with a high status, but without any beyonder characteristic. The box. Could it be referring to the god's casket? In that dreamscape cave, the Queen of Calamity, Kohainam, had said the god's casket was empty, and she was sure it was the other her who had opened it. Could that strange spirit who came out of the box be the one who conducted the experiment? So that's it. Lilith's long-term mission for me was really about uncovering these secrets. The Sephiroth in the original work were never this active. The current situation is probably the fault of some transmigrator senior. No wonder Lilith wants me to investigate. Having sorted his thoughts, Ebner flipped through the later pages of the diary. They were filled with Abby's painful experiences. He skimmed them briefly, committing them to memory for future use, and then asked cautiously. I had asked you to do a divination on the god's casket before. Do you have any results? I saw some interesting scenes through dream divination. Klein said as he pretended to offer a prayer, then manifested a series of images in the center of the bronze long table. The first image that appeared was of a man wearing a simple, loose-fitting robe. His ears were long and pointed, his facial features had soft contours, and each strand of his hair was thick, a mixture of black and blue. His facial features were striking on their own, but when combined, they made him downright handsome. Yet he gave off an unmistakable sense of brutality. At this moment, the man was handing a heavily sealed box to the Queen of Calamity. The image shifted again, now showing the god of luck. He seemed drawn by something and proceeded to undo one of the seals, but right after, he covered his eyes. Since Mr. Tower had previously manifested the mural of the Elven Temple, they all recognized what the god of luck looked like. And that was the end of the vision. That's it. What about the rest? Who really emptied the box, and what exactly was released? None of it showed up in the divination. With that in mind, Ebner looked toward Klein. Klein naturally understood what he meant, but he could only spread his hands and say, after the god of luck covered his eyes, I couldn't divine anything else. I see, he opened his eyes. Was that the pure white eye? Did the god's casket thereby connect to the unknown land behind the pure white eye, and that's what disrupted Klein's divination. But the god of luck only undid one seal, yet judging from how he covered his eyes, even a single seal must have revealed something to him, or even released something. While Ebner was still deep in thought, Klein dismissed the images and turned to ask, after reading that diary, "What's your hypothesis? What exactly was that experiment?" Hearing the question, Ebner fell silent for a few seconds before carefully replying, "They were all subjected to high-level contamination. The reason they survived, partly luck, and partly perhaps because they later received attention from some great beings. Like Abby, who joined the Rose School of Thought and started worshipping the Mother Tree of Desire, or the Pale Admiral who was already from the spirit cult." Klein mused. According to the information Klosvia had uncovered, Bianca had gained the notice of the hidden sage after the experiment. As for Lofia and the unnamed fifth person, they likely weren't exceptions either. "What do you mean by high-level contamination? Contaminated by whom, or by what?" Klein asked again. Ebner shook his head and said, "That's not something you should know at this stage." If you absolutely insist, you could pray to Mr. Fool. If he permits you to know, then he will surely tell you." Klein was left speechless. Am I supposed to tell myself that and pretend I don't know already? After a pause, he changed the subject. "Do you know about the shadow world? That's also something you're not supposed to know for now." Ebner replied, a bit puzzled as well, not sure where Klein had come across the term. The most likely source is Roselle's diary, was it that page first submitted? Thinking of this, Ebner glanced at Klein and saw that he had no intention of showing him the diary, so he thought for a moment and guessed his reasoning. The diary ultimately belongs to Mr. Fool, after all. There's no way he can just let others read it without cost every time. Then again, Klein might assume I can read it from Furs anyway. Fine, when I help Furs hunt the three-eyed thunderbird tomorrow or the day after, I'll take a look at what's written on that diary page. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Ebner discussed with Klein the possibility that those 5 survivors might be tied to divine tasks. He asked for help in capturing Abby and gathering information on Lofia and the other unidentified survivor. Klein agreed and informed Ebner that he had already tasked the Pale Admiral with capturing Abby. "The Pale Admiral seems to see you in a different light?" Ebner asked, looking slightly amused. Klein knew what he was implying but was also a bit puzzled himself, so he only replied, "She said that Pale Justice expressed fondness and goodwill toward me." Pale Justice. No idea what materials that sword's made from, but one thing's for sure, it's alive, and it recognized the aura of the Sapphira Castle. Don't tell me it's another sycophantic artifact like a Rhodes. After a few silent jabs in his mind, Ebner exchanged a few more pieces of intel before bidding Klein farewell. However, Klein seemed to remember something just then and stopped Ebner to ask him to deliver the main ingredient for the savant potion that he had gathered to Melissa. Backlund, in a cafe near King's Avenue. Melissa held a porcelain spoon, gently stirring her lemon tea. From time to time, she turned her head to glance at the faintly misted window. Her black veiled hat was resting on the seat beside her. In front of her sat a plate of the cheapest toasted bread, but she hadn't taken a single bite. Across from her sat Miss Hazel, wearing long gloves. She was accompanying her mysticism student while they waited for Benson, who was taking an exam nearby. Time ticked by slowly. The condensation on the glass grew thicker. Melissa couldn't help but extend her right hand and use her finger to clear a small transparent patch. Just then, Hazel's spiritual perception was triggered. She instinctively activated her spirit vision, and immediately saw a ghostly 8-legged wolf rubbing against her calf, a sealed box dangling from its mouth. "What's wrong?" Seeing her mysticism teacher bending down, Melissa asked in confusion. Hazel opened the box and took a glance inside, then smiled. "Your main potion ingredient has arrived." End of chapter. Chapter 848, Various Parties. Fog Sea, Corsica Island. It was said that this island, discovered just over 100 years ago, had been named personally by Roselle, who also founded a city on it. Now, located at the border of the Fog Sea and the Berserk Sea, Corsica Island had become a vital hub between the northern and southern continents, with a permanent population exceeding 200,000. In disguise, Admiral of Stars Catlia landed at Corsica from a private dock with Jane and navigated through the bustling streets before entering a museum. "Captain, what are we doing here?" Jane couldn't help but ask. "We're attending Lady D's Beyonder gathering," Catlia replied in a low voice, leading Jane through a hidden door in the museum's washroom to a subterranean auction hall. Many Beyonders had already gathered there, and their arrival did not attract much attention. After settling into a quiet corner, Jane remarked with some awe, "This is the first time I've seen someone host a Beyonder gathering inside a museum. If anything happens, wouldn't all those artifacts be destroyed?" Catlia curved her lips into a smile and said, "A few months ago, when Lady D first started hosting regular gatherings here, quite a commotion did break out." "And what happened?" Jane asked curiously. In the end, Lady D not only used the incident to establish her authority, but also restored the museum to its original state in an instant. Kathlia still found it incredible, even after having witnessed the scene herself. She knew of a few abilities with similar effects, but none could be achieved at a mid- or low-level sequence. Intis, the small city of Burney. This city sat on a plateau, backed by Mount Carrer, and located at the upper reaches of the Lane River. In the Intis language, the words Carrer and Burney together meant Thunderbird. Legend had it that decades ago, a three-eyed giant bird appeared on that mountain. It could stir violent winds and command thunder, and so the mountain folk revered and worshipped it. A temple was even built in its honor, though it was later torn down by priests of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. At first, Furs, who had come to this town on tour with the circus, treated it all as just a story. Even if such a beyonder creature had once existed, she assumed it had long since been eliminated by the church. Until a few nights ago, she dreamed of a ruin. In the dream, that Thunderbird and several official beyonders had stumbled into the ruins during a battle and became trapped inside. The dream was so vivid that Furs was certain it wasn't just her imagination. Her intuition told her the Thunderbird and those beyonders were truly still in the ruins. She had a premonition that over the next few days, she would keep having the same dream, each time clearer than the last, until she too would be pulled into the ruin while asleep. However, with Mr. Fool as her backing and Ebner as her ally, Furs wasn't particularly worried. She was only puzzled as to why she, of all people, would have such dreams. So she posed as someone interested in the town's history and asked many of the local elders for information. It was worth mentioning that the Roselle diary page she submitted at the last tarot gathering was collected during this investigation. Burney City. During the Gustav dynasty, it was the fief of a nobleman named Benjamin. Benjamin. I remember Mr. Tren mentioned that name before he died. It seems the box in the first bank was left to me by that gentleman through Mr. Tren. As Furs pondered this, she organized her gathered materials and then picked up her fountain pen to write a letter to Ebner. She was sure he would be interested in this matter. Byam, inside a luxurious hotel suite. Thinking of the matter Mr. Tower had entrusted to him above the grey fog, Klein first wrote a letter to Pale Admiral Maria, asking for an update on the pursuit of Miss Abby. Then, after contemplating for a while, he took out the origami crane from his wallet, carefully unfolded it, and wrote with a pencil. May I ask who the fifth survivor of the experiment 11 years ago was? After putting the pencil down, Klein followed the crease lines to restore the crane, feeling quite pleased with how much his folding skills had improved. That night, after reviewing the prayers of his believers, Klein returned to the real world and enjoyed a thoroughly relaxing hot bath in the washroom. This allowed him to fall asleep quickly once he crawled into bed, until he suddenly sensed a force invading his dream. However, having experienced similar situations many times, Klein remained calm. Without hurry, he stepped into a desolate, barren plain and arrived in front of the tall, pitch-black spire. Then, with practiced ease, he passed through the door and walls, reaching the inner depths of the tower. Just like the last time he came, scattered tarot cards lay around the central raised platform. They seemed to be revealing something, but as a seer, Klein could only interpret the signs as chaotic and contradictory. On the raised platform, the text had already changed. Silvery words formed 3 short sentences. The first read, "I'm just an unborn child." Klein's expression froze. It was as if he could hear a baby crying out, "Please, stop making things difficult for me. I really don't want to know about those terrifying things you're asking about." The second sentence was equally concise. "You should ask the mirror." The third sentence said, "This is the god of luck's matter. Don't dig too deeply." So this is a warning from the snake of fate, Will Septon, based on something he foresaw. But as always, his words are vague and unclear. It really gives off that mystic fortune teller vibe. Wait, no, I can't say that. That would be insulting myself too. Klein committed the message to memory, exited the dream, and then considered the clues Will had revealed. Clearly it's Mr. Tower who's most actively investigating this matter, yet Will says it's the god of luck's business. Could it be that the god of luck is also Lu Bo? The relationship between the god of luck and the queen of calamity does seem rather ambiguous, which is kind of in line with Lu Bo's reputation as a pretty boy favored by goddesses. But the calamity seal told Roselle that his earliest incarnation was the vampire Duke Rhine, which obviously doesn't match. Did the calamity seal deceive Roselle? Did the god of luck have plans even Roselle wasn't allowed to know? As his thoughts raced, Klein remembered that Will had also mentioned a Rhodes. He decided to leave the telegraph machine up above the grey fog to marinate for a bit longer before summoning it and asking the questions that had been bothering him. Intis, Trier. That night, Ebner quietly entered his lady housekeeper's bedroom, preparing to investigate the true source of the misfortune surrounding her. He was stuck again. End of chapter. Chapter 849, Studying Bianca, an Academic Matter. Because he had once helped Cullen knock out and hypnotize Lydia, Ebner was already quite practiced in this area. With ease, he caused Bianca, who was only at sequence 7, to completely lose awareness of the outside world and fall into a deep sleep. Next, he used his self-developed item detection technique to scan for any beyonder items on her body, just in case the lady was carrying something that might awaken her. However, after a thorough search, Ebner only removed a mask from her face and found nothing else. As the mask came off, Bianca's disguise failed. Her hair returned to a reddish-brown color, and her stunningly beautiful face was revealed. As I thought, she's the military attaché from the embassy, Bianca. Ebner nodded after observing her for a moment. But she's really down on her luck. Aside from this disguise mask, she doesn't even have a single charm. Maybe everything she had was confiscated when she was caught by Roselle's inspector. A few months ago, when he infiltrated the embassy to disrupt a seal, he had seen this young lady once, so he recognized her appearance. After removing her beyonder items, Ebner activated the pure white eye, then sat down on the edge of the bed, lifted her body into his arms, and began carefully examining her for any unusual traits. A few minutes later, he laid her back down and reflected. There are no visible traces of contamination on her body, but when I probe deeper, I can faintly sense a touch of calamity. Also, I can feel that something within the pure white eye shares an uncanny similarity with her. Yes, it's that aura that emerges every time I activate the pure white eye at banquets or balls. This is something I only recently noticed through repeated comparison. I suspect that the transmigrator predecessor Giuseppe Castilla had the same experience when he activated the pure white eye. That's why the Red Angel thought Bianca's aura resembled Giuseppe's abnormal luck. But I can't directly uncover the nature of this aura, it's heavily obscured. The pure white eye is shielding me on my end, while Bianca herself has some mysterious power concealing her uniqueness. That power is of a high level and extremely subtle, which is probably why even Klosvia didn't notice anything unusual. Only someone like me, with cheats, can glimpse a fragment of the truth. But I remember Zio once said that her superior, Her Highness Vera, realized Bianca was special after just one meeting. Looks like Her Highness has her own aces too. I wonder what her goal is in keeping Zio so close. She doesn't seem hostile, at least. With that thought, Ebner looked at the quietly sleeping Bianca again and began thinking about what to do next. According to the intelligence Klosvia gathered, to draw out the special power within Bianca's body, one must become her master. And have relations with her. But I can't just take advantage of her for the sake of investigating her uniqueness. That would make me scum. Besides, I have zero interest in testing whether I can withstand Bianca's misfortune. So, I'll have to use that method instead. As the thought crossed his mind, Ebner made his decision. He dressed Bianca, then picked her up and vanished from the bedroom. The so-called method was based on a mystical technique Ebner had once conceptualized. When he advanced to Mysticism Magister, he had automatically obtained 3 special techniques that required no ritual, no preparation, and could even be enhanced over time. Among them, Shield of Glory had been used many times and had protected him from several mental or dream-based attacks. Scholar's Detection wasn't particularly useful on its own, but when paired with the Scholar's Communication technique he'd previously mastered, it served as a covert communication method between him and Edwina for a while. The only one he had always kept at a distance was the so-called underwear theft technique. However, when he first obtained the technique, Ebner noticed that it had a very high growth potential. At higher sequences, it could evolve into a conceptual level ability, allowing him to steal not just secrets, but also defenses or facades, thereby exposing what had been truly hidden. In principle, this was actually mimicking the decryption ability of high sequences in the error pathway. While Ebner couldn't yet elevate this technique by himself, by leveraging external items, like the time worm left behind by Amon's clone, or the error card in Klein's possession, and combining them with a ritual, he could at least attempt it. That was the backup plan Ebner had prepared in advance. However, considering that stripping away the protective layer within Bianca might trigger unrest in the spherod-contaminated portion of her body, he planned to perform the operation in a hidden environment. He had already chosen that hidden place, the world within Groselle's travels. Thus, after arriving at the ritual chamber beneath the Suri family's ancestral home in Tosk via the teleportation altar at Grapevine Manor near Trier, Ebner set up a ritual and borrowed both the Black Emperor and Error Blasphemy cards from Klein. Then he carried Bianca into the imaginary world of the travelogue. Upon returning to the snowy world, Ebner didn't linger. He immediately summoned the bone dragon and flew toward the deeper region known as the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Bianca was most likely contaminated by the spherote. Her special power might not be strong, but its level was definitely high. Bringing her here, Ebner intended to toss her into the Dream Labyrinth Tower and use the Sea of Chaos to suppress her if anything went wrong. After landing in the central hall of this dragon city, Ebner laid Bianca on the ritual platform he had prepared, then bent down and placed the error card on the opposite side. As for the dead time worm, he held it in his palm to serve as a vessel for the protection he hoped to steal. This time worm had originally been left behind by Amon's clone at the Kabaski base and was later offered to Ebner by Ciro. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Ebner began taking out the ritual materials one by one. Following countless rehearsals in the learning space, he carved the corresponding symbols and incantations. Once everything was ready, he adjusted his condition slightly and activated the secret technique. Immediately, a piece of underwear appeared in his hand. As expected, the less you understand about the protection surrounding a secret, the higher the failure rate. This technique actually reinforces the conceptual link, making it more specialized than high-sequence marauders, yet the success chance is still low. But I have time. I can try again and again. Eventually, I'll get lucky. As this thought echoed in the hall, Ebner showed no embarrassment. He tossed the underwear aside and continued his attempts. After about a dozen tries, just as Ebner activated the technique once more, he felt a strange force gather within the time worm in his palm. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst forth from Bianca on the ritual platform. In an instant, the entire Hall of Honesty was engulfed in an ominous presence, as if the apocalypse had descended. Ebner dared not delay. He quickly extracted a portion of the aura and performed a decryption on it. Then, just as the sense of annihilation reached a critical point, he returned what he had stolen to her. Instantly, the malevolence dissipated without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. City of Calamity. Key of Light. Tenebrous World. Knowledge More. Nation of Disorder. She was actually contaminated by 5 different spheroids simultaneously. But within Bianca, the City of Calamity clearly dominates, which is why her passive ability manifests as Calamity. At the same time, the triggering conditions of that ability are defined by the other spheroid. The Tenebrous World determines the channel, namely, having relations and releasing desire. The Nation of Disorder sets the target, meaning the so-called master. The Key of Light adjusts luck to shape the environment, making it easier for disasters to occur. As for the Knowledge More, I couldn't discern its role. Maybe it's a balancing agent. Makes sense. If the experiment 11 years ago truly connected with the sealed spheroid, it's unlikely only one would contaminate a person. At most, it would be like this, guided contamination. Also, through the decryption and analysis, I uncovered another secret: the other 4 survivors are just like Bianca. Each has one spheroid that dominates, while the rest offer balance. It's just that their dominant spheroid differ. Hey, this method of balancing spheroid feels very familiar. So Roselle really did have a hand in that experiment. He was at least a participant, even if he was technically dead at the time. Of course, I can't rule out other transmigrator seniors, but my gut tells me Roselle's the prime suspect. Now that I think about it, I may have been wrong about Miss Abby. Her pain probably isn't led by the City of Calamity, but rather the curse of the Tenebrous World, turning her own suffering into a curse that inflicts pain on others. The Pale Admiral, as I previously judged, is likely dominated by the Nation of Disorder. As for the survivor known only by name, Lofia, based on her ability to restore objects, it's likely that the Key of Light dominates in her case. And the 5th survivor, whom we know nothing about, is most likely dominated by the Knowledge More. Perhaps I can start tracking her from that angle. Lastly, none of their current potion paths align with their main contamination. That's probably intentional on the part of the spheroid. They just want pawns to seize the initiative before the apocalypse, not cultivate future threats. Finally, I gained partial knowledge of a ritual. It requires gathering the 5 survivors, but its full effect remains unknown. It vaguely points to the God's Casket. I'll probably have to uncover the secrets of the other survivors using the same method before I can fully assemble this ritual. The long-term mission Lilith assigned me is to investigate the God's Casket, that is, the secrets hidden inside the box taken from the Book of Calamity, and the whereabouts of what was inside. If I want to truly uncover the truth, I'll have to piece together the secrets of all 5 survivors. Sigh. Abby being an enemy isn't a big deal, but how am I supposed to convince the Pale Admiral to cooperate? One misunderstanding, and that Pale Justice sword might come swinging my way. As the echoing thoughts faded from the hall, Ebner let out a sigh, packed up the ritual supplies, picked up Bianca, mounted the bone dragon, and flew away from the City of Miracles, live seed, exiting Roselle's travels, leaving behind a single piece of underwear quietly lying on the floor of the Hall of Honesty. End of chapter. Chapter 850, Ebner's Plot. After sending Bianca back to the head maid's bedroom in his own mansion, Ebner set her aside for the time being. After all, by reading her mind, he had come to understand that this former embassy military attaché was really just an ordinary woman who longed for a stable life but could never attain it. Even when Roselle had assigned her to act as a spy, she had only thought about slacking off, planning to sit back and let her misfortune kill the enemy. In essence, she was even more unambitious than the salted fish Furs, but her luck was far worse. They were both contaminated by high-level existences, but Furs had the good fortune of encountering Mr. Fool and receiving his protection, whereas Bianca could only wander around carrying this whole debuff. For someone like her, if it weren't for the fact that the strange power in her body was tied to his mission, Ebner wouldn't have made the effort to study her, let alone go out of his way to make things difficult. In Ebner's view, as long as Bianca could diligently carry out her duties, letting her remain as his head maid permanently wouldn't be an issue. As for whether Bianca would be frightened by last night's academic research and choose to resign on her own, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Thanks to the hypnotic suggestion he implanted, she had already ignored any oddities on her body, like changes in clothing or the sudden failure of her beyonder mask. Because of that incomplete ritual I decrypted, I might need her again in the future. Ebner didn't plan to let her go just yet. After pretending to sigh sentimentally for a few seconds, Ebner stopped thinking about Bianca. As he sipped his coffee, he began reading the letter Furs had just sent via her demonic wolf courier. Bernie City. Mount Kaler. Benjamin's territory, the ruins in the dream, three-eyed Thunderbird. Interesting. This Benjamin seems to have some connection to the god's casket. At the very least, he's the one who instructed his family to deposit the box in the first bank and wait for Furs to retrieve it. And now Furs is being drawn in by the ruins. Then could this so-called ruin have something to do with the god's casket? Furs has that enchanted item I lent her, string puppet, and several powerful lightning charms. Her safety should be assured. After all, that Thunderbird and several official teams have been trapped in the ruin for decades and are still alive. Besides, if necessary, Furs can still call on Mr. Fool for help. After pondering for a moment, Ebner glanced at the sun that had just risen outside the window, then picked up his pen and wrote a reply letter, telling Furs that he would arrive in Bernie City that evening. Then, he pulled out a small bell from his coat and gave it a shake. As the eight-legged, demonic wolf courier emerged from the void and landed beside his feet, he uncorked a bottle of Daniel's hydrosol he had personally concocted and let the wolf, named Abigail, take a whiff. The creature's furry face immediately showed a hint of intoxicated delight. It had been proven through testing that intelligent undead were especially fond of the hydrosol scent. After rewarding his courier, Ebner placed the letter in its mouth and let it deliver the message to Furs. Once the eight-legged demonic wolf wagged its tail and slipped back into the void, Ebner called for his servant to bring breakfast. He had only taken a few bites before he keenly noticed that the bread and fried eggs on his plate had diminished. Without hesitation, he activated the pure white eye, and unsurprisingly saw Miss Klosvia sitting across from him, gracefully placing a small piece of bread into her mouth. "Good morning, Miss Klosvia." Ebner politely greeted her, then casually asked while continuing to eat, "Are you back at this hour to share some good news with me?" Previously, he had assigned Klosvia to monitor the Fless family, or more specifically, their former embassy confidential secretary, Mr. Johnson Fless. Although the Fless family had two demigods, they were both priests of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and rarely kept close watch over their family members. No matter how special Johnson might be, it was unlikely they would, so Klosvia's assignment had been relatively easy. "I finished the investigation. Johnson is special because he greatly resembles a deceased demigod ancestor of the Fless family. That's why he likely inherited that person's beyonder traits. Families who lack the means to cleanse the spiritual pollution of traits often rely on similar-looking descendants to mitigate the residual mental corruption as much as possible. The Fless family has long yearned to have a saint of their own, so they've placed high hopes on Johnson. Even after the mess he made in Lone, they still value him immensely." After saying this, Klosvia picked up a glass of milk and took a few sips before continuing. "Also, the intel you obtained earlier, that Johnson was searching for sun pathway traits or main ingredients for his mistress, is true. And he's quite fond of that mistress. He even considered cutting the line to seize traits intended for other family members. As per your instructions, I subtly guided him to attend the Beyonder gathering this Thursday night at 22 Condiet Street." Ebner smiled at her words and said with satisfaction, "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. I don't have anything else planned over the next few days, consider it your vacation." "That really is good news. I'll take the chance to check whether Helen is sticking to my script," Klosvia said cheerfully. "What kind of script did you give Miss Helen?" Ebner asked curiously. "It's a secret," Klosvia replied with a mysterious smile. Then she added, "Anyway, if I told you, or anyone else, Helen would definitely flip out. Now I'm even more curious." Ebner inwardly complained, but didn't press further. At noon, beside a road near Grapevine Manor, Sayo Delian, once the high priest of the Eternal Blazing Sun and now claimed by fate, once again appeared in Ebner's carriage. "My lord." This handsome-looking middle-aged man bowed respectfully and reported, "I've subtly leaked word to the church-aligned members of the family that a sun pathway mid-sequence trait will appear at Miss Margaret's Beyonder gathering on Thursday night. They will certainly send someone to compete. They can't allow the Lord's power to fall into outside hands. If it were being sold to a devout believer, they might be able to accept it, but Johnson clearly isn't. By the way, this gathering's host, Miss Margaret, can she be trusted?" Ebner asked after a moment's thought. "Temporarily, yes. Margaret is one of the leaders of the Men in Black, codenamed Plum 12. She is also the Red Saintess of the Demoness sect. She doesn't trust me completely and doubts that I'm truly Roselle reborn. So aside from her public operations, she hasn't had any men in black forces pledge allegiance to me. Still, until she fully exposes me, she should remain reliable. Seo thought it over and replied. I see. Ebner nodded slightly, then asked, as if remembering something, that Mr. Henry, the second largest shareholder in Sushet Bank, he's one of hers, isn't he? Yes, but based on my intel, Mr. Henry is actually a peripheral member of the Theosophy Order, not a true man in black. Margaret likely gave him instructions using her Red Saintess identity, which is why he reached out to Johnson from the Fless family. Seo explained. No matter which identity she used to make the arrangement. In any case, I want you to have the Delian family outbid Henry and Johnson for the shares just before the deal closes. Ebner paused here, then asked, can you do it? It shouldn't be a problem. Some factions in the family never took the Flesses seriously. Seo nodded first, then hesitated slightly before suggesting tactfully, actually, we could skip all this and just have me kill Johnson directly. The tension needs time to build. When it erupts, it must be intense. The Delian family is still too powerful. If we set off the bomb now, it won't shake their foundation. As he spoke, Ebner pulled back the curtain of the carriage window, looked toward the distant Delian castle, and continued, besides, I already promised Johnson's life to a certain lady friend, so he can't die just yet. That night, in a room at a Bernie City inn, Furs tossed and turned in bed for a long while before suddenly throwing off the covers and sitting up. She looked helplessly at Ebner, who was seated at the bedside reading a diary. You sitting there, I can't fall asleep at all. End of chapter. Let me know when you're ready for the next chapter. Chapter 851, Mausoleum. What Ebner was reading wasn't Roselle's diary. After all, with Furs present, he had to maintain the pretense of not understanding Rosaline. So when he previously asked for that diary page, he had put it away, intending to read it later in private. What he held now was actually Furs's record of the scenes she had dreamed over the past few nights, a genuine Miss Wall's diary. Hearing Furs's complaint, Ebner set the papers down and smiled. Would you like me to give you some hypnosis and suggestion? It could help you fall asleep quickly. Hypnosis. Suggestion. Furs knew he was joking, but still shot him a few cautious glances and clutched the blanket to her chest in feigned alarm. That sounds pretty shady. Don't tell me you're planning something improper. Of course, it was just her response to his teasing. She wasn't truly afraid he would do anything, because if Ebner did want to pull something, she wouldn't be able to resist anyway. Not that I'd have much willpower to resist either. In fact, she had dreamt of a similar, being hypnotized, scene back in Backlund. In that dream, under Ebner's suggestion, she had done a lot of shameful things, and even Hugh had been dragged into it. After waking up in a panic, she'd rushed to take a late-night bath. That was one of the reasons why she instinctively hugged her blanket tightly when he mentioned it. On the other side, Ebner didn't even need to read her mind to guess what she was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Miss Magician really is a writer, her brain is full of drama. Though I suppose that dream back then was partly the mirror's fault. But it's not like the mirror wrote the script. Even if I really hypnotized you, I wouldn't do something like that. Do you take me for some kind of lecher? Ebner silently grumbled and shook his head, brushing the topic aside. He turned to her and said, actually, whether or not you sleep now, that dream about the ruins will drag you in when the time comes. You figured out what that ruin actually is? Furs perked up. What exactly is it? Why is it appearing in my dreams and targeting me? I've made a few discoveries. Ebner picked up a page from the Furs diary and pointed to it. Through your repeated explorations, it's clear that the place was originally a city-state. But 100 years ago, their god fell, and the apocalypse descended. The survivors could only struggle to survive in cold and hunger, right? Yes. The first time I entered, I couldn't touch anything, but I wasn't hindered by the environment either. So I took the chance to gather information about the city-state's history. But as the dreams became more vivid with each visit, the restrictions increased. Last night, I even had all 5 senses and could physically interact with the ruins. That's when I truly felt the cold, the hunger, the despair. As Furs recalled, her tone became more downcast. She took a moment to compose herself before continuing, but what's wrong with that? The time those city-state survivors recorded the fall of their god was shortly after the fall of the Gustav dynasty. Ebner spoke as he opened another notebook, this one compiled from Furs's recent interviews with local elders. He continued, according to one elder, the last place the three-eyed thunderbird was seen 20 years ago was the giant wooden cliff on the western slope of Mount Kaler. And according to another elder, the cliff was named because more than 100 years ago, there was indeed a giant tree planted there. But that tree was burned down by a sudden divine fire after the Gustav dynasty fell, leaving behind only the dead roots, which have rotted over time. Furs frowned. But what does that have to do with the dream ruins? That ties into a story. Ebner suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if sensing something. He pulled out a lens and placed it in front of his right eye, continuing to say to Furs, "A long time ago, there was a gentleman who loved to drink. One day, he fell asleep under the big tree in his yard. In the dream, he arrived in a city-state, married a princess, and helped the Lord govern the country." At first, Furs thought the plot was rather cliché, but as the story progressed, she became immersed, deeply drawn into this westernized version of The Dream of Nank, told by Ebner. When the tale came to an end, she returned to her senses with lingering fascination, only to realize in shock that she was once again inside the ruins of that city-state. This time, she truly felt the reality of it. There was no longer any illusionary feeling like during her previous entries. "Ebner." Furs clutched a talisman, her voice a little panicked as she called out. Unlike before, she had seemingly lost that night vision ability she used to have when entering. Now everything was pitch black, completely indistinguishable. In such darkness, fear naturally arose. "I'm here." Ebner's voice came just as a crimson fireball appeared in his hand, lighting up the area around them. Furs finally let out a sigh of relief and walked over to his side. After calming herself, she asked, "So your story just now meant, this ruin is actually that tree outside the town. It was destroyed by divine fire, and that's why this place became what it is." Ebner nodded, then shook his head. The Mystery Prior pathway at high sequence grants an ability called mystical reenactment. This allows one to draw power from occult knowledge to create magic or rituals. The less widely known or circulated the knowledge, the stronger the resulting spell. Most demigods using this can only rely on story archetypes to create single effect abilities. But Roselle once reached Sequence 1 as the Knowledge Emperor. He likely used the power of knowledge to truly build a city-state at the boundary between dream and reality. And he made himself its god, commanding the people of the city to build him a palace. This may have been some kind of contingency plan by Roselle, but it was unfortunately discovered by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They burned the tree, representing the reality of the city-state. The dream portion suffered a connected blow. Though not yet fully collapsed, it has entered an apocalypse. Destruction is only a matter of time. Ebner selected only part of his deduction, based on analysis and decryption, to share with Furs, intentionally omitting Roselle's true purpose in building this kingdom, constructing the mausoleum of the Black Emperor. Yes, Ebner suspected that this dream ruin was originally a hidden mausoleum built by Roselle. By using angel-level, mystical reenactment, he turned a tree into a kingdom, ants and insects into intelligent, dream people. It was a brilliant deception, difficult to detect. It's a pity that after Roselle's death, this kingdom was still discovered by the Church. Though it hasn't been completely destroyed, it's already lost its function as a mausoleum and can no longer serve as a vessel for Roselle's resurrection. Then again, perhaps Roselle revealed it on purpose, to obscure the location of other mausoleums, or to mislead about some other objective. While Ebner pondered, Furs had finally digested what he just said. Though stunned, she still had lingering doubts. The ruin Roselle left behind, why is it drawing me in again and again? Ebner held up 3 fingers and carefully answered, there are 3 possibilities. First, Emperor Roselle and Mr. Dor were acquaintances, and since you're polluted by Mr. Dor's power and are an apprentice of the Abraham family, you can hear his murmurs during the full moon. Perhaps there's something of Mr. Dor's here, or some remnant, that's targeting you. Second, it could be Benjamin's doing. Since he knew of you 100 years ago, it wouldn't be surprising for him to arrange something within his own domain. Third, whether it's Roselle, Benjamin, or the ruin itself, the real target might be that existence behind you, the one shielding you from Mr. Dor's whispers. End of chapter. Chapter 852, The Free Thunderbird. Ebner had said upon their first meeting that the full moon ravings could only be solved by seeking the protection of a deity. And after all this time traveling together, there was no way she could hide her condition during the full moon from him. He must have already known she had placed her faith in a certain great being. He might have even guessed it was Mr. Fool. Hearing the third point Ebner mentioned, Furs couldn't help but show an awkward smile. But Mr. Fool doesn't allow members of the Tarot Club to reveal his name without permission. Besides, Ebner also has a great being behind him and is even a blessed of a deity. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool would want him. While Furs was tangled in her thoughts and didn't know how to respond, Ebner chuckled lightly and said gently, no need to feel conflicted. I'm not digging for an answer, just stating a possibility. In truth, he had considered a fourth possibility, that the setup here was aimed at him. But after thinking it through, he found it implausible. Roselle or Benjamin had clearly made their arrangements via Furs. Even if some transmigrator senior had mentioned Furs to Roselle, there was no way they could have predicted over a century ago that he and Furs would become friends. As these thoughts turned in his mind, Ebner heard Furs hesitantly say, Ebner, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to tell you some things. I just can't. I understand. Ebner smiled to show he didn't mind. Just as he was about to comfort her in return, he suddenly sensed danger stirring in the darkness beyond the firelight. Something's being drawn here by the light. Ebner frowned slightly, though he wasn't too nervous. After all, that Thunderbird and the official Beyonders had managed to survive here for nearly 20 years. Whatever dangers existed in the ruins were likely within acceptable limits. Still, to be cautious, Ebner quickly summoned 4 more types of flame outside the crimson fireball: pale white, pure black, light blue, and golden yellow. The crimson flame was high-temperature fire from the hunter pathway, meant to burn and destroy all physical matter. The pale white flame belonged to the corpse collector pathway, a flame that drove all living things into death. The pure black flame of the witch pathway ignited all things imbued with spirituality. The light blue flame was the infernal sulfur flame of the demon pathway, corroding both flesh and soul. The golden yellow flame was the light of fire from the sun pathway, purging evil and cleansing wraiths. Now, the 5 fireballs formed from these flames flew upward, orbiting around Ebner and Furs like satellites. What ability is this? Furs, having instinctively moved closer to Ebner, watched the dazzling spectacle with eyes full of wonder and asked curiously. This is a new secret technique I developed. It combines offense and defense. With the special effects of each fireball, it should be enough to deal with most enemies. Come to think of it, I built a model for this secret art back when I was a scholar, but I could never solve the balance issue. Yesterday, during a certain research session, during an inspiration I had, I decided to use the highest tier, pale flame, as the core to govern the others. That finally stabilized the balance and completed the secret art. Ebner casually explained as he kept an eye on the situation in the dark. You don't need to go into so much theory, I don't get any of it. Just tell me what it does. Furs grumbled inwardly. Just then, she saw hordes of undead closing in from all sides, flesh rotted away save for heads and legs with scraps of meat. At the same time, all sorts of bizarrely shaped spirits were swooping down from the sky. Before they could get close, the fireballs orbiting Ebner and Furs launched their assault first. One by one, the fireballs shot out like cannonballs, shattering the ground around them in an instant. Yet their number didn't diminish. Each time a fireball launched, another one materialized to take its place, as if they were endless. The undead had no souls, rendering the black flame ineffective. But under the relentless bombardment of crimson fireballs, large numbers of them quickly fell. As for the spirits, they were reduced to ashes under the sunfire. These monsters are only visually scary. They're not actually any stronger than ordinary people. Especially the undead, they move slowly. Even if someone isn't a Beyonder, as long as they overcome their fear and escape before being surrounded, they could easily outrun them. The spirits don't seem to have any special abilities either, not even basic wailing. With multiple layers of protection cast on both himself and Furs, Ebner felt like he was fighting thin air. It was frustrating, but he didn't drop his guard. Instead, he began analyzing the origin of the undead and spirits. They're probably all former citizens of this ruin, or more accurately, Roselle's mausoleum. After the mausoleum was destroyed, most of them must have died immediately and turned into these monsters. The reason Furs didn't encounter them before is likely because she hadn't truly entered the dream ruin. She hadn't emitted the aura of a living person or produced any light. But there's a problem. Judging by the size of this city-state, the number of citizens shouldn't be too high, maybe 1,000 at most. Subtract a few survivors and the total's even lower. Yet the number of monsters drawn to me is close to that. Did the official Beyonders not clear them out over the past 20 years? That doesn't make sense. Unless, these undead and spirits don't actually die and can regenerate after some time. Just as Ebner thought this, he suddenly heard a hawk-like screech from the sky. A flash of silver light burst forth, dozens of branching bolts of lightning crashed down. It was the three-eyed Thunderbird, drawn here by the firelight. Its 3 eyes gleamed blood-red, radiating insatiable greed. This world was on the brink of destruction. Food was extremely scarce. The Thunderbird, long surviving on fungi, craved meat with desperate hunger. So you're the first to show up after all. Ebner sighed. He had anticipated the Thunderbird would take advantage of the chaos. The reason he'd shown off that flashy but moderate 5 flames secret art just now was to bait out any lurking dangers in the ruins. The ideal outcome would have been drawing out something Roselle or Benjamin had left behind. Then, through analysis and decryption, he could have understood the situation without needing to explore further. But now that the Thunderbird had ruined that chance, clearly the ideal outcome was no longer achievable. Fortunately, this stupid bird was Furs's target to begin with, so it wasn't a loss. While sighing to himself, Ebner gently brushed the mirror at his cuff. Immediately, the descending lightning bolts lost their target, scattering into countless electric tendrils that jumped from the ground toward the surrounding undead. At the same time, Ebner extended his right hand and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes. No flying allowed in this domain. The moment the words fell, the Thunderbird felt as though something 10 or even 100 times its own weight had suddenly latched onto its wings. No matter how it flapped or summoned gales, it couldn't resist the pull, its body helplessly slid toward the ground. It had never experienced anything like this before. Starved to the point of near insanity, its already deteriorating mind blanked out completely. The whole bird froze, momentarily forgetting even to attack. Bribery, enchantment. Combat hypnosis. Using these two abilities, Ebner successfully guided the Thunderbird into his preset rhythm. A faint smile played on his lips as he manipulated the 5 orbiting fireballs, launching a relentless barrage at the sliding bird. Soon, amidst sorrowful cries, the 3-eyed Thunderbird, roughly at sequence 5, let out its final breath in unwilling defeat. To the current Ebner, such a single-minded, low-intelligence mid-sequence beyonder creature wasn't a threat at all. He hadn't even needed to use any of the demigod-level mystical items he carried, he'd taken it down effortlessly. But just then, a dry female voice echoed from the darkness. "You too, actually killed that Thunderbird." End of chapter. Chapter 853, Light of Purification. Ebner had already noticed someone approaching, so he wasn't surprised by the sudden voice. While instructing Furs to handle the materials on the 3-eyed Thunderbird, he adjusted the positions of the 5 fireballs, letting them illuminate the direction the voice had come from. Soon after, under the firelight, 3 thin and frail figures appeared before the two of them. They were in tattered clothes, gaunt and filthy, with dirt caked on their faces and bodies, emanating a foul stench. It seemed they hadn't bathed in ages. After sizing them up for a while, he could just barely distinguish that they were 2 men and 1 woman. On their torn and barely concealing clothes, he spotted the damaged holy symbol of the Church of the Eternal Sun. Church Beyonders. Ebner gestured for them to keep their distance and not come any closer. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Light of Purification." The Church of the Eternal Sun's official Beyonder teams were known as the Light of Purification. "Yes, sir. Don and I are from the Light of Purification." The man in the lead pointed to himself and the relatively younger man beside him, then continued, "But Darcy isn't. She's a member of the machinery hive mind." He paused, then politely added, "I'm Diff, captain of the Light of Purification squad. May I ask how we should address you?" Machinery hive mind wearing Light of Purification's clothes. Makes sense. Resources must be extremely scarce in these ruins. Just having a whole set of clothes when going out is already a blessing, who would nitpick at that point? Still, this does show that the Eternal Sun Church's uniforms are made with better quality. As his thoughts wandered, Ebner didn't hide his identity and answered simply, "You can call me Ebner." Before the other party could continue with pleasantries, he followed up directly, "Are only the 3 of you still alive?" Based on the intel he and Furs had gathered, there had originally been 6 official members who disappeared along with the Thunderbird, 3 from Light of Purification and 3 from the Machinery Hive Mind. Only the 3 of us remain. Ed, Braun, and Ban have all returned to the Lord's embrace. Ed and Braun died in the temple at the center of the ruins. Ben was devoured by the damned bird. Oh, and Mr. Ebner, I forgot to thank you for avenging Ban. Captain Diff looked at the Thunderbird, whose feathers and eyes Furs was currently extracting, and despite the satisfaction, he couldn't help but gulp. At that moment, the only woman among them, Darcy of the Machinery Hive Mind, suddenly spoke, "Sir, after you've taken the Beyonder materials, would you be willing to give us the bird's body?" Upon hearing this, Ebner fell silent and stared at them for a moment before nodding. "You may." By now, Furs had already extracted all the mystical organs from the Thunderbird. She quickly returned to Ebner's side and tossed the featherless, gutted bird carcass to the 3. "Thank you." Captain Diff accepted the bird's corpse, his throat moving slightly. Then he tore off a leg and began roasting it over a fire conjured by one of his companions. Moments later, a savory aroma wafted out. The 3 couldn't hold back and each tore off a piece, ignoring how dirty their hands were, chewing it eagerly. Although they appeared famished, they didn't eat it raw, nor did they fight over it, and they restrained themselves to just one leg. This indicated that their mental state wasn't too far gone, at least they weren't insane like that bird. With that in mind, Ebner casually, though in reality, carefully using his mind reading, asked, "What do you usually eat?" Upon hearing the question, Captain Diff crunched down the bird leg bones and swallowed them, then took a few blackish blocks from a torn bag he carried. He roasted them briefly over the fire and then explained, "Though there's no light in the ruins and all animals and plants have long perished, we were fortunate to find a few types of mushrooms that grow here. They've given us misplaced souls a faint thread of hope to survive. As for water, it rains occasionally in the ruins. When it does, we store as much as we can, though it's just barely enough for us to drink." He had likely guessed what Ebner was concerned about, so he gave a detailed explanation of their food sources. Mushrooms. Probably the result of the real-world dead trees' roots spawning mushrooms that echoed into this dreamlike world. Same with the rain. Ebner thought briefly and made the connection. His demeanor softened slightly, no longer scrutinizing them as before, though he still remained on guard. Captain Diff was perceptive as well. After finishing his share of the bird meat, without waiting for Ebner to ask more, he voluntarily began explaining their current status and the general events of the past 20 years. From his account, Ebner learned that Diff himself was a Sequence 6 notary. The still-eating Don and Darcy were Sequence 7 Solar High Priest and Appraiser, respectively. The deceased Ed, Braun, and Ban had been a detective, a sorcerer, and an artisan. They had originally formed a joint investigative team made up of 2 Sequence SIXS and 4 Sequence 7s. When they first stumbled into the ruins, the Thunderbird would only avoid them, never daring to come close. But as their exploration of the Central Palace progressed, casualties became inevitable. The team's overall strength dwindled, and the Thunderbird began to turn predator, eventually ambushing and devouring Ban when he was alone. After listening attentively with Furs, Ebner thought for a moment, then asked cautiously, "So you're saying, there's a powerful ancient wraith guarding the collapsed Central Palace? And with the ruins' residual power aiding it, it's nearly on par with a demigod." As he spoke, Ebner glanced at Furs. If he remembered correctly, one of the main ingredients for the scribe pathway was a cursed object of an ancient wraith. Although Furs was still a trickmaster, she had already obtained the beyonder characteristic of astrologer from him. Advancing to Sequence 7 would only take a month or 2. Was this sheer luck, or deliberate arrangement? From the god's casket being left to Furs, to the recurring dreams pulling her in, to this ancient wraith, it all seems like the plotter is luring Furs into that palace. As his thoughts raced, Ebner asked Captain Diff again, "Are you certain the way out lies within that palace?" "Not certain, but it's our only hope." Diff's expression dimmed. That half-explored palace ruin had, in a way, become their reason to keep living. If even that hope was crushed, they would truly lose themselves. "You're going, right? I can guide the way. I'll even serve as bait." This time, the lone woman, Darcy, spoke. "I just have one request. If you do manage to leave, please apologize to my son. Tell him his mother is sorry she didn't get to see him grow up, but she's always loved him." She had witnessed Ebner's power during the battle with the Thunderbird and believed he might actually stand a chance of breaking through the ancient wraith's defense. The previously silent, Solar High Priest, Don, also rasped out, "Me too. My request is that you visit my parents if you get out. If they're in trouble, please try to help them. I can give you my Beyonder item as payment. Hey now, don't go raising death flags before we've even left the camp." Ebner muttered internally, then cut off the about-to-speak Captain Diff and said, "First, take us to the palace first. Whether we go in or not, I'll decide after I've had a look." "All right." Captain Diff nodded without hesitation. "Follow me." He then packed up the remaining bird meat, and with the others providing cover, headed into the darkness. Ebner pulled Furs along and followed. As they walked, he whispered his earlier speculation to her. "At the end," he added, "whether we enter the palace or not, will be your decision. But if we don't go into the palace, can we even leave these ruins?" Furs asked in surprise. "Not a problem. This world may be unique, but it's ultimately a dream. A demigod-level dream traverse ability should let us escape, and it just so happens I possess such a method." Ebner answered confidently. Furs glanced at the 3 figures ahead, hesitated, then said, "Since we can leave at any time, I want to figure out why I was summoned here in the first place. Otherwise, if I run now, I might not get such a safe opportunity to explore next time." Though usually a bit of a slacker, she never hesitated when a real decision needed to be made. Just like when she helped her teacher find someone to kill Mr. X in the original story, she was resolute then, and she was resolute now. Chapter 854, Night Wraith. Inside the palace, whose main structure had largely collapsed, a bone dragon had pinned a night-like wraith beneath its claw. Immediately after, a near-invisible, transparent breath descended, enveloping the knight's entire body. Just a few minutes earlier, Ebner had followed 3 official Beyonders into the partially ruined palace. As soon as they stepped through the broken gate, a knight clad in black armor had raised a heavy flail and charged at them with incredible speed. "Damn it." Captain Deefel of the Purification Light Squad cursed, then quickly added, "It's actually staying in the foyer today. We'll draw its attention, buy you time." As he spoke, he exchanged glances with his 2 teammates, silently affirming their shared resolve. Clearly, although they acknowledged Ebner's strength, they didn't believe he could contend with an ancient wraith empowered by the ruins to the point of having partial demigod strength. But what followed, the giant dragon pinning down the knight and releasing its breath, left all 3 of them stunned in place. Who exactly is this young man? He's clearly not even a demigod, yet he suppressed an ancient wraith so effortlessly. Ebner, however, wasn't as relaxed as they imagined. At that moment, he swiftly disengaged from his fusion with the bone dragon. Taking advantage of the wraith's torn psyche and punctured spirit body, when it had no way to respond, he immediately summoned Holy Light. A pillar of pure, scorching, radiant light burst forth and pierced through the wraith's form. This was Holy Light simulated through the pure white eye. According to confirmations from the magic mirror and the former pope of the eternal blazing sun, its effectiveness even surpassed that of a real priest of light. In Ciro's words, it was as if the true sun itself had shone down in divine judgment. Of course, Ebner strongly suspected that this was an exaggeration meant to flatter him. Nevertheless, given Holy Light's absolute suppression of undead, the night wraith at this moment was like a candle thrown into a blazing hearth, suffering devastating damage beyond imagination. The night wraith opened its mouth in agony, about to unleash a silent scream. But as a mysticism magister, capable of discerning enemy strengths and weaknesses, who often seized control of the tempo before any confrontation even began, how could Ebner give it the chance? An invisible force instantly clutched the knight's throat, preventing even a whisper from escaping its parted lips. At the same time, Ebner directed the magic mirror to unleash the power of the Black Knight core, opening a gaping, fang-filled maw on the mirror's surface, poised to devour the ancient wraith. But just then, the wraith suddenly vanished. In its place was a paper effigy caught in the mirror's bite, while its true form reappeared behind the 3 official team members. This was the palace, or more precisely, the tomb's, empowerment at work. It helped the wraith suppress the negative effects Ebner had instilled in its psyche during the bone dragon fusion, allowing the partly lucid spirit to avoid clashing directly with the terrifying young man and instead target his allies first. As veterans who had survived in these dark ruins for nearly 20 years, Captain Deefel and his companions were naturally rich in combat experience. Despite being shocked by Ebner's suppression of the wraith, they remained vigilant and immediately sensed its approach, preparing to act in unison. But they clearly overthought it. Ebner, having known in advance that the ruins would enhance the ancient wraith, had already accounted for it escaping the breath's influence. The wraith's current actions were all within his calculations, perhaps even implanted directly into its mind by him. Just as the knight raised its weapon, formed from condensed resentment, to strike, it suddenly felt as though its power was being drained. Its movements slowed to a crawl, and even its very existence teetered on the brink. Only then did Furs and the 3 official Beyonders realize, to their shock, that the night wraith now stood outside the palace gates. Wraiths and evil spirits all had restricted movement zones. Even a powerful evil spirit like the Red Angel could only remain within the underground ruins without a gatekeeper to escort it. It dared not leave. Once outside those bounds, not only would their strength plummet, but even their existence would destabilize. Ebner understood very well that this palace was essentially one of Roselle's tombs, built by a being approaching godhood. Even in ruin, its empowered wraiths were extremely difficult to destroy. That was why Ebner had only one goal from the start: force the wraith to step beyond the palace's range, where it could no longer draw on environmental empowerment. To do that, he first used his strongest fusion, becoming a dragon, to heavily wound the wraith. Then he unleashed his unnaturally powerful Holy Light, convincing the ancient wraith that its existence was truly at risk. This provoked it into using a blink-like or spatial jump ability. Then, using the Tudor mutated emblem, he amplified the blink's range and distorted its target location, ultimately forcing it outside the palace perimeter. For this, Ebner had blocked the 3 officials at the outset, keeping them stationed just beyond the doorway. In a way, they had indeed fulfilled their earlier promise; they had become bait for his plan. As for Furs, would Ebner let her take such risks? Of course not. He never even let her set foot in the palace. Now, realizing its condition, the night wraith stumbled forward in a panic, trying to return to the palace's protective bounds. But with the 3 official Beyonders now fully alert, how could they let it succeed? Madame Daisy, the appraiser, immediately bit her finger and smeared her blood onto a ruby ring. Imprison. With that cry in ancient Hermes, an invisible barrier blocked the wraith's path. At the same time, golden flames surged up before Solar High Priest, Dorn, spreading with a vast sacred aura. Moments later, the flames engulfed the wraith, drawing another pained howl and prompting it to pound frenziedly at the invisible wall. Blood streamed from Daisy's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Her brain felt as though steel needles had been stirred through it, an unbearable pain piercing her skull. She groaned and almost withdrew the barrier. But then she recalled her fallen comrades, remembered that killing this thing might be their only chance to leave this cursed ruin, so she clenched her teeth and held firm, barely keeping the shield intact against the wraith's assault. Just then, Captain Deefel raised his arms as if welcoming divine grace. Looking toward the flame of light cloaking the wraith, he intoned in ancient Hermes. God said, effective. Boom. The flames flared hotter. The night wraith, which had barely withstood the earlier burning, now shrieked in agony. Though it desperately tried to extinguish the flames with its own power, it was useless. All it could do was watch as the spiritual armor on its body was slowly scorched through and burned away, eventually revealing a twisted female face contorted in pain. Even so, even twisted and grotesque, it was still possible to see that the knight had once been a beautiful woman. Strangely, as Ebner looked at her, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Outside, Furs had a similar reaction. Studying her face carefully, she suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that the woman from that monstrous couple who injured Zaya with the black mark?" Hearing that, Ebner instantly recalled where he'd seen that face. Madame Austin, Baron Conva's woman. How did she end up here, and as an ancient wraith? According to Mr. Azek, Baron Conva's condition is very peculiar. That woman by his side was just a manifested part of his psyche, essentially still him, not the real Madame Austen. So the real Austen is here? But why would she be helping Roselle guard a tomb? With those thoughts in mind, Ebner no longer allowed the official Beyonders to continue attacking the Wraith. Instead, he once again summoned the magic mirror, letting its jagged-toothed moyon open. Originally, he'd intended to leave the Wraith for the Purification Light squad to avenge themselves. That's why he hadn't acted further until now. But now, the ancient Wraith, weakened by the barrier and the enhanced flame of light beyond the palace's range, couldn't resist the mirror's pull. Its body was drawn in almost helplessly. After a brief struggle, it disappeared into the mirror, leaving behind only a comb seemingly made of crystal, and shimmering dust like crushed gemstones. Between the two lay a near-invisible crystalline fragment of residual spirituality. Cursed item of an ancient Wraith dust, residual spirituality of an ancient Wraith. The first two were main ingredients for the potions of the scribe and marionettist paths. The last was an essential auxiliary material for both. End of chapter. Chapter 855, Ritual and the Door. Ancient Wraiths were ghost-like entities formed from a fusion of Beyonder characteristics. Among their remains, cursed items were typically tied to a specific body part or object from their former life. These merged with their characteristics and became the foundation of their continued existence. Because of this, different ancient Wraiths manifested their cursed items in various forms, but the essence was the same. As for the dust, it was another form of characteristic. It served as the source of most of their powers. The lingering spirituality could be considered akin to a monster's blood or similar material. Upon seeing the remaining items in front of her, Furs seemed to gain a certain clarity. She then looked at Ebner, and after he gave a slight nod, she stepped forward and began collecting the materials one by one. During this time, the three official Beyonders deliberately ignored her actions. They knew perfectly well that killing such an overwhelmingly powerful ancient Wraith had been entirely due to that young man named Ebner. While they had contributed, their role wasn't indispensable. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the other party to let his lady collect the materials. The Purification Light member named Dorn even stepped up to Ebner, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, "Thank you for avenging Ed and Brown for us. No need to be polite. Without the intelligence you provided, I wouldn't have been able to trap it so easily either," Ebner replied with a wave of his hand. He wasn't just being humble. If he'd had no information about that ancient Wraith, suspected to be Madame Austen, then even if he had one, it wouldn't have been as effortless as it seemed. After exchanging a few formal words, Furs returned to Ebner's side with the materials secured. The group then re-entered the palace foyer to begin exploring the relatively intact parts of the structure. Although Captain Diefel and the other two officials had used the sacrifices of their teammates to briefly explore some of these areas in the past, time had always been too tight for close inspection. So, they followed Ebner and Furs to re-investigate the place thoroughly. The first thing they saw was a collapsed staircase, overlapping layers of ruined upper floors, sharp stone pillars that pierced straight through from the roof to the basement, and shattered fragments of a one-stone ceiling littering the floor. A ghostly wind blew through the ruins, seeping into their bones with a chill that made Furs shudder involuntarily. Scenes from countless horror novels flashed through her mind. She was forced to activate her spiritual vision and slowly scanned the surroundings until she spotted Ebner's back, which finally gave her a sense of relief. But she noticed a relatively intact stone staircase nestled amidst the broken walls on the right side. The staircase was weathered and stained, stretching downward with no visible end. Ebner naturally noticed it as well, but relying on instinct and gaming experience from his previous life, he didn't head there right away. Instead, he began searching the remaining areas of the palace first. The eastern and western wings yielded nothing. But in the collapsed northern corridor of the main hall, they discovered several damaged murals. Those murals vividly depicted a middle-aged gentleman wearing silver-rimmed glasses conducting some kind of ritual. On the altar before him lay 3 different kinds of worms. One was twisted into a ball, one had 12 transparent rings, and one gleamed with brilliant light. This is Benjamin, Lord of Boney City during the Gustav dynasty. He was a member of the legendary 4th epic noble Abraham family. Our Purification Light division has detailed records on him. I suspect this ruin is the byproduct of some wicked ritual he was performing, said Captain Diefel, sharing everything he knew. Ebner, however, didn't pay much attention to Diefel's speculation. He fixed his eyes on the murals, then took out the monocle and placed it before his right eye, beginning a decryption analysis. Worm of Spirit, Worm of Time, Worm of Stars. This looks like one of the rituals to unseal Mr. Door. Why would it be here? Benjamin was only a mid-sequence Beyonder. There's no way he could have heard the ravings of Mr. Door and acquired this ritual. So, did Roselle tell him? Since Furs can still hear full moon ravings, it's clear Benjamin never successfully conducted the ritual. He didn't even pass the knowledge on to the Abraham family. If I make a bold guess, maybe these murals were a contingency arranged by Roselle himself, designed so Benjamin would, even after Roselle's death, faithfully carry out some entrusted task. Once Benjamin fulfilled certain conditions, the true content would reveal itself. That would explain why all the other murals were destroyed, leaving only this one relatively intact, protected by Roselle's order power. Unfortunately, just as Benjamin was deciphering the murals, this tomb was suddenly destroyed by the eternal blazing sun. So he died here. And the reason his undead spirit didn't remain trapped in the palace is because some existence led it to that nameless island Roselle discovered, where he was even resurrected. Just like Edward's in the original story. Roselle's behavior is as contradictory as ever. He deliberately leaked a ritual that could endanger the world, only to design a way to bury it afterward. There's no way the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's attack was just a coincidence. Speaking of which, Amon's monocle really is useful. Without it, my pure white eye alone wouldn't have been able to uncover so many secrets. Removing the monocle, Ebner sighed inwardly. Then he simulated a wind blade and completely erased the murals. Such things were better left unseen by others, even if the ritual itself was extremely difficult to perform. After all, how easy was it to capture demigods from 3 separate pathways? The 3 official Beyonders and Furs didn't stop him. That ritual, and the eerie worms depicted, didn't look like anything good. Destroying it was only natural. Afterward, the group finished exploring the main hall and returned to the stone staircase leading underground. Shall we go down and take a look? Furs glanced at Ebner and offered her suggestion. Ebner observed for a moment, then nodded slightly. The remaining power of this palace seems to originate from below. I think that's the true core of the entire structure. At this point, Captain Deefel added, that's right. In our previous explorations, we always stopped at this staircase. No matter how we tried to distract the Wraith, as soon as anyone approached here, it would immediately blink back to guard this spot. That's why we've always suspected there's a clue to leaving this ruin below. I can scout ahead, Dorn and Madame Dacey offered in unison when they saw Ebner still reinforcing himself with multiple protective spells. No need. Just cover the rear, Ebner replied, now layered in barriers and protective mystic arts. With the magic mirror in one hand and Furz's hand in the other, he carefully descended the worn stone staircase. The steps were littered with debris, but he proceeded cautiously, one step at a time. If anything went wrong, he was ready to summon the bone dragon and escape with Furs using dream transit. The staircase was very narrow, only wide enough for one person, and spiraled downward in tight circles. If Ebner hadn't been holding her hand, Furs was sure she would have been terrified. Tap, tap, tap. Their footsteps echoed deeper and deeper. The light flames conjured by the 2 purification light members seemed suppressed by some force and extinguished one by one. Ebner's 5 fireball spell couldn't be maintained either. Only the holy light simulated by the pure white eye remained steady, illuminating the time-worn steps ahead. Tap, tap, tap. In the cold, constricted silence, Furs followed Ebner to the bottom, stepping onto solid ground. She wanted to say, staying in a place like this too long will drive someone insane, but the oppressive silence stopped her. She didn't dare break it for fear of triggering something terrible. Bathed in the slanted glow of holy light, Furs gazed ahead, trying to make out what lay at the bottom of the stairs. It was a grand hall, nearly 10 meters high, with black floor tiles beaded with moisture. Cracks and damage covered every surface. Dozens of meters ahead, near the very edge of the light's reach, stood a pair of tall bronze doors. The stone above and around the doors had crumbled, revealing deep brown soil beneath. Broken statues and scattered debris surrounded it. The surface of the doors was etched with countless symbols and strange patterns, radiating a tangible sense of mystery and heaviness, as if sealing something within. In front of the doors was a stone platform, upon which knelt a statue of a knight, head bowed, one knee on the ground, both hands raised high as if holding something aloft. To someone like Ebner, who'd played countless AAA games, the meaning was clear, only by finding the corresponding item and placing it in the knight's hands with the door open. And he immediately had a suspect, the god casket. Benjamin had left the god casket at First Bank with instructions to pass it on specifically to Furs. Furs, meanwhile, had kept encountering this dream ruin within Benjamin's former domain. All of this likely tied back to Roselle's plan, with the murals acting as bait to guide Benjamin. Piecing it together, it became evident, Roselle needed Furs, who held the god casket, to come here and open the door. Benjamin was probably just a convenient pawn. On the other side, Furs, with her mind racing, had also reached the same conclusion. She hesitated, then finally said, should we try placing the casket there? The 3 officials paused, then looked over. Deep down, they felt a flicker of anticipation. These 2 clearly hadn't come unprepared. Ebner thought for a few seconds and said, wait. Let me ask the original Guardian first. Guardian. Furs didn't understand what he meant, but she soon saw Ebner raise the magic mirror and project the Night Wraith's memory. Of course, being an ancient wraith dead for many years, only its most vivid memories remained. Soon, a major chapter in the life of Austin Abraham was unveiled before them. She had married a marquis of the Augustus family, 30 years her senior, out of duty to her family. She fell in love with Baron Conva and shared stolen moments of happiness with him. She secretly gave birth to his illegitimate child, torn between fear and joy. Eventually, she and the Baron came to the ancient castle at the heart of Delair Forest in search of materials from an ancient wraith, but were contaminated by the aura behind the underground gate and died helplessly, losing consciousness. Years later, when she awoke and regained her awareness, the one who had sought the ancient wraith had become one herself. At that point, a descendant of the Abraham family delivered her to a man named Roselle, who placed her in a tomb he'd constructed. Only then did she realize the reason she could awaken and leave the forest was because the sealed gate beneath the ancient castle had been removed by Roselle, and now served as the gate to this tomb. Madame Austen's memories ended there, and the magic mirror ceased projection. The apprentice who had sought the ancient wraith had become one in the end. The others felt sympathy for the lady's fate, but didn't find it particularly frightening. Only Ebner stared in shock at the bronze door, a tidal wave surging in his heart. In the original, that gate beneath the Delair Forest castle sealed the entrance to the Chaos Sea. Roselle actually removed that gate. How did he manage that, and if the gate's gone, what's happening to the Chaos Sea now? Did the gods just let it be? As his thoughts raced, Ebner suddenly recalled Baron Conva's peculiar condition. He'd speculated about this during the 1-025 incident. Perhaps the Baron, polluted by the Chaos Sea, became an experimental subject and pawn in the plans of Daniel's predecessor, another transmigrator. Then again, maybe Daniel himself had already become a test subject of the god of knowledge by that point. Still, since Daniel had studied Baron Conva at that castle, it was likely a site for experiments involving the balance of multiple, primordial substances. Maybe he truly managed to seal the Chaos Sea's entrance with balance, which allowed Roselle to safely remove the gate. But even so, why would Roselle take the gate? What meaning did it hold? Surely it wasn't just to show off. Fortunately, this tomb felt completely different from the first layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. He could be certain, behind this door wasn't the entrance to the Chaos Sea. With that thought, and finding that neither the pure white eye nor the monocle could decipher it completely, Ebner directly invoked his active divination ability, now bolstered by the Wheel of Fortune. Though Lilith had warned him not to use it too often before reaching demigod, lest the cost of fate become unbearable. Still, not often didn't mean never. When necessary, Ebner would never back down just to avoid paying a price. End of chapter. Chapter 856, Leaving the Ruins. An unusual door-opening process, a meager tomb, an empty coffin, a door between illusion and reality. The prophesied scenes quickly unfolded before Ebner's eyes. He pondered seriously for several minutes, combining what he had seen, then softly recited, "The fool that does not belong to this era." After receiving a response, he took out the god casket and handed it to Furs, saying, "This door, for now, only you can open it." Through the prophecy, he had learned that there were 3 conditions to open this door: Mr. Door's attention, the aura of the grey fog, and the god casket. No wonder Furs had been drawn to this dreamlike ruin ever since arriving in Boney City. She really was the most fitting candidate. Only me. Furs instinctively accepted the god casket, then hesitated before asking, "Is it dangerous? And after the door is opened, is there a chance something terrifying might come out from behind it?" In that moment, she was filled with anxiety and almost wanted to beg Ebner to take her and leave, to stop trying to open this clearly unusual door. At the Tarot Club, after hearing Little Sun recount so many terrifying tales of ruins and relics, she couldn't help overthinking when facing similar scenes, frightening herself in the process. But she also felt her fate had somehow become entangled with Emperor Roselle's plans. If she didn't finish what had been started, worse things might happen later, and she might not have Ebner at her side next time. Though it was only a feeling, Furs didn't dare act rashly. She could only look to Ebner, hoping he would offer her some courage. In what I foresaw, there was no danger. Ebner paused for a moment, then added, "And I'll be right beside you the whole time." Hearing that, Furs finally relaxed a little. She looked at the stone platform, nearly a meter high, then at the kneeling knight statue still towering over 2 meters tall. She measured herself and couldn't help but ask, "How do I get it up there?" I said, "I'll be by your side." As he spoke, Ebner stepped forward, wrapped an arm around her waist, and simulated a flying ability. A whirlwind lifted them both upward toward the knight statue's raised hands. Furs tried to appear composed, but her shifting gaze revealed her thoughts racing inside. No one knew what she was truly thinking. "Place the god casket." When Ebner's voice sounded beside her ear, Furs snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and carefully placed the casket into the knight's upraised hands. Immediately, with a thunderous rumble, the symbols and patterns engraved on the bronze door blazed with dazzling light and condensed into a ray of gray, red, and black that shot straight into the god casket, while Furs was still holding it. In that moment, Furs felt as if her soul had been wrenched from her body. She lost consciousness and collapsed, still clutching the casket, into Ebner's arms. The bronze door, having fired the beam, dimmed again and slowly creaked open. Ebner wasn't alarmed by her condition, he had already foreseen it in his prophecy. He knew she would awaken shortly. To ensure her safety, he had also prayed to the Fool in advance, asking Klein to provide protection, in case old Roselle had left behind anything strange that might harm her. According to the prophecy, Furs was now seeing Roselle's image in her subconscious, listening to his final message. As for what old Roselle said, that was beyond prophecy's reach. But Ebner didn't mind, Furs would tell him once she awoke. As Ebner gently descended with Furs in his arms, Captain Diefel couldn't help asking with concern, "Mr. Ebner, is your lady all right?" "Lady?" Ebner's expression was slightly odd, but he didn't correct him. He nodded and said, "It's not serious. She should wake up soon." While walking into the door with Furs in his arms, he said to the three official beyonders, "Come on, let's see what lies beyond the door." Having reached this point, the three naturally had no objections. They even volunteered to take the lead. Ebner let them go ahead. After all, according to the prophecy, there was no danger behind the door. Roselle had probably moved this gate here because it had sealed the Chaos Sea for many years and had been tainted by it, carrying its aura. It could thus form a mystical resonance with the God Casket and serve as a condition checker. Hey, if a door tainted by the Chaos Sea can resonate with the God Casket, then what exactly is the God Casket made of? Has the mirror dog finally found its rival? As Ebner entertained wild guesses, the group entered the chamber beyond the door. It was about half the size of a football field, over 10 meters high, but despite its size, the place felt eerily empty. There were no imagined monsters. No mountains of treasure or burial goods. No arcane or terrifying rituals. There was only a massive, lidless coffin and a 3-meter-wide, smooth stone tablet. This wasn't surprising. The true setup of the tomb had clearly been in the bronze door outside. Everything else had already been destroyed in the eternal blazing sun's attack, leaving nothing of value within. However, what made Ebner's mouth twitch was the line of Roselle text carved on the stone tablet. Surprised. You really thought Grandpa would bury treasures in his own tomb and wait for you to steal them? No chance. That was unmistakably old Roselle's style. Whether he was mocking Mr. Fool or mocking me, who knows? Hey, even the tomb gate was stolen from someone else. What am I supposed to expect? Ebner muttered to himself, then followed the prophecy's guidance and pressed a finger lightly on the word door. Immediately, the text vanished. The smooth surface rippled like water and reflected a scene from the outside world. Ebner reached toward the rippling surface and saw his fingers sink into it, little by little. It felt exactly like entering the door of illusion and reality in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. This should be the exit. You can try it. Ebner turned and smiled at the three official beyonders. You're letting us leave too? Dorn, the solar high priest, looked emotional and immediately added solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll swear to the gods, I'll never speak a word of what I saw here about you and your lady." Hearing him, Madame Dacey also reacted and began making a similar oath. Ebner smiled and shook his head. That's not necessary. I'm a blessed of the Earth Mother. Even if you talk, the church will just ask me to write a report. You're a deity's blessed. No wonder your strength is so overwhelming. Dorn and Dacey both looked enlightened, then walked eagerly to the stone tablet and leapt into it. To their disappointment, they didn't enter the door of illusion and reality. Instead, they passed straight through and landed behind the stone tablet. What's going on? Dacey and Dorn turned pale, their faces whiter than the mud covering them. In disbelief, they passed through the stone tablet several more times, but still couldn't enter. Captain Diefel, who had remained silent, sighed. We've been in this ruin too long. We survived only by relying on the mushrooms and water here. We've already become part of the ruin. I was hoping for a miracle, but it seems we'll never leave. What? Dacey collapsed to the ground. Her aura became disordered, and if not for Dorn activating the solar halo in time to bolster her spirit, she might have completely broken down. You knew all along? Dorn asked in a low voice after helping Dacey up. I only suspected it, but after seeing Mr. Ebner and his lady, I noticed the difference between them and us. Diefel said gloomily. I don't even know if coming in here was right or wrong. We found hope, only to fall back into despair, sigh. Dorn had nothing to say, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Just as the mood sank into sorrow, Ebner suddenly spoke. Actually, I do have a way. Well, it might not bring you back to reality, but it can get you out of this ruin. Even Madame Dacey, who had lost all hope, looked up. What way? Ebner calmly took out a card, lifted its seal, and produced a leather-bound parchment book. On its dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fuzak. Roselle's Travels. This book contains another world. It's not reality, but there's food, water, and it's far better than this place, and in the future, there may be a chance for you to return to the real world from there. If you trust me, drip a drop of blood onto the cover. Ebner briefly explained the environment inside Grozel's travels, then waited for their response. According to his prophecy, once he and Furs left, this ruin would likely collapse completely, and the 3 official Beyonders would die. Since he had a way to save them, he didn't hesitate to offer the opportunity, so long as they trusted him. The 3 exchanged glances. Madame Dacey was the first to speak. Mr. Ebner, I trust you. After all, with your strength, if you meant us harm, you wouldn't need to go through all this. With that, she pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the cover. She vanished instantly. Looks like Grozel's travels has more authority than this ruin, it's at a higher level than Rozel's mystic tomb. While musing, Ebner turned to the remaining 2 members of Purification Light. They bowed to him, then dripped their blood onto the book and disappeared as well. Opening Grozel's travels, Ebner saw that the story had advanced. Grozel's dragon-slaying party had gained 3 new members. In the original, the story only ended after Edwina, Danitz, Anderson, and Klein joined, so that means 1 more is still needed. No. Maybe not just 1. After all, the final battle in the original began right after the ascetic uttered the name of the Angel of Fate. It was clearly influenced. After pondering for nearly 2 minutes, Furs slowly regained consciousness. She was about to tell Ebner what she had experienced, but he shook his head and said, "Let's talk after we get back." Without another word, he stepped into the door on the stone tablet surface with Furs in his arms. As their figures vanished, the entire ruin began to quake violently. Space fractured and shattered entirely. At the same time, a rotting root atop Mount Calor melted completely, turning into a pool of pitch-black filth. In the large bed of a hotel room in Boney City, Furs opened her eyes but didn't see Ebner. While she was still confused, she suddenly heard heavy breathing from beneath her and quickly sat up. End of chapter. Chapter 857, The Origin of the God Casket. In the hotel room, Ebner felt slightly awkward. He truly hadn't intended to take advantage of her, but the way they'd returned from the dream had been rather compromising. Maybe this is a side effect of using the Wheel of Fortune for prophecy. I'm not sure if it's the good luck during the ritual or the price I'm paying afterward. After offering himself a reasonable internal excuse, Ebner coughed to change the subject and took the initiative to explain what had happened after Furs lost consciousness, particularly highlighting the fate of the 3 official Beyonders. To his surprise, Furs was much more composed than he'd expected. She didn't dwell on the earlier accident at all. After getting a brief understanding of the other Beyonders' outcome, she took out the extraordinary items they'd collected in the ruins. The eyeball of the 3-eyed Thunderbird, the mechanical organs of the Thunderbird contaminated by the craftsman trait, the metallic feathers of the Thunderbird, the cursed item of the ancient wraith, the ancient wraith dust, the residual spirituality of the ancient wraith. One by one, Furs laid the materials neatly on the table. Then she picked up the Thunderbird's eyeball, thought for a moment, and said to Ebner, "I once saw someone at a gathering offering 7,000 gold pounds to buy a Thunderbird eyeball. I don't think they've found one yet. Once I return to Backlund, I could contact them. If I manage to sell it at that price, I'll only take 20% as a channel fee. How does that sound? By the time I get back to Backlund, Mr. Hangman should have scraped together 7,000 pounds. Furs knew that Ebner, like Miss Justice, had some form of mind-reading or insight ability. He could easily tell whether someone was being honest. So she didn't lie. Still, only telling the truth could be just as effective at hiding things. Unfortunately for her, the man across from her already knew all of her secrets. Ebner gave her a half-smile, glanced at her a few times, then waved his hand. No need to split it. You can keep the eyeball, it's all yours, no matter how much it sells for. It's not like I'm short a few £1,000s, he thought with no small sense of pride. That won't do. Furs wasn't comfortable accepting it just like that. I didn't contribute anything during that exploration. How can I claim a share of the loot? Ebner chuckled. Didn't you say you'd tell me what happened after you lost consciousness? That must be pretty confidential intelligence, consider the eyeball my payment for the info. Furs thought it over and found that reasonable. She finally accepted the Thunderbird eyeball and nodded. All right then. Ebner then picked up the cursed item from the ancient wraith, a crystalline comb, and said with a smile, "This should be one of the main ingredients for your future record-keeper potion. But since you're still just a trickmaster, you can't use it yet. I'll hold onto it for now." Furs was stunned at first, then pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected one of the spoils to be a future key ingredient. How lucky. But then she recalled the image of Rozel she'd seen and realized the ancient wraith had probably been placed in the tomb deliberately by the Emperor. The so-called guardian was likely just an excuse, the cursed item was her payment in advance. But if I hadn't gone in with Ebner, I probably would have died at that wraith's hands. Was this supposed to be a test? That's far too excessive. That ancient wraith, bolstered by the ruin, was nearly at demigod level. Even 2 church teams couldn't handle it. Isn't that just setting me up to fail? Emperor Roselle's actions are always full of contradictions. With these thoughts, she casually voiced her suspicions to Ebner. He nodded thoughtfully, but before she could share what Roselle's image had said to her, he interrupted, "Let's find a safer, more secretive place." With that, Ebner tapped the frame of the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and spent 50 gold pounds in Alvin's quiz labyrinth to rent a mansion for a day. He pulled Furs in with him. Since she'd already stayed in this magical residence once before in Lynn City, Furs wasn't surprised. Upon entering, she naturally poured herself a cup of red tea. Truthfully, she missed the underground hot springs of this mansion. If not for the matter of gender, she might have suggested soaking and chatting with Ebner at the same time. Shaking off such untimely thoughts, she sipped her tea and began organizing her words to recount what she had experienced. Just as Ebner's prophecy had shown, after placing the god casket onto the statue, Furs had unknowingly entered a strange space where she encountered a man with chestnut-colored hair and a small mustache. The man claimed to be Roselle and spoke to her with many confusing and contradictory statements. "What exactly did he say to you?" Ebner frowned and asked seriously. He said that when he left the image, he was fully conscious, thanks to the Chaos Sea's pollution from the gate neutralizing his own corruption temporarily. But his next sentence contradicted the first. He said that pollution from the gate wasn't enough to maintain the balance, and it even contaminated the message itself. That's why he arranged for someone holding the god casket, me, to carry out the ritual to open the door, for safety reasons. As she spoke, Furs frowned as well, clearly unsure how the concept of pollution had anything to do with her. Ebner, however, seemed to grasp a few clues. He pondered silently. Roselle's projection was likely still contaminated by the one on the moon. That level of corruption isn't something the gate's residual Chaos Sea aura could neutralize. Anyone else would have been infected just by seeing him. But the god casket is probably tied to the Chaos Sea, it could amplify the gate's power. Meanwhile, Furs herself was under the Fool's protection at the time. 3 opposing forces balancing each other, this was just like many of Roselle's earlier arrangements. As for why it had to be Furs, someone who could hear Mr. Door's ravings. Maybe it was Roselle's contradiction at play, designing someone who could hear his message while secretly hoping that person would succumb to deeper corruption. Or perhaps, his future messages are tied to Mr. Door himself. Still, for Roselle to tell Furs something so dangerous. Thank goodness she didn't understand what the Chaos Sea truly meant. Wait, I really should hypnotize her later, to make her forget that name. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Furs continued, he also told me that the god casket has existed since the end of the first epoch. It contains 7 unique souls, each possessing a status equal to that of angels. Their power doesn't follow the current extraordinary system. Instead, their existence resembles the 7 lights of the spirit world, each with a different origin. And his adopted son, the dread Duke Yaldabaoth, is one of them. He comes from a place called the Shadow World. At that, Ebner stood up abruptly in shock. Based on everything he'd learned before, he could finally piece together the true nature of the so-called god casket. The god in the god casket, surely it referred to that God Almighty, didn't it? Only he could collect followers from different sources into one box and seal them, just like the celestial worthy could seal the spherote. So that's it, this box carrying 7 special souls might have been God Almighty's contingency against the celestial worthy's revival. With these spherote-linked souls, the gods might not even need to nurture a new Lord of Mysteries to gain indirect control over the spherote. Could that experiment 11 years ago also be tied to this? Which god was behind it? But based on the results, it didn't succeed. Survivors like Bianca seemed more like discarded pawns. End of chapter. Chapter 858, Roselle's Message. Come to think of it, both the God Almighty and the Celestial Worthy, those old rivals, had left behind countless contingencies for their own resurrection and to hinder the other's return. After his fall, God hid the blasphemy slates and concealed the formulas of the old ones, forcing later ancient gods to tacitly permit the birth of the omniscient and omnipotent one, allowing the ancient sun god to relatively smoothly reclaim authority. The Celestial Worthy, on the other hand, sealed all spherote aside from the Chaos Sea and the Sapphira Castle before death, leaving the true gods who wished to become old ones or prevent the apocalypse with no choice but to nurture a Lord of Mysteries, thus paving the way for the Fool's rise. These were all overt strategies, with the gods having limited influence. The real obstacles to each other's resurrection lay in their mutual schemes. So the Celestial Worthy implanted the era uniqueness into the Chaos Sea, allowing the ancient sun god to resist God's awakening within himself. And in return, God had prepared the Mirror of Erodes in advance to help the new Lord of Mysteries block the Celestial Worthy's revival. Moreover, based on Ebner's deduction, the Sapphira Castle's repeated release of transmigrators who never ended up on the path of calamity was likely due to interference from God as well. Overall, the Celestial Worthy's method to hinder God was simply implanting error, all his other moves were aimed at his own return. God, in contrast, had only one route for resurrection through the ancient sun god. Most of his focus was spent trying to stop the Celestial Worthy's return. The so-called God casket was clearly a way to remove some of the necessity of the Lord of Mysteries, to delay the celestial worthy's resurgence as long as possible. But it didn't seem to be all that successful. Of course, none of this was clearly spelled out in the original novel. Ebner's thoughts were simply deductions based on all the intelligence he had gathered. If that experiment 11 years ago really was led by one or more gods, trying to use the special souls inside the God casket, or something else, to connect with the spherote, then why was only 5 types of spherote pollution observed in Bianca? Where were the brood hive and the river of eternal darkness? Maybe this is what Lilith meant when she asked me to investigate what was missing from the God casket. And then there's the last question: if the tenebrous world really was connected during the ritual, then Roselle's adopted son Yaldabaoth was almost certainly part of it. With someone so important, even if he wasn't consumed by the ritual, the god who led it would have taken control of him. Yet he's still active, and not long ago even cooperated with many gods to ambush the mother tree of desire. Many thoughts erupted in Ebner's mind at once. It wasn't until Furs asked with concern, "Are you all right?" that he calmed his emotions, sat back down, and smiled. "I'm fine. I was just thinking about some unexpected things." "Is it about the tenebrous world?" "What exactly is it?" Furs thought for a moment and asked curiously. Ebner shook his head solemnly. "Don't look into it. It's not something you're ready to understand." Furs wasn't someone who insisted on uncovering everything, and this wasn't a particularly amusing topic either. Seeing how serious Ebner was, she nodded and returned to Roselle's message. Emperor Roselle also said that his adopted son Yaldabaoth was accidentally released from the god casket by the goddess of fortune. But that Elf King's subordinate god somehow stripped the tenebrous world's brand from him and arranged for him to be reborn in the abyss, where Roselle eventually found him. Stripped of the spherote brand. Was that done using the pure white eye? Then where did that brand go after the fortune goddess died? Is it still on her corpse, or was it released? I remember my recent target, the sea monster Sigust, who inherited the prophet trait stripped from the fortune goddess, used bizarre mental manipulation to control Vice Admiral Deep Sea, and King of the Five Seas Nast speculated that this power came from the god of heartlessness. That so-called god of heartlessness is probably the mother tree of desire, but the tenebrous world can't be ruled out either. If I go bold with my assumptions, maybe that sea monster inherited the tenebrous world brand along with the fortune goddess's traits. And maybe that's the basis of its cooperation with the Delian family. The prime minister from that family received massive support from both the blood worship cult and the mother tree, probably because of their contributions in this matter. If the mother tree of desire really obtained the tenebrous world brand through that sea monster, did she already begin corrupting the tenebrous world? If so, then the threat she poses is far greater than imagined. No wonder all the righteous gods, evil gods, and outer gods alike united to trap her. But that tenebrous world brand also passed through the hands of a transmigrator. Is it really fine? As his thoughts swirled, Ebner realized he was going too far, fabricating wild speculation. If this kept up, he'd be afflicted with hangman syndrome. He quickly reined himself in and continued listening to Furs. Before the dread Duke Yaldabaoth, there were 2 other special souls who once left the god casket. One was the progenitor of the phoenix, Greg Race, the other was the elven king, Saniathrim. They correspond to the river of eternal darkness and the city of calamity, respectively. They don't truly perish upon death. Their spirit and will return to the god casket. As long as they return to the western continent and their respective spherote, they can be revived. Just like how the spirit world never fades and the 7 lights endure. First paused to sip her tea, then added, "Ugh. The last part might not have been meant for me, but for the one behind me. You know who." Even though she was certain Ebner knew the great being backing her, she still didn't dare say the fool's name aloud. Ebner didn't have time to worry about her caution. He was once again shaken by the revelations in Roselle's message and began wondering if he'd missed anything in the original novel during his past life. So the Phoenix progenitor Greg Race and the Elven King Saniathrim were both special souls from the spherote. That explains a lot. Greg Race's deep connection to the river of eternal darkness probably allowed her to unleash one of its branches across the western continent in the second epic using Dor's uniqueness, even while it was still sealed. And Bansi's projection of the city of calamity is likely tied to Saniathrim too. Back then, the seas belonged to the elves. Maybe I wasn't wrong earlier. As an ancient god, even with a special origin, the Elven King wouldn't know about the potion sequences, so he probably instinctively gathered calamity traits, but ended up letting the tyrant take dominance, with the Red Priest and others incomplete. Of course, maybe that was intentional. Perhaps isolation by the Sapphira Castle made him less loyal to the City of Calamity. Still, his unique nature tainted the high sequences and possibly the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. That led to the Red Angel getting trapped and abandoned by Adam, becoming a necessary sacrifice. But before dying, the Elven King had the Queen of Calamity and the Goddess of Fortune break through the siege and take the god casket back to the western continent. That means his residual spirit and imprint returned to the casket, trying to revive through the spherote. Unfortunately, the casket is now empty. Who knows where that residual spirit ended up? As for Greg Race, the Phoenix progenitor, she probably never truly died. She may have never returned to the casket. But her contingency plan was apparently hijacked by the transmigrator Vincent Miranda. I wonder if the corresponding River of Eternal Darkness brand also changed hands. Maybe it ended up with the goddess. With that thought, Ebner deeply felt that the fortune goddess's casual box opening had exposed the god casket's secrets prematurely, altering the world's balance in ways unimaginable. The current divine landscape might be completely different from the original novels. Compared to that, Rozelle's so-called arrangements and the threat of releasing Mr. Door to trigger the apocalypse seemed trivial. After all, he was always in the open. It would be nearly impossible for him to hide things from Adam or the goddess, or the one who knew him best, the Calamity Seal. None of them would allow him to carry out such a world-ending plan. They likely wouldn't stop him directly either, they'd just use him to dig a pit. The only question was, who would fall into it? With a sigh, Ebner stood up. After getting Furza's consent, he touched the blessing of the goddess of beauty on his forehead, and used its power to cast the secret technique, Charm Human. As Furza's gaze grew increasingly dazed, Ebner hypnotized her, implanting the suggestion to forget everything related to the spheroid and replaced it with fabricated memories. He used Charm Human first to improve the hypnosis's effectiveness. After all, even though Furz trusted him greatly, she still had subconscious resistance toward being hypnotized. That resistance could ruin the suggestion. All done. You can go to the underground hot spring now. When you wake up in the water, you'll only remember the revised memories. After planting the suggestion and watching Furz leave the study, Ebner purchased a pen and paper, sat at the desk, and began to think and write. There are 7 special souls from different spheroid in the god casket. Now confirmed are, the Elven King from the City of Calamity, the Phoenix from the River of Eternal Darkness, and Yaldabaoth from the Tenebrous World, though his brand was stripped by the Fortune Goddess. If the god casket releases one soul at regular intervals even without deliberate unlocking, then who are the most likely candidates for the Nation of Disorder, Knowledge More, Key of Light, and Brood Hive? At that, Ebner first wrote the name, Knight Emperor, Trunsoist. After his fall, his uniqueness-bearing item, Trunsoist's brass book, had been corrupted by the Nation of Disorder and became a terrifying sealed artifact capable of affecting divine battles even inside the Sapphira Castle, highly suspicious. Next, he jotted down Hidden Sage, but immediately crossed it out. Judging from that evil god's interest in Bianca, he seemed to be investigating the secrets of the experiment himself. If he were one of the souls from the casket, he wouldn't act this way. His birth might be related to the souls inside the god casket, but he likely wasn't one of them. As for the Key of Light and the Brood Hive, there were still no leads at all. End of chapter.